Chapter 641 Your Majesty. You are so evil. After the plane of the demon city overlapped that day, our entire delegation was sent into the abyss, in order to destroy the terrible plan of the old gods. Our mother immediately led us to the country of our uncle. After all, he is the only one who can help us. Through Delphinian narration and the storybook narration, Louis gradually learned the whole story. It turned out that the adopted daughter of Francesco was not only her distant relative, but also had the same noble bloodline as her. Back then, after the 12 witch kings overthrew the rule of the moon god, the demons who had been exiled to the abyss by the gods began to stir. The entrance to this world was the place where Erlinda had been, the abyss of disaster between the northern and southern continents. Although Anthony had disappeared at that time, that era was the most glorious era of magic. Not only were the forbidden wizards everywhere, but the sons of King Gallic and the 9 ancient gods were also on the side of the wizards. The demons had no idea that they were facing a group of mortals who were more terrifying than the gods. They rashly entered this world, and as expected, they were defeated. But the great wizard kings had a greater ideal. They hoped to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of this world, deter the demons, and seal the abyss of disaster. In order to realize this great ideal, and to leave a peaceful land for future generations, the ancestors, after repelling the demons, marched forward triumphantly, invaded the heart of the abyss, and finally signed a peace agreement with the 12 demon kings under the witness of the kings of the Cloud Kingdom Gallic and the Master of the Abyss. The guarantee of this peace agreement is a great project called Shelter Heaven. It is based on the broken kingdom of the gods, and is built on the abyss of disaster in the north and south continents. The demons and some ancient gods are responsible for the construction below, while the wizards and other ancient gods are responsible for the upper part. The demons agreed to this project that symbolizes peace, but they put forward a condition. They want the offspring of the most powerful person in the world to marry their king. The princess eventually took her followers and stayed in the abyss forever. Her family, for another great mission, forever guarded the great country that sealed the abyss of disaster. This family is the Erlinda family. They were once the most powerful group of wizards in the world. A branch of this family is the Erlinda demons, a hybrid of humans and demons. 3,000 years have passed. The dynasties of the 12 wizard kingdoms in the East continent have been constantly changing, and the 12 demon kings in the abyss are also constantly changing. But the demons of Erlinda have been sitting on the chessboard of the game of power for 3,000 years. This is not only because the demon kings deliberately retain the throne that symbolizes peace due to convention, but also because the demons of Erlinda have always been the strongest competitors for the throne. They not only have strong bodies and magical talents, but also master forbidden techniques that even the sun god fears. Demons often come to this world. Occasionally, some losers in the competition for the throne will send their children to Erlinda to seek refuge in order to allow their last bloodline to survive the cruel internal struggle. About 30 years ago, a baby in swaddling clothes was sent to Erlinda, in order to let the child survive safely and stay away from the cruel disputes forever. The adoptive mother of the child concealed the child's real name and gave her a name different from the abyss demons. Born in Erlinda, the Black Swan, the most dazzling black pearl in the South China Sea, Delphinia. No one knows the true origin of this woman with a dark and cruel heart. Many people have speculated that she was born in the Erlinda demons, but no one knows that she was born in a real demon palace. According to the seniority, Francesco, who is over 300 years old, should call his adopted daughter father a cousin, and the younger brothers of the previous demon king have always given face to this cousin. After all, Francesco has the strength, and he is also the boss of the upper world. He is the most staunch foreign supporter of the abyss Erlinda demons. Although the current monarch succeeded to the throne after killing his brother, he has a paternal grudge against Delphinia. But he didn't know that his brother's last child was still alive, and he didn't know that she had been adopted by Francesco. At the beginning, Delphinia was also unclear about her situation, but as Francesco's daughter, it was okay for her to call him uncle. Therefore, when the two met, the demon king and Delphinia did not know each other. Francesco, who was forced to visit him, was also very cautious. Not only was she very low-key, she also kept smiling at the demon king. The demon king also gave his elder sister face, treating her well for a while, just like a relative came to his house. But the bad thing is that a mysterious visitor secretly told her about Delphinia blood feud. So this insidious and extremely vengeful woman Just as Lewis was quietly reading the narration, Her Majesty Delphinia, who was telling the story, suddenly sighed with gritted teeth and said, "We know that many demons in the abyss have been enslaved by the old gods. And we also know that my uncle had no choice but to transfer many demons in the kingdom to the old gods. And my uncle has repeatedly stated that the secondment was tacitly approved by the Lord of the Abyss. After all, now is not the time to turn against the old gods. But he has always hoped to get rid of the shadow of the old gods as soon as possible. But this is all a lie. Mother never thought that it was all a conspiracy. My uncle had already completely surrendered to the shadow of the old gods. Our visit was already expected by him. And his words were just to appease us. We believed his words, and participated in the council in the demon palace. After discussing the matter of the fortress of gods and demons, we happily attended the banquet he held for us. But who would have thought that these things would happen later? The demon palace turned out to be a hangman, and the banquet turned into a brutal massacre. The survivors fought their way out under the protection of the loyal guards. But unfortunately, hearing this, Lewis's heart was in tatters. This troublemaker woman, would she harm her mother? How is my mother-in-law now? How are those leaders of the Isolde army, who were sent into the abyss with her? These guys can be said to be the strongest group of wizards in the world today. They once followed King Isolde to kill gods and demons, destroyed the Sun Council supported by the Sun God, and destroyed the Sun God plan. Now they died in a small banquet. How aggrieved! But it a pity. Delphinia smiled coldly, and continued, this group of fleeing survivors finally was killed by me thousands of miles away. Lewis blinked for a long time before he realized it. Yes, isn't this hateful woman still alive and well? And she has inherited the throne of the Demon King. Even the Demon King's favorite concubine, the pillared demon god, the King of Jealousy, has become her pet. Indeed, the delegation led by Francesco originally planned to fight against the subordinates of the Sun God in the Demon City, not to mention a defenseless Demon King. Even the god of war Moto under the Sun God, surrounded by this super hunting group, had to lie down. Obviously, this hangman banquet was prepared by Delphinia and her new backer, the mysterious visitor, for the previous Demon King. And that massacre was also the massacre of the previous Demon King by Delphinia and her mother. Now, the Demon King family, who entertained the heroes, are all gone. His throne has also been taken by someone else. Is this still a human being? It's just too despicable. Looking at the vicious queen in front of him, Lewis couldn't help but curse. It's so bad. Huh? Looking at the projection of the battle in the magic castle, His Majesty the new Demon King turned his head and narrowed his eyes. The demon lords around were rubbing their fists and preparing their hands, while those who didn't know what good things Miss Di had done, such as Sister Moon, held their chins and prepared to watch the show. I just heard Miss Di say that Lewis has been thinking about having a relationship with her pet. It's time to teach him a lesson. Seeing that the enemy is numerous, and we are few, Lewis coughed and said, Ahem, I mean, your uncle is too inhuman. Chapter 642 Lucky Trouble? Lewis felt that he was once again refreshed by the viciousness of this bad woman. The Devil King stayed in the castle peacefully. After you, a group of warriors, broke in, the Devil King did not regard you as enemies, but gathered the whole family and treated you as friends and had a good meal. As a result, after you were full and satisfied, you killed the Devil King. Now, the whole family has been slaughtered by you. Not only did you inherit the throne, but you also treated the concubine like a dog. Are you still a human? You are really a piece of shit. But speaking of it, Miss Di's uncle seems to be a bad guy too. Speaking of it, there is really no good person in this family. Evil will be punished by evil. Now this bad woman has been avenged, and she has given him a taste of her own medicine. I guess Francesco can't figure out now why the Demon King planned to fight with their group of super god hunters at the banquet. I think the leaders of the Isolde army are too low-key. So the Demon King was wrong? Anyway, Francesco is very lucky. If it weren't for his good daughter, who found the solid evidence that the Demon King was colluding with the old gods, I'm afraid this hangman banquet would really catch everyone off guard. Although the Demon King may not be able to deal with his people, he can definitely escape. If the Demon King goes to the old gods to report, the subsequent plan of the fortress of gods and demons will be completely ruined. After reading this, Lewis has already learned the whole story of how Miss Di became a spy of the fortress of gods and demons. After being teleported to the abyss, Francesco secretly visited the Demon King with his daughter and others to seek help. The Demon King not only gave face, but also brought his whole family over to hold a private banquet. He also planned to talk to Francesco about how to get rid of the old gods in the abyss. However, Miss Di interfered and falsely accused her uncle of trying to kill her mother. So Francesco was forced to take the initiative. The banquet turned into a hung-in banquet, facing the strongest group of heroes in the world. The Demon King rushed out of his own palace, but fell into Miss Di's trap and was killed by Miss Di herself. Now Miss Di has got what she wanted: the crown of the Demon King. After that, she also designed to control the Abyss commander of the God and Demon Fortress, the King of Jealousy. According to Miss Di, the King of Jealousy has been stationed in the God and Demon Fortress as the secretary of the Demon King uncle in the past few years, so she did not attend the hung-in banquet. After she learned that her boss, who had taken care of her, had died, she had a great hatred for the new Demon King in her heart. And of course she was also afraid. Hatred and fear made the King of Jealousy completely surrender to the arms of the old gods. However, the leaders of the old gods did not completely trust her. The gatekeeper of the third floor of the Fortress of Gods and Demons, Lord Mark, the experiment of the evil god, was a proof of this. But no matter what, for the King of Jealousy at that time, it was the best way out to shrink in the safe place of the Fortress of Gods and Demons and gradually make achievements in the old gods. But he never thought that the Sun Council secretly instigated some of the Sun Wizards in the Fortress of Gods and Demons to rebel. And he never thought that Miss Di would use these spies to set a trap for himself. There has never been a clean demon in this world. Miss Di narrowed her eyes, looking at the blood pool, and said, "If a few more basins of dirty water are poured on it, it will not be able to wash clean even if it wants to." Miss Di said it easily, but there are still many twists and turns in the matter of the King of Jealousy. Anyway, in Miss Di conspiracy, she successfully caught the pigtail that was enough to make the King of Jealousy never come back, and the King of Jealousy also made the most correct choice. I gave it two choices: wait for the angry King of Fire Garlock to turn it into the next Mark God evil experiment, or accept the highest honor in the demon world and become my dog. At this point, Her Majesty Delphinia raised her head and looked at Louis. He is a smart dog. An obedient dog. He knows how to obey his master. The implication is that you, the dog, are ignorant. After waving away the narration fiercely, Louis suppressed the urge to push Xiao Dai into the blood pool, and said viciously in his heart, "I don't have time to deal with you now. Wait until I finish the big empty things, and see who is the licking dog." After taking a few deep breaths, Louis, who suppressed his anger, smiled and asked kindly, "Princess Osiris told me before that His Majesty Francesco encountered a big trouble. But from what you said, it seems that Mother did encounter a small trouble." When mentioning her mother's current situation, Delphinia showed a trace of envy and jealousy. She continued, "A lucky little trouble? Lucky little trouble?" Louis was a little confused. Obviously, in Xiao Ao words, Mother encountered a big trouble, but in Miss Di's eyes, it seemed to be a lucky trouble that Miss Di wished for. Mother was favored by the Lord, Delphinia said. Louis? Delphinia next words, answered Louis' doubts. His Majesty Francesco has become the crown prince of the Demon Emperor. In fact, because Francesco was the younger brother of the Demon King who was visiting secretly, Delphinia did not use his real name, and everyone used the names of the Abyss Demon clan. Therefore, the only people who knew that Francesco had come to the Demon Kingdom were those at the banquet. But now those people were all killed. Therefore, in the eyes of many Demon Kings, the death of the Demon King was a dispute within the family. The blood of the previous Demon King, which remained in the Abyss, came back with a group of strong men. Therefore, in the whole incident, no one knew about the existence of Francesco. No one knew that Delphinia came from the Eastern continent. But the news leaked out unexpectedly. The matter also evolved into the big boss of the Eastland, killing a Demon King of the Abyss. The relationship between the Abyss and the Eastland was originally very delicate, so this matter can be said to have touched the reverse scale of the Abyss. Many Demon Kings have different opinions on Delphinia inheritance rights, but everyone thinks that Francesco must give an explanation. No matter who Francesco's father was, now she is the big boss of the Eastland. Now this big boss is not only alone, but also went to the Abyss and killed a Demon King. For the Demon Kings, dealing with Francesco now is not only a name, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So everyone thinks that if they don't kill her, they have to put this big boss of the East Continent under house arrest. So many Demon Kings were ready to lead their armies to cause trouble. But the Demon Emperor, who rarely shows up, came out to mediate the matter. Chapter 643 I want his head. The demon emperor recognized my inheritance rights because it should be so. And many demon kings have no objection. They have no right to question me. However, the fact that the demon emperor made my mother the crown prince caused chaos in the abyss. Although many demon kings dared not criticize it openly, the demon world is now undercurrent. Now, my mother has become the person that the demon kings want to kill the most. After hearing Xiao Dai's words, Louis showed a very strange look on his face. If Francesco were to take Xiao Dai's current position, it might be justified. This land originally belonged to Francesco family. So as long as the strength of the East Continent was strong enough, and the demon emperor recognized it. If the queen of the East Continent had a nominal enclave in the abyss, many demon kings would still accept it. But the demon kings would never recognize the crown prince. After all, Francesco was the big boss of the East Continent. What more? Every demon king is qualified to become the new demon emperor. He listed the boss of a force that may become his future enemy as his successor. Louis' operation on the demon emperor was really a bit confusing. This was like self-destruction. Many demon kings have been eyeing the supreme throne of the demon world, believing that they are more suitable to rule the abyss. Take back the control of the abyss from the old gods. Or leave the abyss to crawl at the feet of the old gods. Now, the demon emperor gave himself the title of incompetent, which ignited the fuse of the desires in the hearts of the demon kings, coupled with the secret instigation of the old gods. Even if the demon emperor took back his order, the situation would be difficult to reverse. Now, the abyss is in chaos. This chaos can only be resolved by a war. As for the bugs that were originally cleared by the abyss and the old gods, no demon cares about them anymore. The forces of the old gods also shifted their attention from the insects to this chaos. After all, the forces of the old gods thought they had mastered how to control the insect swarms. So the opportunity to unify the abyss was right in front of them. Louis didn't know why the demon emperor made such a decision, but a few lines of narration appeared in front of him. Louis, I heard that there was originally a master in the abyss. After he was killed by the old gods, he suddenly resurrected in the past few hundred years. However, since his position as the master of the abyss had been taken away by the old gods, there was an additional demon emperor in the abyss. I haven't heard of this. Louis couldn't help but complain loudly in his heart. Resurrection. And once again rule the demon world as an emperor. I have no explanation for this matter. But why did the former master of the abyss have to be resurrected as a woman? Yes. How come all the bosses are women? The sun god is a woman. So I accept it. After all, it is a 50% probability. It is either a man or a woman. But how come the boss of the abyss, after resurrection, also became a woman? After all, the boss of the abyss is not the boss of the swarm. In order to have children, the boss of the swarm can only be a woman. If he were to choose to open a small account, he would definitely prefer the template of female. But the Lord of the Abyss has no gender. Being a man, a woman, or a sexless demon makes no difference to him. Why would he prefer the template of female rebirth? Just when Louis felt that he had found some key clues, a task issued by Xiao Dai interrupted his thoughts. Louis, I need you to help me deal with the fortress of gods and demons, and the Fire King Garlock. Miss Dai looked at the magic projection and said, Isabella has led people into the last layer, and the body of the King of Jealousy has slowly risen from the blood pool. Mission? Louis thought to himself, as expected. You want me to help you find such important information as the Zerg cannot be ignored in the fortress of gods and demons, and then put an end to this chaos in the abyss. Right? Miss Dai still has a sense of mission. Your Majesty, Louis bowed solemnly and said, I have no choice but to do this. I will find a way to get the key information from the mouth of the Flame King Garlock. Idiot! I don't need any information. Miss Dai's eyes were burning with raging fire. She said, I only need his head. I am more suitable to be the crown prince than my mother. And the head of the son of the sun, King Garrick, will be my best proof. Louis, it seems that Miss Dai does have a strong sense of mission. Completion reward. 1. The Demon Realm Monarch Miss Dai will reward you with wealth, power and other things you are not interested in +1. 2. The reward you are interested in. I allow my pet to be your pet in the future. Asterisk 13. Some other small rewards Miss Dai Dog Louis asterisk 1. 4. Identity exposure and the mastermind targeting you asterisk 1. 5. Dexterity +30. With just these few attributes, You want me to risk being targeted by the mastermind? Also, who cares about your pet? Who will be your dog? Miss Di didn't see the narration, and didn't know Louis' complaints in his heart. She saw Louis standing there in a daze, and couldn't help asking, "Do you understand?" "Your Majesty, you really think too highly of me." Louis waved away the narration prompt woodenly. He said while looking at the picture in the magic projection. Miss Di's eyes were also attracted by the picture at this time. The picture in the projection was the checkpoint before the last level of the God and Demon Fortress. The Magic Coalition and the Demon Army were pouring into various areas of the checkpoint from all directions of the hall, and fighting with the enemy. On the contrary, the old God faction guarding the checkpoint seemed to be weak and alone. Just as Delphinia said, after the demons completely rebelled, the suppressed sun angels and gods were no longer a threat. In addition, the reinforcements from the abyss had not arrived yet, and it was only a matter of time before the fortress was breached. However, the enemies guarding this last checkpoint were exceptionally strong. At this time, the Magic Coalition and the demons once again opened a small gap in the enemy defense line. Isabella and others took this opportunity to forcibly rush into the enemy defense line, intending to completely tear it apart. However, the figure of a demon god suddenly appeared and fought with Isabella and others. Isabella not only has many hunting god groups, but also the Sun Council and the Demon Lords. However, the demon god and his guards fought back and forth with him. The strength of this pillar demon god seems to be no less than the evil god of the Four-Flower Kingdom 1,000 years ago. Moreover, he has not carried out the god-evil transformation plan, so he is not afraid of any position at all. In addition, he is in the defense line, and he can attack or defend. Therefore, as long as he does not take the initiative to give his head, Isabella and others will find it difficult to kill him. After a melee, Isabella and the others, with their powerful lineup, resisted the interference of the enemy defense line, and beat the demon god to a point where he was a little tired of parrying. As if he felt the difficulty of these opponents, the demon god gradually retreated to the depths of the level with a triumphant laugh. Isabella and the others tried to keep this guy, but they could only watch the demon god go further and further away. At this moment, the demon god figure suddenly became unusually slow, as if the time and space around him had changed. Looking at the terrified demon god in the picture, Delphinia raised her eyebrows and looked at Louis beside him. In his hand, he was holding a strange little staff. It looked like he was holding a rolling pin and pointing at the projection. Chapter 644. Okay, I be quick. The figure of the demon in the picture suddenly became unusually slow. At this moment, the demon felt that the world was gradually coming to a standstill. This sudden change made the demon feel an inexplicable fear in his heart, but what he feared was not the effect of this magic, because he could feel that it would take some time for him to break free from this magic, so the enemy in front of him would not kill him. What frightened him was that this magic seemed to come from a certain area 3 layers away from here, and each layer of these 3 layers of fortresses was like a kingdom of God. But this magic not only penetrated the 3 layers of the kingdom of God, but also penetrated the barrier where he was. And his body of the demon god was also easily controlled by this magic. Just like the body of a mortal, even the moon god could only rely on the big killer, the moon angel, and under the effect of the magic circle that controlled the fortress of gods and demons. Let the moon angel position pass through the various magic circulation nodes of the fortress of gods and demons, and pass through the distance of 3 layers. Therefore, this means that the caster of this magic, in terms of the realm of magic, may be 1 level higher than the moon god and the old god. If this enemy is not so far away from me, but comes in front of me, then there is no point in fighting. At this time, Isabella and others in the picture have caught up with the demon. After they approached, their bodies gradually slowed down. Even the spells flying around them were slowed down. It seems that what Louis released was not the cursed magic that could work even if they were separated by a world, but the normal range control magic used when facing each other. Looking at Louis' actions beside her, Delphinia's eyes twitched suddenly. It seemed that Louis was indeed the one who did it, which made Delphinia feel a little unbelievable. As the head of the spies, Delphinia really knew the structure of the fortress of gods and demons too well. What Louis did at this moment was like passing through 6 kingdoms of God and hitting the enemy. This is like Louis standing on the East Land continent, hitting the demon emperor who is far away at the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, the so-called contemporary magic god flame King Garlock is nothing in front of this guy. If it weren't for the fact that the last floor of the god and demon fortress is in the time and space turbulence of the Big Void, making it impossible to define it. Then Delphinia even believes that Lewis can directly stand here and slap Flame King Garlock in the face, and the other party can't fight back. The fortress built by the Zerg swarm weakens magic too much. The effect will only last half a minute at most. Lewis put away his rolling pin and prepared to go over. Go, Lewis. Remember, don't let the Fire King Garlock go back alive. Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. The Fire King Garlock is the god of magic in the modern era. I can't handle him at all, Lewis said perfunctorily, and put the wand in his hand back to his waist. Oh, you didn't say that to Ossicles a few hours ago. Her Majesty Delphinia narrowed her eyes dangerously. When Ossicles spoke, she would add the word please. Moreover, she would not talk to me about pets and other strange things as a bonus for some task reward. Oh! Miss Di raised her beautiful eyebrows, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched Lewis's sleeve. Lewis frowned and looked back, and found that Delphinia was pointing at the blood pool. In the blood pool, a demon with a charming figure was rising up with her arms in her arms. Blood kept dripping from her body, revealing her jade-like body. The huge demon horns on her head were terrifying and hideous. However, her face was holy and pure, like a goddess who was not in the world. But she had an inexplicable temperament. It formed a strong contrast with her appearance. It was as if beneath her inviolable appearance, there was a kind of soul-burning fire of desire. Anyone who got a little bit of it would be burned to the bone in the extreme joy. You feel that the position of the King of Jealousy seems to have changed. Suddenly, his figure disappeared. In the magic projection, his figure appeared. The King of Pain and Desire has descended. How is my pet? Although I took away its position as the King of Jealousy, I gave it a better position as Pain and Desire. Looking at the stunned, fearful, and desperate eyes of the enemy in the magic projection, Delphinia laughed arrogantly. Mark Essence came just in time. From 64 to 39. Ms. Barbie's strength is not just as simple as changing a better position. And it seems that in the hands of His Majesty the Little Demon King, there is another better position, a Pillar Demon. She looked at Lewis and said, I know that ordinary rewards can no longer arouse your interest. But after the matter is done, I will give you a Pillar Demon, position of Pillar Demon. Sorry, Your Majesty, I'm not interested. Besides, I don't need any pets, and I won't satisfy your weirdness. Your Majesty smiled coldly, and looked at Lewis. At this moment, her eyes seemed to say, shouldn't dogs be paired with dogs? Lewis gave His Majesty a vicious look. Just wait for me. I beat you up when I come back. Lewis anger value plus max asterisk 2. Goodbye. Lewis, with veins popping out of his head, shook off Miss Di's arm, clasped his fists, and turned away. Lewis, you have no choice. Only I can unify the demon world. Delphinia looked at Lewis departing back, and gnashed her teeth and said, you will regret it. Delphinia arrogant words did not stop Lewis, and he left without looking back. When leaving the hall, Lewis picked up the rolling pin and pointed it at a certain position in the air. Since then, the second sky-breaking point near the Moloch area was pierced by Lewis. When Lewis walked through the lower 3 levels and came to the 6th level, the battle here was over. Those defensive buildings had been razed to the ground, and everywhere was filled with a chaotic atmosphere of pain and despair. Some coalition soldiers, who were cleaning the battlefield, were looking around here. It can be seen that among the ruins, there are many dried corpses and pools of sticky pus and blood. This should be the work of Lady Scarlet. And among the many rubbles, there are also some people from the Old God sect. There were also some people from the Old God sect wandering around aimlessly. There were also many sun angels flying in the sky. However, whether they were crushed by the rubble or those who were free to move, their behaviors and expressions were extremely strange. They were like drunkards, ignoring the enemies passing by. Their faces showed expressions of pleasure and pain. They were like they had been trained badly, and had become useless people who had lost the ability to think and act like normal people. The coalition forces kept passing by these enemies. They ignored these useless people and rushed towards the next level. It seemed that the coming of the King of Pain and Desire had completely ended the battle on this level. The coalition forces had also poured into the last level of the God and Demon Fortress, and had a final battle with the final boss of the God and Demon Fortress. Judging from the soldiers who kept pouring into the next level, the roaring sound from the gate in the distance, and the huge magic fluctuations, it seemed that this decisive battle had entered a white-hot stage just after it began. The last elite forces of the old gods had been gathered there. Although the number of these elites is small compared to the huge coalition forces, the power of the moon god and Ao cannot cover this last layer. From the battle report, the coalition forces have already reached the final boss. But time seems to be running out, because the space-time matrix of the god and demon fortress suddenly started. It should have taken at least an hour to prepare. But now, in just 1 minute, everything will end. No one blames Lewis, because breaking through the last layer of the fortress in half a day is a fantasy. Now, everyone has successfully created a miracle and broke into this last layer in half a day. But if Lewis is asked to deal with the god of magic and seal the big hole in less than a minute, it is too much to ask. Lewis, the sky is getting heavier and heavier, and it is constantly collapsing. I can't hold on any longer. Ao voice echoed around, and this voice was extremely anxious, and mixed with a bit of despair and helplessness, perhaps. We only have less than a minute left. Oh! Looking at the pocket watch that was already counting seconds, Lewis nodded. Let go! Lewis, leave here. Go to the cloud country, go tell everyone everything. You are the last hope, the last messenger, you must not die here. Yeah. Don't worry about us. Take our last hope and leave here. Ah. I love you. Miss Ao, with tears on her face and eyes closed, continued. Okay. Ao? Putting away the pocket watch, fast boy Lewis perfunctorily said to his girlfriend. While putting his hands behind his back as if he was shopping, he walked into the front door in a leisurely manner. Chapter 645 The Boss is Coming. When Lewis opened the door to the last floor, what he saw was a hall that occupied all the areas of this floor. This hall was magnificent, like a miniature world or the kingdom of God. Looking up, you could even see the background of the sky, and the demons and evil spirits flying in the clouds of fire. The vast battlefield was like a purgatory, and the flames burned the sky red. In the majestic kingdom of God, the enemy and us were already fighting hard. In the distance of this kingdom of God, there are 7 prismatic crystals suspended in the air. These prismatic crystals are very similar to the ancient magic matrix array nodes in the sanctuary, and seem to be forged by the old gods themselves. Lewis can see that there are many wizards of the old gods gathered near the node. And there are also some insect swarm faceless bodies, who have pledged allegiance to Garlock. These people are the magic consultants of Mr. Huyun, evil god, and they are doing the final work there leisurely. When the space-time forces entangled on the 7 nodes are completely connected together, the sky, the big pot lid, outside the god and demon fortress will completely collapse. And all the people in the big hole will be washed into the space-time turbulence. After that, the big hole will never be blocked, and it will become an unclosable door from the abyss to this world. Lewis can see that these 7 nodes seem to have been prepared long ago. So the enemy troops guarding here are just waiting for the coalition forces to come in. Now that the 7 nodes have been activated, it won't be long before everything ends. The coalition forces seem to be trying their best to rush into the high platform in the distance and destroy the 7 time and space nodes suspended in the air. But this short distance is like a chasm in the sky, which is out of reach. In other words, to destroy these 7 nodes, one must first kill a person. The person is wearing a blazing magic armor. His 3-meter-tall body looks majestic against the armor. But the body inside the armor was like a demon. Inside the armor was a black body covered with cracks. This body was like a burning rock, covered with red cracks. And in the cracks, flames continued to emerge. The tattered cloak fluttered in the flames, and the huge flaming scepter, with the wave of God hand, was changing the world. Or, in other words, the celestial phenomena of the kingdom of God were constantly changing because of his terrifying magic power. The main force of the coalition, in the midst of these terrifying magics, can only barely delay the monsters before the main boss, creating opportunities for the 25 coalition leaders who besiege the boss. But it seems that this battle is not easy to fight. In other words, if the coalition wants to destroy Garlock plan in the remaining time, it has become an impossible thing, because there is only half a minute left. At this moment, red blood mist suddenly spreads above the 7 nodes. It is the Scarlet Lady. She took advantage of the opportunity created for her by her companions, and quietly approached the nodes on the platform, trying to destroy them. Do you think I didn't notice you? Suddenly, the magic power on Garlock body surged like a storm. Then, the sky-wide flames seemed to rise from the vicinity of the node. These flames were like solar flares, and in a blink of an eye, they blew away the blood mist that was entangled with the node, and rushed towards the heroes farther away. In this powerful firestorm, The 25 heroes who besieged Garlock on the high platform, like fallen leaves blown away by the storm, flew into the sky. The heroes endured the pain of burning, and in the midst of angry shouts, they wanted to rush back to Garlock vicinity to end his magic. But the waves of fire came one after another, making it impossible for people to get close. Looking at the group of fallen leaves swaying in the waves of fire, Garlock laughter echoed in the hall. Then he glanced at the figure gradually walking in from the gate in the distance, and put away the scepter in his hand. Everything is over. The outcome is determined. At this moment, Garlock's words made Ao, who was watching from afar, feel a sense of despair. Indeed, everything is over, the outcome is decided. The space-time power of the 7 nodes is about to explode. Everything left here will be rushed into the big hole, into the unknown space-time. Everything is over. Everything is under Garlock control. Now, there is no need for him to stay here and serve as the core of the magic circle. When Lewis came in, he had put away the scepter, turned around and opened a portal not far behind him. Tears welled up in Ao's eyes. She knew Garlock must have calculated the time. The 25 heroes, like Ao, also felt the same sense of powerlessness at this moment. Countless thoughts emerged from everyone's mind. Everything around seemed to slow down. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. God of magic indeed. Garlock deserves this title. He has reached the pinnacle in the field of fire magic. He dragged everyone here for so long with his own strength. The node was just around the corner, but Garlock was like a chasm in the sky, making it impossible for people to get close. Before leaving, he mocked everyone, seeing Garlock's steps getting faster and faster, and about to enter the portal. Ao and many heroes couldn't help but burst into angry tears. Garlock was the same. He was not affected by any magic. Or it could be said that something else was affected at this moment. His desperate eyes moved past the portal that had turned into a mosaic in front of him, and turned around to look behind him. Those people in the sky who were swept by the sun spots were suspended in the air without moving. The beautiful flames floated quietly around them, like beautiful frozen clouds of fire. The chaotic battlefield was extremely quiet at this moment. The armies that were fighting on the ground stood still like statues. No sound could be heard at this moment, because time had completely stopped. The only thing that could move was people's thoughts. But a faint sound of leather shoes echoed in the hall. This sound echoed in people's minds and hearts. At this moment, the whole world only had his voice. At this moment, he was like the real god of this kingdom of God. In the perception of thousands of thoughts, people saw a magician in a white shirt and suspenders, looking around, and passed by their eyes. He came to Garlock's side. Lewis, everything is over, the outcome is decided. Don't do anything meaningless. At this moment, in the eyes of the heroes, the big boss is still so indifferent, still so arrogant. He lowered his head, looking down at the small magician, who was trying to challenge him not far away, telling him that everything is meaningless. Afterwards, everyone saw the god of fire calmly turn around and walk into the portal. But the tall body seemed to be through the mold, passing through the mosaic portal, as if he had also discovered this problem. The fire god calmly walked back. Stop doing meaningless things, Lewis, the boss said as he calmly went in and out of the portal. Everyone. Lewis? Garlock magic consultant, who guessed the reason. The boss jumped left and right on both sides of the portal, opened the portal quickly. Ao, whose tears were not yet dry, and the 25 heroes, as well as countless soldiers from both sides. My name is Garlock. The boss finally came in before the last second. Chapter 646 Uncle, come and play. The boss jumping left and right on both sides of the portal. The outcome is determined, Lewis. We are friends after all. Stop doing meaningless things and open the portal. The people whose tears have not yet dried. At this moment, everyone has understood what Garlock meant. The outcome of today's battle does not depend on any duel, but on whether Lewis can enter here before the big hole falls. Now that Lewis has entered here, the outcome is determined. As for the fight with Lewis, Garlock thought it was meaningless. Lewis touched the stubble on his chin, and suddenly understood why Garlock was so scared. Mr. Garlock, I think you misunderstood. What is going to happen next is not a meaningless thing. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. Your strength is so strong, and your fighting power is 2 points higher than mine. Therefore, our next duel is not just me to abuse you. It's just a fight between 2 noobs. Ahem. Lewis corrected. I mean, I only have more power than the sun god when I'm in the sanctuary. So I'm not that powerful now. So, the next duel between us will be a wonderful contest with an unknown outcome. As Lewis patiently explained, Garlock nodded suddenly. And in his eyes, there was also an endless killing intent. Very good, Mr. Garlock. I like the look in your eyes. Saying this, Lewis rolled up his sleeves, and his eyes showed unprecedented enthusiasm. Since Lewis came into this world, people have told Lewis that magic is more important than anything else. And today, he will prove this to be a wrong view in this challenge. As colleagues, we should stop here, Lewis said. Okay, but I have a suggestion. Throw aside the scepter of the god of time and space, rolling noodle scepter, you brought back from the sanctuary. It adds at least 3,000 combat power to you. In fact, Garlock's scepter was also brought back from the sanctuary, but the same equipment, used by different people, has very different effects. In addition, Helen has to remind you that although the third sky breaking point has been quietly broken by you when you just entered the door, if you remove the weapon, you will no longer be able to maintain the current spacetime magic called Black Domain Vision LV99. Okay, 20 seconds is enough to decide the outcome. Lewis threw the magic wand aside, as if he hadn't seen the narration. In an instant, time began to flow. Garlock turned and entered the portal and disappeared. Lewis? Everyone. Miss Delphinia, who was observing this place through the magic mirror. Obviously, Garlock didn't listen to a word of your explanation that you have repeatedly said that I am more powerful than the sun god only in the sanctuary. Ahem. Lewis turned his head with an ugly expression, looking at the magic mirror hidden in the air. I said, I can't keep him. Lewis, you idiot. Delphinia did have a reason to be furious, because Lewis not only let Garlock go, but also lifted the magic. So in her opinion, the victory that was already in sight has many more variables. Delphinia angry shouts echoing in the hall awakened everyone present. The scene was in chaos for a moment. The coalition didn't know how to stop the collapse of the Great Void in the remaining 20 seconds. Some people attacked the nodes frantically, and some rushed to the Old God army and magic advisors surrounding the nodes. The Old God faction not only lost its leader, but also guessed from Garlock words that their loyal guards were just a group of burial objects. Therefore, they didn't know whether to stay near the node, or to follow their boss' example and rush to the portal to escape in this limited time. As for the magic consultants near the node, they were even more panicked. These people were either wizards from large families who joined the Old God faction, or the Faceless Worm Queen. They joined the Old God company for various reasons of interest. At this time, the boss had already run away with the money, and the workers had no intention of working overtime. But no matter what, the countdown to the end of the world has begun, and being buried with the enemy has become inevitable. Some people who are loyal to the Old God hope to be buried with the enemy, and some do not. Therefore, in this last moment, some people fought, some surrendered, and even many magic consultants, who suddenly woke up and wanted to survive, tried to help the coalition to stop the operation of the nodes. Don't destroy the nodes. Time is running out. So if you want to stop all this, you need them to operate normally. The magic consultants shouted while trying to readjust the nodes. But the magic consultants found that no matter what they did, it was meaningless. Logically speaking, Garlock, who presided over the entire ceremony, had already left the core magic circle. So the nodes that lost control should be easily stopped. But the fact was not so. As if it was not Garlock who really controlled all this, or someone had already controlled all this under Garlock's nose. At this moment, the dome of the temple suddenly disappeared, revealing the sky outside, and also revealing the hazy face of the god above the clouds. It seemed that many wizards who controlled the fortress of gods and demons, at this last moment, opened a huge portal leading to the outside. No one knows why they do this, not even themselves, but their behavior may give an answer. Many wizards flew madly to the huge exit of the dome, wanting to escape from here. These rational wizards have lost their minds, because in these few seconds, they can't fly out of the range of the big hole. There are also many people in the chaotic hall, quietly looking up at the sky, as if waiting for the last moment to come. Most of these people are sun angels. They have been abandoned by their gods and become abandoned. Hesitation and confusion were mixed in their hearts. Maybe he just wanted to witness this last moment. Or perhaps, these people who worship the sun god are seeking an answer. They looked at the god in the sky who looked like the sun god, as if asking the true sun god in their hearts why he abandoned them. No, this is not the first time he has been abandoned. The Lord is always so wise, and always makes the most correct decision. He had given up on this world in the demon-subduing city. And in this big hole, He once again abandoned his loyal children. It was this false god who had persisted. For a moment, many sun angels felt inexplicably amused. This false god was the only one standing outside the big hole. Why did I feel that this sun god would continue to persist this time? Was it because he was stupid enough? Or was it because everyone had some hope for this false sun god? Expect her to do what they have always hoped their lord would do. The sun angels suddenly hesitated. They didn't know whether they should try their best to be loyal to their god in this last time, and leave this false god, who might escape here. Or should they expect her to try to save everything and stay here to die? Perhaps this is the answer they want to get in this last time. God's eyes revealed some sorrow and determination. And his roar gave an answer. At the same time, the second hand of Doomsday has also moved to the final position. Lewis touched the stubble on his chin, and did not pay attention to the situation in the sky. Nor did he pay attention to the suction from his feet, because he knew that the silly Xiaoyao, who was still being kept in the dark, would do her job well. After all, compared to the useless Garlock, who could only run away in front of the opposite boss, Xiaoyao was much more reliable. He was focusing on another person. He set his eyes on a crowd not far away. Standing in the crowd was a magic consultant lady with a body like a red glass bottle, and the rolling pin he had just thrown out had rolled to her feet. A real magician, interesting. So, do you want to play Pageant Cube? The magic consultant looked at the 3 broken sky points in the sky and smiled slowly. For the first time, his eyes showed real interest. You even know about the casual games between magicians. Lewis also smiled slowly, and for the first time, his eyes showed real interest. Interesting. Chapter 647 The True Master, for K, a few seconds ago. Just as Lewis said, Xiaoyao is doing something stupid. When the sky that was pressing down on the god began to fall, the whole world vibrated silently. In this vibration, a huge vortex appeared under the big hole, and formed an irresistible force, dragging everything in the big hole, and pulling it hard towards the abyss. The huge fortress of gods and demons, at this moment, began to sway like a leaf falling into a whirlpool. The power of the whirlpool became stronger and stronger, and the sky that was pressing down on the gods gradually fell down. Suddenly, the gods, unable to bear the heavy burden, knelt down on the edge of the big hole, and the sky on her shoulders also slipped off her shoulders at this moment, and covered the big hole again. At this moment, people witnessed the most spectacular spectacle in their lives. In just a few breaths, the whole world turned from day to dusk, and from dusk to darkness. The light of the whole world, only a faint red glow on the distant horizon, the last ray of sunlight on the horizon slowly turned into a line on the horizon. The sun angels knew that when the red glow faded, the world would become dark, and everything would come to an end. It over, God has finally given up on you, and this world. The 6-winged Archangel Michael said to the Sun Knight Wayne beside him. Wayne was speechless. He looked at the last ray of red glow on the distant horizon. His eyes did not change at all. The firmness and trust revealed in these eyes made Archangel Michael feel extremely ridiculous and pathetic. But Michael's eyes could not help but stay on the horizon with Wayne. At this moment, Michael could not help but laugh at himself. He didn't know what he was expecting. It was obvious that their duty was to be buried with the false god. And it was obvious that the false god and the traitors around him were enemies. But he actually expected that the false god would make a completely different decision. Archangel Michael suddenly felt a sense of loss. He told himself that he felt sorry for the false god's successful escape from this desperate place, and that he felt sympathy and pity for the traitors' impending end. Sympathy was indeed so. These traitors were so pathetic, ridiculous and pitiful. They were clearly on the verge of death. But they were still looking at the horizon, waiting for a dawn that would never come. Perhaps it was because these traitors were too weak. They could not see that with the power of the false god and the remaining physical strength, they could not carry the sky anymore. Even if they were determined to die. Even if there were 2 more false gods, it would not work. The sky brightened a little bit. A burst of screaming echoed in the distant horizon. Michael looked at the horizon with a strange expression, and found that the darkness of the horizon was broken a little bit. But just as Michael expected, it was just that. The last ray of red glow, stubbornly suspended at the horizon. It was unwilling to fade away. It kept trembling, and kept trying to expand, but Michael knew that all the false god did was in vain. The brightness of the sky increased a little bit. Looking at the light gradually breaking through in the distant sky, Michael felt a little complicated in his heart. She seemed to have made a different decision, or in other words, she had never given up on this world. Stupid, Michael said in his heart. In the end, he was wrong, but what she did was just to let herself die with those traitors. The sky gradually opened up a little, the white gap began to tremble constantly, and gradually began to widen. But the next second, the gap began to close gradually. Suddenly, a person came out from his side. It was the betrayer who had been looking at the sky. He stretched out his hand towards the distant dawn, and with all his strength, he began to tear at the white line in the distance. It was ridiculous, as if he was reaching out to meet their God. Michael felt extremely ridiculous. God never needed any help, and a group of ridiculous ants were not worthy of meeting God. Moreover, did he really think that this idiotic behavior could help their God? Could it change anything? But there were more than one such idiots. People kept coming out from Michael's side. Some of them made the same movements as Wayne, but some were just waving their arms meaninglessly. But at this moment, they were all stretching their arms towards the distant dawn. Using all their strength, while screaming with exhaustion, they shouted the same cry as their false god. The actions of the betrayers were different, which made Michael certain that they were not really able to capture everything they did that day, but simply wanted to use this method to convey their ridiculous beliefs to the false god. This group of betrayers, they are as stupid as their gods. They seem to think that they can change everything with just their passion and ridiculous beliefs. But the sky seemed to have really become a little brighter. I don't know when. The ever-widening red sunset glowed with silver light, and the light of dawn fell on the earth. Countless shouts, like the waves of the South China Sea, gathered together with the power of the sun Gallic. The sea god, the title transferred by Lewis. The blue angel also gathered all the magic power of everyone on him alone. When the silver light gradually fell in front of Michael, he looked at the white line in the distance that was trembling and widening, and stood there in a daze. Gradually, the dusk in the distance turned into the morning sun, and the darkness of the sky was torn apart by the dawn. As the black sky background gradually rose like a curtain, a pair of eyes shining with golden flames rose slowly in the sky like the sun. The sun was hanging again above the world where the big hole was, and above the clouds, the hazy face of the trembling god appeared. Michael knew that God had used all his strength to carry the sky again. But what was the meaning of all this? Unless this sky was completely opened by her. Otherwise, everything she did would be in vain. Just as Michael thought, in just a few breaths, the distant sky began to fall again. In the silent vibration, the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart, and the heavy sky slowly pressed on the neck of God. Before long, the sky would close again. How many minutes could she hold on? A pair of hands stretched out from her side. Michael looked at the sun angel beside him silently, and found that many people were doing stupid things like those idiots. But this stupid action seemed to bring new life to their sun god body. She looked up at the sky angrily, and roared. At this last moment, she was still doing this stupid thing that would never succeed. The sun god, who was carrying the sky on his shoulders, was trembling all over, and roared loudly through the sky. Using all her strength, she used her dragon horns, and pushed hard towards the sky. The world seemed to be quiet at this moment. The sun angels who looked up at the sky, in confusion and puzzlement, looked at the sun god in the sky. I don't know what kind of faith and power made her let them, at this last moment, still do such a stupid thing that would never succeed? But since they knew the result, why did they do the same stupid thing? Looking at his hands, Michael suddenly understood one thing in his heart. He was such an idiot when he was born. They were born in this world with the faith of the sun god, and they have always held this belief, fighting and dying, dedicating themselves to the era of solar magic. In the demon-subduing city, at the moment when the god gave up the world, they still followed their mission and duties, stayed in the swarm, and did meaningless things. And today, at the last moment of the doomsday second hand, they still stood before the node, acting as the last guard, and acting as the last burial objects of the enemy. The sun god is always wise. He always makes the most correct decision, and never does meaningless things. He talks about the future and the new world, and teaches the tools he created with that belief. But he regards the sacrifices and stupid things he needs to do to realize his ideal as meaningless things. He is just a fool. Can people's beliefs really support everything and change the impossible? Even if this effort to change seems stupid, is it necessary to give everything? At the moment when the dragon horn of the sun god hit the sky, the sun angels looked at the god in their hearts, and suddenly had an answer. A dazzling white light flashed above the sky. The sky was shaking violently in silence. In this silent vibration, The sky was like broken glass. Cracks appeared one after another. The cracks continued to spread, and soon covered the entire sky. Then, under the influence of the huge suction from the big hole, an indescribable fragment fell from the crack in the sky, revealing the real world outside the big hole. This fragment that fell from the sky reduced the suction a little bit. Or in other words, the strength of the suction did not change at all. But because of the existence of this gap, the originally closed sky of the big hole, like a cracked pot, began to leak. The strong wind that kept coming in from outside put great pressure on the gap of the broken pot, and things kept falling from the cracks on the broken pot. Those things that fell were high-dimensional fragments, and they would eventually be sucked into the bottomless abyss deep in the big hole. But if there was a magician who could rearrange and reassemble those fragments halfway during this process, then somewhere below the passage to the abyss, a new sky would appear. This sky would completely block the big hole. But it's easier said than done, because the magician needs to keep flipping the pieces to the correct position and combining them together as they fall. Just like playing Tetris. If they are not arranged in order, the pieces will not stick together and fall into the bottomless abyss in vain. More importantly, there are only so many Tetris pieces. The more pieces are lost to the abyss, the harder it is to arrange the remaining pieces halfway. The bigger the hole, the harder it is to block it. The people in the temple were stunned by the scene of the earth-shattering sky. The sun angels who found the answer burst into tears, and the others who saw hope also rekindled their motivation. But they didn't know how to block the big hole, nor could they see the high-dimensional fragments. They didn't know what would happen next, and which two people were about to start a real showdown. Everyone was anxiously looking at the situation in the sky at this moment, looking forward to the unknown miracle. No one noticed that the God of Time scepter that Lewis had thrown away had rolled to the feet of a red glass bottle. The red glass bottle leaned over gracefully, stretched out two fingers with her translucent, red beautiful arm, and slowly picked up the scepter. Curious, she raised the wand in her hand high, and under the light, she looked at this exquisite little thing from the sanctuary. After a moment, the quiet Zerg magic consultant lady retracted her gaze and looked at the magician not far away. Nice little scepter. It really suits you. Here, I give it back to you. She handed the wand in her hand to Lewis very humbly. It was as if in her eyes, this little magician whose attributes and level were tens of thousands of times different from hers. No matter what weapon he used, it made no difference. As a result, Lewis stretched out his hand and took it openly. But he pulled the wand twice. But he didn't pull it back. Lewis looked at the unknown creature in front of him, who was using the body of the Queen of Insects in surprise. He showed a puzzled look. And at this moment her face, which was as smooth as a drop of water and without a face, also seemed to show a hint of smile. You are really a thick-skinned little guy. I remember you just told Garlock that a real magician, whether he wears equipment or not, makes no difference. Your Majesty, that true? Lewis bowed modestly. Then, he looked at the real master in front of him and said, so whether you give it to me or not, whether I take it or not, it doesn't make any difference. The female overlord of the demon sect made a look of realization. Then, she stretched out her hand very straightforwardly, and threw the magic wand into the turbulent spacetime of the big hole. Why are you so stubborn? Without a game controller, what kind of game can you play? Don't worry, kid. For the fairness of the game, I will only use the power of this body today to play with you. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. At this moment, the master and Lewis smiled at each other. They both felt that they would win today. Chapter 648. Look at my tricks. View, Moon Goddess. Looking at the sky that was like a cracked mirror, Moon Goddess Alia sighed secretly in her heart. Things finally went according to plan mentioned by Lewis. She couldn't help but recall a conversation she had with Lewis before. Lewis, although I am no longer as good as I used to be, but my intuition has never been wrong. I always feel that those outer gods are not controlled by Garlock. Perhaps behind them, there is a great will hidden. Lewis replied at that time, they are just a bunch of bugs, not gods. But your feeling is right. Alia, your divine origin was born in the sanctuary. So when you feel them, your eyes are often brighter than those of the old gods. Alia, I have never regarded Garlock as an opponent. And our real opponent is also a guy who cannot be driven away. His body is not here. But as long as there is a bug in the fortress of gods and demons, it is enough for his will to spread here and complete his final plan. Lewis, you mean? The moment we stepped into the fortress of gods and demons, We fell into his trap? Indeed. Our current situation is very bad. After listening to Lewis's words, Alia could predict one thing. When Garlock forged the fortress of gods and demons, he relied on the help of the insect swarms that he enslaved. And Garlock trusted the group of insect queen magic consultants under his control. Therefore, the divine text engraved on the Nine Dragons' sky, as well as the magic circle that controlled the Nine Dragons' sky, must have been participated by these magic consultants. In other words, the Lord personally participated in the transformation of the Nine Dragons' heaven. He transformed the Nine Dragons' divine bodies into the Nine Dragons' kingdom that wraps around the big hole, and has absolute control over it. Alia, our original plan was to attack the bottom layer and control the 7 control nodes. Then use them to flip the big pot lid to the bottom of the big hole, thereby completely blocking the big hole. This is plan A. Plan B is an escape plan for the worst case scenario, once we don't have time to control the nodes, and can't use them to flip the lid of the big pot. Then we must destroy it to prevent the collapse of the sky of the big void, so that we have time to escape from the big void. In other words, when the seal fails, we can save our lives. From the current situation, neither plan A nor plan B may succeed. We don't even have a chance to escape, because destroying the nodes is meaningless. We even have to protect those nodes, because whether the nodes are destroyed or not, it makes no difference to the Master. He doesn't control the sky of the Great Void through the lowest nodes at all. If it is I expected, when he created this sky, he had already left his will in every corner of the Nine Dragons' body through those divine texts. And if things are really that bad, then we only have one last plan left. Smash the sky. Then rearrange the fragments that fell into the big hole and build a new sky. Rebuild the sky. What a big nonsense! Alia was stunned by Lewis's words. But she did not raise any doubts, because they have been doing this all the time. The moment they declared war on the rulers of the old era, they had such an awareness. But, Lewis, even if we can shatter the sky, the divine texts will still remain in those fragments. You can control these divine texts through nodes to rearrange and recast them. The Master can also do this. His control method is even more direct and effective than yours. How can you complete this task under her interference? You don't have to worry about that. The 3 small sky-shattering points left by the magician, like ant holes on a dam, make the shattering of the sky possible. Now, with the help of Almerico Divine Body, the power of the God of the Sea, and the magic power of all people gathered by the Blue Angel, Ao shattered the sky. And in Alia memory, she saw the first fragment of the cracked mirror in the sky, which had begun to fall. But when the first high-dimensional fragment broke away from the plane, people did not see anything falling from the sky. But the moon goddess felt it in her consciousness. Alia could feel that, while the fragment was falling into the great void, it was constantly changing its shape and position, in order to avoid the space-time turbulence caused by the suction of the great void. At this moment, Alia's heart was in a knot. She had experienced the creation of the world, and knew how difficult it was to create a subplane. It was like a puzzle. If you make a slight mistake, the picture would be incomplete. And Lewis' work was even more difficult, because an incomplete picture meant structural fragility and incompleteness. In the environment of the Great Void, a wrong puzzle would have only one result. It would break and be washed into the bottomless abyss by the space-time turbulence, and it would never be salvaged again. So there is only one chance. Therefore, the puzzle must not be wrong, and no piece can be missing. If Sister Moon were to choose a place to build the kingdom of God, she felt that she would never choose a place like the Big Void, because it would be almost impossible to succeed. Even I am afraid that I only have a 1% success rate. But Lewis has to do this now. Sister Moon believes that, with Lewis' skills, there should be a chance of success. He has been in the sanctuary for 30,000 years. I don't know how many times I have done this. With this kind of unparalleled experience, the success rate may reach about 5%. 5% is already very impressive. And it is worth a try. But the key is, will the Master watch Lewis do the puzzle in front of him? Thinking of this, Alia's eyes could not help but search anxiously in the crowd. But she did not find Lewis. She only saw Helen passing by, and the jumping little yodels holding mini melon seeds in their hands. And a small stool. This damn bastard. It already this late. You still have the heart to play. After cursing inwardly, Sister Moon looked up at the sky. She didn't know where Lewis and the Lord were fighting, or even what kind of great will the Lord was. But she believed that the Lord would never turn a blind eye to Lewis' behavior. He didn't even need to do anything more, just move the fragments slightly, and let them fall into the space-time turbulence. The fragments entering the space-time turbulence did not mean that they would fall into the abyss immediately, but it meant that the fragments would fall faster, and in this process, it would be extremely difficult to adjust the position and shape of the fragments. Just when the moon goddess was worried, something bad happened. The fragments suddenly disappeared from the moon goddess' perception. At this moment, the moon goddess' heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on her face. She didn't know whether it was Lewis' operating error or the interference of the master. But the fragment seemed to be suddenly caught in the turbulence. The master really took action. The moon goddess couldn't see how the high-dimensional fragment was changing, nor how Lewis and the master were fighting. But she could imagine that this game would definitely be thrilling. The moon goddess turned her head woodenly, and found that a sanctuary spacetime matrix array node, the kind of prismatic crystal that appeared in the sanctuary before, which was turned into an old-fashioned computer by Lewis, not far behind her, had turned into a strange square crystal panel, big back TV, at some point. There was also a strange small box, game console, underneath. On top of the small box, there were 2 game controllers. It seemed that there were 2 people sitting there playing games. From the back, one of them seemed to be a young magician, and the other seemed to be a red faceless captive. Helen and the little yodels were eating melon seeds in front of the TV. They were pointing and watching the excitement. The magician and the queen of insects captive were in the crowd lively discussion, pressing the handle angrily, and cursing at each other with veins on their heads. What time is it? Lewis is really fighting against the Overlord. You are playing games here. The moon goddess was about to go crazy. She pushed away the few magicians and faceless queen of insects who were watching the excitement at the outside of the crowd, and walked over in anger. Then, I saw the face of the magician. At this moment, the moon goddess head buzzed, and she almost fainted. Oh my! Lou and I pressed the keys so decisively, and he could even adjust the shape while falling. Sound of spitting melon seeds, the flattery of the little yodels, and the proud laughter and mockery of the boss Lewis Humph. Loser. What there to be proud of? I just put the first square in place. Look at my second and third squares. You know, this time they came down together. And the real horror is still to come. Faceless captive, in the eyes of the moon goddess, the sound of angry game controller buttons. Hee, don't brag. You stinky spider. I have been playing this game for 30,000 years, and my winning rate has always been 100% yo. You big liar. These are not 2 cubes, they are 10 coming down together. Look at my tricks. The sound of crazy game controller buttons, the messy face of the moon goddess. Chapter 649 The Myth of Patching the Sky. I am the head of all stars. I am the brightest light in the night sky of this world. The history of civilization has shone with many great epics in my eternal glory, and today, under the witness of the stars and the moon, my companions and I are having a thrilling duel with the gods from the outside world. And in this history, we will use the 7 holy relics from the land of legends to leave a myth called Patching the Sky in the epic. Sister Alia, don't change what I wrote down before. And you wrote it wrong? The thing in Lewis' hand is not called a holy relic. Helen pointed at the game controller in Lewis's hand and said, Get lost. Putting away the pen in her hand, the moon goddess pushed Helen away and forced her to record the following history. The archangels and demons who were watching Lewis's duel turned around in a daze, watched the situation in the big hole, and imagined in their hearts the thrilling duel between Lewis and the master. As for the real duel behind them, they, like the moon god, don't want to take another look. Ah, the king of the sea is really amazing. Look, he has already patched the first piece of the sky fragment under the big hole. Archangel Michael pointed at the majestic god above the clouds and said. The moon god nodded seriously, referring to the appearance of that god, recorded the majestic image of the king of the sea in the history books. Xiaoyao, who was confused, said, What are you talking about? It wasn't me. Alia, I'm not the king of the sea. The sound of the game controller being pressed frantically, the sound of Helen eating melon seeds. Look. The unknown god from the distant world has made a move again. He used his sleeves that looked like the stars to sweep down 10 fragments in the sky. The sun wizard Bill pointed at the majestic god in the sky and shouted loudly, Outer god. You are too despicable. You nodded with a serious face, referring to the size of the god, recorded the image of a terrifying outer god with a body as smooth as a mirror, and a body reflecting the stars in the history books. Xiaoyao, who was motionless in the sky. Don't deny it. Lewis and that guy weren't standing here at all, they were playing games behind you. Ignoring Xiaoyao, who was shouting in the sky, as well as the click-click-click sounds and scolding behind him, the moon god prompted by many witnesses, used the pen in his hand, and solemnly recorded the performance-like duel that happened outside. Fragments of the sky are falling from the sky. The ferocious outer god stretched out his arms, that looked like stars from the distant void, and kneaded their shapes wantonly with a grim smile. Laughter, and the sound of the controller buttons clicking, under the interference of the outer god, the trajectory and shape of the falling sky fragments began to become unpredictable, and were about to be swept into the turbulence of time and space. But in the ancient curse of the god of Gallic, these fallen fragments were cleverly stitched into the sky below the big hole. Angry curses and the sound of the controller buttons clicking, as time goes by. The struggle becomes more and more intense. The turbulence of time and space swirls into a storm in the power of the outer gods. In this storm, the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart, and the world begins to vibrate silently. The fragments in the sky begin to fall like snowflakes. 600 pieces, 3,867 pieces, 75,820 pieces, 9,700,000. It like a snowstorm that getting bigger and bigger. When the fragments of the cracked sky, like snowflakes, kept falling, everyone breathing was about to stagnate. The moon god suddenly realized that the words that the outer god said before were not threats. The reason why only 1 or 2 pieces fell down at the beginning was not because Lewis successfully used the relics of the sanctuary nodes to control the fragments in the sky. It was because the outer god was just deliberately letting them go. The moon god did not know why the outer god deliberately let them go at the beginning. But now, he has taken real action. And everyone found that among the thousands of falling sky fragments, each piece had a different trajectory and a different shape. The master at this moment, just like in a snowstorm, controlled every snowflake. This made the moon goddess look ashen. Yes, the overlord already has this ability. It can even be said that controlling every snowflake is what he is best at, and what he does every day. So for him, this duel is a sure win. The moon goddess no longer sees the possibility that Lewis can win. Even if everyone present today has a sanctuary relic node, and everyone holds a game controller in their hands, they cannot complete this puzzle in such a short time. No, let alone controlling it. Such a terrifying number. Even if everyone counts together, it is impossible to count. Unless Lewis can stop time, and then spend many years to piece together the tens of millions of sky fragments one by one under the big hole. But this is impossible, because the master has thrown the scepter of the god of time and space and Lewis' hand into the big hole. Lost? The moon goddess and everyone closed their eyes. They were defeated after all. The only thing they could be thankful for was that the lid of the big pot had been broken. So, they could still escape. She picked up a pen and recorded this scene that she would never forget. The moon and the stars dimmed on this day. The wind and snow are silent. The world is silent at this moment. A long and ancient spell, still resounded in the storm, became the only background sound in the world. At this moment, I had an illusion. As if tens of millions of people were chanting countless different spells at the same time. Looking at the words that suddenly appeared in the book, the moon goddess widened her eyes. She was sure that she had not written these things at all. These words appeared suddenly. Suddenly she heard something. She pricked up her ears, and found that she had indeed heard the spell that thousands of people were chanting at the same time. Ka. Too many keystrokes to be heard clearly. Alia turned her head woodenly, and found that Lewis' hands were moving so fast that it seemed as if countless afterimages appeared. The speed was so fast that it was almost blurred. The game controller was on fire. Not only that, there seemed to be many afterimages around Lewis. These afterimages were walking back and forth around. Some were drinking water, some were eating, some were doing morning exercises, some were cutting hair and shaving. And the one who was secretly pressing the king of pain and jealousy, and doing strange movements. Alia? Suddenly, Alia found that there was also a shadow of Lewis beside her. He was holding a pen, writing something in the book of conferred gods. Alia rubbed her eyes hard, suspecting that she had seen it wrong. And when she opened her eyes, the shadows were gone. The pen in her hand moved again, as if there was someone in another static parallel time and space, replacing the moon god and continuing to write the myth of repairing the sky. With the sound of this spell, countless snowflakes in the storm began to rotate, and in a strange pattern. They kept falling into the big hole. Snowflakes kept falling in front of my eyes, and gradually piled up into a puzzle. Gradually, this puzzle appeared under the big hole, shining with dazzling silver light, just like a smooth mirror. It reflected the galaxy above my head. But this puzzle is not perfect yet. Because it is missing a piece. Just like the tiny hole in the leaf eaten by a bug. A small bug, a small hole, is enough to make everything lose. I am sure I didn't miss any piece. Because in these hundreds of years, I have repeatedly assembled this puzzle thousands of times. The appearance of each of them is deeply imprinted in my mind. And I recorded it in the book of the gods. I will never be wrong. The only explanation. There is only one. From the very beginning. This puzzle is missing a piece. The shadow of Lewis beside the moon goddess gradually became clear. Putting down the pen in his hand, Lewis looked at the red glass bottle standing not far away with a gloomy face. She was also furious. The two of them stretched out their shaking hands at the same time and cursed the same sentence. You shameless cheater. Chapter 650. You don't deserve it. During the mutual scolding between the two, Delphinia and a queen beside her glanced at each other. Then they tacitly took their companions in their camp and pulled the two masters and ants aside to prevent them from fighting each other or to prevent things from going in an extreme direction. Delphinia felt that, by now, the natives had already lost. And since the outer gods did not seem to have any intention of further intensifying the conflict, then perhaps the two sides could sit down and talk. Thinking of this, Miss Di, the spy, could not help but bend her mouth into an imperceptible arc. I knew Lewis would always have the cleverness to win. But unfortunately, our opponents this time are a group of great beings standing at a higher level. Miss Di said to the moon goddess, Alia, don't let my silly sister stand there all the time. Go and call her. I think we need to talk to them. Under Miss Di's command, the moon goddess pursed her lips. Walked to the platform at the edge of the hall. The fortress of gods and demons was open before, and informed Ao of the latest situation with her divine thoughts. Then, the moon goddess looked at the mirror in the large hole below and fell into deep thought. The great existence on a higher level. The moon god was unwilling to agree with Miss Di's words. But the unknown foreign god was indeed at a level that the natives like him could not understand. Cheater. The moon god believed that Lewis had indeed cheated. After all, this shameless guy's style was always like this. In Miss Di's words, that is, Lewis liked to take the back door the most. So Lewis believed that he had already won the game from the very beginning. The same is true for the outer gods. Because today's game is a game without victory, but only defeat. Because he had already changed the sky. And the sky was missing a piece, but neither he nor Lewis noticed it. In the heart of the moon goddess, Lewis, the god of magic, is the light that illuminates the moon. Since she and Lewis went to the sanctuary for the first time, she believed that there would be no one stronger than Lewis in this world. Because Lewis represents a group of great creators. Although the sanctuary has fallen and disappeared into the dust of history, Lewis has become a commander without troops. But he is still a governor of a fallen daddy civilization and the leader of the creators. But the opponent they met today is in existence at the same level as the creators. Maybe Miss Di's suggestion is correct. Yushin remembered that Lewis said that the real name of the bugs is the Hilake Alien Demon Clan. They are from the same lineage as the Sanctuary, and come from an ancient shelter star. Lewis became a lone Archon. And this outer god became the leader of a group of people who fled with the survivors. Both sides had the same experience. Perhaps Lewis and the leader of the outer gods really had a chance to cooperate. But can people like Lewis really cooperate with them? Or, are they worthy? Alia looked around with a complicated expression. Outside the noisy crowd discussing and negotiating, there was a blue glass bottle. At some point, it had come to Alia's side. And together with Alia, it quietly looked at the big hole below. The blue glass bottle seemed to indicate that any son of the outer god could represent his will. This guy, in that distant world, forged the vast void of the sky. Perhaps, he is really a being as great as the creators. At least, Lewis has already lost in today's puzzle game. The indigenous god Alia was deeply shocked by the existence of the outer god. And the outer god was also confused by the existence of Lewis. He originally planned to let the opponent win today. But later he changed his mind because he was irritated. He was ready to use some tricks to teach that boy a lesson. But in this lesson, he tried his best. In the end, he relied on a trick he left when he forged the sky to win the game by cheating. But you know, he is the designer of the game. So in this game, Miss Outer God felt like a GM who found that a player in the game had a cheat that was even more perverted than hers. Not only did they complete 99% of the puzzle, but they also froze the Fire King Garlock in the puzzle? Looking at the huge blurry figure in the sky puzzle at the bottom of the big hole, Miss Outer God was a little bit unbelievable. She was sure that when Garlock entered the portal, he had indeed successfully left. So Garlock should have reached the sun god realm in the abyss. But Garlock was frozen in the puzzle out of thin air. How did he freeze Garlock there? At this moment, the outer god lady felt as if a magician had performed a magic trick in front of her that she could not understand at all. But what puzzled her even more was another thing. What was he going to do with Garlock's ancient god body? This guy should not do meaningless things. Suddenly, the outer god stared at the mirror sky at the bottom of the big hole. And a thunderbolt suddenly flashed in his mind. He suddenly found that the structure of the mirror sky was much more stable than he expected. Is he trying to use Garlock as the last piece of the puzzle? And he really needed it together. Miss Outer God shook her head secretly. This game, Lewis can be said to have won. But he also lost. Unfortunately, the ancient god and the god of Garrick are still a little short, and there is also a lack of a sea-suppressing monument. He almost succeeded. Otherwise, there would not be a mirror sky under the big hole. The big hole would disappear directly, and the sea that originally existed at the location of the big hole would reappear here. A green glass bottle that was originally negotiating with Delphinia not far away suddenly stopped moving, and looked at the man who was seriously stroking his chin and watching Helen play. Game. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, I believe you are as curious as I am now. Maybe we can talk about it. At this moment, in the mouth of Miss Outer God, Lewis has changed from a boy to a gentleman. It seems that he has now recognized this person's identity. However, Lewis was not polite at all, and he ignored her, and his tone was very loud. I'm not curious, there is no difference, it doesn't matter. Chapter 651 I will be your patron saint. Mr. Lewis, I believe you are as curious as I am now. Maybe we can talk about it. I'm not curious. Lewis, with a stubble on his chin, frowned and said impatiently, There's nothing to talk about. The last piece of the puzzle has been eaten away by you. What the point of talking about it? When Lewis said the word eaten away, the brilliance of the glass bottle changed several times. It seems that Lewis had already seen through Miss Outer God cheating method. So, how did you do it? I mean, aren't you curious about how I eat away at time and space? No. Lewis was indeed not curious at all, because he could have just exchanged a magic wand. Well, I can tell you, Miss Spider. Don't bring out your mediocre arithmetic problems to exchange answers with me. If the essence of that puzzle piece had not become a pile of shit for you, if I hadn't brought a few more magic wands with me, you wouldn't have had a chance to cheat at all. Okay, brat. I've used the scepter of the god of time and space, and it can't do this at all. And I saw with my own eyes that your scepter of the god of time and space was thrown into the turbulence of time and space and shattered. How did you? Suddenly, Miss Glass Bottle suddenly remembered what Garlock said when he asked Lewis to throw away his wand. The same equipment, used by different people, has very different effects. And when she was teasing Lewis, Lewis also said this. So whether you give it to me or not, whether I take it or not, there is no difference, it doesn't matter. He suddenly understood what Lewis meant by what he said. This guy obviously used a magic wand. He wished he could bring a few more. After all, the fighting power of a magician is proportional to his equipment. But he didn't need to hold a magic wand in his hand at all, because it was a scepter of the god of time and space. The moment he got this magic wand, he became the god of time and space. Therefore, no matter where the scepter of the god of time and space was thrown, it was like it was in Lewis's hands because he had touched this special magic wand before. Even if the wand is destroyed, Lewis can still use it from the past timeline. Similarly, this real magician can also use it like the time and space scepter. Even if the magician is dead, turned into ashes, and left behind, he can still read the save from the past timeline, unless the essence of the god of time and space scepter is changed from the source. Otherwise, this special magic wand will always exist in the magician's hands, and the magician will be able to see himself in different time and space, and will not die. At this time, Miss Moon and the others had also learned from the narration of the Book of the Gods how terrifying it was when Lewis held a real magic wand. There was no doubt that this magician was a great threat to the real god. They looked at the glass bottles with complicated expressions, thinking that there might be no peace talks today. But they never thought that the glass bottles did not emit a trace of murderous intent. But the light on their bodies reflected another kind of appreciation and regret. Suddenly, Moon and the others suddenly realized something. Gods never fear another god. Lord Lewis, I think we may not be enemies. Of course, before that, I have another question. You alone can no longer restore the former glory of the sanctuary. And you should also know what the sun magic era claimed by your master is. Then why do you have to bow down to him? It seems that the master heard a rumor deliberately spread by a certain lady of the sun god in the abyss, so he thinks that Lewis and them have an irreconcilable opposition. After all, the lady in front of him covets the body of the sun god. When Lewis heard what Miss Glassbottle said, he looked at Miss Glassbottle with a question mark on his face. Where did you hear this rumor? Miss Glassbottle looked at Lewis. Aren't you a male secretary to him? And you opened the door of the sanctuary to him. Lewis. It seems that Miss Glassbottle not only heard rumors about the sun god, but also heard another version of the story from a double agent around Miss Sun God. Anyway, words like master, foot, male secretary, etc. make you feel sick as if you had eaten a fly shit. Seeing Lewis's facial features squeezed together, Miss Glassbottle was a little confused. He believed that Lewis had not yet completely mixed up with the sun god. Otherwise Lewis would not have worked so hard in the god and demon fortress today. If Lewis was really a spy for the sun god, then the sun god would absolutely not tolerate his sealing of the great void. Thinking of this, Miss Glassbottle felt relieved. The emotions of appreciation and regret on her body gradually turned into joy and excitement. Just like a boss who had been looking through resumes for several years and finally found the female secretary he wanted most among the countless photos. Lewis was relieved. As long as no one spreads rumors that he is the male secretary of the sun god, he can talk about anything. Grand Master Lewis. Miss Glassbottle bowed slightly at this moment, as if inviting a real magician to join the team, and sincerely said this to Lewis in the language of the Holy Land. Suddenly, Osicris and others suddenly discovered that the language spoken by this foreign god was a little similar to the Yunhua language. Or in other words, it was very similar to Lewis's standard Yunhua accent. There is only one magician left in the former Holy Land, which is very sad. It is true that we have completely opposite ideas about civilization from the Holy Land, but I cannot bear to see the last knowledge manager disappear into the dust of history. He sighed, and his words were more arrogant. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and a good bird chooses a tree to rest. Grand Secretary Lewis, I will not give you a false promise like the sun god, but I can at least give this world a decent future. I am in need of a real personal magic consultant. Stop talking. I won't be your magic consultant. Lewis suddenly interrupted the master words. He was looking at the sky at this moment, with a very complicated look in his eyes, and a hint of dejection in his words. This expression and words surprised everyone. But the master seemed to understand Lewis' thoughts, so he made another promise. Lewis, although I won't allow you to rebuild the Forbidden Academy, you should know the sacred agreement between our ancestors. I can make this world the seven gods' sanctuary in this star field and continue your civilization. It seems that considering that the moon god and others do not understand the meaning of the sanctuary and the holy covenant, he also explained, that is to say, even if my children's footprints have spread all over the known star regions, you can still be inviolable in the area where we are active. Reproduce and study all theology and some magic. And as long as you are willing to become our vassal, we will also become your eternal patron god. Chapter 652. A pet dares to call itself an outer god? Even though my children have spread their footprints across all known star regions, you can still be inviolable in our area of activity, not reproduce across species, and study all theology and some magic. And as long as you are willing to become our vassal, we will also become your eternal patron god. The people present are not fools. They can understand what the master means from his words. He has regarded this world as his own, and with the attitude of the final victor, gives the defeated country a generous surrender treatment. Although the words of the master are a bit harsh, but if you ask yourself honestly, if you or the sun god win, you will definitely kill all the bugs, instead of becoming a vassal. Osicris and others don't think that the master will have the last laugh, but the situation in the Great Void is already extremely critical at the moment. The mirror sky may fall apart at any time. And the consequence of this is that those who are greedy for this world will run out of the abyss. And those neutral evil gods and demons will definitely be willing to become mercenaries of the old gods. The Demon Emperor, the Demon King and the Outer Gods will also sign a non-aggression treaty with the old gods, and then go to war after dividing up the eastern land. At that time, the situation will no longer be a three-kingdom situation, but a division of territory. Therefore, many people, led by Miss Dai, have begun to constantly hint to Lewis with their eyes. At least stabilize the outer gods first. Right? Cooperate first, and then PK in the end. Right? Even if they lose in the end, there is still the sacred agreement to restrict the outer gods from becoming their vassals, which is also a way out. I don't know if Lewis has thought of this, but it seems that after hearing the word sanctuary, sacred agreement, and so on, his expression became more complicated, as if seeing Lewis' expression getting uglier. The master quickly said, "Lewis, just like the agreement our ancestors made in the future. No, I can promise that within 3,000 years, I will open the angel of peace in the sky of the sanctuary, and let you have the opportunity to step into the starry sky." Hearing this, even the moon god couldn't help but look at the Lord with surprise. As the former head of the gods, Alia has always wanted to kill all heretics, although the promise of God may not be reliable. In front of a forbidden scholar, who even God wants to hire sincerely, this promise is absolutely credible. This shows the sincerity of the Lord. Perhaps Lewis had some concerns before, because of this angel of peace? 3,000 years is not a long time. What the moon god is thinking about at this moment is not what will happen after losing in the future. Nor does she think it is glorious to have such treatment after losing. But if this group of foreign gods is really as great as the Creator, then temporarily being nominally inferior to them, and choosing to cooperate with them, is not a disgrace to the name of the sanctuary. Right? After all, only by solving the problem of the Great Void first can we have the chance to have the last laugh. At this time, the last words spoken by the Overlord moved almost everyone. I am not trying to persuade you to surrender as a victor today. What I said is just to let you know that no matter what the future holds, I will abide by that sacred agreement. Lewis, in my eyes, you are an equal to me. And today, I am just making a sincere invitation to you as a future partner. The Lord's words have been made very clear. His current attitude is very positive. If they negotiate peace, Lewis can also promise to give the outer gods a treatment of a defeated country. Right? It can even be said that the Lord's current attitude has been very low, because the Great Void is now in his hands. Therefore, when everyone heard his statement, they could see that he really wanted to cooperate with Lewis as an equal. At this moment, seeing Lewis hadn't said anything, just standing there watching Helen play games, the moon goddess almost screamed in her heart. Let's have a good talk. Stop putting on that sour face of a magician. You don't want to talk to the sun god. Everyone can understand. After all, you are a magician. You treat him like a monkey. You look down on the indigenous god, who is full of divine power. But this is an alien god comparable to the Creator. He is a cultured person from your family. Besides, being a magic consultant is being a consultant, not a subordinate. Your talent is not worth it. Lewis did not speak for a long time, but the master looked at him with appreciation and waited for his answer. Everyone looked at Lewis. Lewis also turned around and looked at the master, and everyone with a look that everyone could not understand at the moment. Who is equal to you? Master? Everyone. At this moment, Lewis seemed to be extremely angry and humiliated because of the master's previous words, as if being invited by this outer god, who was comparable to the Creator, was an extremely humiliating thing. And his gaze was like looking at a bug. Master. Everyone. Time passes, and the world turns upside down. It really sad, pitiful, and ridiculous. Lewis's angry laughter echoed in the hall. He looked at Garlock, who was sealed under the big hole outside. His laughter was full of anger. Teacher Anthony, you left a spark of civilization in this world, but this spark has been wasted for 3,000 years. So far, the group of self-depraved book burners have not made any progress. And they even enshrined an indigenous god, the sun god, in the hall. But the pets we once raised are very enterprising. They not only ran out of the cage, but also ran to me boldly, and shamelessly invited me to be their magic consultant. Lewis's words were like huge waves in the sea, and they echoed in the minds of Yushin and others for a long time. They finally understood why Lewis had shown that expression just now. Bullshit. Outer gods comparable to the Creator. The Creator is still the Creator, and these so-called outer gods are just a group of pets created during those long years. The moon goddess suddenly understood why Lewis always jokingly called the angels of judgment insecticides. This was not a nickname Lewis gave because of bad taste, but because they are indeed insecticides that eliminate pests in the sanctuary, and those insects are really just insects in the eyes of the wizards of the sanctuary. Perhaps these bugs have been out for many years, and once posed some threats to the sanctuary during its decadence. But even in the last days when the sanctuary was at its weakest, these bugs had never been on equal footing with the sanctuary. Even in the years before the sanctuary perished in its decadence, the fleets in the sanctuary were still catching bugs everywhere. They put them into cans, world books, and raised them as guinea pigs. But just as the Lord said, the great holy land of the past now has only one person left. And the tribes created by the creators have become terrifying, incomprehensibly powerful foreign gods in the eyes of the people after the sanctuary. Facing this group of terrifying foreign gods, the fallen book burners, who took over the fire of the sanctuary civilization, are still worshipping an indigenous god in the hall. Playing house? In this case, is it still appropriate for Lewis to say such words now? Chapter 653, finally. I still failed to stop the boss. Thinking of this, Moon Goddess, Aishwarya and others suddenly felt a kind of shame. They looked at the glass bottles around them with complicated expressions, and their hearts were full of mixed feelings. The master seemed to be very shrewd. He was not angry because of Lewis' wild words, but felt a little funny. After 60 million years, these wizards of the Holy Land are still so arrogant and conceited. They were destroyed in their own arrogance and conceit, leaving only a pitiful survivor. Although this successor is genuine, he is just a pitiful man whose mind is still stuck in the fantasy of the past. Why should we get angry because of his words? Lewis, you should face the reality. History is history. We are no longer the same as we were before. And you are no longer the same as you were before. You are right. We are not who we used to be. We wasted 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the true inheritors of the sanctuary were playing house, but the teacher-outer disciples were trying to open up this closed world. Charlie did a lot. My mother-in-law also laid a lot of foundation for me. Lewis' eyes were taken away from the self-depraved book-burning representative named Garlock outside, and he looked at the sky above his head. Lewis's words made the master stunned for a moment before he understood that the we he mentioned did not refer to the sanctuary, but to these ridiculous natives. But what the point? Lewis, I recognize your ability, and I believe that if you are given 3,000 years, you will definitely be able to make many preparations. But we are here, and you have already lost. It doesn't need to be 3,000 years, nor 500 years. 80 years is enough. Now more than 70 years have passed, and you still have a few years left. Lewis suddenly withdrew his gaze from the sky, looked at the Lord and said, Old friends meet. We had a good chat today. We also had a lot of fun playing games. And I have written down everything you said today. I will abide by that sacred agreement. Lewis's words finally made the Lord smile, for the first time in a long time. He also felt a little funny in his heart. He still thought about defeating himself in the decisive battle a few years later. What even funnier is that he was so stubborn. But in the end, he still accepted my proposal, and was ready to be my pet? And it seems that this pet has the attribute of being Sundara. It should be quite interesting to train it in the future. Don't worry. I will abide by the agreement. The master looked at Miss Dai not far away, ready to negotiate. Miss Dai was also very happy, and took out several sets of documents from her arms, and walked over. Those documents looked a lot, and it didn't look like they could be written in just a few minutes. After all, it would probably take several months to perfect the terms. With these carefully prepared traitorous clauses, Miss Dai suppressed her excitement, and walked towards Lewis. As soon as she walked to Lewis's side, she saw the situation in the sky outside, turned around with a pale face, and walked back to her previous position. What? Do you want to change the content? Just as the master was surprised, Lewis, who did not see Xiao Dai actions, looked at the sky and said, No need to change. Just do as you said. I will leave you a place to live. Suddenly, everyone suddenly understood Lewis' true meaning. He had never thought of any peace talks from the beginning to the end. The master also suddenly reacted. He looked at the guy in front of him, who was still stubborn even when he was about to die, and laughed in anger. Okay. 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 Then it settled. Lewis' eyes returned from the sky, nodded, and said to the master, I will guarantee that you have the right to be inviolate, not to reproduce across species, and to study all theology and some magic within the scope of the forbidden wizard activities. As our pet, we will also protect yours. In Lewis' declaration like a future victor, the master was so angry that he trembled all over. If you added this clause during the negotiation, it would be fine. We can just ignore it as a joke. But now this big empty sky is still in my hands, and you can't wait to speak nonsense. Do you really think I must have you as a magic consultant? Do you really think that after your repeated provocations, I will still seal the big hole and abide by the content of the sacred agreement I promised you before in the negotiation? The others had anticipated today's outcome. They could accept the humiliating treaty. For a moment, the hall was filled with the prospect of a storm. Everyone was ready to welcome the enemies that would emerge after the collapse of the big hole. They all looked at the big hole outside the platform and felt the last bit of tranquility before the war. In this tranquility, a series of clicks and clicks of handles sounded behind everyone. The irritated people ignored them. The master who secretly activated the divine pattern several times, but to no avail. Extraordinarily peaceful atmosphere. In this peaceful atmosphere, a strange puzzle suddenly passed through the air outside the platform. Everyone. The master? Everyone stood on the platform and stretched their necks to look for a long time. The master even forgot that he was using this body. Rubbing his eyes. The mirror-like ground suddenly had a puzzle piece. This puzzle piece was obviously different from the other puzzle pieces. It seemed that it did not originally belong to the big void. Therefore, it should not have closed the last gap. But it seemed to have a special sealing power, which forced it to close in the gap. A loud noise that shook the earth suddenly came from afar, and everyone suddenly found that the 1,000-foot waterfall around the big hole, suddenly like a curtain, began to close. In the change of the sky and clouds, everyone looked at Lewis in a daze, and suddenly realized one thing. He really didn't think about how to win, and didn't take the words of the master to heart at all. Just as the ancient god Lord Garlock said, they failed to stop the boss from coming in within the limited time. The moment Lewis stepped into the hall, at the bottom of the god and demon fortress, he had already won. The conspiracy, plan, means of the master, are like a monkey show, and today events were just out of boredom for Lewis, so he played a casual game with the master in the process of sealing the big void. He was so tired of playing, that he didn't even bother to play anymore. He handed the game controller to his sister-in-law, who was watching him with envy. Click. Click. Click, what a big noise. Lou and I. Your little stick is really good. After Helen made the hole smooth, she inserted it right in. Helen covered her ears, and showed off her contribution excitedly. Ahem. Ignoring his sister-in-law, Lewis said to Glass Bottle, Miss Spider, I have something else to do, so I won't talk much today. It better not to meet again. As he said that, Lewis grabbed Helen, and then shouted to everyone to retreat quickly, while running for his life. He flew into the sky. Among the fleeing crowd, many Glass Bottles said nothing. They slowly walked to the edge of the platform, in the apocalyptic scene, looking at the gradually closing big hole. Lord, are you still there? Several human-shaped non-transparent evil leaders looked at the Glass Bottles in the center and said, The big hole has been sealed as planned. The creatures in the abyss have no way to escape. Our mission has been completed. The Lord did not respond, but just looked quietly outside the platform. Without saying a word, many evil gods stood quietly behind him, waiting for death. After a while, the big hole gradually closed, and the swarm of insects left at the bottom of the god and demon fortress were submerged in the flood. After so many years, are we still insects in your eyes? In a hall in the abyss, a woman who looked like a demon slowly opened her eyes with anger, and slowly crushed the armrests on the throne. It seemed that he had not expected such an accident to happen. After all, he had changed his mind. But Lewis somehow got a puzzle from the Cloud Kingdom, and sealed the last gap of the big hole. We will meet again soon. Chapter 654. Who is the bootlicker? On the other side, Lewis and others are fleeing. The crowd hurriedly followed Lewis from the bottom of the fortress of gods and demons to the sky, but the big hole is too big, and it is probably impossible to fly out in a short time. Halfway, Helen, who was held in Lewis's arms, looked back and found that the 1,000-foot waterfall on the edge of the big hole was closing towards the center at an astonishing speed. At this speed, it would not take a few minutes, and the water would wash to the location of the fortress of gods and demons. Many people have not even escaped from the fortress of gods and demons at this time. At this moment, Helen suddenly found that her ascent speed increased. Not only that, the distance between her and everyone around her was also rapidly increasing. Suddenly, Helen found that her ascent speed did not change, and Lewis did not use any special magic, but the area under her feet was rapidly increasing. The whole scene was like an inflating balloon. The people standing on the balloon did not move, but the distance between them continued to increase as the balloon expanded. The missing time and space are filling the big hole. Things that don't belong here are gradually squeezed out. Suddenly, Helen found that there seemed to be a force of time and space pulling her, and although the waterfall in the distance was moving towards this side very fast, the distance between the waterfall and her was almost unchanged. And as their flying height continued to rise, their speed became faster and faster. Gradually, the surrounding scenes passed by Helen's eyes at a high speed, and the reference objects became like a series of meteors that could no longer be seen clearly. It seems that because Helen, who was sandwiched between him, was not honest, Louis looked back in the direction of the god and demon fortress. His sight could penetrate through the plains, but at this time, he could not see the entire god and demon fortress clearly. In other words, he could only see the upper area of the god and demon fortress, because the upper area had not changed, but was rapidly expanding. But the things at the bottom of the chaotic time and space area in the fortress were like spilled dyes, and could not be seen clearly. When Louis mobilized the magic power of his whole body, he saw that it was like a colorful plasticine that was kneaded together, kneaded into a ball. This ball of colorful plasticine kept getting smaller, and finally shrunk into a small black dot, and disappeared completely. The upper level of the fortress was clean, and the bugs were all at the bottom. I don't know if the bugs have escaped to the upper area, otherwise I will have to clean it up later. It's a pity that I'm not a professional reporter, observer, like my cousin, otherwise I would definitely not feel at ease until I see that all the bugs and eggs are gone. Shaking his head secretly, Louis sighed in his heart. Back then, the teacher said that I didn't have any special talents, and I could only make up for it with hard work, so I learned a little bit of everything, and I'm not good at anything. I can only be a boss reluctantly. Every player wants to practice all professions, but as a boss who manages all people and things. Louis's words are still a bit too pretentious. Louis, who was in Versailles, blinked after seeing the narration. The font of the narration today is a bit hard to describe. It doesn't look like the handwriting of my cousin. If you pay close attention, you will find a lot of places with crosses and typos. Helen was still moving under his armpit, interrupting Louis' thoughts. Louis looked down and found that she was still looking over there. He could not help but say speechlessly, "You can't see it, because the plane over there has begun to collapse. Everything has been twisted together, and even light can't escape." Louis's words made Helen blink, because the things that disappeared in time and space in the fortress of gods and demons were clearly visible in her eyes. As a witch who even my uncle was amazed by, Helen obviously had special talents, so it made sense for my uncle to treat her as a little assistant. At this moment, in Helen's eyes, the flood had already flooded the bottom layer of the fortress of gods and demons, and at the edge of the platform, the number of those outer gods was not reduced, and none of them escaped, standing there like stone statues waiting to die. It seemed that the timestamps of both parties were different. Helen was in the future, and the bottom layer of the fortress was still in the past. Helen even saw Louis flying out of the bottom layer, and after seeing Louis leave, those outer gods also began to spontaneously combust, as if they were planning to commit suicide. As if they sensed this gaze, the outer gods standing at the bottom edge of the fortress raised their heads and looked at Helen. Those gazes frightened Helen so much that she covered her eyes with her hands, and her heart beat faster. But she couldn't help but continue to secretly look over there through the gaps between her fingers. Then, those outer gods, who spontaneously combusted, gradually turned into ashes. Interesting little girl. This sentence that was transmitted to Helen's mind alone frightened Helen so much that she covered her eyes and dared not look anymore. When Helen opened her fingers again, the big hole that was just before her eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was a vast ocean. The sea surface was very calm. There was no big waterfall or big hole. There was not even a whirlpool left. It was as if the big hole had never existed. The hazy clouds covered Helen's vision. The whistling wind and clouds blew Helen's long hair into disarray. She raised her head and found that she and Louis had entered the clouds. In a blink of an eye, the clouds were pierced, and Helen and Louis came to the top of the clouds. Under Helen's feet, the beautiful clouds, like the ground, were illuminated by the distant sunset with a faint golden color. The people around them, who were originally flying with them, were now several kilometers away from them. In the distance, under the sunset, there were many magic warships and dragons. Helen had a feeling that her sister and the others had already boarded the ship. Louis wanted to go through the clouds, perhaps to join everyone. After the round, everyone regrouped and found that many people did not fly to the clouds. So the wizards used the crystal ball to check, and contacted each other, and confirmed that everyone had escaped. As long as they left the last layer of the god and demon fortress, they could escape. Normally, the entire god and demon fortress would close together with the big hole. But this closing was not a normal situation. I specially arranged it. After hearing this, everyone showed a look of realization. Then some wizards suddenly thought of something, and they trembled with excitement. If the god and demon fortress had not collapsed, then all the precious magic metals and precious materials in the fortress would have been left behind. Lewis, you mean? Warren said with a scorching gaze. Yes, if it is as I expected, the upper floors of the god and demon fortress, all the laboratories and countless wealth, are left behind. Hearing Lewis's words, many wizards shouted excitedly. Because of limited time, they only glanced at the materials while searching for sacrifices. However, with just this quick glance, many wizards, who knew the goods were about to burst their blood vessels. And you should know that it is very difficult to see materials from the abyss in the East Continent. Occasionally, a wizard successfully summoned an item from the abyss, which would make others jealous. Many great wizards risked their lives to form a team to adventure in the abyss, often for some potions that can enhance magic power, or for forging strange objects, materials for golems. But the old god spent a lot of new blood for this important super fortress plus troop explosion base leading to the East Land. After all, according to his expectation, this fortress is not a temporary fortress, but a permanent and important strategic fortress. So there are many materials carefully plundered by the old gods from the abyss. And for the godly plan, there are countless potions and medicines here. Oren doesn't know how many treasures there are here, but he thinks that if it is handled well, it will not be a problem to arm 10 hunting god groups. There were only 12 hunting god groups in the East Land. Lewis was also interested in the loot. After all, after a hero defeats the big devil, there must be some rewards. But for this hero, there are very few rewards that can make him excited. After all, he is not short of money. The things he is interested in must at least be treasures in the eyes of the sun god. So Lewis was very interested in the documents about the fortress of gods and demons. So he couldn't help but pick up the documents in his hand and went to find Miss Di. However, can this reason really trick Miss Di? After all, no matter how attractive the secret of the god and demon fortress is, it is not as interesting to Miss Di as Garlock Head. Ignoring the narration, Lewis gritted his teeth viciously, looking for the figure of His Majesty. It seems that he must find out who is the licker today. But what Lewis could never have imagined is that there is more than one licker on this ship. Of course I know. More than two. Lewis? Chapter 655. My lord, you must master this great secret. In joy and excitement, the fleet sailed towards the original location of the Great Void. Based on the distance, this huge fleet may take half a day to return to the destination. So many tired people have returned to their rooms to rest. But many people couldn't sleep in excitement, and couldn't help celebrating in advance for the wealth and spoils that they were about to see. Lewis did not participate in the celebration. He muttered words like Sun Bible, Sanctuary, Ancient Ruins, Magic Castle, etc., and planned to return to his room with a few volumes of completion documents of the Fortress of Gods and Demons. Lewis felt that he could understand it by himself, but he felt that it would be better if someone could help provide some information and opinions. So when he was on his way back to the room, he saw Miss Ao and Miss Di sitting on the chairs and talking. He suggested that the three of them chat together. This chat really meant a good chat. After all, among the two sisters, the white and the black, the former has some memories of the sun god, and the latter knows the abyss. So the black and white sisters' rice must be delicious. However, it seems that Miss Ao is a little too tired today, and has been listless, so although she thought Lewis was going to talk to her about serious matters, she was a little overwhelmed. Lewis, my mind is in a trance now. I am worried that I can't give you the right advice. Miss Ao looked at her sister with some hesitation, as if her sister went, she would go too. After all, if Lewis talked to her sister and then talked to her again, it would be too inefficient. It better to go together. Well, this matter is quite important. Your Majesty, what do you think? Lewis held the document in his hand and looked at Miss Di with a serious face. Get lost? Miss Di gave Lewis a cold look and left, adding, do it yourself. This do should be a pun. Obviously, Miss Di saw the filth in your heart at a glance. Lewis, you should study it yourself tonight. I am also a little too tired. Miss Ao looked at her sister backside and kindly said to Lewis, Sister seems to be still angry with you about Garlock. As she said that, Miss Ao stood up and gave Lewis a suggestion before leaving. Garlock has been sealed in the Great Void. I'm afraid his head cannot be obtained. But I remember that his scepter seemed to be lost in the fortress. If you can find it, and give it to your sister should still be able to use it. A line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. Mission, Delphinia Mission. Goal, find Garlock's scepter. Completion rewards. 1. Miss Di gives you wealth. power, and other things you are interested in on behalf of the Demon Emperor +1, changed from the previous task rewards 2. Demon Follower +1, changed from the previous task rewards 3. Some other small rewards like Dog *1, unchanged. 4. The little black hand that the behind-the-scenes boss, who has been eyeing you, has stretched out to you +1, changed. 5. Agility +60, changed. Lewis blinked his eyes, and found that except for the reward of 3, which has changed compared to the first time this task of Delphinia mission came out, all other rewards have changed. That is to say, you can't change the fate of a bootlicker. Shit! This storybook is obviously inaccurate. What inaccurate about it? Our Grand Secretary? The woman's lazy voice sounded behind him. Lewis looked back and found a priestess in a red robe standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. It was the Moon Goddess. Well, my lord, it like this. I got some documents from the Fortress of Gods and Demons before, and I just took a look and found something strange. Lewis changed the subject, pretending to be a serious magician who was obsessed with academic research. P.S. Lewis is also a Temple Knight of the Moon Court, and a nominal believer of the Moon God. Looking at these boring things again. And, I said, I don't like the name given to me by the Moon Knights. Like a big sister next door admonishing a naughty little brother. The Moon God looked at Lewis with helpless eyes. That look seemed to say that the Moon God 3,000 years ago was dead, and I am now another person and 18 years old. But she always asked Lewis to call her sister. Perhaps out of curiosity, Sister Moon Goddess stretched out her jade hand, took up a scroll in Lewis's hand, and began to read it. And Lewis, who was watching her flipping the scroll, had a hint of worry in his eyes. Speaking of which, in the matter of sealing the Great Void today, the Sun Garrett Goddess, who was summoned by Ao as a medium, was under great pressure on the surface, but in Lewis's eyes, the pressure on Moon Goddess was no less than that on Sun Garrett Goddess. After Lewis learned that part of the will of the Overlord was in a certain fortress, he regretted letting Moon Goddess be the bait. After all, the one that the Master wanted to kill the most, and the one that he feared the most, was not the Sun God or Lewis, but the Moon God. Because in this world, the only one that threatened them was the Supreme God Soldier of the Sanctuary, the Protector God. Lewis didn't know what means the Master had used to target the Moon God, but he felt a sense of fear in his heart. After all, Sister Moon is not as good as she used to be. According to her, I, who had nothing to do with him, did not awaken any power in the netherworld. Now I am just an ordinary person, and I can only drive under everyone's protection. Sister Alia, you have worked hard today, Lewis said solemnly. It not hard. I just watched the excitement from beginning to end. The ones who really bear the huge pressure are you, Ao, and the little goldfish, Ake. At this point, the Moon Goddess glanced at Ake, who was hiding in the crowd and secretly looking at her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. By the way, ever since Ao recruited Jing Aku, who had been bullied by the Moon God, has been restless and always wanted to bully him back. After the battle with the Netherworld, the girl really forgot the pain after the wound healed. Or, she thought that the Moon God had lost her power, and her plan came, she could take revenge on the Moon God, the great Demon King, who had lost his power. I don't know what means the Moon God used, but recently, when Aku saw the Moon God, she was as obedient as a dog. Sister Alia, when you were in the upper area, did you really not see anything strange? Faceless bodies that would not be affected by their positions, or any strong wills? Lewis' face was a little puzzled. No. I was very disgusted. The Moon Goddess flipped through the documents and said, the fortress was breached so quickly, and the demon rebellion also caught him off guard. How could he have the time to date me? At this point, Miss Big Liar put down the document in her hand. When in the Demon Tower area at the top of the God and Demon Fortress, the Moon Goddess experienced some of his methods in several secret battles. After that, she said to Lewis, you have to be careful. I feel that the God and Demon Fortress seems to hide a great will. It is indeed a great will, because when fighting against him, the Moon Goddess even felt like she was suppressing the world will, if she did not have rich experience in dealing with the world will, and the Master only sent a small part of his will. Then with her current recovery level, I am afraid that she would not be able to end up with a draw. After that, the Master suddenly realized the true strength of the Moon God, and gave up the plan decisively in frustration. The Moon God also suddenly realized that there was a real foreign god here, But what really made the moon god regard the master as a terrible alien was not the power of the master, but his ability to the bottom. The master's rich skills in manipulating the fragments of the world shocked the moon god. The moon god thought that even if he controlled the whole world back then, he could not do it so easily. And he also believed that the master will alone could not force it to do this. The master relies on his knowledge, or, in other words, his knowledge and understanding of the essence of a higher world. Therefore, the moon god has a fear that the earthlings feel when they see a terrifying alien. The moon god is not afraid of the muscles of the aliens, but of the things that he cannot understand. Of course, such a terrifying foreign god is created by the creators just like himself. Just like the feeling after going to the sanctuary, Alia has more desire and curiosity for the things that the creators have. Putting down the document in her hand, the moon goddess looked at Lewis with a little more admiration. This little mortal, who was as weak as an ant in front of the gods, had a power that could turn the world upside down. There was no doubt that Lewis was a true creator-level wizard, at least in his own eyes, because he gave himself a second life, a world, and the meaning of continuing to exist for someone, and protecting the world that did not belong to him. Lewis, you seem to treasure these documents. Are they very valuable? Sister Moon Goddess felt that since Lewis treasured these documents, she should definitely take a look at them. Well, in fact, although they are very important, they are just some drawings that you are not interested in. I mean, ordinary people cannot see their secrets. But this secret is actually very big, and you must master it. Is it something from the sanctuary? Sister Moon eyes moved slightly. You are so smart. Lewis gave a thumbs up. There is indeed a big secret from the sanctuary. There are many people in eyes. Let's go back to the room to discuss. Saying that, Lewis looked around carefully, and then took Sister Moon to her study mysteriously. Blinking. Sister Moon, who was devoted to studying, also followed Lewis with a serious face. On the other side, after seeing the two sneaking into the lower cabin, Miss Ancient God Almerico also quietly followed behind. Lick Dog Pre-Order +1. Chapter 656. You actually passed the fire behind my back. Walking through the shaky corridor, the tall moon goddess followed Lewis to his cabin. Standing at the door, the moon goddess put her hands on her waist and looked at the interior decoration and furnishings. She couldn't help but feel a little funny. There are all kinds of rooms here, and they are divided upstairs and downstairs, making it like a small castle villa. You really like to enjoy yourself, little guy. How many times did you expand this cabin? You brought so many furniture? After a few jokes, the moon goddess came into the house. The cabin was a little shaky, and a few books fell from the bookshelf. She picked up the books and put them on the table, and then sat on the chair. When I came on a business trip, I lived on the ship for several months. Sister Alia, I have to make it more comfortable. Lewis put the scrolls in his hand on the table, and then put the books on the ground back on the bookshelf. Okay, Lewis, what secrets did you find in these documents that you have to be so secretive about? The moon goddess flipped through the documents at hand, and her curious expression gradually became a little strange. Why do they all look like drawings? Ahem. My lord. They are just things to deceive people. Lewis came to the sofa not far away with a serious face, patted his trouser pockets, and said to the moon goddess seriously, I always keep big secrets like this close to my body. Seeing Lewis so serious, moon goddess' face also became more solemn. She put away her cynical attitude, walked over to Lewis on the sofa, and said, Don't keep us in suspense, take it out quickly, let's study it together. Okay. Lewis took the thing out of his pocket, looked up at moon goddess with a serious face. Moon goddess. Lewis, are you sure you are not cursed or something? Why is it smaller than the last time I saw you? Like a gentle big sister next door. Sister Moon squatted down and looked at Lewis with concern. Hey, you are worthy of it. You can see the problem at a glance. The situation is really bad. I suspect that the attribute points are wrong. You can't go on like this. You should go to the monument of the Cloud Kingdom as soon as possible. Otherwise, you have to consider surgery or something. Hey, don't scare me. I'm already upset enough. Don't worry. This curse should be suppressed for the time being. The god looks at you gently, and slowly lowers his head. Ever since Almerico accepted AO promise and was hired into the team, this dishonest and vindictive Miss Ancient God has been secretly eyeing the moon god. In other words, since she was in the netherworld, Aku began to covet the body of the moon god, and the two of them also have a grudge. The hatred between the two is not as simple as a fight in the netherworld. This hatred has a long history. In the eyes of Moon God, the South Sea was just a fish pond in the backyard of his home. He would go there to fry fish when he had nothing to do. Moon God at that time was like the world itself. Even Sun God was frightened when he saw him. How could the 9 ancient gods be his opponents? They could only serve as sparring partners, helping the world champion practice. Therefore, the 9 ancient gods were often beaten, especially Aku. She was the most active and the most stubborn among her brothers and sisters. Not only was she stubborn, but she was also very stubborn. So she was often taken care of. So she was often bullied. Miss Aku, and she hated the Moon God. But she didn't dare to resist. She could only wipe away her tears and write down everything in a small notebook, waiting for the time to change and take revenge. Some time ago, Miss Aku felt that this opportunity had come. Look at the Moon God now. A hypocritical god who has abandoned his soul, a waste who can only drive, fragile like a conch. Look at yourself now. A terrible world devourer who has digested the fragments of the world of the netherworld and the fragments of the abyss world of the demon city, the fated Almerico, the most powerful ancient god, the unique god king of the South China Sea. That right, I am now the most powerful ancient god. My elder brother and second brother are definitely no match for me. And now I am also the real king of the South Sea. As for that fake and useless king of the South Sea, although he saved me once and fed me once, there is absolutely no room for negotiation on the throne. Of course, I will put aside the matter of dealing with that little Louis for now, and deal with the Moon God first. As long as I absorb the little divinity left in him, I can also be the Moon God in the future. So, Ake prepared a fish tank some time ago. He wanted to suck the color out of the Moon Goddess, and then put it in the fish tank, and throw it into the deepest part of the mysterious sea, to raise it as a goldfish. That night when Ake caught up with the Moon Goddess, there was also a conversation like this. Hey, isn't this our Majesty the Moon Goddess? Why are you in the South China Sea? This is my territory. Cool gesture in front of the fish tank, you know, they don't collect garbage here, and you are not welcome. Holding the fish tank and making cool gestures. Listen, we are going to have a great party in the Great Sky Cave this weekend. Guess who we will not invite? Cool gestures, hey? You dare to do it. Hey! Hey! Woo woo woo. Show little goldfish, don't tell anyone about what happened today. That day, the ancient god recalled the fear of being dominated by them, and the humiliation of being imprisoned in the fish tank. If Ao hadn't found Aku from the deep sea last night, I'm afraid he would still be a goldfish in the fish tank. As for why she ran into the fish tank, Aku, who was trembling at the time, naturally did not dare to say more. But there is one thing that Miss Fated has figured out. The Moon Goddess has indeed become weaker after the revision. She also has the ability to jump with her knees in the new version. However, as a Fated, no matter how good her equipment is, if she is caught and pressed to the ground by the boss, she will still be killed instantly. It is better to collect the Great Ron step by step according to the process. Oh no, collect the God position and Godhood step by step, upgrade and challenge the final boss. So Miss Aku has been eyeing Louis recently. If she can't handle the Moon Goddess, how can she handle you? If she knows what good for her, this little guy should pass on his divine fire to her, or something. However, it seems that the Moon Goddess has seen through her plan. They must be in this room now, discussing this matter. You know, the Moon Goddess is not so strong now. If Louis passes on the fire to her, and makes the Moon Goddess the king of the South China Sea, it will be a disaster. Thinking of this, Ake stood by the door worriedly, and quietly listened to the noise inside. It would have been better if she hadn't listened, but when she heard it, Ake was really scared. Voice of the Moon Goddess, it like fire. So hot. It really spreading fire. You actually spread fire behind my back. In a hurry, Ake didn't care whether she would be discovered. She carefully lay on the crack of the door, and stared at the inside carefully. Ake? Miss Ancient God, who didn't understand why they wanted to pass on the fire like this. But today, fated Almerico will always remember this shocking scene in front of him. In that house, the great lord of the world knelt at the feet of the king of the South Sea, bowed his head constantly, and prayed devoutly. If even the terrible Moon God had to crawl at the feet of the king of the South Sea, then who is the real boss of this world? Indeed, Louis, that guy, does not seem to have that kind of power. But his fire seems to be endless. And he is not a small thing. In this fear and shock, Fading Ake could not let it go for a long time. And what made her grit her teeth even more was that perhaps for her to see The moon goddess would turn back from time to time while passing on the fire, showing a strange, charming smile, unwilling and angry. Fading Ache swore that one day in the future, she would take the fire back. In order to understand the secret of the fire, she stared at it all night. Almerico's strange knowledge of fire transmission increased. Louis? Chapter 657. Call me Lucian. Half asleep and half awake, Louis heard Sister Moon Goddess seem to be talking to someone. Louis was too lazy to pay attention. He turned over and fell asleep again. When Louis woke up, it was already dawn. Sister Moon Goddess had left. The chair in front of the mirror in the bedroom was warm, and there was a faint fragrance on the wooden comb. It seemed that Moon Goddess left in a hurry. I don't know what happened. After getting dressed, Louis tidied up, sorted out the documents about the Fortress of Gods and Demons in the living room, and then went out. The corridor of the cabin was very quiet. After knocking on several rooms, no one responded. Scratching his head, Louis walked along the corridor. The wooden floor and walls creaked as the ship moved forward. It was very quiet around. Soon, Louis came to the end of the corridor. The end of the corridor was the second floor of the auditorium of the Queen Francesco. Louis leaned on the handrail on the second floor and found that the entire auditorium was also quiet. You know, it was a mess here last night. But now it is empty. There is not even a soldier on duty. This made Louis puzzled. What going on? With doubt, Louis walked through the silent lobby. He randomly found a door, and then silently said in his heart, "Go to the most crowded place, and the debuff must not take effect again," and then he opened the door and went in. You don't feel the world repulsion to you. It seems that the current South China Sea world has no repulsion to you. But because you haven't done space teleportation for many years, you are a little uncomfortable. You feel a little dizzy, and you can't recognize where you are. But the storybook tells you faithfully that this is the deck of the new Black Swan Queen. Explanation 1. After the trip to the North Sea Kingdom, the people of the North Sea specially built a batch of ships to commemorate the contributions of the Qin by immortals in knocking down the Tower of Babel. These ships use the latest technology of the Cloud Kingdom and the Steam and Magic Academy, so they are somewhat special in appearance. Explanation 2. Since the Princess Osikris needed to participate in the Netherworld War, and it had divine power and did not need to be modified, the Swan was the only flagship among the new ships. Explanation 3. In the Battle of the Great Void, the Black Swan Queen did not go to the front line with the Princess Osikris to serve as the dragon nest, but stayed in the rear, serving as the command center and logistics support mothership for the entire battle. So you have never seen what it looks like. In the narration, a salty and humid sea breeze carrying the morning sunshine blew towards him, and Louis's eyes suddenly became clear. It was indeed the deck of the Black Swan Queen. But it was the top deck. The space here was not big. It looked like the area for the leaders. If the whole ship was regarded as a castle in the sky, then this was the balcony where the king gave speeches. This super balcony was big enough to accommodate dozens of people. But it was empty at this time. But the red carpet under his feet seemed to be newly laid. I don't know where everyone went. Frowning, Louis came to the railing at the edge of the deck. Then he looked down, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. What kind of ship is this? It should be called the Swan? It should be called the Swan City. If the princess is a dragon nest with a huge internal space that can travel through any world, then the Swan is a sky city. Louis suddenly knew why he felt so quiet when he stood on the top floor. Just like a castle in a noisy city, standing on this lonely castle, he would naturally feel quiet. And Louis also knew why the huge coalition forces could stay in this large empty sea area with no place to stay for several months. It was because of this city in the sky. The princess could accommodate so many dragons because its divine power allowed it to support large-scale internal expansion. But the Swan did not have any divine power, and completely relied on the technical level of the shipbuilders of the Yuan Kingdom. Perhaps only the people of the Yuan Kingdom could make such a grand design. The 7 decks of the entire Sky City are like 7 walls in the city. They are stacked one on top of another, and each floor is like a city district. In the streets and alleys of these cities, there are even many shops. The top deck is quiet and empty, but the city is very lively and even bustling. The streets and alleys of the entire city are crowded with people, and the wizards in charge of logistics are transporting supplies everywhere, traveling through every corner of the city. The sailor wizards in charge of the city operation are erecting huge wings on the walls of each city. Star sails? Looking at the wings in the style of the Cloud Kingdom, Louis knows that they should be able to absorb the power of the stars. Their energy efficiency is not as good as the magic hub, but the cost is lower, and it is easier to mass produce and maintain. The ancient wizards of the East Land continent can design the magic hub. So as the center of the world, and the earliest origin of magic hair, the Cloud Kingdom established by the gods of Gallic naturally knows this technology. But the shipbuilders of Yun country seem to prefer the star sail, and are more advanced in the development of this technology. After thinking about it, Lewis suddenly realized something. It might be more appropriate to use the magic hub for a small boat. But for such a large ship, it is unknown how many magic hubs a ship would need, and how much money it would cost. Therefore, it is obviously more appropriate to use this battery with slightly lower energy efficiency but much lower cost. Moreover, if a part of the magic hub is broken, it will have to be overhauled. But if the star sail is broken, it can be replaced by removing the broken part piece by piece, and it can continue to be used. So, the ships of Yun Kingdom are so big? My empire may be a little decayed, but it still looks great. Oh! I have a ticket to the throne left by the master in the fortress of gods and demons. I must take it out as soon as possible and go home to be the emperor. While distracted, Lewis heard people talking around him. He looked back and found that many people had come to this deck without knowing when. These people were leaders of various parties, including the monarchs of the 12 major families, Queen Baihong, Orin and others, and regents, new monarchs such as Richard, wizards of the Sun Council, dragons, elves, many demons, and demon lords in human form. As the leaders of both forces, Ao and Delphinia were surrounded by the two parties. The moon goddess, like an ordinary cardinal who was oblivious to the outside world, stood behind the two people with her eyes closed and dozed off. The surroundings gradually became lively. Everyone seemed to be discussing the fortress of gods and demons, where countless treasures were waiting for everyone. And these treasures were all spoils of war given to everyone by the old gods and the master. Lewis knew that compared to the wealth in the fortress of gods and demons, the value contained in this sky city was only a small matter. I am afraid it could not even compare to one floor of the fortress of gods and demons. And these treasures would also become a big step for him to fight for the throne after he returned home from the rebellion of the Nanhai vassal state. And Lushan eyes could not help but emit burning flames. Chapter 658, I am just a magician. The huge fleet descended from the sky, and continued to move forward towards the original location of the big hole. The sailors' happy singing and drunken chanting sounded on the huge star sails. The entire Swan City was empty. People crowded on each layer of the city wall, and looked into the distance. Due to the influence of the cold wave, the sea in the early morning was foggy, and it was impossible to see too far. But it still couldn't stop people's enthusiasm. We should be there soon, Lewis said excitedly to Miss Di and others around him. I remember that the original location of the Great Hole was near the sea area, and the fortress of gods and demons should be on an island now. Island? Osikri showed a strange look. Seeing that Lewis did not look like he was joking, she did not say much. The leaders of the various forces in the surrounding alliance, after looking at each other, kindly reminded Lewis that there would be no island nearby. As we all know, the mysterious sea is bottomless. The deepest place may be thousands of kilometers deep. So there is no continental shelf here, and there will be no islands, because no matter what island it is, it can only float on the sea, and as long as it floats on the sea, it will be swallowed by the violent tsunamis, Styx tides, or various mysterious phenomena that often appear in the mysterious sea. Even if they are big enough to escape these disasters, the war between the ancient gods will overturn these islands to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, in the mysterious seas of the north and south, only the mysterious sea of the north has a continental shelf and many islands because of the existence of my uncle. But in the South China Sea, there will never be any islands. It can be said that the sea chart of the South China Sea is the most special. The great magician Bok said loudly, if you spread out the sea chart of the South China Sea, you will find that it is a star map with the sea as the background. Ron nodded and said, indeed, because there are no islands here to serve as markers. The navigators use the stars to divide the areas on the map. Don't talk nonsense, there are many islands in the South China Sea. The fortress of gods and demons is also on the largest island near us. It is all drawn on the map. Lewis couldn't help but said to everyone seriously, where is the navigator? Find the map and check it. Show it to everyone. It is a very large island. Hearing this, the navigator Mr. Archie, who was standing on the railing, puffed the cigar on his fingers and said, oh my good brother, there is no need to look at the map. Every wave in the South China Sea is in my mind. Just as he was halfway through his words, Aki's face suddenly became extremely strange. He grabbed his slick-back hair and thought carefully for a long time, then jumped to the ground and went back to the house to look for the map. Oh, it seems that it not only our Sea King who hasn't woken up yet. Delphinia fanned the noble fan in her hand and said to everyone with a smile. Many demon lords catered to their queen and laughed loudly. The leaders of the various forces in the alliance also showed awkward smiles. Perhaps to help Lewis out, Ola started a new and interesting topic. As a result, when everyone started discussing the new topic with a smile, Lewis, who was left aside, became even more embarrassed. At this time, Archie had come back with the map. From his distraught look, he seemed to have discovered some mysterious events that were difficult for him to understand. So he immediately found the most amazing magician on the entire ship. And Lewis also patiently spread out the map, pointed out Archie, and made annotations on the map. Seeing these two idiots seriously annotating the South China Sea map, Delphinia sneered in her heart. She moved closer with a stern face, planning to have some fun, but then she rubbed her eyes hard while looking at the map. The map was dotted with stars, and countless islands were like fragments of stars falling from the sky. And in the center of the map, there was a mountain standing in the sea like a pillar of heaven. Indistinctly, you could also see some strange mysterious patterns on the surface of the cylinder, which seemed to be some kind of cuneiform. Just as Delphinia stretched her neck to stare blankly at the words on the outer surface of Optimus Prime, she found that the lively crowd around her suddenly quieted down. In a daze, she slowly raised her head and found that everyone was rubbing their eyes hard and looking at the distant sea. On the misty sea, there was a faint shadow of an island. The sunlight in the sky broke through the clouds and gradually dispelled the fog. The fog in the sea was like a curtain that was drawn open, revealing the true appearance of the island. Just like a mirage that suddenly appeared. This island suddenly appeared. It was definitely not here yesterday. It is not tall, but its cliffs are neat and tidy, making it look like a nearly perfect cylindrical island, or a large bottle cap exposed on the sea. On the surface of the dozens of high cliffs of this island, there are some mysterious patterns and designs, like dragon-like patterns. At this moment, the demon lords beside the railing suddenly trembled and pointed to the bottom of the island in the sea in the distance. Everyone looked in that direction and couldn't help buzzing in their heads. Delphinia suddenly realized something. Her mind went blank as she came to the railing and looked down the cliff at the edge of the island into the depths of the sea. The once turbulent, mysterious land of the south was now quiet without a single ripple. The water was crystal clear, as smooth as a mirror. In that mirror, the blue sky and white clouds were reflected, as well as the island on the sea. However, the island in the mirror did not look like a big bottle cap. Its cliffs continued to extend downward, all the way to the dark edge of the deepest part of the sea. The smooth sea surface reflects the clouds and the sky, making this huge monster hidden in the depths of the sea look like a pillar standing between the clouds. No, this is not a pillar. This is the sea-suppressing pillar. It is like the sea-suppressing needle in the South China Sea, making the originally noisy, mysterious sea in the south completely quiet as a mirror. Suddenly, Delphinia looked at the pattern on the sea-suppressing pillar. She suddenly remembered the words on the monument to the gods of the North Sea Kingdom. But what is engraved on this sea-suppressing divine pillar is not the name of God, but the mysterious spell that originally existed in the Great Void, the Nine Dragons' Sky. And these mysterious spells no longer have the breath of the Master, but a pure breath of the God of Gallic. His Majesty Ao, he ultimately failed to call for reinforcements from the Cloud Kingdom, but he tampered with the true God Book of the Cloud Kingdom Divine Court, allowing Lewis to reforge the scepter of the God of Time and Space and the body of Jiolong into a new sky of the Great Void. Now, the sky of Jiolong has completely merged with the scepter of the God of Time and Space, turning into a sea-suppressing pillar, and will remain here forever. Weapon, Scepter of the God of Time and Space -1. Territory, South China Sea +1. Title, Jiolong Sea-Suppressing King of. People cannot see these narrations, and cannot know the stories behind them. At this moment, they only have one thing in mind. The demon lords looked at Lewis in fear and fanatical worship, with the attitude of a king. With the elegant etiquette, they bowed their heads to the foreign god of the Nine Dragons Sea. At this moment, the leaders of the Dragon Clan, the elves, the regent of the Great Family, and many other forces, have also knelt on one knee, calling out the title of King of Gallic, paying the highest respect to Lewis. There is no doubt that this is a real god. In the shouting and singing, Lewis did not look at those people, because he did not think he was a god. Or in other words, in his eyes, a real god was not like this. I can't call myself a god. He is just a magician. In the myth of repairing the sky, he is just a magician friend who helps God repair the sky. Brother Jiolong, I have now guarded your body here forever. Your ashes left in the reforged sky have also been scattered in every corner of the South China Sea, and turned into islands. The people you swore to protect will have a new heaven and earth in the South China Sea again. You can rest in peace. Chapter 659 My God and Demon Fortress. After arriving at the island, the fleet took off again. Just as Lewis said, the God and Demon Fortress stood on the island. Since the God and Demon Fortress was in an open state when everyone escaped from it before, so when the fleet flew over the God and Demon Fortress again, the top of the God and Demon Fortress was not closed, but open to the outside. The entire God and Demon Fortress appeared in people vision in a semi-open-air manner, and people in the fleet could directly see many magic towers and many birthing ports on the top of the fortress. This was the first time that Lewis looked down at the fortress of gods and demons from above. Those huge magic towers were located in various places of the fortress of gods and demons, just like the huge eye of Sauron in The Lord of the Rings, and they looked extremely oppressive. It was indeed very oppressive. Without looking at the drawings, Lewis could guess the power of these magic towers because they were all forged by the Sun God according to the drawings in the Sanctuary Civilization Restart Plan Collection Museum. Although due to limited technology, the blueprints that Miss Sun God picked were all ancient magic tower blueprints, when the sanctuary just flew into the starry sky. But they were more than enough to sweep across the primitive indigenous gods of those primitive planets. At least, there was no problem in sweeping across the abyss. In fact, this was also proved that the Sun God slept in the abyss every day. But his troops were invincible in the abyss. Even though the insect swarm invaded the abyss in recent years, it failed to disturb the Sun God's sleep. It can be said that these magic towers are enough to cooperate with the guards to keep any invading god's troops out of the fortress. However, they did not play their role in the war in the Great Void. Not a single shot was fired. My lord, that is the Eye of the Sun, a demon lord said to Lewis. They were designed by the Sun God and have terrifying power. I don't know if there are still remaining enemies in the fortress of gods and demons controlling them. I suggest that it is best to send some people to confirm the situation of the fortress first. Many demons agreed with the Lord's words. It seemed that the demons had suffered a lot from the Eye of the Sun in the war with the Sun God. This made the demons deeply afraid of these Eyes of the Sun. Lewis actually didn't care about the demons' caution, because he had read all the top-secret completion documents of the God and Demon Fortress. He knew what these Eyes of the Sun were. But Ao spoke first. Be careful. Wayne. Bill. Take some people to the fortress to confirm the situation first. Seeing Xiao Ao's energetic look, Lewis said no more. He reached out and wrote something in the storybook. In order to prevent the enemy from controlling the magic towers in the fortress, the fleet did not rush in, but sent a group of advanced troops into the fortress to check the situation. When the wizards and sun knights in the vanguard flew to the magic tower, Delphinia sneered and said, "Thank me, Lewis. The combined attack of these 9 eyes of the Sun God is enough to severely damage an evil god of the abyss. If it weren't for my advance arrangements, you wouldn't have been able to get in at all." Lewis was too lazy to respond to Miss Dai's words. But many coalition generals couldn't help but discuss the battle outside the Great Void in a low voice. In fact, even if these sun eyes can be used, the God and Demon Fortress will definitely be breached. It can even be said that even if these sun eyes can be used, the Overlord will not use them, because these anti-aircraft missiles may be useful for those slow demons and evil gods. But it is difficult to hit those judgment angels. And with the strength of the Moon Goddess, the 9 sun eyes cannot kill her in one move. So, the Lord will not easily activate the Sun Eye to attack the Moon Angel. If he fails to kill her in one blow, the Moon Goddess will drive away. So unless the evil gods surround the Moon Goddess, the Lord will not use this killing move. In fact, it has been proved that the huge army of evil gods failed to surround the Moon Angel because of Lewis' appearance. On the contrary, those evil gods rushed out of the fortress without being dispatched, leading to a melee between the enemy and us. This also caused the gate of the God and Demon Fortress to be wide open. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Gallic Sun Dragon God and the rebellion of the demons, the fortress was in chaos. After the old god army regained control of many sun eyes, the Moon God, who was directly teleported to the fortress by Lewis, had already led people to kill into the Demon Tower area. Originally, In the eyes of the master, even if the moon god entered the god and demon fortress, it was not a big problem. The moon god ran to the remote demon tower area, which was just right for him to quietly kill the ordinary person. The moon god. As a result, the bait of the moon goddess was not something he could easily swallow, causing his plan to kill the moon goddess to fail completely. Therefore, the victory of the Great Void could be said to be a strategic victory for the coalition forces. However, there was one thing that puzzled the generals. The Overlord might not be willing to use the Eye of the Sun easily, but there were many wizards of the old gods in the magic tower area at that time. In the chaotic situation at that time, they should have been able to fire a few shots at least to cause some damage to the coalition forces. But none of the 9 sun eyes fired. The moon goddess was actually quite confused, because during her fight with the Overlord, she left the moon angel where it was because she disliked it getting in the way. At that time, the Overlord had operated on 2 lines and activated the sun eye once. At that time, the moon goddess cursed in her heart, because although the sun eye could not hit her, it could hit the moon angel target. If it was destroyed, Lewis would have to spend another 3 months to make another one. As a result, the 9 sun eyes shone for a long time, but nothing was emitted. The master also cursed at that time. What did he say at that time? Garlock. That damned embezzler. The voice of the moon god was recorded in the storybook by the narration. After reading the narration, Lewis looked at the drawings and documents in his hand. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. I was wondering. The old gods and the master spent so much effort in the fortress of gods and demons. Why didn't they fix the sun eyes? The result is that Garlock, this scumbag, was corrupt. It seems that the old god really spent a lot of effort in the fortress of gods and demons. After all, in his eyes, the fortress of gods and demons is an important fortress for his future entry into this world. Even if it cannot be defended and has to implement the fall plan, the fortress can be returned to the abyss for recovery. In the eyes of the master, whether the big hole is blocked or not, the fortress of gods and demons will be squeezed back into the abyss by time and space, fall into the empty point he expected, and be received by the swarm. So his engineering team did not waste the materials and money given by the old gods. Unfortunately, although the master anticipated the decay of the old gods, he did not expect Garlock to take advantage of such an important project as the Eye of the Sun. It seems that, in addition to the facilities destroyed by the demons, there are many other things that need to be repaired. I don't know how much of the funds for the construction of the god and demon fortress given by the old gods to Garlock were embezzled by him. Now there are many places in the East Continent where money needs to be spent. I am afraid that there is not much money for me to build such a large project. But when I go to the Cloud Kingdom later, I can at least bring back some money. I, the King of the South Sea, want to build the Dragon Palace. The God Court will give me some money. Right? When Lewis thought of the Cloud Kingdom, he felt confident. His idea was a beautiful one. At this time, the advanced troops had roughly explored the fortress of gods and demons. After confirming that there were no enemies here, the large troops in the clouds slowly descended downward. When the fleet descended from the clouds and gradually approached the fortress of gods and demons, people realized how huge the entire fortress of gods and demons was. The Swan City was big enough, but compared with the fortress of gods and demons, it was like a golden beetle slowly flying onto a big watermelon. As for those large magic battleships that were 100 meters long, they were like grains of millet scattered on a big watermelon. However, the coalition magic battleships added up to more than 1,000, and the dragons were countless. So when they fell, the shadow of the coalition covered the sky and the sun, and it was magnificent. It almost completely covered the top of the big watermelon. There were many berthing ports and ship houses in the god and demon fortress, but the coalition troops were too large, so they could only land in batches at the berthing ports. As for the giant motherships such as the Swan City and the Princess, and the transport ships of the Yun Kingdom, they flew towards the 9 magic towers. They docked next to the magic towers by docking with them. Bridges of light were connected to the magic towers, and Lewis and others walked towards the magic towers along the light bridges. On the way, there were ships passing by the light bridges, slowly landing in the harbor below, or on the semi-open square of the god and demon fortress. And countless allied soldiers, like groups of small ants, lined up from various ports and entered the various gates of the fortress. These hard-working porters, under the leadership of the wizards, would take a good inventory of the spoils in the god and demon fortress. Chapter 660. The richest woman in the world, the best dancer in the world, fortress of gods and demons, the junction of the demonic area and the alchemy area. Lewis and his companions walked and talked through halls and rooms. Looking around, the halls and corridors were full of people busy counting items and people walking around. From time to time, you can hear some wizards shouting. What are the sun wizards shouting? Ao looked at the wizards, who were grabbing their hair and jumping up and down and cursing, and couldn't help saying. Ao thought that there were so many high-level magic soldiers in the god and demon fortress, and so many god and evil experimental objects, and such a large scale of experiments, so the baggage would naturally not be less. But the reaction of the wizards was a bit too exaggerated. Maybe they found something. Ross, go ask what's going on. Lewis looked at the piles of straw near the wizards, and said to Voodoo Lord Ross. By the way, this is the second time everyone has entered the god and demon fortress. But because they were busy fighting and looking for sacrifices before, no one had time to carefully check what was here. Now after carefully counting the spoils, everyone will naturally have some new discoveries. Not long after Ross, with bloodshot eyes, came over with the things in his hands and several sun wizards. It seemed that Ross understood the situation, and perhaps because he was too angry, the old wizard became as excited as the sun wizards, so much so that he was still shouting after returning to his boss. What a waste! What a waste! These rare potions are hard to come by even in the abyss. Each one must be stored in a special crystal to preserve its efficacy. But those damned cultists just piled them together like garbage. As Ross said, his grief was not because he had seen too little, but because he had seen too much. To improve his strength and break through the bottleneck of magic power, or to make up for his innate defects and move to a higher realm. Those powerful wizards, with abilities, would always find some powerful teammates to go to dangerous places, like the abyss to find some rare potions that only exist in the abyss. Often after going through thousands of dangers, only one person may come back alive. This is not only because of the dangers of the abyss, but also because these precious potions are too hard to find. Some potions sometimes only grow near the nests of certain evil gods. And these suicidal wizards, in order to refine the ancient recipes in their hands, naturally dare to provoke even gods. After successfully grabbing the potion, the wizards who were chased all the way will eventually stab each other in the back because of a few thousand-year-old potions. So naturally not many people can come back alive. Although the straw piles in front of him could not be called thousand-year-old potions. They were all precious potions that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. However, they were piled here casually like straw piles, which made Ross a little unbearable. If he didn't preserve them well, he would be sorry for the teammates he had stabbed in the back. Thinking of this, the old porcelain doll Ross' face was about to crack. He pulled out a farmer pitchfork from a straw pile beside him with great anger, and jumped up and cursed, "There is also this. My lord, look at what this is. Pitchfork. Oh my god. They don't usually use these things to fiddle with potions. Damn it. They should all be hanged." Ross' words made Lewis blush, because when he was in the sanctuary before, he also often used this kind of thing to flip potions. After all, there were too many things. The fortress of gods and demons is definitely not as good as the forbidden sanctuary that can surround the sun. But the scale here is equivalent to a small city of St. Louis. So the inventory here is really amazing. Looking around, there are a lot of things in this alchemy potion storage room. The piles of straw are arranged in rows. The whole hall looks like a farm warehouse. Lewis had read the fortress documents before, so he had expected it. In addition, he was well informed, so after seeing these piles of treasures, he was not surprised. But he could understand the feelings of the wizards. He saw that Ross was a little excited, so he couldn't help but comfort him. Well, Ross, anyway, these potions are arranged very neatly, aren't they? Ross was stunned, looking at the rows of haystacks, and the crude warriors standing on the haystacks sweating profusely. The old wizard felt a little broken. He couldn't help but jump up and curse. Then the chief potion master ran around the hall and made arrangements, asking the wizards to command the warriors and handle the potions correctly. Then he followed the boss to the next place. On the way, Ross was still heartbroken. Occasionally, when he saw some wizard apprentices failing to properly place the spoils, he would pull the person in charge over to give him some instructions. As a result, after Ross and Lewis walked through several halls, his face became more and more wooden. Obviously, the Fortress of Gods and Demons has more than one alchemy potion storage room. In other words, each experimental area has many. The warehouses in the fortress that store various items are even numbered with a combination of letters and numbers, like C9. There are hundreds of them in total. Some small warehouses even store divine potions that have been around for thousands of years. These potions are often associated with evil gods. They are the treasures guarded by quasi-evil gods. Eating them can turn you into a god. The fact that the sun god can collect these things shows how many quasi-evil gods he has raised. In addition, there must be many real ancient evil gods like Patrick who pay tribute to the sun god. No wonder the outer gods all regard the sun god as the final boss. It seems that the wealth in the fortress of gods and demons is much more than the wizards expected. In the eyes of wizards, these precious materials are not the most valuable. The most valuable are the processed synthetic materials in the laboratory. Some synthetic materials often require thousands of failures to smash out one. Sometimes, in order to gather a set of materials, alchemists often have to spend their entire lives. Some more special abyss synthetic materials not only require unique raw materials, but also require a specific abyss alchemy environment and unique formulas, and even require gods to forge them personally. And because the gods of the East Continent have almost become extinct, so wizards have not seen this kind of material for many years. But in the fortress of gods and demons, this kind of synthetic materials are countless. They all come from the god craftsmen in the old god faction. And those armors forged by the gods are too numerous to count. Enough to arm 10,000 angels. But they are thrown into the warehouse casually like ordinary armors. Some armors are not even carefully maintained, and are left there to collect dust. After seeing these things, the soldier's eyes also turned red. It seems that you have to give a great credit to Richard, the regent of Terran. If it weren't for him, this front fortress secretly built by the sun god is still difficult to be discovered. Due to the isolation of the gods and demons' fortress, Miss Di can't get the news out no matter how long she stays here. We have captured a small crow nest of the sun god, Lewis said to the generals around him. No wonder the master intends to pull the god and demon fortress back into the abyss. The generals nodded solemnly. The wizard saw wealth, but the generals saw the power of the sun god. The wealth of the god and demon fortress is very terrifying. From a glimpse of the leopard, we can see how many evil god mercenaries and god craftsmen who are completely submissive to him are in the old god forces. And everyone also noticed that the armor forged by these god craftsmen is just ordinary armor. So what about the armor of officers and generals? People didn't see many such armors in the god and demon fortress. But there must be many demigods and gods in the old gods' forces. You know, the gods of the past have already surrendered to the old gods. My cousin and Francesco always said that if there was no cloud country, the Eastland continent would definitely not be able to resist the old gods. And in the eyes of the old gods, the real enemy has never been the Magic Alliance, but the cloud country behind the Magic Alliance. Before, you didn't have much idea of what my cousin and Francesco said. Now you should understand it a little bit. As expected of the richest woman in the world. Lewis nodded deeply, and was deeply shocked by the wealth of the native chief. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but look at the blueprint in his hand again. It won't be long before the position of the richest man in the world will change. After all, Lewis owns 12 high towers, ring worlds. As long as a small area is randomly drawn from the 12 ring worlds of the sanctuary, it will overlap with the fortress of gods and demons. Then, in addition to wealth, Lewis' main account can also be online in the god and demon fortress. At that time, no matter what the sun god or the master is, as long as he dares to run to the god and demon fortress to cause trouble, he will have to be a dancer. I have to go to the cloud country as soon as possible to receive the engineering design fee. The military supplies in the god and demon fortress should be enough for me to set up a half-god royal guard of the Dragon King of the Sea. Putting away the documents in his hand, Lewis went to get the cloud country ticket. Seeing Lewis leaving alone, several sneaky figures couldn't help but follow him quickly. Chapter 661 The secret of passing on the fire is indeed here. Fortress of Gods and Demons, Temple of the Sea. There used to be a Temple of the Sun in the Fortress of Gods and Demons. Usually, the Sun Angels would come here to pray. And this temple is also a place for the Sun believers to place their faith. But now, this temple has completely changed its appearance. The original Western Gothic church style inside has not only become the ancient Yunwa style, but the appearance of the several statues at the top has also changed. If you look closely, it will remind you of the Jiolong Temple in Jiolong Town, which enshrines the old cousin, many ancient gods, and the Dragon King. However, compared to the temple of Jiolong Temple, there are fewer statues here. Only 3. The statue at the top is not the image of my uncle, but a young man. This male god sits on the throne, wearing a long robe of the Yun Kingdom, and holding an open ancient book in his hand. He looks gentle and elegant, and his handsome face also has a bit of bookish air. If you look closely, you will find that he seems to have a dragon-coiled stick on his waist, and his body seems to be particularly tall and strong. Apparently, this elegant-looking male god is not only good at reasoning, but also good at physics. On the left and right sides of the male statue, there are two small statues. The statue on the left wears a crown, a golden armor, and a cloak of flames. His body inside the armor is like forged from lava, and there are 6 flaming wings behind him. The whole statue looks majestic, like the god of fire under the throne of the main god. The god of fire kneels on one knee, kneeling under the throne of the main god. He looked like he was listening to the teachings attentively, and also like he was confessing devoutly. Occasionally, he would sigh, as if he was worried about his future fate. There was also a statue on the right side of the main god. This statue was a goddess with 1,000 arms. The wings behind the goddess were spread out, which was a gesture of embracing the world. She looked like a saint who came to the world at the end of the world. Holy and majestic. This statue was very different from the one in the Jiolong temple, and seemed to be a high-end version of the statue. Not only is her face more mature, the items in her hands are also very special. Every item on the 1,000 arms of the goddess is very special, and each one represents a symbol. Some symbolize the wealth of the sailors. Some symbolize the vitality of the earth. And some things even symbolize emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The things held by these 1,000 arms are the various forms of life in the world. And this god seems to symbolize deprivation and gifting. She can take away everything in the world, making it seem as if the world has never existed, without any sense of existence. She can also grant everything, returning those traces that have disappeared from history to the world. There is no doubt that this god is a god whose divinity can be compared to the sun god, who symbolizes destruction or vitality. Even if placed in the sanctuary, the wizards will label her with some labels like rare, special ancient god. However, this refers to this statue, which is the complete form of this kind of high-dimensional creature. If he does not grow up, it will be a Pokemon with the ability to transform. If he grows well, it will be a true god of the same level as the patron saint of the sanctuary. The 7 patron saints of the sanctuary currently have divinity mainly based on strength, wisdom, etc. The main duties are also force, guarding, teaching and care. But the divinity of this Pokemon is undoubtedly extremely special. If it grows into a patron god, it should be able to become a world manager. If the conditions are sufficient, then in that dusty history, it should have a great chance to open a path to a certain imprisoned time and space and take out some disappeared holy cities. It can be seen that the person who carved this statue has high hopes for this Pokemon. He hopes that this Pokemon can evolve into this. A sneaky figure sneaked into the hall and walked around the temple for a few times, looking around, as if looking for some treasure or secret. After a while, the figure noticed the statue on the altar. The first thing the figure noticed was the male god in the lead. But then the figure's attention was attracted by the goddess statue. This big sister is so beautiful. The figure put his finger to his mouth like a fangirl, and drooled. The burning eyes also revealed a look of love. The look seemed to be saying, "Why don't you make one for me too?" For a moment, the figure forgot what she came here for. She turned herself into a reminder as big as the statue, and then stretched out her butterfly tendrils, forming thousands of arms. She imitated the statue and posed. It seemed that she found that she was missing something. One of the figure arms took out a tattered bag from her waist, and then the other arms took out a lot of things from the bag. However, those items did not look like artifacts, but rather like strange and bizarre things that had sunk into the deep sea. There are sunken ships covered with corals, antiques covered with seaweed, dilapidated sea charts, and even shells, conchs, and fish tanks. Anyway, it's just a pile of junk. But in the eyes of the figure, they are her favorite collections. There are many interesting things, all offered by believers. The tall 1,000-armed figure embraced the fish tank, and the 1,000 arms held a variety of junk. She jumped onto the altar. She looked down at the goddess statue in front of her, and then posed a few more times. She felt that she was finally looking more and more like the statue. Is there a possibility? I mean possibility. The figure looked at his statue, blinked. Is it actually my real mother? Woohoo! I am a child adopted by the Father God. In her peripheral vision, she found that the statue of the god of fire seemed to be looking at her with that kind of eyes, as if looking at a big fool. What are you looking at? The figure glared at the statue of the god of fire fiercely. The figure did not lose his temper with the statue of the god of fire. After all, getting angry at a statue would make him look very stupid. But her anger was directed at the thousand-armed goddess. She freed one hand and grabbed the statue from a distance. Then the statue turned into a small model and ran into her hand. Looking at the new toy in her hand, the figure couldn't help but laugh. After playing for a while, she looked around like a thief, then jumped onto the throne and began to explore the main god. Lewis said that this place will be the place where wizards will pass on the fire in the future. The secret of passing on the fire must be on his statue. Soon, the figure noticed the ancient book in the male god hand. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she reached out to take the ancient book and carefully studied the stone ancient book. It was very magical that some words were automatically written on the stone ancient book. You spent some time to find Garlock Flame Scepter. Then, you ignored the King of Pain and Desire, who was following you quietly, and went to the Jinhai Temple. You know that your tablet and dragon talisman are in the Jinhai Temple. After taking them away, you plan to slightly renovate this temple and use it as a job transfer hall in the future. But what you don't know is that a secret about fire transmission is waiting for you here. Fire transmission? Yes, that's right. Passing on the torch. When various professions in the sanctuary are promoted here in the future, everyone should be able to interpret some mysteries from the divinity of the statue. In this way, everyone should be able to gain an extra professional attribute after the job transfer. Blinking, the figure didn't quite understand the meaning of these narrations. But from the text, the figure felt that he should have guessed correctly. The secret of fire transmission is indeed here. The figure decided to eavesdrop here. But seeing that Lewis was coming, the figure could not find a suitable corner to hide. In a hurry, Lewis's footsteps were heard outside the temple. In a panic, the figure knew that she would never run away in time. She hurriedly put the stone book in her hand back into the hands of the male god. But she used too much force and broke the hand of the male god. This almost scared the figure to death. If Lewis knew that she had come secretly to cause trouble, she would be dead. At this time, Lewis' shadow had appeared at the entrance of the hall. Thinking that the moon god would kneel down at Lewis's feet to receive training, the figure legs softened and he sat on the throne. The thousands of arms on his body also stood up stiffly. In his blank mind, Lewis had already stepped into the hall. The figure looked at the fire god opposite, and then turned his head to look at Lewis, who walked in. You scratched your head, looked at the statue of Aku, and felt that something was wrong. Why are you kneeling there? Still holding a bunch of junk in your hand? Forget it. Well, Garlock, your style is good. I will come like this in the future. Here, I give you something. Lewis reached out and threw a war hammer and a flaming staff to the fire statue. In a daze, Ake saw the small flaming staff, which gradually grew larger after flying over, and then was caught by the fire statue next to her. Afterwards, she saw the fire statue pat the dust off its body, showing a flattering smile and walking towards Lewis, and chatting with Lewis. Aku? Obviously, there was only one statue automatically generated in this temple. The King of the South Sea, Garrick. Aku's statue was made by Lewis, and Garrick, he hadn't had time to make it yet. Looking at the narration of the ancient stone book in her hand, Aku, who was holding her own statue, raised her head woodenly. Chapter 662 How can I give the house key to a bad woman? The narration of the stone book in Aku's hand is synchronized with the narration of the story book in Lewis's hand, but Lewis did not pay attention to this information at this time, nor did he have the time to pay attention to the Pokemon statue lady on the throne. He was busy asking Mr. Garlock some questions. After all, this super captive is not only an important leader of the old gods, but also the construction director of the god and demon fortress, so he knows a lot of secrets. Seeing that Lewis didn't pay attention to her, Miss Magic Baby couldn't help but prick up her ears and eavesdrop on their conversation. These conversations were intermittent, and Miss Magic Baby only heard a general idea, but the stone book in Miss Magic Baby hand completed many contents. Sir, you are right. Regarding the matter of the Great Void, we have been planning for many years. The fortress was also built in the abyss many years ago. However, the project of the god and demon fortress is too huge, like building a kingdom of God. Therefore, it was too late to build from scratch. So it was actually renovated based on a temple abandoned by the sun god. Oh, there are indeed many temples. Since 3,000 years ago, the sun god has personally built many temples and placed them in the space-time cracks in the abyss. We don't know the meaning of these temples, But with the space-time characteristics of these temples, they are very suitable for being placed in the big void. Therefore, when I took over this project, I proposed such a transformation proposal to the sun god, and selected such a temple to transform it into the current fortress of gods and demons. I understand. Garlock. There is another question I want to confirm. Does the sun god often sleep in these temples in special time and space areas? And every once in a while, he will sleep in a different temple? Sir, how did you know? Garlock's eyes showed a bit of shock, because this is a secret that few people know. After all, the sun god does not want others to know the pattern of his sleep. Lewis nodded and stopped talking. But he already knew the significance of these temples, and also knew how the sun god went to the sanctuary. The temples that the sun god placed in those cracks in time and space are the gates leading to the sanctuary. But these gates are revolving doors. Only when these revolving doors rotate to a special position with the change of time and space can they be connected to the gate of the sanctuary. And the time for each connection is also very short. But the time to wait for the opportunity to connect is very long. In other words, this is a matter of probability. If you are lucky, it may be open several times a day. But if you are unlucky, you may not get a chance for thousands of years. Therefore, the sun god found many time and space cracks in the abyss, and built many revolving doors, so that he could have more opportunities and time to explore the secrets of the sanctuary. The god and demon fortress plus the sea-suppressing pillar, the big hole, is a revolving door. And because the sea-suppressing pillar is made of the scepter of the god of time and space, Lewis can make this revolving door turn in any way he wants. In other words, Lewis can build a stable portal to a certain area of the sanctuary in the god and demon fortress. However, to build such a portal, a special time and space anchor, the Sun Bible, is required. Of course, if Lewis is willing to use the storybook, it is fine. But he doesn't want to. Lewis doesn't know where Charlie finally sent the Sun Bible, but he deliberately brought up a topic with Garlock, so that the storybook can give the answer. I have seen a record in the documents of the fortress of gods and demons. There is a description above. The Lord gave the Bible to believers in the temple. Do you know this history? Lewis's words seemed to have brought back a memory to Garlock. Garlock did not answer Lewis directly. He looked at the dome of the temple and told a little-known history. Sir, I have some connection with this temple. It is a relic that I and several partners, today monarchs, with common ideals discovered when we were exploring the abyss 500 years ago. And the Sun Bible came from here. This Bible is indeed what we brought back the year. What happened later, you should have seen it from history. Speaking of this, Garlock seemed to be lost in memories, and his face showed a complex expression. There was fear, shock, worship, and futility. But he did not regret it. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. What a bullshit history, you tell me. Miss Aku, who was eavesdropping on the throne, cursed in her heart. She quickly and quietly flipped through the stone book in her hand, looking for more secrets. Sure enough, the Sun Bible is related to the transmission of fire. Passing on the torch, it turns out that Garlock and others were the first generation of sun wizards, who received the torch from the sun god. To this day, Garlock, who explored the ruins at that time, still remembers the shock he felt when he first saw the sun god. He couldn't imagine that there was such a great existence in this world. He is almost omniscient and omnipotent. In front of him, the gods are just like those ridiculous bugs. But why have wizards never heard of such an existence? It turns out that, in the history sealed by the kings of Gallic, there should have been a history about the old god. In this way, the adventurers who explored the ruins met this old god. The young magicians who never believed in any god were completely impressed by the greatness of the old god. And the new world he described was forever imprinted in the hearts of the magicians. That was the answer that these young people had been looking for. The omniscient great existence gave these young people what they really wanted. The adventurers with ideals returned to their hometown with the Sun Bible and opened a new era. Now, that great era of solar magic has been sealed forever in history. But the Sun Bible was sent to the Kingdom of Clouds by King Isolde and preserved. At this time, Ake suddenly felt a little hand touching her feet. She looked down woodenly and found that Lewis was standing at her feet with a thoughtful look on his face, looking at the stone book in her hand. For a moment, Miss Ake's face was covered with cold sweat. She was motionless, pretending to be a statue, not daring to blink, and looked like a statue reading a book seriously. Fortunately, Lewis didn't seem to notice that his statue wrist and stone book had suddenly run into the Pokemon hand, and was just thinking about things there. Sun Bible. Charlie went to the sanctuary through it. Lewis' voice came from the audience. And at the same time, some of Lewis' reasoning was written in the stone book. It seems that the Sun Bible should be a low-end storybook that the Sun God transformed from the world-time abyss, or a sanctuary fantasy story travel diary used by the Sun God. With the power of the Sun God, she doesn't need a storybook to go to the sanctuary, but she needs a special notebook to record her exploration experience and those unknown secrets. Ordinary things can't be brought into the sanctuary as notes. But the genuine stone comes from the sanctuary. So the Sun Bible was created by the Sun God. Although this kind of Sun Bible is a worthless thing that can be transformed by the Sun God at will. But before the Sun God sent it in, this book had always been used by him as a notebook. This book had accompanied him to many areas of the sanctuary for 2,500 years, and had accompanied him to and from the sanctuary and this world many times. Therefore, this book not only records the time and space conditions of each area of the sanctuary, but also records the route information from this world to each area of the sanctuary. So, the Sun Bible is like a super space-time anchor. If you want to overlap the fortress of gods and demons with a certain area of the sanctuary, you need such a storybook. My storybook has only accompanied me to the city of St. Louis. But the Sun Bible records many areas. If I use it to forge the god and demon fortress, I will have more choices when I draw the lottery, some in a certain area of the sanctuary. Therefore, I must get this Sun Bible back from the cloud country. Thinking of this, Lewis made up his mind. Because no matter which area of the sanctuary was pulled to this world, Lewis could accept it. But only St. Louis City. This is not because St. Louis City is now severely damaged, but because St. Louis City is an area that he and the Sun God can go to at will through the main gate. In fact, the Sun God can sneak into other sanctuary areas, but she can't wander around like she does in Fort St. Louis. As long as the door is locked, this guy can't come. But if St. Louis City is pulled into this world and treated as one new home, it will be a lot of fun. The Sun God will probably come to visit whenever he has nothing to do. Although Lewis can always keep a large clone at home, how can he guard against these day and night? And who is willing to give the key to his home to a strange, bad, beautiful woman? Looking at the words on the stone book, Lewis felt a chill in his heart. There are so many rewards in the Sun Bible sanctuary area. He can't just draw St. Louis City, right? Thinking of this, Lewis felt relieved. I hope so. Crow mouth. Ba 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 ba. Chapter 663, The Little Brother of the Ancient God. After confirming the matter of the Sun Bible, Lewis began to consider the matter of transforming the god and demon fortress, and the matter of his own half-god guards. The former requires the funds and the Sun Bible from the Cloud Country, while the latter is the appearance of Mr. Dragon King Lewis to the Cloud Country. As a fire god with the power of the ancient gods, Garlock is undoubtedly an important key to the matter of the 9 dragons seeking guards. Lewis could not help but look at Garlock. Garlock, I didn't kill you. Not because we got along well before, but because you were once our fellow travelers. Looking at this old friend, who worked together under the Sun God for several months, and good drinking buddy, Lewis' eyes gradually became a little complicated. I remember you once told me that your greatest belief was to follow the forbidden Grand Scholar, Sun God, to change the old world and create a new world called the Sun Magic Era. And you once guided me for this belief, hoping that I could join you. But you should know that you have long forgotten your original belief, and have changed from the dragon slayers of 500 years ago to the biggest evil dragons in the world. And the path you have been walking on is also full of desires and ambitions. In Lewis's words, Garlock closed his eyes with a complicated expression, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and said something that surprised Lewis. Sir, I am no longer the 20-something Garlock. I can never go back. Sir, the me standing in front of you is not the young Garlock in the dream. I am the real me. My original beliefs and ideals have long been discarded by me over the long years, and there is no way to find them back. Sometimes, once a person has seen too many things and has too many things, he will no longer look down on the things he cherished before. At this point, Garlock took off the crown on his head. Let me be imprisoned under the sea pillar. But this is not because of any ridiculous reflection and repentance. And I don't think the blood on my hands is a sin, because this is the necessary process to the end. And the things I did wrong are just failures. But the real war has just begun. I am curious, in the collision between this fragile world and the old gods that have become more powerful, Who will win in the end? It seems that after seeing the power that erupted from the New East, Garlock only felt that the Alliance had a slight chance. And this guy had no regrets about the path he had taken. Garlock was undoubtedly a real villain. In his eyes, there was no right or wrong. Only winners and losers. He would not follow Lewis. And he did not think highly of the people in front of him. So he hoped to be a captive quietly, waiting for the Sun God to overthrow the world and release him. Or wait for a chance to exchange prisoners in the future. Garlock's words today were very frank, which could be said to be open and honest. Lewis was also very frank. Garlock, I don't plan to let you out. I just want you to be my coolie. Coolie Vulcan. Lewis had long been interested in Garlock. Although this guy was best at the kind of destructive magic, how could Boss Lewis waste this craftsman, who had the position of the god of fire, and the power of the ancient gods? What more? This guy has a very high level of knowledge. It not for nothing that everyone regards him as the god of magic in the modern times. He just doesn't deserve it in Lewis's eyes. But in fact, this guy level is much better than that of the first generation of the 12 kings. After all, he has not only read almost all the forbidden books in the East, but also studied the Sun Bible. As a god of magic who has the strength of an ancient god and specializes in fire, it is very suitable for him to swing a hammer and do alchemy. Therefore, Garlock is undoubtedly the best super god craftsman. Even the Sun God does not have such a craftsman. After all, he is embarrassed to let Garlock do such a thing. He can only let this Lord Fire God supervise the military supply work and instruct the great alchemists when he is in a good mood in the name of the god and demon fortress. Judging from the construction of the god and demon fortress and the military supply, Garlock, who occasionally supervises such things, is undoubtedly a great master. It's just that the Sun God is reluctant to let this craftsman go down to the grassroots level and lead people to swing hammers. But Lewis was willing to use it. And he was very confident in using it. As a prisoner who was sealed forever under the Lord of Shanghai, Garlock was not only under Lewis's surveillance at all times, but others could also view Garlock work log and inner monologue through the records in the stone book. Therefore, this coolie could neither hide his secrets nor be lazy. He could only work hard for everyone. In addition, Garlock's skills would also be recorded in the stone book, so the alchemists of the Alliance could learn from him. Lewis told Garlock about being the head blacksmith. Garlock, who originally thought he would be invited 3 times, suddenly found that he was just a blacksmith in the eyes of his boss. This feeling of disparity made Garlock's face very interesting. Ahem, sir, do you think this is a bit of a waste of talent? The craftsman Garlock's face was a little ugly. He pinched his crown like a hat, and said with great entanglement, Unyielding talent. Unyielding talent. Lewis helped Garlock up with a smile on his face. But Garlock's face became even uglier at Lewis' courtesy. Well, although I am a captive, I can actually teach in the classroom of the new god and demon academy when I am free. You know, I can still be a magic professor. Of course. Garlock, your classroom is in the blacksmith shop. Garlock. Ahem. Garlock, I heard that the Sun God has a demigod guard. I want to make one too. I saw some semi-finished products in the God and Demon Fortress. Please use the materials collected in the God and Demon Fortress to help me smash them. Coolie Fire God. Okay. Sir, how many do you want? Well, let's make 10,000 sets first. Hearing this, Garlock almost fainted. Even the Demon Emperor, the demigods around the 12 demon kings, and the 72 pillars of the demon gods only add up to more than 700. And not every demigod can afford the armor worn by the demigods under the power of the Sun God. But you asked me to get 10,000 sets of armor of this level? Where can I get it for you? But Lewis' expression was not joking. In fact, Lewis not only wanted the demigod armor, the entire army had to be upgraded. After all, in the future War of Gods, units like the God Hunters, Sun Angels/Sun Knights, may only be ordinary elite regular troops. The real ace troops must be demigods like Prince Dracula. There are not so many god hunters in the East Continent, let alone so many demigods. But strength can be compensated by equipment and technology. The technology of the East Continent is currently higher than that of the Abyss, but the equipment is not even a little bit worse. In other words, the East Continent currently only has wizards' technological items, mostly strategic weapons such as the Angel of Judgment or other heavy weapons. They can be used as firepower support to deal with elites like the God of Evil, but they lack the special single-soldier combat equipment of the God-slaying beheading group that can deal with the evil God Mark. So we have to make up for this shortcoming of equipment. Otherwise, a king of desire and pain can't help the leaders deal with the hundreds of demons, gods, evil gods and quasi-evil gods. And these 10,000 sets are the future demigod army in Lewis's mind. Don't we have gods and evil gods here? We can use equipment to pile up 10,000 Augustus, and you can kill all gods. These 10,000 sets can be taken slowly, but you have to bring a group of demigod guards to the Cloud Kingdom. They are deceived, and they have to think that they have the strength. A demigod group at the level of the Sun God is undoubtedly a powerful facade. It can make the Cloud Country mistakenly believe that Lewis's strength is comparable to that of the Demon Emperor. 1,000 sets will do. I will go to the Cloud Country in a few days, and I have to keep up appearances. Garlock gave Lewis a look. Impossible. Can you do less? People are like this. If you tell him to recruit, he will talk to you about me being a villain. If you ask him to forge iron, he will say that he wants to be a magic professor. If you ask him to make 10,000 sets of demigod armor, he will agree to the blacksmith idea and hope that you will ask him to make less. Ancient God younger brother. Make a promise. Ancient God level worker +1. Chapter 664 Your boyfriend is so weird. The boss dream seems to be very big. As a worker, Garlock feels that he should let him see the reality clearly. Sir, you may not know that, although demigods do not have a godly position, they are warriors who challenge gods. Their armor is not simple. If you want 10,000 sets of Sun Angel armor, then give me all the wizards in the fortress. I can deliver the finished product before the next month. And it will be more sophisticated and excellent than the existing armor in the fortress. Translated, Garlock meaning is that with the same material. Others make green armor, but he and his people make blue armor. Garlock continued, but if it is a demigod armor, even an excellent god craftsman, with the assistance of several Sun Angels, can only forge one in 100 years. And ordinary wizards are simply unable to participate in this kind of work, because they lack experience and have no divinity in their bodies. So, you just give me all the angels in the fortress, including the 6-winged archangel. Then let many great alchemists assist. It will take us 10,000 years to make these 10,000 sets of armor. And you need to know that even the Demon Emperor, the 12 demon lords and the demigods around the 72 pillars of demon gods only add up to more than 700. At this point, Garlock wiped the sweat from his face. He thought the boss should understand what he meant. Even if there were armor, you didn't have so many demigods. There are not that many demigods in the entire East Continent. It will take 100 years to make one set. Lewis nodded and said, let's make 1,000 sets first. This stuff doesn't have to be worn by demigods. Can ordinary people wear it? I need it next month. Garlock. Since the leader has to make the decision, the subordinates can't say anything more. Garlock said that he would go all out, and the more he could get next month, the better. Lewis would give Garlock some people, and let Garlock go to the moon god to get a small tool called Creator. Before Garlock left, he gave his crown of flame to Lewis. My lord, I am no longer a king. You can do whatever you want with this crown. After saying that, Garlock bowed and left. And several options appeared in front of Lewis. A. Give the crown of flame to Osikris, so that Osikris can re-establish a new king in the Fire Kingdom. Completion reward. You and Osikris control over the 12 great families +1. The orthodox status and loyalty of the Molten Fire family +max. The new Molten Fire hunting god group +1. Garlock gratitude +1. Negative impact. The royal power of the Molten Fire noble family will be deeply rooted. B. Send a group of peace envoys. Carry the crown of flame to the abyss with great fanfare, and then show off in front of the old gods, and extort a sum of money for the captives to settle down. Completion reward. The shock of the old gods forces +1. The Sun God. Prepay generous ransom *1. Agreement on preferential treatment of prisoners +1. Probability of killing surrendered prisoners by the old gods -50%. Because the people of the old gods are sure that Garlock was captured by you, you will have more initiative in exchanging prisoners in the future +1. Negative impact. The threat level of the weak East Earth forces will be raised to the threat level of the Demon Emperor in the eyes of the old gods, and in the future, when the old gods capture important members of your side, the Sun God will also blackmail you severely. C. Give the Flame Crown to Delphinia, and Delphinia will give it to the Demon Emperor, to deepen the Demon Emperor control over the Abyss. Completion reward. The Demon Emperor concern for you. Attention +1. A large amount of very rich Abyss material +1. Delphinia satisfied ambition +1. Your and Delphinia influence in the demon world +1. Fear of the Flame Demon Clan, Loyalty, +1, Burning Legion +1, Private Cold-Faced Liquor +1. Negative impact. The Sun God resentment towards the male secretary is more +1, the Overlord attention to the magic consultant entourage is more +1, the strange woman who occasionally sneaks into your house +2, the possibility of the two accidentally meeting in your house +1, the possibility of cooperation between the old gods and the outer gods is more +1. Looking at that C, Lewis's eyes twitched. Ignore it. Of these three options, if the rewards are generous, then C is definitely the best, because it almost covers the rewards of A and B. But the negative effects it causes are also the greatest. As the weakest of all the forces, Lewis thinks it is better to keep a low profile now. What more, if the two strongest bosses secretly go to his house to hold a meeting, what will happen to his house? And if the two bosses cooperate for this reason, it will be a lot of fun. At present, the possibility of cooperation between the two is still very low. It is just a magic consultant follower, or a male secretary with extremely high magic level, but lacking hard power and troops. It is not enough for the two emperors to cooperate to deal with it. Whether it is the Cloud Kingdom or the Demon Emperor, they are not a little bit stronger than the East Earth continent. Therefore, most of the attention of the two bosses is still on dealing with the Demon Realm and the Cloud Kingdom. The Great Void is also a conspiracy against the Cloud Kingdom and the Demon Realm. Donta Continent is just a small dark horse that has messed up this plan. But it is precisely for this reason that the small dark horse needs to be more low-key. You can't send a crown at this critical moment, which will annoy people. So, B is not the best choice either. Lewis wants to choose A, but he hesitates about the reward of B: favorable treatment of prisoners and exchange of initiative with prisoners. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Who knows? One day your wife, mother-in-law, etc., might be captured by the Sun God. At that time, whether the wives and mothers-in-law can be well-fed, and well-fed in the enemy camp depends on the choice they make today. After thinking about it, Lewis decided to make a decision in 2 days. Today he came to get the ticket to the Cloud Country to clean up the court. The job transfer temple also needs to be renovated. Thinking of this, Lewis took a few steps back and looked at the hall. Lewis was very dissatisfied with the current layout of the hall. It looked like the throne room or a place to burn incense and worship Buddha. In the future, the statues here are all Aku, the god of fire and other things. Burn incense to them? Worship them? Lewis picked up the magic pen and began to write in the storybook. As the words were written, the appearance of the entire Zhenhai temple gradually began to change. The layout and decoration of the hall gradually changed. The statues were no longer standing on the altar, but were distributed in the hall. Many flowers and plants and sacred oak trees grew around them. There were also many bookshelves, book collections, incense burners, and sacred beasts around them. The whole ancient hall had a more peaceful atmosphere, like a temple of knowledge. When Lewis put down his pen and raised his head again, the statues in the hall were no longer out of touch with the ground. They were like guardian spirits in the holy land of knowledge. The statue in the center, reading under the sacred oak tree, was the knowledge manager, and the goddess beside it was the administrator. In the alchemy experimental area in the corner of the hall of knowledge, a molten god holding a book in one hand and a hammer in the other also appeared. However, what Lewis did not notice was that behind the golden sacred oak, there seemed to be a statue that looked like the king of desire and fear. This statue was looking around woodenly, and the statue of Almerico, with his arms raised not far away, also looked at her. The two sides stared at each other, and then the statue, exposed by the change of environment, picked up a book beside it, stood on the empty statue base nearby, and covered its face with the book. "What are you doing? Why haven't you come back for so long? Is it so difficult to steal a crown?" Apparently some people don't dare to keep spying on Lewis with the magic mirror. "Ahem. Master, you'd better come over. Your boyfriend seems to be doing something weird." Chapter 665, My Burning Legion. After the environment of the hall changed, there was not only a golden sacred oak tree in the hall, but also many statues of the moon goddess, Aishwarya, and other statues with divinity and status. They were standing or sitting among the books, some were teaching, praying, and some were worshipping the golden sacred oak tree representing knowledge. Lewis did not pay much attention to these statues, nor did he notice the extra statue. He was standing in front of the statues of Aku and the king of the sea, pinching Aku's face with a strange look on his face. Almerico, who was sweating coldly, and the king of pain and desire beside her. There is always a weird feeling. Retracting his hand, Louis took a few steps back, stroking his chin and looking at the statues around him. Speaking of which, Louis was very satisfied with this knowledge hall for wizards to change their jobs and add buffs in the future. But in contrast to this environment, some statues looked very unpleasant, especially the statues of Aku and himself. By the way, he was not satisfied with both statues. Let's talk about the statue of the true Almerico first. Look at the rags at his hands, and then look at his black face and black hands, as if he had just been rubbing around in the hall. The true ancient god now looks like a little mud monkey picking up trash. The character I spent 3 hours sculpting must have been forced to look like Aku by the storybook. But that's fine. We can put some effort into revising the storybook and change it back. But what the point of the storybook putting me here as a statue? It too unlucky. I'm not Aku, a divine beast like the god of fire. What spirit can I guard? If I die, I be erected here, that fine. I'm not dead yet. What kind of monument are you erecting? If you want to erect something, erect Anthony. Anthony is my teacher, as a representative of the sanctuary, and one of the original founders, it not a person, but all the great sages of the sanctuary, and the concept of the sanctuary. It is undoubtedly very appropriate to erect such a statue in this future holy land of knowledge. It will also be more appropriate for everyone to change their jobs to the 12 professions of the Holy Land under this statue in the future. As for Aku, guardian spirit beasts such as the god of fire can be used for everyone to study divinity. Let these 12 professions have a chance to have more special attributes when changing jobs. As soon as he said to change, Louis wrote a few paragraphs in the storybook. But what Louis did not expect was that the paragraph he wrote led to more narration. The true guardian of the Jinhai Pillar, the statue of the great sage of the Holy Land, and a golden sacred oak tree appeared in the hall. You raised your head inexplicably, and saw a magician leaning against a huge 9-headed dragon turtle. They appeared together under the golden sacred oak tree in the center of the hall. The dragon turtle was sleeping soundly under the tree, and the magician was flipping through the books quietly. Wait a minute. Why does the statue of my cousin look a bit like a trash can? As if noticing Louis' gaze, the dragon turtle nodded to Louis listlessly. It seems that my cousin is a little tired. He needs to sleep for a while. I suggest you come to him in 2 days. He will talk to you about the Cloud Kingdom and my cousin. Brother, why are you leaning over the trash can? Just as Louis was stunned, the magician who was sitting on the ground reading a book slowly raised his head and looked at the golden holy oak tree behind him. Back then, Teacher Anthony and his friends, all the great sages of the Holy Temple, planted a holy oak tree. Now their students have truly joined the Holy Temple and planted an oak seed of their own. The voice of the magician statue echoed in the hall like the echo of thousands of people. Just like thousands of sages in the Holy Temple were speaking at the same time. He slowly turned his head, revealing a handsome face. Looking at this handsome face, Louis's ears buzzed. Why? So handsome? Louis touched his face. His mind went blank. Suddenly, the statue disappeared. Only a book was left in its place. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Perhaps, Teacher Anthony should be a magic book. Because Teacher Anthony is no longer here. It represents knowledge. A magic book. And the concept of all magicians. So, he is called the God of Magic. The God of Magic, he exists in this temple. And when the door of the future sanctuary opens wider, the scope of his activities will continue to expand. The narration in front of him made Louis look dazed. And he walked woodenly to the book that fell on the ground and picked it up. After flipping through it, Louis found that the book had only 2 lines of words from beginning to end. Administrator, Liuwoody 123. Password, 6666. Louis, you suddenly understood something. Suddenly, Louis stretched out his hand and threw the worthless book into the sky, but the book did not change at all. Do I have to enter my account password? But where is the interface? Where do I enter it? Perhaps you should recite the 2 spells loudly? Ahem. Isn't this a bit too silly? If someone sees me, I'd be in trouble. Forget it, there's no one around anyway. Saying this, Louis' old face turned red, and he looked around. Then he threw the book into the sky again, and tried again and again. For a moment, the sound of spells rang out in the hall. Louis Invincible 6666 Louis Invincible 1, 2, 3 6666 Louis. Almerico and the devil Miss Barbie looked at Louis doing strange things in a daze. What are you doing over there? Why haven't you come back for so long? Is it that hard to steal a crown? Ahem, master, you'd better come over. Your boyfriend seems to be doing something strange. After Louis was high for a long time, nothing changed. Until he took a closer look at the storybook later, he suddenly realized that his attributes had changed a long time ago. It seemed that as long as he walked into this hall, he would have a big bowel movement. You? Bullshit spells. This account and password are written in the storybook. Why do you need to enter them? It automatically logged in. While cursing, Louis tore up the useless book and threw it into the trash can stomach. Jiolong brother. Louis. Jiolong brother, with a foreign object stuffed into his abdomen, showed a satisfied look. Louis? Jiolong brother ruminated for a while, and fell asleep again. The magic power of the patron saint of the new magic school has recovered by 1 point. The magic power of the patron saint of the new magic school has recovered by 1 point. The magic power of the patron saint of the new magic school has recovered by 1 point. Suddenly, Louis understood a little bit that he had to stuff knowledge into his cousin's stomach so that it would recover its energy. After studying the notes of the old cousin in the storybook, Louis found that the book he stuffed in was not discarded, but recorded in this palace of knowledge. At the same time, there was suddenly an extra book on the bookshelves in the hall. But what was written on this book was not a password and account, but a magic notebook of Louis. It seems that the old cousin is merged with the will of this world, and the wizards in the academy can use him to translate those incomprehensible words or spells. The more books collected in the academy in the future, the stronger the power of the old cousin will be. No wonder the old cousin has been recovering his magic power just now. After a closer look, Louis found that the magic power of the old cousin was still recovering slowly, and the upper limit of his magic power was also slowly increasing. Hey, if I can recover a little more magic power, cousin can spit out the Cloud Country ID card, talisman, and the Imperial Scepter? I heard that in the Cloud Country, there are many kinds of talismans and Imperial Scepters. The Prince has one, and the Emperor also has one. The Emperor does have an Imperial Scepter. I don't know what the talisman and Imperial Scepter my cousin used to have, and I don't know what they will look like after I get them in my hands. Thinking of this, Louis threw the molten crown into his cousin's stomach. After a while, the cousin spit out the crown again, but on a bookshelf in a corner of the hall, there was a strange book. A figure who had just walked into the hall, with a cold face, stretched out her jade hand and picked up the book. The name of the book was written in an ancient text. The cold-faced queen raised her head and looked at it, and translated it into crazy fire. What Louis didn't know was that at this moment, the fate of the world had completely changed. Burning Legion +1. Chapter 666. What is your method? Louis did not notice the latest narration in the storybook. After picking up the crown that his cousin had spit out again, he checked his cousin's magic power. It seemed that the magic power that his cousin had increased this time was more than that when he chewed his big book just now. After thinking about it, Louis understood a little bit that although there were many mysteries about the nature of the world on his big book, these worlds were not the East Earth world, and the will of the East Earth world could not translate them. Therefore, only one magic note was translated. So the power that the cousin recovered was not much. But the molten crown contained the secret of the essence of this world. The magic power that the cousin recovered was naturally very much. It will take some time for the cousin to recover his magic power. Louis was free and studied the statue of the cousin. It seems that the new book can not only restore the cousin magic power, but also increase his magic power limit. And if someone reads and learns knowledge in the temple, or comprehends the essence of the world, the cousin will also be able to recover his magic power. After further research, Louis discovered that his cousin's magic power was very useful. It could buff all members, control the weather in a certain area of the South China Sea, and guard the area. For example, it could suppress enemies that entered the South China Sea, or it could calm a super tsunami. The stronger his magic power, the stronger his guarding power. It seemed that when I was not here, everyone could use the statue of my cousin to adjust the weather and guard the South China Sea. Louis could imagine that, in the future, when a certain area of the sanctuary was summoned by him, his cousin would become so powerful that he would become a super guardian spirit second only to Louis. At this time, his cousin's power seemed to have recovered a little. He suddenly regurgitated two things from his stomach, vomited them on the ground, and then fell asleep again. Louis picked up the two things and found that they were a small ivory-like board and a strange jade pendant. Chow Hu, Dragon Tooth, the item used by the Prince of Jiolong to attend court. Dragon Talisman, Divine Jade, the Yunhua ID card of the Prince of Jiolong. Explanation: Talisman, Yunhua ID card. In Yunhua, People have different ID cards: fish talisman, crane talisman, tiger talisman, Kirin talisman, and dragon talisman, depending on their positions. But only members of the royal family can wear jade Kirin talisman or dragon talisman. Explanation: Chao Hu. In Yunhua, Chao Hu is made of divine bamboo, ivory, dragon tooth, and divine jade. Officials below the 5th rank do not hold a Hu. Officials below the 3rd rank hold a divine bamboo Hu. Officials above the 1st rank hold an ivory Hu. Officials of the 1st rank and the cabinet ministers, princes hold a dragon tooth Hu. There is only one divine jade Hu, which is used by the emperor, indicating his unique identity. The storybook not only gives the narration, but also gives the talismans and Hu pictures. This divine jade Hu does look very showy. Not only that, even my cousin and my uncle are not worthy of holding the divine jade Hu. While muttering, Louis picked up the imperial scepter and dragon talisman at his feet, and found that his cousin's name was written on the dragon talisman. Ao Bai? This name is not very auspicious. I won't go to court with this name. Will I? While confused, Louis suddenly found that the imperial scepter and dragon talisman in his hand had changed. The name of his cousin disappeared from the dragon talisman, and was replaced by 4 strange seal characters. Louis thought that these 4 seal characters were his own name, such as Nan Wan Lui, Nan Hai Wangi, and so on. But after a closer look, it seems that it is not such a word. It seems that Louis' jade pendant is a little special, so it does not need a name. Feng, Tian, Chung, Yun, Feng Tian Chung Yun, Feng Tian Chung Yun? Blinking his eyes, Louis's face twisted together. This is more excessive than Ao Bai. This is not good. Right? This is really asking me to usurp the throne. It seems that this is your ticket to the 9 dragon succession. Rubbing his face hard, Louis stuffed the jade pendant into his belt. Simply, this thing is generally invisible to others, so as long as he does not leak it, then his little brother, the emperor, will not arrest him directly. Thinking of this, Louis felt relieved. As long as he didn't bring the jade pendant to court, it would be fine. We should keep a low profile on this trip to the Cloud Country. After a sigh of relief, Louis looked at his new imperial scepter, and then he covered his eyes fiercely. How could this happen? How could this happen? How can I take it to court? Because the imperial scepter was no longer made of dragon teeth, but of divine jade, the one and only divine jade used by the emperor in the storybook. Louis felt sick when he thought about holding this thing up to court. After a few days, when my cousin wakes up, I will discuss this matter with him. Leave a statue here to accompany my cousin. It looks awkward to have only a 9-dragon statue here. After putting the tablet away, Louis took out an ordinary 7-color stone from his pocket and turned it into a small stone statue with his name on it. Then he threw the small stone statue on the ground. And then the stone statue gradually grew bigger and turned into a statue wearing a forbidden wizard robe. If Garlock saw the statue, he would definitely recall his most terrifying memory. He hooked his finger, and the lifelike stone statue began to move. This magic statue has no special function. It is the same as other magic statues. It usually moves around in a small area. However, if my statue is placed in this hall and moves around, will people who come to read books think it is me and feel constrained? As a boss, if he always walks around his employees' offices, it will affect everyone's work efficiency. So after thinking about it, Louis changed the appearance of the statue. Then he erased the face of the statue. From the appearance, it no longer has any characteristics. Well, I will tell you that this statue is an ordinary magician stone statue. The reason why it has no face is because it represents all magicians. As he said this, Louis left another text description on the stone seat. Obviously, this is a bit of a cover-up. After all, the legend of the faceless man is still very famous on the mainland. I know, but it's just like a cat catching a bird. At first, everyone will pay close attention to this statue, but after everyone gets used to it, they won't pay too much attention to it. Thinking of this, Louis smiled evilly. When he has nothing to do, he will stand here and pretend to be a statue and read a book. If some foreign thieves think that Louis is a magic statue at this time, it will be a lot of fun. Clapping his hands, Louis planned to do something with the Ku statue. What do you mean by this? Louis? What are you talking about? It's as if I'm a pervert who would do weird things to statues. Louis was a little unhappy. When he arrived at a place, he found that there seemed to be more than one weird statue. There were several. Chapter 667 Your Majesty. I am not a pervert. What are you talking about? What else can I do? Of course. I will pinch your face, Louis said as he walked with a storybook. At this time, he found himself in front of the statue of Almerico. The statue was the size of a normal person and looked lifelike. The 4 arms on the body. A pair of hands were quietly clasped on the legs. A pair of hands were in front of the chest to pray for blessings. And the wings behind him were also folded. Compared with the previous appearance of Jinhai Temple, the overall shape is much more down to earth. After taking a look, Louis touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Miss Almerico stared at the distance motionlessly. I remember when I was in the temple. The statue seemed to be 5 or 6 meters high. Ake had imitated the statue before and became the same size and appearance. How come it has become so small now? Ake, whose transformation magic was destroyed due to the changes in the temple. An unknown spell sounded from Louis's mouth. This spell was a shaping magic that was cast in a guided way. It was only effective on statues. If the person standing in front of Louis was a living god, this magic would definitely be ineffective. But the statue in front of Louis' eyes kept getting bigger as the spell sounded from his mouth. When Louis showed a satisfied look, the statue stopped getting bigger. The coordination was perfect. Well, it about 3 or 4 meters high. If it is the same size as before, it will be almost as big as the golden oak, Miss Almerico said calmly. But how many hands should be conjured? Louis touched his chin and was in a dilemma. AKO was sweating because she didn't know the correct answer. There was little time to guess the answer. After just a few seconds, Louis, who had noticed it, stretched out his hand and cast a spell on the statue. This was also a magic that only worked on statues. If the person standing in front of Louis was a living god, this magic would definitely be ineffective. However, the body of the living god has changed. The arms behind him are growing like branches sprouting from a tree. Gradually, more than a dozen pairs of arms appear behind Aku in perfect posture. Well, this number is just right. 1 more pair would be uncoordinated, and 1 less pair would not support the majesty of the god of 1,000 arms. It perfect. Louis nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the number he chose was extremely wise. Aku also felt that she was extremely smart. Father God bless her. She really guessed it right. If Louis finds out today that I am playing a trick on him by pretending to be a statue, I will definitely be dead today. So, what should be placed on each arm? Louis fell into deep thought. Miss Almerico also fell into deep thought. Just when Aku thought she was dead today, Louis waved his hand. And then Aku felt that there was an extra item in each of her hands. Aku breathed a sigh of relief. Well, not bad. Not bad. Louis nodded and stepped back a few steps, looking at this perfect statue. It is perfect as the living goddess Venus. Its body is like a work of art with golden ratio. Its white jade-like body has exquisite and perfect curves under the gauze robe. The robe just covers the secrets of the goddess body. If it shows more, it will look obscene. But if it shows less, it will lack a bit of artistic sense. What is even more perfect is the many details of this statue. Louis couldn't help but look at the statue from top to bottom. At this time, the height of this statue is twice as tall as Louis, and the white thigh is right in front of Louis. So when Louis looked straight at it, his old face couldn't help but turn red and feel a little dizzy. Ahem. But speaking of it, my skill of shaping people 30,000 years ago is still there. Now that it has been revised by the storybook, it looks really amazing and amazing. Louis looked at the hands of the sculpture on its thighs, and couldn't help but think of a Western statue. Look at these hands on the legs. They even have indentations on the legs, just like this white jade statue. A living person with soft skin. At this point, Louis' face became more and more strange. He always felt that something was wrong. After all, no matter how movable the magic statue was, no matter how human-like it was still a fake model without hair or hair. So there was some difference in the senses. As if by some strange coincidence, Louis, who was standing in front of the statue legs, lowered his head woodenly, and reached out to lift the gauze robe under the statue. After several attempts, he failed to lift it up. Suddenly, he saw that the statue hand on its leg was pressing on the rope. Ahem. Louis coughed, looked around, and then put down the hem of the skirt in his hand, and then stretched out his hand to pinch the statue thigh. It did feel like a hard texture of white jade. He shook his head, put his hand down, and didn't plan to look under the statue's skirt to see what was going on. It was too perverted. You are really a Yigong who loves dragons. The statue I just made surprised me. If anyone hears it, they will laugh to death. Louis laughed at himself and left here. He touched a Ku, who looked like white jade because of the small scales on her skin. After leaving here, Louis looked at the statues he passed by along the way. In addition to the god of fire, there were also the god of the moon and Lady Ishwarya. And behind the golden sacred oak, there were also statues of Kona and many elves. These statues were automatically completed by the storybook when Louis used it to change the environment here. Since these people are gods, who have comprehended the essence of the world in a certain direction of this world, they can help wizard apprentices to change their jobs. When apprentices change their jobs and get promoted, they will comprehend some mysteries of the essence of the world. Although these people are still alive, the moon god and others were Anthony disciples 3,000 years ago. They were the first batch of forbidden great magicians in this world, and they were also the teachers of all forbidden wizards in this world. The dawn scripture of the moon court is light magic, so it is appropriate to put their statues here. As for Kona, because he is the god of the wilderness, he is a demigod representing the will of the forest, so it is appropriate to place his statue here for the druids to change their jobs, representing the recognition of the forest in this world. But whose statue is this? What does it mean that these two statues are completed here by the storybook? Saying this, Louis stopped and looked at the first statue in front of him with a strange expression. This first statue was standing in front of a bookshelf, holding something in his hand, kneeling in front of the second statue. Louis recognized the second statue, but he couldn't recognize the first statue for a long time. Whose statue is this? Louis couldn't help but touch his chin and looked at the first statue. His face was holy and pure, like a saint who was not worldly and could not be desecrated. But his body was very charming, and his dress could be said to be very slutty. If Almerico's statue covered all the places that should be covered, then his clothes, Louis could see clearly as long as he lowered his head slightly. This statue is definitely not the god of this world, but an evil god. The huge and ferocious demon horns on his head and the blood dripping from his body are proof of this. Oh! Him. Well, if Kona represents the will of the forest, then the king of pain and desire represents one of the 72 rules in the will of the abyss. So if the storybook puts his statue here to transfer the job of the demon wizards, then it makes sense. But how come it holding the molten crown in its hand? I remember that I forgot this crown on my cousin's back. How did it get here? The king of pain and desire, dripping with blood, cold sweat, stared ahead. And he made a gesture of presenting the crown to Her Majesty the Queen? As he spoke, Louis looked in the direction of the king of pain and desire gaze with a strange expression. Looking at the second statue. The statue was standing coldly in front of a bookshelf not far away, focusing on flipping through the magic book in his hand. You know what? The statue of Your Majesty is really like it. Look at the hand that is flipping through the book, moving, as if it is really reading a book. As if hearing Louis's question, the statue of the Witch Queen raised its head and looked back at Louis coldly. As if saying, "Are you an idiot?" Looking at this contemptuous look, Louis was stunned for a moment. He rolled up his sleeves, reached out, and lifted the skirt of the statue of the Witch Queen, and touched inside. What wrong with this statue? What wrong with it? Louis, are you an idiot? Chapter 668 The Evil Queen. Louis, are you an idiot? Louis opened his mouth wide at the curse. He looked at the statue of the Lord of Pain and Desire holding the molten crown beside him, and then looked at the statue of Delphinia standing in front of the bookshelf flipping through a book. He finally understood. Obviously, the Witch Queen who was cursing in front of him was alive, and she might have been here for a long time. The molten crown should be what she got from her old cousin. When flipping through the book, she used the hands of the statue of the Lord of Pain and Desire as a tray and placed the crown on it. Louis felt that his guess was correct. After all, the King of Pain and Desire was still posing there without moving. He thought that the Witch Queen was a statue like a Ku and the devil, but she turned out to be a real person. This made Louis panic and embarrassed. After all, what he had just done to the statue was very strange. In order to avoid the Witch Queen treating him as a pervert, Louis, who felt guilty, pointed to the statue of Almerico posing not far away and explained. But after the Witch Queen heard it, she looked at Louis with more contempt. Obviously, the Witch Queen has a deep prejudice against you. She imagined some strange scenes. Louis. The Witch Queen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Louis. She ignored Louis, closed the book in her hand coldly, and reached out to take the crown held in the hands of the demon statue. At the same time, a line of narration appeared in front of Louis. See change. Give the molten crown to Delphinia, and Delphinia will take it for herself. But she will show off this crown in front of the Demon Emperor. And the Demon Emperor will also have more control over the Abyss, with the support of the true new King Delphinia. Completion reward. Upgraded Molten Crown Mad Fire Crown, change, +1, Delphinia who comprehends a higher level of power and her ambition to form a team, change, +1, true. New King Delphinia +1, the Demon Emperor true recognition and attention to Delphinia +1, the Abyss awe of Delphinia and you, change, +1, the shock of the Flame Demons, worship, +1, a large amount of very rich Abyss supplies +1, the Burning Legion +1, Strange Licking Dog +1. Negative impact. 2 bosses who will definitely come to your house to check the situation due to the appearance of the Mad Fire Crown *2, the possibility of the 2 people meeting unexpectedly is even greater +1, the 2 bosses who discovered the true role of the Hall of Knowledge *2, the greed and peeping of the old gods and the outer gods *2. The negotiation between the old gods and the outer gods +1, the possibility of cooperation. More and more +1. Looking at this C option suddenly appearing, Lewis reached out and took the molten crown in his hand first. It seems that the reward of C option has become more generous, but the negative impact has also become more serious. Originally, he had no intention to give the molten crown to Miss Di, and now Lewis had no intention to give it to her. After Lewis got the crown, option C gradually disappeared. Seeing that her things were snatched away by Lewis, Her Majesty Delphinia eyebrows could not help but stand up. She looked at Lewis and suppressed her anger. Lewis, I haven't settled the matter with you about Garlock yet. Give me his crown for now. As for your violation of my order, we will talk about it later. Delphinia had told Lewis before, don't let Garlock live. In fact, this is something that Lewis can help with. But Delphinia didn't think so. In her opinion, this was an order from the Master Delphinia to the dog slave Lewis. I don't know why Delphinia insisted on killing Garlock. Logically speaking, from her, or the demon world standpoint, Garlock life or death has no effect on her, or the demon world. However, no matter what the reason is, Delphinia no longer pays too much attention to Garlock. She only wants this crown now. This molten crown seems to have a big secret. And perhaps because it is too old, Garlock does not really know the true secret of his ancestral crown. But now Lewis has used the power of the world essence, cousin, to truly interpret the secret of this crown. And Delphinia also learned from the book Mad Fire how to smash this crown into +10. The new crown is not the crown of the monarch of the 12 great families. It is a sanctuary-level artifact, which represents a powerful law power. There are 12 laws in total, which just match the 12 great families. Lewis has not read the book Mad Fire yet, so he doesn't know many things yet. However, Lewis' vision can naturally see the value of this crown at a glance. He thought Garlock also knew its value. Lewis knew that if he gave the crown to Miss Di, she would definitely be able to secure the position of the Demon Lord, and it seemed that she could also create a very remarkable legion for herself. But Lewis has already made up his mind about the crown. Compared with the negative impact of Sea Fate in the future, its positive impact is not worth the loss. Therefore, when Miss Di arrogantly said, "This crown will be of great use to me. Give it to me, and I will forgive you for Garlock matter," he directly and tactfully refused. "Thank you for your tolerance and understanding, Your Majesty, but I have other plans for this crown." Lewis's words made Delphinia a little angry. In her opinion, the master has shown favor, and the servant should not respectfully offer the things? Given this bastard character, he would never take the crown seriously, nor would he care about the impact of things. So it must be because of some little bitches. Thinking of this, Her Majesty suddenly realized. She sneered and said, "You wouldn't follow your good cousin advice and hand it over to the Cloud Kingdom, and then use it to negotiate with the Sun God, right?" Lewis blinked. "Good cousin? Which cousin? There are so many people who call me Appa. Which one are you talking about?" It seems that, while you were busy in the Jinhai Temple, the Cloud Kingdom sent a group of envoys. Your cousin Xiao Longnu from the North Sea Kingdom was also there. Delphinia didn't know that the Moon Goddess and others had not yet told Lewis about this matter. She said, "I listened to that meeting. In His Highness Ao's suggestion, the Moon Goddess, Aishwarya and Ao and others did reach a consensus. Including me, I also think that the Molten Crown will be a very important bargaining chip in the future negotiations. So you can indeed send the Molten Crown over." Lewis was confused by Delphinia's words, but then she changed the subject, "But not this crazy fire crown. Saying this, Delphinia looked at the molten crown in Louis's hand that had already solved the mystery. She laughed meaningfully. Make a fake one? That absolutely not possible. Don't listen to this evil woman. This will greatly affect the reputation of the Cloud Kingdom. There are some strange strokes and typos in this narration. After hearing what Miss Dai said, Louis opened his mouth wide. You are really good. You can even think of such a dirty trick? Chapter 669, I have learned another secret of passing on fire. Although Louis does not care about the reputation of the Cloud Kingdom, he also thinks this is a bad idea. Your Majesty, I think it is better not to give it to me. I can indeed make a molten crown, but if you use it, you will find that this thing lacks the real thing, so it cannot hide from the eyes of the Sun God. Louis knows that the value of the real molten crown is not in itself, but in the world laws it contains. These 12 law fragments cannot be copied. So no matter how many molten crowns Louis made, they were not the mad fire crown that represented the fragment of the law. The reason why the Sun God valued every crown of a great family was that once these 12 fragments of the law were gathered, they would become the master who controlled all the laws of this world. As the former master of the world, the Sun God also understood the laws of this world. Therefore, the fake thing sent over could deceive the gods, but they could never deceive the Sun God for long. So what if you can see it? Delphinia sneered. She revealed the secret in one sentence. Louis, the molten crown is a bargaining chip for negotiation, and in this negotiation, this bargaining chip only represents the captive Garlock, not the crown itself. So, as long as we send a molten crown that can shock the gods, it will be enough. It is enough to have the effect of shocking the gods. Even if the Sun God later finds out that this thing is a fake that you copied, he can only accept it with a pinch of his nose. After all, only with the original can the copy be made. The fact that the crown and Garlock are in our hands can be confirmed through this copy. And in the agreement, we also promise to send a molten crown. Not this mad fire crown. Narrator. Louis opened his mouth wide and looked at the cunning bad woman in front of him. Compared with this cunning and black-bellied bad guy, he can be said to be honest and upright. He couldn't help but look at option B again. Send a group of peace envoys, carry the flame crown to the abyss with great fanfare, then show off in front of the old gods, and extort a sum of money for the captives to settle down. Show off, prisoner settlement fee, prepaid ransom, prisoner preferential treatment agreement. These things really have nothing to do with the real crown. The key is Garlock. If it is based on this kind of reward, if I send the real crown over, it will be a bargain for the Sun God. Louis, whether you, my sister or someone else, you may be suitable to be the king or the leader of a faction. But none of you are suitable to be the emperor of the East, including the loser Yushin. And my mother, who has always been inaccurate in judging people. As she said this, the ambitious Delphinia reached out to take the crown that should have belonged to her. But her hand was directly opened by Louis. His Majesty gave Louis a surprised look. What do you mean? Dog slave. Your Majesty, your suggestion is really good. This way I can give this crown to Xiaoyao. Louis said happily while looking at the crown in his hand. Her Majesty. The statue of Almerico watching the excitement not far away : the statue of Miss Devil standing behind Louis watching the excitement : sure enough, it was because of that little bitch. Her Majesty has been secretly grinding her teeth. But the crown made her suppress the anger in her heart. She said patiently, Louis, you can just copy one for her. Osikri's mission is to eliminate the great families, revitalize Dragon Nest City, and stabilize the world. It is meaningless for her to have this mad fire god crown. It is enough to have a crown that can symbolize the royal power of the molten fire family. Perhaps he also realized that he was a little too much. Louis coughed, and also patiently stated his difficulties. Your Majesty, you know, a man, when giving a gift to his beloved woman, should choose the real jewelry. It is a bit too much to use a fake to fool people. These words simply add fuel to the fire. It is better not to explain. However, His Majesty's face was exceptionally calm. She looked at Louis in front of her, and nodded slowly. After a pause, she sneered and gave Louis a look. Go ahead, you bastard, what do you mean? Louis, who was originally full of laughter, also sneered. He gave His Majesty a look in return. It meaningless, Your Majesty. This jewelry given to Miss Ao, I just don't plan to buy Jean. Why? Her Majesty Delphinia face has become increasingly gloomy. No reason, Her Majesty, because she deserves it. After these words came out, Her Majesty was almost mad with anger. My sister deserves it, then I don't deserve it. Right? Louis was also very angry. Since Miss Dai was promoted, he began to be unable to distinguish between the big and small princes. Not only did she treat herself as a servant, but she also called him a dog slave. If she didn't bring Miss Dai bad habits here today, she really didn't know how many eyes Prince Lu had. Miss Dai's face was getting colder and colder. She looked at Louis without saying a word and sneered. Seeing the look in His Majesty's eyes, Miss Demon King, who was kneeling on one knee, was frightened to death and subconsciously crawled on the ground. Miss Evil God knew His Majesty the Demon King too well, and knew that her look meant that the fire in her heart was completely ignited. Indeed, His Majesty was particularly fond of this dog. But this kid was a little spoiled. With the master means, this kid would definitely be played to death today. If he was not trained clearly, it would definitely not be over. Thinking of His Majesty means, the King of Pain and Desire already looked at Louis with a dead look. As a result, this human boy not only did not understand the situation, but also used the magic wand in his hand to lift up the skirt of His Majesty, and said this, Your Majesty, you just said that you are the only one in the world who is worthy of being the emperor of the demon world. But you should know that if you want to sit on the throne, you often have to pay a price. Looking at the actions of this clown, who didn't know what would happen next, Miss Demon King was angry and amused. Sure enough, His Majesty was already shaking with anger under the boy's gaze. She closed her eyes, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Her chest kept rising and falling, as if she was struggling whether to keep the dog. Don't force me, Louis. I won't force you. Your Majesty, I never force others. But you have been deliberately dangling in front of me for so many days. Is that what you mean? The spoiled mortal boy didn't seem to understand His Majesty's meaning at all. And what made the King of Pain and Desire even more amusing was that he saw that His Majesty was really angry. But he was still setting himself on fire. He put away the magic wand in his hand and sat on the back of the statue. Then, he turned the magic wand in his hand into a rope and slowly tied it into a collar. Wait a minute. The King of Pain and Desire blinked woodenly and suddenly felt that something was wrong. How come the way the collar was tied looked so familiar? And this scene seemed a bit familiar. And the boy's next words seemed to indicate that everything his master had learned came from a teacher. Tell me, do you like this script? At the moment when this line was spoken, the King of Pain and Desire seemed to be petrified. Looking up at his master woodenly, he saw his master, the Demon Lord of the Abyss, kneeling on the ground slowly, with extreme humiliation and excitement, while speaking those filthy and self-deprecating lines, crawling towards the collar in the boy's hand. On this day, Miss Statue lay on the ground without daring to move, and installed the chair properly. He closed his eyes. He dared not listen or look, for fear that today's secret would be exposed. It would be fine if he knew it, after all. He was just a dog, so His Majesty didn't care whether he was here or not. But if what happened today was known by anyone else. Thinking of this, the King of Pain and Desire couldn't help but quietly look at the statues around him. Then he stared at a statue. The statue was like a white jade, with many arms. He was staring with big eyes, using many hands to record something on a stone book. The King of Pain and Desire. Almerico has learned another secret of passing on fire. Sister Aoyo, since Lu and I got the molten crown, it seems that he has been passing on fire frequently recently. Helen blinked her eyes and looked at the little dragon girl beside her. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the crazy fire. The Princess of the North Sea closed the Book of Conferred Gods with a solemn expression. She shook her head, looked at the sky in the distance, and said solemnly, Miss Almerico has done a good job these days. The secret of the lost holy fire in the divine court should be in Louis's hands. Chapter 670 105 Men and 3 Women. The Divine Emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, proclaims. In the Gothic Western Temple, there echoed the official language with the characteristics of the Yun Kingdom. The people crawling on the ground below the stage, whether they understood it or not, were all quietly listening to this destiny. The whole scene was orderly, without a single noise. Even Louis and the gods and goddesses behind him knelt on one knee on the ground, listening to the speech of the old turtle Prime Minister, Eunuch, on the stage. During the reading, Prime Minister Lao Gui looked at the Japanese people in the audience and nodded secretly. These barbarians finally showed some courtesy today, which was not in vain. After all, this was the will of heaven. And how could one listen to the will of heaven without some courtesy? The only thing that made him a little dissatisfied was that the king of Jinan today was too unmannered. Not only did he not bring a tablet to worship, but when listening to the will of heaven, He also had a tangled face, as if he had a pile of shit in his stomach. Louis' expression was indeed a little distorted today. He was sure that this thing was referring to the piece of Bung Tian Chung Yun hidden in his arms. After the old eunuch muttered this word, the divine jade in his arms began to jump around, as if it was going to fly out and tear up the imperial edict, and then tell everyone that it was the true destiny. Today, it was still thousands of miles away to receive the imperial edict, and it was making such a fuss. When I stand in the heaven in a few days, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause? It just this thing. How do you want us to take it out? Seeing the old turtle prime ministers on the stage looking at him with dissatisfaction again, Prince Lu forced a smile, and then used his elbow to hit the food in his stomach a few times. After a long time, this announcement that made Louis feel very tortured was finally coming to an end. He didn't listen to a word of the whole process, only remembered the last few words of the eunuch. "That it, uncle. Please come earlier, don't be late, my mother and I are waiting for you in heaven." As he said this, the eunuch slowly began to put away the imperial edict. After he finished speaking, Louis looked up and blinked, not understanding whether this sentence was said by the Emperor Fengtian Chengyun or the eunuch's slang. It was not until the eunuch glanced at him with an unhappy look on his face, and stepped down to present the imperial edict under his nose that Louis came back to his senses. "Your Highness, the Prince of Zhenhai, please accept the edict quickly," the old turtle prime minister holding a whisk on the stage reminded with a smile. "Oh!" Louis hurriedly stood up and accepted the decree according to the etiquette he had been taught these days, and then ordered people to keep it well. At this time, the silent hall became lively, and the crowd was talking, just like a meeting was over. Many heavenly officials did not care, but showed kind smiles, and congratulated Prince Lu, or patiently answered questions from the people around them. This attitude was completely different from when he just read the imperial edict. It no wonder, everyone has become familiar with each other these days. No matter what they think in their hearts, everyone is very flexible in their attitudes, in public and in secret. After all, no matter how rebellious these bandits are, we have come to their stronghold today, so we have to show some kindness. Right? Therefore, they turned a blind eye to some noises in the noisy crowd. What a bullshit destiny. We have learned etiquette for a month, and we heard such bullshit. My king, I think we should not go to this heaven, so we don't have to suffer the emperor anger. I think we have to go back. Let's just kill our way to heaven. Many of the extremely tall demigod knights around Louis shouted behind their masks. These demigod knights were dressed in Gothic style, without any style of the Kingdom of Clouds. But they spoke standard Mandarin and slang. Louis didn't say a word, but just frowned and looked at the records in the storybook. After a while, he laughed. Translation problem. Translation problem. Louis smiled, pointed at the knights' masks, and said to the eunuch holding the whisk, "There are some problems when the destiny is translated into Byron. And our translation mask also has some problems when translating Byron." At this point, Louis explained seriously, "My lords, the people of the East don't understand the Yun language very well, so the forgers specially made these armors and masks, used as a translator. However, due to the tight time, many demon souls were added to the mask. It seems that they were not handled very cleanly. So you should regard these words as the devil deliberate speech to provoke the relationship between us." Many heavenly officials smiled, but did not say anything. Their faces were still kind. After smiling, the heavenly official holding the whisk smiled, and whispered to Louis a fluent Byron language. "Oh my dear Prince Louis, how many rotten tomatoes were put in the apple pie made by Aunt Susan next door? She couldn't hide it from her old neighbor." Mr. de Tianguan words were a double entendre. Everyone knew exactly what these new armors were about. Everyone also knew clearly what was inside. Ahem. Louis's face was a little more embarrassed. He looked at the biggest and most noisy guy not far away. He said evasively, "There are still a few foreigners. Lord Lu, you don't need to say more. The King of Beihai and I are old acquaintances. So let's just be frank." The old heavenly official looked at the 108 demigod knights in the crowd in the hall, and said, "We believe that your loyalty to the Cloud Country will not change because of the decision of the Heavenly Court. We also believe that you can understand the difficulties of the Queen of Heaven and His Majesty the Divine Emperor. But these North Sea demons, who have been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, are extremely vicious and hopelessly rebellious. Maybe you have no second thoughts. But it is not a wise move to bring these troublemakers back to the Cloud Country to report." The great celestial official looked at Louis meaningfully, and stopped talking at that. But a celestial official beside him said the following harsh words, "Lord Lu, We have a saying that honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. If these celestial generals of yours were seen by the other 8 celestial officials, they would probably think that the people under the command of the king of Jinan are all bandits, who only care about the king and not his majesty. The celestial official words were very sarcastic. But as he said, honest advice is indeed unpleasant to the ear. Louis sighed and nodded deeply during this advice. They guessed right. Many heavenly officials? The heavenly officials around him were nodding their heads secretly. But after hearing Louis's last words, they all looked at Louis with question marks on their faces. Lord Liu, what do you mean by these words? The leading heavenly official, the whisk heavenly official, looked at Louis in surprise, wondering if he had any misunderstanding. It doesn't mean anything, Lord Li, Louis said with a fake smile. The loyalty of Ao and the king of Nehai to your majesty is clear to all. But those people around your majesty, who are clamoring to reduce the power of the vassal states, are all a group of traitors who deceive the emperor. As he said this, Louis put away the storybook, changed the subject, looked at everyone with a sharp gaze, and said word by word, Lord Li, I tell you clearly, this time, if my cousin is injured by the Dragon Gate, those people will be buried with him. Go back and tell the little emperor to stop being afraid and stay in the palace. The rebellious people around him won't be able to jump for many days. When I go back, I will help your majesty and bring true peace to the kingdom of Cloud. At this moment, the heavenly officials, who were buzzing in their heads, finally understood everything. They were so angry that they were shaking all over, and pointed their fingers at Louis. What the hell? The subordinates of the king of the South Sea are all rebels. This is clearly a case of the top beam being crooked, and the bottom beam being crooked. The biggest rebel is standing right here, and the people who follow him, what can they be like? The king of Beihai really has a good nephew. Lord Liu, let's say goodbye now. I will take your words back word for word. In this way, the heavenly officials who left this place relayed Louis's words to the Queen Mother, and the little emperor word for word. After all, these words do not need to be distorted, and they are already clear, just as the Queen Mother expected. The people around them, mother and son, are not good people, including the 8 princes and the worst Louis. Chapter 671 The Bad Woman Who Does Bad Things Everywhere. Because the hall was noisy before, many people did not hear Louis's conversation with the heavenly officials. Therefore, when the heavenly officials waved their sleeves and left, the moon goddess and others in the distance were very surprised. Sister Alia, should we go and take a look? Osikri said to the moon goddess. Today is the king of the South Sea listening to the announcement. The identities of many leaders of the Magic Alliance are somewhat subtle, so they all stood at the edge of the hall. In fact, the Magic Alliance has not yet established diplomatic relations with the Cloud Country. Because in the eyes of the Yuan Kingdom, among these eastern barbarians, only the 12 great wizard families are recorded. Even in the divine book of the Yuan Kingdom heavenly officials, the dynasty established by these 12 great families is also a new dynasty called the Isolde Sun Dynasty. The capital is the Dragon City in the southern continent. The monarch is also taken turns by the 12 great families. Therefore, in the past 500 years, the Yuan Kingdom has only been in contact with the 12 families. As for the other small vassal states that often change, in the eyes of the Yuan Kingdom, they are just a group of small vassal states that change every few hundred years. Therefore, from the perspective of the Cloud Country, the so-called Magic Alliance is actually just a group of rebel forces under the rule of the 12 great families. In the past 3,000 years, there have been countless rebellions of this magnitude. Just a few decades ago, there was a rebellion that led to a part of the Isolde royal family splitting from Dragon City and establishing a small vassal state called Sorrento. In fact, it was an event in which Sorrento broke away from the control of the monarchs of the great families. Therefore, such a rebellion, the Cloud Country will not pay much attention to it, unless the East has completely changed, and a unified dynasty like the Isolde Sun Dynasty has emerged, and actively sent envoys to pay homage. Otherwise, the Cloud Country will not actively send envoys to give them a status. In general, the East Continent is now like the Sakura Country in the Warring States period next to the Ming Dynasty. There are endless wars here, and there are countless vassal states. But after all the changes, there are only those 12 great families. So, these 12 great noble families have always had dealings with Yunhua, and before the Magic Alliance completely defeats the 12 great families, Yunhua will not easily recognize the orthodox status of the Magic Alliance. This makes the identities of Osikris and others a little bit subtle, plus Aishwarya, Isabella are unwilling to listen to the announcement as the 12 great families, so no one stayed in the hall to listen to the announcement. Instead, they all stayed outside to secretly watch the excitement. They didn't come in until the declaration of the heavenly will was finished. Now, seeing that the heavenly officials suddenly parted ways with Lewis, Osicris couldn't help but feel anxious. Formal establishment of an alliance with the Cloud Country is the most important step in the East Earth world fight against the old gods. Originally, everyone was thinking about going to the Cloud Country with Lewis this time. But now it seems that something has gone wrong. Therefore, Osicris wanted to go and see the situation. The first person Osicris thought of was the Moon Goddess. The Moon Court was established by the Moon God and the Heavenly Court of the Cloud Kingdom. The former led the gods to guard the small abyss in the center of the eastern continent, the abyss of disaster of Erlinda, and managed the eastern mortal world. The latter led the descendants of Gallic to guard the Great Rift and the abyss below it, and the two realms of the Netherworld. The two parties are in a relationship of head office and branch office. So the Cloud Kingdom God clan gives face to the subordinates of the gods in the Moon Court. Even though the current Moon Court has changed 3,000 years ago, it is no longer managed by the gods. But Yun Country recognized her legitimate identity, especially the general manager of this branch, who has always been a mortal reincarnated from the Moon God, so her name has always been recorded on the Heavenly God monument of Yun Country and has never changed. Because she had caused trouble together, she had been managing the Moon Court with a suspended sentence for meritorious service, so every time she was reincarnated and ascended the throne, her cousin, the Guarantor, would take her to the Cloud Country, so the Moon God and the Cloud Country God clan knew each other. After hearing what Ao said, the Moon Goddess did not speak. She was communicating with Lewis in her mind. After a moment, she nodded to Ao, and then looked at Grand Duke Aron. Sir Aron, Lewis is calling you. Go ask what's going on. We're going to see Lord Leof. Speaking of Lord Thomas Lee, Miss Alia and him are old acquaintances. When Alia ascended the throne, the Yun Kingdom also specially sent a group of envoys. Lord Lee was among them. Therefore, Sister Moon Goddess could recognize him in the crowd at a glance. When she led everyone through the crowd and walked towards the door, she found that most of the celestial officials, demigods and dragon guards in the delegation were walking out. But several leading celestial officials were standing at the door. They were talking with Miss Dai and others. As one of the 12 monarchs of the demon world, Delphinia and others had a subtle identity today. So she did not bring anyone into the hall to listen to the announcement today. She had just brought people in and happened to meet Mr. Lee. So the two of them started chatting. In fact, the demon realm and the Cloud Country are still nominally hostile. But unlike the ambiguity when talking to Lewis just now, when Mr. Thomas Lee talked to the demons, he was very kind. The smiles on the faces of many heavenly officials around were also from the bottom of their hearts. When the Moon Goddess and others came over, the sharp-eyed Miss Dai took the initiative to end the topic. Oh, dear Thomas, let's stop here today. I will have someone pass the message back. The treatment made by Yunhua is very sincere. I bet that His Majesty will be satisfied. The His Majesty mentioned by Shao Dai refers to the Demon Emperor. And here, Thomas Lee addressed to Miss Dai is also Your Highness. In the eyes of the gods of Yunhua, the big devil, demon lord, of Abyss Kingdom is considered a prince. The little devil, pillar demon, is considered a county king. After Delphinia finished speaking, she twisted her hips and led the demons away. Thomas Lee and others bowed and watched Miss Dai and other big and small demons leave, fearing that they would neglect this group of foreign adults from the Abyss Country. It seems that the relationship between the Demon Emperor and the big boss of the Cloud Country is very unusual. After Miss Dai left, Thomas Lee and several deputies did not look at Yushin and others who came over, but followed the crowd of the delegation directly. It was not until Yushin and others quickened their pace and followed behind Thomas Lee and took the initiative to greet them that the adults slowed down their pace slightly. Compared with just now, their attitudes were obviously different. This change in attitude made Miss Helen, who followed everyone to watch the fun, couldn't help but look back at Shao Dai back. This evil bad woman likes to do bad things the most. Helen dares to bet that the experience of the old cousin this time must be related to the Demon Emperor. Chapter 672, All are acting. The surrounding Yin with Shalong guards and many envoys continued to walk out. Among the crowd, Lord Thomas Lee, holding a whisk, chatted with the Moon Goddess and others with a humbled look, but he and the surrounding heavenly officials did not stop, and the attitude of the crowd was also somewhat perfunctory. This attitude made Osicris and others secretly anxious, it seemed that many heavenly officials had already made up their minds to leave. At this time, the crowd had already walked to the anchorage port. Osikris looked up and found that the huge ships of Yun Kingdom had already docked. Many dragon guards were already standing on the ships, and other envoys had also started to board. Your Highness Princess Manu, there is no need to send you off any further. The meaning of the King of Jinan today is very clear. I will go back and report now. The Moon God is not the Pope of the Moon Court now. After the matter of the Netherworld was over, she abdicated on the grounds that the Moon God was dead. In order to completely sever her relationship with the Moon God, she no longer served as the Saint Incarnation. So today she was an ordinary female priestess, leading everyone to talk with the heavenly officials. Therefore, in the Yun language, the heavenly officials did not call Miss Yu the leader or master or anything like that, but the Princess of the Full Moon. This was the title bestowed on her by the Holy Queen when my cousin took the Moon God to the Yun Kingdom a few years ago. The Yun name of the ordinary girl is Aou. As the daughter raised by my cousin, her Yun name naturally has to follow my cousin's surname. The heavenly officials were about to leave after they finished speaking, but they hesitated when Yusijia and others tried their best to keep them. Yusiojia was right. The King of Jinan had a quarrel with you, but Yuding and the Magic Alliance did not say they were going to rebel. You should not give me a cold shoulder. Right? Besides, I am the adopted daughter of the King of Beihai, so you should tell me a little about the affairs of Beihai Kingdom. Right? Surly, Miss Manu spoke the Yunhua dialect in a clear and melodious voice. She shook her red robe, bowed, and then went straight to the point and said, I heard that the Heavenly Court was going to reduce the power of the vassal states this time. And I also heard that Xuanwu Jinjuan had violated the heavenly law and had been summoned by the 12 golden medals of the Holy Heavenly Queen to the bottom of the conferred God monument for suppression, and was about to be beheaded. I wonder if the rumor is true. Xuanwu Jinjuan is the deity of my cousin, which was mentioned in the plot of Beihai Kingdom. Originally, except Louis and Miss Dai, others did not know about the reduction of the vassal state. But Miss Bishop Manu mentioned this matter now. It means that she just communicated with Louis. Absolutely not. Lordly face changed, and he quickly denied, don't believe these unfounded rumors. Lordly, as the confidant of the Holy Queen, naturally knew the boss planned to reduce the vassal state, and also knew that the loyal Xuanwu Jinjuan had voluntarily returned to the heaven, waiting for trial. But these things have always been kept secret. Even the little emperor didn't know about it. After all, he was still a young child of more than 200 years old, and the real decision-makers were the Holy Queen and the 8 new kings of Gallic. So, there was not a single word about the reduction of vassal states and beheading in that heavenly mandate edict. But when listening to the edict today, Miss Dai secretly wrote a small note to Louis on the stone book. When Louis flipped through the record of the imperial edict in the storybook, he saw this small note and knew about this matter. Miss Dai just told Louis the news she heard from the demon emperor at this time, naturally hoping that Louis would get angry on the spot. Louis naturally knew that this troublemaker had bad intentions, so he was suppressing his anger at first. After all, magicians are not berserkers, and they are always rational. Sure enough, the words that the heavenly official said later made this warrior, who can play magic, angry. So Louis did not indulge these heavenly officials, and told them clearly that I went there to cause trouble this time. And Louis's words also made Lordly very depressed. Lordly did not know which traitorous spy had revealed the matter of reducing the feudal system, so it was very annoying. This time, everyone's task was to trick the king of the South Sea over, and then let Shitian release the military power with a cup of wine. But now the king of the South Sea has turned his face and exposed his cards in public. How can he go back to report? So, when he saw Miss Yu and others chasing him, he deliberately stopped at the door for a while, under the pretext of talking to Miss Dai. Therefore, the expressions they put on along the way were all acting as female executives of Dongtu Company. Miss Yu and others are not subordinates of the king of Nanhai in name, so they naturally have reasons to show a different attitude from the king of Nanhai. At the same time, as partners of the king of Nanhai, Miss Yu and others are also very suitable to act as a middleman to mediate. The heavenly officials don't know that Miss Yu and others are actually prospective princesses, and they don't know Louis's family status. After all, this is the moon god. He was once on par with the Holy Queen. So after everyone chatted for a while, the heavenly officials became more and more convinced that the relationship between Miss Yu and the king of the South Sea was not set in stone. In the words of Miss Yu and the others, this matter must be eased, because they did not want this visit from the Cloud Country to become a war. and they did not want to be kidnapped by the king of the South Sea. So they would persuade the king of the South Sea to clear up this misunderstanding. Miss Yu, the big liar, played her role to the fullest today. In addition, since Miss Ao and the others did not really know the whole story, they always thought it was a misunderstanding. So they cooperated very well. Therefore, during the conversation, everyone was smiling, and would occasionally complain about the stubborn Jinhai king. From the perspective of the heavenly officials, the allies of the king of the South Sea had already made their position clear. The heavenly officials felt that since the interests of the king of the South Sea were different from those of the allies, and he would not get the full support of the allies, then this time, the king of the South Sea would not cause any big trouble when he went to the heavenly court. After a chat, the heavenly officials were relieved. Miss Moon and others gave them a big step today. The heavenly officials followed the steps given by everyone. Princess Manu, I don't know where the king of Jinan heard those unfounded news. The king of Beihai did violate the heavenly rules. But there are so many dragon kings who have violated the heavenly rules. How many of them have really been punished? Besides, there have been endless turmoil in the abyss in recent years, with foreign enemies watching closely. How could the heavenly court behead the king of Beihai at this time? I don't know who has ulterior motives, using such rumors to confuse the king of the South Sea, and to divide the relationship between the heavenly court and the South Sea vassal state. You all must not believe these rumors. These words made Miss Lian Yu and others believe them. Logically speaking, the king of the South Sea is the backbone of the Yuan kingdom, and the absolute main force against the abyss. At the same time, his loyalty to the Yuan kingdom is unmatched. If any emperor uses some unfounded charges to behead this guardian god, the emperor head will be squeezed by the door. Everyone, you should have heard the destiny just now. This time, the heavenly court summoned the king of Jinan to go to receive the title. The king of Jinan had a real title but no name before. This time he returned triumphantly, and his title of king must be formally conferred. This is a great thing, but don't let a good thing turn into a bad thing. Chapter 673, I really have a demigod guard. At the gate, the heavenly officials talked a lot with everyone, and gave some advice intentionally or unintentionally. They said all the good and bad things. And these advices of the heavenly officials, and their attitude, also made everyone feel a little heavy. Even though the power of the king of the South Sea is so great, but in the eyes of the Cloud Country, it seems that it is still nothing. The hearts of the heavenly officials are also heavy. During this period of time, the king of the South Sea personally took them to visit the entire god and demon fortress. They know clearly how many troops the king of the South Sea has, how many gods and armors he has. Just talking about the divine armor, the king of the South Sea said that he only had more than 100 of them. And they were newly built translation machines for the purpose of going to the Cloud Country. However, Lord Li saw more than 500 masks, which were of the monarch crown level, and could not be fake artifacts. And judging from the aura, their history is definitely not less than 3,000 years. Moreover, these masks are also matched with the battle suits, and they are only useful when worn together. Obviously, the king of the South Sea excavated some great treasures, and it is unreasonable for him to only excavate the masks, and not the battle suits. It is impossible for him to find hundreds of molten crowns, and then transform them into masks that are useless if taken alone. Right? You know, there are only 12 artifacts of the molten crown level, and 8 of them are still in the hands of the sun god. So it must be an archaeological find. Moreover, a few of these masks appear every 3 to 5 days. So the strength that the king of the South Sea accidentally revealed is probably just the tip of the iceberg. As for the god general, demigod, the king of the South Sea said that he had gathered more than 100 people, and most of them were big demons from the North Sea kingdom. But the number of people Lord Li saw in the god and demon fortress these days was definitely more than this number. And he saw these people by accident in the restricted area of the Temple of Knowledge. There were thousands of people in the room. All of them were god generals. Lord Li believed that these people were definitely the troops hidden in various places by the king of the South Sea. If these troops had not just gathered in the god and demon fortress during those days, and he had just happened to see them, he would have really believed the lies of the king of the South Sea. At that time, after the king of the South Sea discovered me, he hurriedly asked me to leave, and told me that this was just an ordinary library, and the people inside were all magic statues with divine auras, and there was nothing to see. It was simply ridiculous. If someone could make such a thing, and make them move like living people, then that person's strength would probably exceed that of the sun god. The king of the South Sea can't possibly be stronger than the sun god. Right? If he had a power that surpassed the sun god, why would he need to make these fake things to deceive himself? And Susan made scallion pancakes. How many rotten fried dough sticks were put in them? This cannot be hidden from the oldie next door. Thomas Lee believed that the power possessed by this ambitious king of the South Sea was very terrifying. It is true that the gods without divine armor are useless. But 500 is not a small number. After all, the Yun kingdom only has 3,000 heavenly generals and 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Moreover, some of them belong to the various gods, and the other part has to guard the various realms. It is difficult to enter the capital to arrest the king at any time. The Holy Queen can control very few troops herself. The several true lords who stand on the side of the Holy Queen also have ulterior motives. But the troops of the King of the South Sea are all his absolutely loyal subordinates, and they can be mobilized at any time. These 500 gods and the troops they command, plus the gods and military forces on the East Continent, can gather 700 gods and 30,000 heavenly soldiers. I am afraid that they can already be comparable to the Demon Emperor. The Yun kingdom is now in turmoil from top to bottom, and it is urgent to concentrate its strength and stabilize it. But all the plans have changed because of this great vassal king who suddenly jumped out. There is no doubt that Jinan Wang has great value. He can calm down the chaos in Yun kingdom. But if such a big and Lushan joins those princes to rebel, Yun kingdom will change. Now that the things that Xingtian has assigned to me have been done, Jinan Wang will go to the heavenly court to report. But for this Jinan Wang, whether to pull or fight, I am afraid it can only be decided by Xingtian later. Master Li, let us send you out to the South China Sea. Miss Manu words brought Master Li back to his senses. Then I trouble you all. While Miss Yu and others were sending the heavenly officials out to sea, Grand Duke Warren and Louis were arranging the affairs of the delegation in the hall. The hall was still bustling. The many soldiers who were originally discussing here, now all took off their clothes and lined up in rows. Many wizards were walking back and forth in the team, selecting suitable candidates for the delegation. It better to call it a ceremonial guard than a diplomatic mission. Because Louis has requirements for height, body shape, race. And he has to gather 500 people. This is really bad for Warren. Louis, excluding civil servants and menials, the guards in the diplomatic mission can bring at most 500 people. If all of them are demigod-level warriors, we can only gather more than 200 people at most, and we can't gather 500 dragon guards. And there are only 100 sets of demigod armor. Warren's words made Louis a little worried. He had been acting in front of the heavenly officials a lot these days. And for the sake of the 1,000 visor props, the matter of the demigod armor was delayed. Even with the cheating device creator, plus the help of his cousin Magic, and the template of Molten God Crown, it took almost all of Garlock time to make these 1,000 visors. So, today in the hall, the 100 sets of God armor that everyone wore were not new, but modified from the 100 sets of God armor that the big family had gathered. Therefore, the demigod armors in the entire Eastern continent add up to only 100 sets. After all, there are only a few noble wizards who are qualified to wear such things. Speaking of which, these 100 sets of armors from the great families are quite good, because the noble wizards have poured all their resources into these treasures that belong to them alone. So if these armors are matched with the Molten God Mask, they can be as good as the armors of the lower gods. But no matter how good these armors are, they are just these for now. Even if it takes a month, only a dozen sets of new armor can be made. To put it bluntly, a creator is still too little. Calculating, a set of demigod armor can be made in 2 days. This is already a subversive thing for Garlock. But for Louis, it is too slow. Fortunately, the play was performed well enough. So the current 100 sets of armor can be used to support the facade. How many demigod armors and demigods does the King of Jinan have? I think the heavenly officials should be the most clear now. If the King of Jinan only brought 100 sets to the Cloud Country this time, then the King of Jinan must be pretending to be poor. You don't have to worry about the armor. But we have to gather people. We can't use the dragon guards of the North Sea country, and as for the demons, except for the 100 who are on the Cloud Country wanted list, there can't be more than one. The rest can only be our own people, and wizards can't be counted. Also, these 500 people must have the same number of demigods of each attribute, and their height and weight must meet the requirements. Oh! And they have to be handsome. Orin, this Eastland is not the Cloud Country. Where can there be so many people to form a guard of honor for you? You should be thankful that you can form 300 crooked people, And you want me to form 500 such guards of honor for you? If the king of Jinan can really form such a scary guard of honor, it would be enough to go back to the Cloud Country to clean up the court. But Lewis didn't care about Orin's expression at all, as if he really had these people. At this moment, Lewis looked at the warriors in the hall who followed him to kill demons and gods, knowing that these mortals are his demigod guards. Chapter 674 The Guard of Honor of the King of Jinan. Every time Lewis said a condition, Grand Duke Orin's face became uglier. Do you really think this demigod is a cabbage? Lewis, if that's the case, let alone finding someone else, we have to get rid of more than half of the 200 people we have now. Back then, there were still many gods and demigods under the moon god, which could be said to be no less than the minor gods in the Cloud Country. Almost every deep forest, desert, swamp, mountain, there were many demigods like Kona. In each small kingdom, there is a god that brings disaster to the region. However, these gods were killed by Lewis's teachers and fellow apprentices. Even if there were any alive, they all fled to the abyss. In the past 3,000 years, the wizards of the great families have been like hard-working farmers, plowing the land of the East Continent over and over again, and brushing the hidden gods as copies. The gods that can be found now are also staying in the wizards' test benches. There are quite a few wizards who can give demigods a headache. But these wizards all look very weak, and their strength cannot be seen at a glance like demigods, and they cannot be used for show. People don't recognize this stuff. Moreover, all forces know that the only thing that the East Continent can show off is wizards. If the king of Jinan uses wizards as a guard of honor to show off, this he can't pretend. Lewis wants the effect of being able to stun the 8 princes and the Holy Queen as soon as he appears. They should feel that the appearance brought by the king of Jinan is just the tip of the iceberg of his hidden terrifying strength. Therefore, Lewis' requirement for the entire delegation is that all civil servants in the delegation should be decent-looking and pretentious, and the servants should be god-level wizards. Moreover, the servants cannot be famous wizards from the east who are well known in the Cloud Country. As for the 500 guards of honor, they should all be handsome demigods of the same height and weight. Hearing this, Uncle Orin, the butler, was dumbfounded. The 500 guards of honor were difficult enough to deal with, and now they have given me another difficult task of menial work. This problem cannot be solved at all. As for the civil servants, we can still think of a way. In this magic alliance, there are many big men from the Isolde era. If we pull out these guys who are pretending to be newbies, and add the big and small commanders of the god-hunting group of the aristocratic wizards of the big families, we can gather more than 100 god-level wizards. But Lewis wanted 100 civil servants and 400 servants. Moreover, the civil servants could not be those big guys pretending to be newbies in the Isolde era, and the servants could not be those famous Eastern wizards who were well known in the Cloud Country. Uncle Orin, you just need to pick the people. For the civil servants and servants, there is no need for wizards with magical powers. As long as they have enough will, I have a way to make them emit the breath of divine fire. Saying this, Lewis threw a small blue bag full of potions to Orin. This blue bag is for wizards. Most of our magicians, although they have no magic power, have the most professional level and a firm will. After taking my potion, others will recognize the value of it. Lewis added, let the magicians and the great wizards of the Isolde era serve as these 400 errands. For example, guys like Hobo are the best at playing dumb and scare people when they make a move. As for the 100 civil servants, we don't want people from the Isolde era, nor magicians. You can just pick people from the noble wizards. It doesn't matter whether their strength has reached the god level. Pick more of those who are good at showing off, but their strength is just SOSO. Well, just look for idiots like Stuart and Ross. As for my 500 guards of honor, I said, I only have 100 heavenly generals, so this 500 guards of honor is composed of 100 godly generals wearing god armor, and 400 heavenly soldiers wearing only angel armor and molten masks. For the 100 generals, I will use the big demons that I jumped out. I want to give people the feeling that I can't find anyone, and I have to use prisoners to make up the number. As for the 100 heavenly soldiers, they must be carefully selected because they are the real generals. They don't need to have the power of gods, but only need to have a soul like Augusta that dares to challenge gods. The soul of a warrior with true faith often has irresistible power. So, as long as they take my things, they will be the gods hidden in the heavenly army. Saying this, Lewis took out a small magic bag containing 400 masks. We don't have that much armor now, but masks are just right. Orin took out these masks, put them on his face, And then he suddenly understood that these masks all exuded a very obscure divine aura. Ordinary people would think that they were just powerful mortals who had not reached the level of gods. But if the bystanders have strong enough strength, such as myself, they will mistakenly think that these people are demigods whose power is hidden by masks. In addition to the drama that Lewis had played for the heavenly officials before, it is obvious whether these 400 heavenly soldiers are heavenly soldiers or god generals. Holding the mask in his hand, Orin couldn't help but think of the experience of being fooled by Lewis. He gave Lewis a wooden look. When it comes to pretending, you are still good. What a pity. Lewis, it would be great if we really had 500 demigods. Our biggest shortcoming would be made up. I said, Uncle Orin, these 500 people are my demigod guards. Among our people, warriors such as Sun Nightwayne have followed us in the battles of slaying gods and demons, and have long had souls that are worthy of awe from the gods. They all have endless potential, and are all future Augustus. However, in the eyes of those who don't know what they are doing, these unknown heroes are just ridiculous mortals. But the strength of the body can be broken through with potions, and the boundary between gods and humans can also be made up with technology. The demigod armor that Garlock made using my blueprint was forged for them. When they wear my armor, they will be warriors more powerful than the sun god demigod guards. On this day, Orin looked at the wizards and warriors brought by Lewis, and suddenly understood why his nieces followed this bee wholeheartedly. As Lewis said, magic technology can make up for the boundary between humans and gods. And the blueprint that Lewis drew for Orin today also made Orin full of confidence in the future. Orin knew that this delegation was not just a bunch of show-offs, but a prototype of the future of this blueprint. And the people included in this prototype were not just this delegation. They were just representatives. Those warriors who did not enter the honor guard due to height, weight, appearance and other issues, and those who did not participate in today's auditions, were all guardians of their magic civilization. The matter of the delegation was settled. After saying goodbye to Orin, Lewis went to find Miss Di. She was watching the excitement on the second floor. When she saw Lewis coming, she turned and went into the room. Lewis opened the door with a gloomy face and followed him in. Chapter 675. No. I want to be quiet. Inside the door, Miss Di was sitting on a chair dignifiedly, stroking a slime on her leg. She has been raising some strange pets recently. I don't know where she got this slime from, but in the laboratory of the god and demon fortress, there are many such monster mice. Lewis walked over with a gloomy face, and roughly threw the slime aside. Then, he pinched Miss Di's wrist and pulled her up. The storybook did not record all the conversations between the two, but made some deletions. Some deleted paragraphs appeared in the narration, as well as some key points in Miss Di words. I didn't get involved in your uncle affairs. Don't ask me these questions in that tone. I think you should thank me. If it weren't for me, your uncle would have died when you went to the Cloud Kingdom. Okay. Don't get angry and don't pull my arm. You heard me. Slime psychological trauma +1. Okay. Okay. I've known about this for a long time, but I told you today on purpose. The Demon Emperor hoped that I could sow discord between you and the Cloud Kingdom, and I accepted her advice. You know, my mother is still the crown prince by his side, so I really need to listen to some of her advice. Right? What more? I haven't finished the matter of the Great Void, which has already made him very angry. I should have stopped the seal, but I helped you. Although I put the blame on the outer god, he has already begun to doubt me. If I make some mistakes again, I won't be able to gain her trust again. Your relationship with the Cloud Country is already bad, and it doesn't matter if I add fuel to the fire. Right? You should have discussed many things with the heavenly officials, and it's time for you to give them some warnings. Slime psychological trauma +1. So I'm helping you today. You heard me. Lewis could not refute the reason given by Miss Di. Although Lewis always felt that something was wrong, he could not figure it out. Lewis thought that perhaps the problem was with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor? He usually contacts me through a single line. I haven't been back for more than half a year, so I don't know what the Demon Realm is preparing. But according to my intelligence, the Demon Realm has been talking with the Cloud Kingdom about jointly fighting against the old gods. It is true, Lewis. Whether it is us or the Cloud Kingdom, we need to divide the power of the old gods. The Demon Realm is undoubtedly an important partner that can be won over. I think the decision of the Holy Queen is correct. Even if it is me, I will try my best to win this partner. For the future victory, for the overall situation, many things can be discussed. And as far as I know, the Demon Emperor did put forward some very special conditions. The current situation in the Abyss is very bad. The doomsday glory of the old gods makes every corner of the demon realm like a purgatory in the Abyss. Now, because the Demon Emperor has not fallen out with the old gods, the demons still have room to recuperate. But if the Demon Emperor and the old gods completely fall out, the demon realm will need a way out. This so-called way out is the south of the East Earth world. The demon realm has always longed for this beautiful East Earth world, and they hope to rent it. The Great Void was originally the road from the demon realm to this world, but it was sealed. So North Sea Kingdom became the only suitable outlet. Perhaps this matter is related to your uncle? It seems that there is already an answer as to why the Cloud Kingdom did not support the King of the South Sea in sealing the Great Void. Looking at this narration, Lewis felt a little disappointed. Lend some cities in the south to the demon realm? Isn't this a concession? Has the Qing dynasty been decadent to this extent? The Holy Queen may also have some intention of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. You know, when the two sides negotiated for the first time, my mother and all the leaders of the Isolde army had just fallen into the abyss from the demon city. So at that time, no one was optimistic about Ao. Therefore, in the eyes of the Holy Queen, the south was already the territory of the sun god. Miss Dai, a person without principles, could understand the decision of the Holy Queen. But this reason could not convince Lewis. Are you leaving today? Miss Dai said as she adjusted her skirt. Yes. After fastening his shirt, Lewis looked at the slime that he had just thrown on the sofa, frowned and said, although my body is stronger than a dragon, witches are not afraid of toxins. But it is not good to use this thing. Use it less in the future. Why didn't you say it just now? Also, Lewis, I took it out from the lab to do experiments, not for this. Slime psychological trauma +1. Hey, it's very elastic, isn't it? And it colorful. Very beautiful. The slime leaned on his chin in the wastebasket and fell into deep thought. Delphinia, oh, they may not leave with the delegation until next week. Will you go this time? Of course I will go back. But I may not go with them. The demon world will also send an envoy. I just don't know when. Lewis nodded. At this time, Augusta and a few people came to knock on the door with gifts, informing Lewis that the ship was ready. So Lewis chatted with Delphinia for a while, and then followed them. The room became quiet. His Majesty yawned, picked up a book, sat on the sofa, and began to read quietly. A voice echoed in the room. Do you think this time, my magic advisor will completely break with the Cloud Kingdom? Yes, Your Majesty. Delphinia slowly flipped through the book and said, there is no future in following that group of people. If you want to destroy the old gods, there is only one way out. Lewis will figure it out. She added in her mind, unless Lewis settles the entire Cloud Kingdom within a month. Then there may be some hope to fight against the old gods. After flipping through the book in her hand, Delphinia frowned. Since Lewis has been mentioning words like Ong Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, Qing Dynasty recently, she has been studying the history of Yun Kingdom. But she didn't find anything about these dynasties. There was a noise in the wastebasket. Delphinia didn't look back. She knew it was the slime that crawled out of the wastebasket. What a terrible experience. The slime had a small black cloud on its head and washed its body. Delphinia, I hope you won't talk about important things at that time next time. Sorry, Your Majesty. Don't wash it. Barbie will go to get you a new body. Do you still want to go to the library to read today? No. I want to stay alone for a while, Slime said with some annoyance. He didn't want to see anything related to Lewis today, including his statue. Today's experience was really bad. Since the audition of the delegation would take some time, some things also needed to be prepared. So Lewis did not go with the delegation. He left that night. He only brought Augusta and a few wanted criminals of the big demon tribe who used to cause trouble in the Cloud Country. Chapter 676. Cloud Country Misty Moon. A few days later. Season, Cloud Country Misty Moon. Location, edge of the world, South China Sea. Boom boom boom. Amid the deafening sound of the tsunami, Lewis woodenly took the cigar handed to him by a Ku, and looked at the huge waves on the horizon. It was unknown how wide the huge waves were, and their height even broke through the clouds. The clouds in the sky were surging madly towards the direction of the waves, and the storm pushed the small sailboat towards the direction of the waves. Even the current under the boat was rushing in the direction of the big waves. Lewis even saw many waves rolling in the direction of the big waves. Lewis knew that the more the current was rushing now, the more violent the big waves would be when they came down. With the height of the big waves, if they were really photographed, they would probably be able to reach from the South China Sea to the North Sea. Looking at the narration in front of him, Lewis felt that it was a bit nonsense. But the meaning of the storybook was correct. If the ship went forward, everyone would go to heaven today. By the way, this route was given by Aki. What did he say? If this smuggling route is right, then the military expenses of the King of the South Sea and the money to rebuild the academy will be available. Whether this route is right or not, Lewis doesn't know. But Lewis knows that this route is definitely not right. At least those monsters, who often go to the Cloud Country, have never taken this sea route. Otherwise, the faces of his monster brothers would not be so pale. Look at their hands shaking when they smoke. They almost shook the cigarette butts in their hands away. Big. Sir, are you still going to speed up? If you don't turn around, it will be too late. A big demon who has been controlling the ship with magic looked at Lewis and said, since Lewis can't use teleportation, the guards on the ship will not abandon their boss. So this will be the last chance for the ship to turn around. Yes, Lou and I. Why don't we go back? We are going to the Cloud Kingdom on the clouds. But the shortcut we are taking now seems to be going to the heaven on the clouds. Helen was wiping her tears while writing the narration. And she was about to cry. Oh, by the way, besides Archie, Helen also followed secretly, reluctantly taking a puff of the cigar. Lewis took away Helen's hand that was grabbing his sleeve and asked Archie, Archie, are we on the right road? Yes. Absolutely not wrong. Aka held the map in her hand and shouted with gritted teeth. She looked like a big gambler who had gone crazy. Damn it! I bet it right. This road must be the great route. Archie emphasized again, Lewis, if we can successfully open it up, the future trade voyage time between the southern continent and the Cloud Country will be shortened from 15 months to 3 months. And if the fleet departs from the fortress of gods and demons and casts a spell of moving mountains and seas, it will only take 7 days. Do you know what this means? Time is money. My friend. Your demigod army will have a real military fund, and it will be endless. When you build the academy in the future, your transport team can also purchase materials directly from the Cloud Country. Your construction cost and time cost can be shortened by at least 3 times. Under Archie guidance, the ship was getting closer and closer to the big waves. The cigarette butts in the hands of the sailors were shaking more and more. Everyone knows that this is a way to make a fortune, but the key is that the Great Route has always been just a legend. Even Aki's ancestor only succeeded in taking this route once by accident. As for whether he took the same route as the one in front of him, or whether the route has changed in the past few hundred years, no one knows. Therefore, the people on the ship are now nervous and worried. If they can find this route, they will definitely get promoted and make money with their boss in the future. If they take the wrong route, it will be hard to say. So, my friend, Archie put down the map in his hand and said to Lewis with red eyes, the endless wealth is waiting for us in the clouds. Looking at the huge waves getting closer and closer, Lewis took a puff of cigarette to calm down. Fuck him. If you succeed, go to the Cloud Country to make a fortune. And if you lose, go to the Styx to go to the sea. Under the roar of Captain Lewis, the crew members all cried with red eyes in the excitement of wealth and life and death. The crew members sang songs loudly. The crew members were inspired by the Captain +1. Work efficiency asterisk 200%. Obviously, the crew members didn't know that Boss Lewis had a resurrection point in the Styx. And that resurrection point was very close to the Cloud Country. Therefore, it is hard to say whether Lewis at this moment had the idea of deliberately committing suicide. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. Lewis coughed, adding a buff to the speed of the ship. Under the thrust of the current and the storm, the rapidly moving ship gradually approached the blue cliff in front. At this moment, the ship was like a small ant that came under a towering ancient tree and was about to start climbing the tree. The wonders of nature made human beings seem so small. Lewis stood on the bow and looked up, feeling amazed in his heart, and at the same time, he had an illusion that the sea turned 90 degrees to the direction of the sky. Amidst the violent shaking, the boat began to accelerate and rushed towards the cliff. The people on the boat clenched their teeth tightly and stared at the water flow under the bow. In order to prevent the boat from being thrown out during the upward movement, people used magic to fix themselves on the boat with their hands and feet. The boat began to shake violently, just like riding a roller coaster. But people did not feel weightless. Suddenly, someone pointed at the bow and shouted. People looked over the bow and found that the sea in front of the bow was slowly bending downward. The sea behind the stern was slowly bending upward. The ship was still bumpy, but people's feet were very stable. In the blink of an eye, people suddenly found that the sea in front of the bow became flat. And in the direction of the stern, a huge wave appeared. The wave was like a huge waterfall. It fell from the clouds, and countless waters were constantly rushing into the sea. Hey! Is it foggy? Augusta touched his forehead stupidly. Helen blinked curiously, as she watched the gradually changing clouds around her. What happened? We passed through the big waves? Archie jumped up and asked excitedly. We got down from the big waves? No. Louis, who was sitting on the bow, shook his head and said, in amazement. He picked up the black tea in his hand and looked at the wonder of the world in front of him. It was a huge wall of clouds standing on the sea surface, and it fell vertically from the direction of the sky. After the clouds and fog fall into the sea, they will be carried by the ocean currents, and then continue to surge forward. In the end, no one knows where they will surge to. After a while, the ship sailed under the cloud wall. At this time, people found that it was not the cloud wall above their heads, but the clouds. It turned out that people had been sailing in the big waves, and the big waves were carrying the ship through the clouds. The clouds made the surroundings of the ship foggy, like a fairyland. It was impossible to see the surroundings clearly, but people believe that if the ship flies, they will definitely see that the clouds behind the stern are vertical. What about the bow? Lou and I. What do you think will be the end of the bow? Helen put down the pen in her hand and looked up into the distance. In this cloud, the beautiful magic ship is gradually rising. At its back door, there are clouds standing upright on the sea surface. In front of it, at the end of the clouds and the sea current, there is a dark starry sky and a bright galaxy, and a fragmented hemisphere hanging at the end of the sea against the black starry sky and the galaxy. The hemisphere is indeed a hemisphere. It, and the world under our feet, originally should have been a complete sphere. Now they have been divided into two, but the pieces between the two are in the starry sky. The fragments wrapped by clouds and the ocean are called the 18 states of Yunming. Those are the 18 states of Yunhua between the two worlds. The mortals of Yunhua live in the western world, and the gods live in the 18 states in the clouds. They are the center of this world. It has a strange power. Its existence has prevented this world from being completely shattered, and has also completely sealed the former master of this world in the chaotic void of the Great Ravine. At this moment, Louis suddenly understood why there was a huge ravine in this world. At the same time, Helen suddenly remembered a mythological story, and began to look through the classic of mountains and seas of the eastern world. And in a few pages of this book, the following pieces of history were mentioned. The war between the gods and the outer gods tore the earth apart. The angry gods struck the moon, and then the moon fell into the earth, the world was shattered, and a vortex appeared on the plain. The old master was expelled to the bottomless abyss, and then the god of Gallic and the people of the western world used the fragments of the moon to establish 18 states in the clouds above the abyss. Chapter 677. I am the godfather of the king of the world. Louis looked at the deep space above his head, and he became curious. What would happen if the ship flew out of this celestial river? Would the ship leave this world and become a satellite orbiting the planet in low Earth orbit? After discussing with the magicians on the ship, Louis and the magicians excitedly controlled the ship and began the experiment. Louis and others were shocked by their actions. Everyone cried and tried to dissuade Louis. But this stubborn magician ignored everyone's opposition and let the ship start to climb rapidly. Seeing that the boat had flown into the clouds above the Tianhe River, it was constantly flying towards the deep space. Little Archie and Helen had already fainted in tears on the boat while hugging each other, but the boat had flown for a long time, but had not flown out of the clouds. Sure enough, teacher, after we reach a certain height, no matter how high we rise, we will always be spinning in the same place. Or, in other words, going around the bottom of the Tianhe River. If the Tianhe River is compared to a cylinder, we are the ants crawling on the surface of this cylinder. You can't climb out. Bach and other magicians looked at the magic compass in their hands, their eyes shining. This Milky Way is a Mobius strip. There is a great power that bends the time and space here. Then what about our world? Is it also distorted by this power? A magician suddenly asked. People often say that the world is two flat pots, and the Cloud Kingdom is the hub connecting the two pots. For thousands of years, there have been countless adventurers around the world, but no matter which direction they go, no one has seen the big crack between the two hemispheres. Even if you continue to move westward from the east continent, You will eventually return to the South Sea and the North Sea. The world is flat. This is a question that has puzzled people for thousands of years. Today, everyone saw the full picture of this world, which is two hemispheres. But such a structure cannot explain the results of the adventurer's exploration. Amid the discussions of many magicians, Lewis fell into deep thought. He picked up the magic mirror in his hand and pointed it towards the sky. In the image of the magic mirror, a small magic ship is quietly anchored in the calm South China Sea. And not far in front of the ship is the coast of Yunmingzhou. There is no celestial river around the ship in the image, no deep space, and no two broken hemispheres. The whole world seems to be complete. Step forward from the edge of the South China Sea, and you will reach Yunmingzhou. Just as Lewis saw in the demon world, the world stone of the Cloud Kingdom sealed the eternal crack. Seal? It is indeed a seal. Lewis put down the magic mirror in his hand, and stared at the other side of the Milky Way in the distance, and at the Yunming state, which was quietly suspended in the deep space and was covered with mist. In the eyes of ordinary people, the whole world was indeed not broken into two parts, because the great power of the world stone of Yun country wiped out the deep space between the two broken hemispheres. Therefore, the whole world was intact in people's eyes. In people's eyes, the shape of the world was not a sphere, but a flat one. It is a flat shape of the figure 8, which is two flat pots with their edges stacked together. The eastern continent is the pot on the east, and the western world is the pot on the west. The hub in the middle of the figure 8 is the heavenly palace of the Cloud Kingdom. No matter how humans walk on these two pots, they will eventually reach the center of the figure 8, or the east god heavenly gate, or the west god heavenly gate of the Cloud Kingdom. In other words, people are like ants living on a Mobius strip. No matter how they walk, the end point is the Cloud Kingdom. This makes it impossible for people to see the real appearance of this world from a normal angle. But between the two worlds, there are some special observation areas, just like the bug points in the game that can penetrate the model. Standing on them, you will find the layers of the game world and see the real, rough appearance of the game world. Tianhe is such a bug point. If everyone does not take this special shortcut today, they may not be able to see the real deep space scene in front of them. Because people who go to the Kingdom of Clouds, as long as they take a step at the door, they will directly step into the territory of the Kingdom of Clouds. At this time, a line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. You discovered the true appearance of this world. A new route was discovered by you. Heavenly River, in this deep space. The water and clouds are like a heavenly river, connecting Yunmingzhou with the East Earth world. Explanation, as Archie said, this route is very close, and there is no need to pay taxes at the East God Heaven Gate. No wonder Archie said this is the shortest way. Others have to go around a big circle in this 8-shaped world to reach the Cloud Kingdom in the middle. But we don't have to go around in circles. We can just go through the model. From now on, as long as my fleet is in the South China Sea, my cousin can use the buff of moving mountains and seas to allow the fleet to reach the bug point in the South China Sea in a short time by shrinking the Earth into an inch, and then reach the Cloud Kingdom through the model. Regarding the Great Route, it has always been a mystery, because it cannot be predicted by wizards using prophecy. It cannot be explored by other magic. Even the magic mirror cannot see it. This makes this route always a legend. In the history of nearly 3,000 years, the only group of people who successfully reached the Great Route in historical records was a goblin. At that time, the age of discovery had just begun. The Believe family had not yet become rich, and the little conch had not yet been born. The goblin recorded in the historical records was an unknown little captain who had a great dream. His dream was to travel around the world. But he had never left home. He could only tell stories in the tavern to deceive outsiders who didn't know him. One day, the goblin met another young man who was born in a humble family, but also had great dreams. The goblin boasted that he had traveled around the world and even negotiated with the ancient gods. The young man also boasted that he was a prince of a kingdom and knew great magic. He had been looking for a great magic treasure. In this way, the dreams of the two people collided and sparked, and a legendary story recorded in the epic began. Together, they traveled around the world, experienced many stories, and witnessed many histories. All the stories they boasted about became true. In this journey around the world, the most legendary place is this great route, the Milky Way. In this Milky Way, they saw the true appearance of the world. That goblin was Little Snail grandfather. He left a sea map about the treasure of the ancient god for his grandson Little Snail. He was also the greatest adventurer in the age of exploration. And that young man, called Charles, later became the king of Isolde. History is so similar. 500 years later, a goblin and another young man once again walked on the Milky Way. In this Milky Way, they also saw the true appearance of the world, and started an equally great adventure. This legendary adventure is the journey to the Cloud Country. Goblin Archie will find an incredible treasure in this Cloud Country. And Louis will also become the king of the world in the Cloud Country. Or the godfather of the king of the world or something. Louis? Suddenly, there was a commotion on the ship. Amid the shouting of the crew, Louis withdrew his thoughts and looked at the bow. I don't know when, the ship has sailed into the sky above the Cloud Country. The misty Cloud Country is right under my feet, and the Milky Way is scattered in the sky above it, but after the ship passed through the clouds, it began to fall from the sky. On the other side, the Holy Queen of the Cloud Country was taking the little Emperor on an interesting incognito tour. The various troubles in recent days made the Holy Queen feel anxious. The step-by-step pressure from several ambitious princes, and the shrewd calculations of the Demon Emperor envoys also made her want to temporarily stay away from the hustle and bustle of the Golden Palace. Therefore, after the morning court today, she quietly led her chubby son out. But she never thought that they would encounter such a group of strange foreign robbers today. And the one who led the group of foreign robbers was an international student. He was really an accomplice to the tiger. Chapter 678. Tie up His Majesty, and bring him here. In the Kingdom of Clouds, near a certain sacred mountain and fairy pond. The clouds and mist here are misty, the scenery is picturesque, and the water is clear. It is said that real dragons often come to play in this pond. This year is the day of the misty moon and the dragon raising its head, which is a great time for spring outings. But perhaps because this place is located at the border of the royal garden, there are very few tourists coming here for an outing. Looking around, there are only 7 or 8 people near the deep pond under the waterfall. Judging from their attire, they should be a wealthy family. A closer look revealed that the male owner was not there. Among the 7 or 8 people, there were only the female owner, the young master, the fat butler with a white face and no beard, and several maids and servants. The female owner was wearing a fairy dress, sitting cross-legged on a large rock with bare ankles, holding a fishing rod in her hand. She looked like a fairy fishing. The child next to her seemed to have just taken a bath in the pond, wearing only a small bellyband, and was reciting a poem about the Milky Way that his mother had just taught him, shaking his head, while playing with the fishing rod in his mother's hand. Perhaps because of this poem, the old housekeeper who was combing the young master's hair became interested. She talked about the origin of this fairy pond. It is said that this water falls from the Milky Way. It flows into the Great Abyss Sea along with Yunming's. This pond is the first of the 72 ponds in the 18 states. It is the source of the water from the Milky Way. Therefore, the water in the pond is very clear, and is the best in the 18 states. After hearing this, the child showed some curiosity in his eyes. He stopped fiddling with the fishing rod in his mother's hand, and pointed to the Milky Way in the sky and asked, Big friend, where does the water from the Milky Way come from? Well, maybe at the east? The old housekeeper seemed to be stumped by the question. He touched his double chin, looked at the river in the sky and said, Look at this sky phenomenon. We are facing the East Sea, Eastern world. East Sea? Then can the queen catch a turtle in the East Sea? This made the old housekeeper fat face a little embarrassed. Ao Bing. The hostess said lightly, Don't be rude to Eunuch Lu. Well, it okay. We also have turtles from the East China Sea. If your majesty can catch a turtle from the East China Sea, it can keep us company. In previous years, there were fishermen who claimed that they had caught fish from the East China Sea in this deep pool. The old housekeeper coaxed the child, and the child was also very excited after hearing it. He cried and snatched the fishing rod from his mother's hand, clamoring to catch a turtle to keep the old housekeeper company. There was a commotion around, and the woman who had lost her fishing rod sighed. She propped up her chin, looking at the misty sea of clouds and the Milky Way in the sky, and lost her mind. The previous emperor died early, and the new emperor has not yet come to power, so suddenly the family and the country are all on the shoulders of this woman, and she has to do everything she can to support her son. But now the Celestial Empire is facing internal and external troubles. How can we put an end to the internal strife and quell the external troubles? While the woman was lost in thought, a guard quietly came forward and asked, Holy Queen, we have been out for 2 days. Your Majesty has not attended the morning court for many days. The cabinet just sent a message asking whether we will return to the palace today. The old emperor has not attended the morning court for 10 years. 7 days is nothing. After all, in addition to the cabinet, there are many princes participating in politics. But it is precisely because of these people that the woman is a little upset. Go to Prince Tan and go back later. Hearing this, the guard knew that the hostess missed her sister. At this time, the surroundings became more and more noisy. Children were running around. The housekeeper and maids followed behind to serve. Let him put on his clothes. But the child was not obedient. He kept pulling at his mother's sleeves, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Mother! Mother! Look! There are stars falling from the Milky Way." "Yes," the girl hummed, not taking it seriously. She looked up and saw the stars falling from the Milky Way into the sky. And then she stopped looking. This Milky Way comes from the world in the east. Every day, there are big fish rushing in from the north or the south. There is nothing strange about it. But today Big Fish was a little special. Not only was it much bigger than usual, but after falling into the clouds, it fell towards the deep pool. Seeing that the big fish was getting closer and closer, the maids and eunuchs were amazed. When the big fish got closer, even the Holy Queen opened her eyes wide and stood up. The appearance of the big fish looked a little special. There seemed to be someone shouting on it. Just as the people beside the pool looked around, the big fish wrapped in clouds had already fallen into the pool with a splash. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that it was not a big fish, but a boat. Seeing this, the Holy Queen hurriedly signaled the guards to rescue people. Suddenly, there was a commotion near the pond, and many people went into the water to see if there were any living people on the fishing boat. After letting the guards go, the Holy Queen put on her boots. She felt that the people on the boat should still be alive. But judging from the weak magic power of those people, if she wanted to salvage the boat from the deep pond, she had to help them. At this moment, the shoulders of the Holy Queen suddenly stiffened slightly, and heard a stranger words behind her. "Damn it, the clouds in the sky are so fast that my hair is wet. Dongfeng, which place did you choose to stay? Shifeng, you haven't been here for a long time, and I haven't been here for a long time. And this Yun kingdom is so huge, how can I tell where it is?" After the man named Dongfeng finished speaking, he bowed and looked at a young man next to him, who was dressed very stylishly. "But my king, this should be the Nine Heavens God County of Yunmingzhou. East wind, west wind. Go ask passers-by. Don't scare the young lady. Ogu. Ku. Fa Kai. Go look for people in the woods. I just sent Helen and Aki there." This voice was mixed with the shouts of the guards and eunuchs, except for the Holy Queen and the little emperor, who turned back to suck his fingers to watch the fun. No one noticed these people. It was not until everyone started talking that many people were surprised to find that, at some point, there were suddenly a few more people behind them. But they could not feel the breath of these people. A closer look revealed that most of the 6 people were dressed like Yun people. The guy named Dongxi Nebe Feng wore a Taoist robe, a fairy robe, or a demon robe. It was unknown which sect he was from. The tall foreigner named Fa Kai dressed like a fisherman. As for the short-haired young man in the lead, he was not dressed like a Yun person. He was dressed in a very Western style, with a waistcoat and a white shirt on the upper body and Western trousers on the lower body. He had a suit jacket on his left hand, as well as a hat. He was leaning on a walking stick in his right hand. He looked like a fake foreigner. Judging from the conversation between these people, they should be a group of illegal immigrants. And they were all quite skilled. The woman couldn't tell where they were from for a moment, so she looked at the fat butler, motioning him to ask. At the same time, 2 of the illegal immigrants shook off the water stains on their robes and walked towards them. Eunuch Lu frowned and looked at the 2 people. "Where is the Lord? You call yourself the deity, and you call yourself the saint. What a big tone." But when he saw the faces of the 2 people clearly, his head was buzzing, and he was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He knew where these people came from. The 4 10,000-year-old demons suppressed by the North Sea Optimus Prime ran out. Yes, it is the great Saint Fantion. Protect the Master. Hurry up and protect the Master. Eunuch Lu originally subconsciously shouted to protect the Emperor, but he immediately changed his words. If this group of people found out his identity, it would be the end. "Master, take the 3rd Master away." Hearing Eunuch Lu shouting, the Holy Queen was startled, and the reaction of several divine dragon generals was also fast. Without lingering in the battle, they took the Holy Queen and the little Emperor and turned into a green light without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, the green light streaked across the sky like a meteor and disappeared, leaving only Eunuch Lu standing there in a daze. Eunuch Lu was dazed, and the 4 people who came over were also slightly stunned. Then, the two looked at each other, turned their heads to look at their master. Louis squinted and nodded, knowing that they had to be kidnappers today. After seeing the look in their master's eyes, the 2 people who stayed with Louis looked at the sky and snorted coldly, then shook their sleeves, and chased after him unhurriedly. Chapter 679. Madam, you don't want your child to not be able to become the emperor, do you? After several dragon generals took their 2 masters, and turned into green light, and flew to the sky. 5 or 6 green lights flew out of the forest. It seems that there are still many secret sentinels in this forest. But Nambe Erfing, who was beside Louis, didn't take it seriously. He sneered and chased after him calmly. Suddenly, evil winds blew in the forest, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. Judging from the evil spirit and speed of Nambe Erfing, these guys who were usually responsible for making fun of Louis were definitely not ordinary monsters. They actually caught up with the Holy Queen and others at a faster speed. No wonder Louis brought 5 guards this time, one of whom was the Dragon Nest City top master Augusta, also known as Mr. Fortune. And since these 4 guys can make a mahjong deck with Augusta, it can be seen that in Louis's mind, these 4 people are at the same level as Augusta in terms of strength and fame. However, Mr. Fortune Augusta is a war god in this small piece of land in the east, which makes the entire dragon clan scalp numb. The 4 winds, east, west, south, north, and south, were regarded by the dragon gods of Yunhua as the little saints who must not be released. They were all the great scourges that should be suppressed in the demon suppression tower, or the bottom of the demon prison. Eunuch Lu obviously knew the strength of these 4 little saints. After all, these 4 guys were the big monsters who almost overthrew the little heaven of Beihai Kingdom. So after seeing the 2 winds of the north and south flying out, Eunuch Lu felt lucky and nervous. Fortunately, this group of bandits who suddenly appeared did not realize the identity of the Holy Queen. So they did not take it seriously. Not only did the unfathomable king not take action, but only 2 of the 4 winds went. What is tense is that the young lady is present today. If a fight really breaks out, and the young lady makes a mistake, then even if the queen successfully takes the young lady back, the cabinet and the princes will certainly find excuses to make trouble. The Yun Kingdom is in a turbulent period right now, and many people, especially the king of the South Sea, have already regarded the Holy Queen as a traitor who intends to manipulate the monarch. So if today incident really breaks out, it will definitely become a major argument for everyone to criticize the Holy Queen. Seeing that the black light transformed by the 2 demons was about to catch up with the Holy Queen and others, Eunuch Lu's eyes could not help but whirl around. This place is not too far from the palace. As long as the Holy Queen stops the 2 people, and let Shenlongshan take the young lady back to the palace for help, then not only will the Holy Queen and the young lady be safe today, but none of these bandits will be able to escape today. What made Eunuch Lu secretly happy was that the 3 guys in front of him were still chatting there. Ao Dong, I told you to change your appearance, but you insisted on showing your true face, and someone really recognized you. I haven't been here for more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect that someone would recognize my face. Ao Dong smiled crookedly, feeling a little proud. But then he thought of something, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly, and said to the king carefully, I didn't expect that someone would recognize me. Judging from the king's expression, he felt a little strange, just like Dong Feng. It has been more than 1,000 years, and the emperors of Yun Kingdom have changed 2 or 3 times. The history of the past has long been changed beyond recognition. How can an ordinary rich family recognize Ao Dong face and call him the name of Fan Tian Dasheng? There are only 2 possibilities. Either this old housekeeper has lived much longer than the average in people, or this person is someone in the palace who knows the secret history of the past. Thinking of this, the king and Dongxi Erfeng looked at Lu Gonggong with a smile. This guy seems to have no beard. This old gentleman. Do you still recognize my friend? No, I don't recognize him. Lu Gonggong is a smart man. He thought of the key point at once, and the sweat on his forehead suddenly came out. He hastily denied it, saying, Your Majesty, I have only seen this gentleman in the demon suppression record. After the North Sea demon suppression tower collapsed, the heavenly court relisted the 36 heavenly generals and the 72 earthly fiends under the demon suppression tower in the demon suppression record. Eunuch Lu's brain was quick enough, and he found a very reasonable excuse in a blink of an eye. According to him, after the king of the South Sea did that good thing, although the North Sea kingdom acquiesced to the freedom of the big demons, the Cloud Kingdom did not turn a blind eye. Now, not only are these people wanted posters everywhere, but even the king of the South Sea, who was pushed to the demon suppression tower, has been recorded as a crime in the heavenly law. I heard before that this king called himself Ao. Recently, many monsters from the North Sea have secretly run to Yun country to cause trouble, and they all called themselves Ao. Therefore, I think that the kings are probably from the North Sea. In addition, I have seen the Demon Conqueror record, and I think this king is very similar. So I was anxious for a while, and hurriedly called out. After saying this, King Lu's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. And after he and the two wanted criminals beside him looked at each other, his face became a little strange again. It seems that recently, many of my uncle godsons have gone to Yunwood to make trouble. If they were mixed in this group of people, they could pass themselves off as real. In addition, the fat-faced, beardless guy in front of him, who seemed to be a eunuch, seemed to have not yet seen King Lu's identity. It understandable that although Yunwood knew that the king of the South Sea had recruited some monsters from the North Sea, they didn't know who they were. Even Lordly had only seen those people in armor, and suspected that some of them were monsters. However, although the hostages in front of him have not guessed his identity yet, he must not have anything to do with the South China Sea again. Thinking of this, King Lu couldn't help but feel that his true identity must not be exposed. Not only must he kidnap this family, but he must also use a pseudonym, and must not use the surname Lu again. The name cannot contain the word E. But what should he call himself? The surname Ao is okay, and he can be among the other people who are planning to rob the prison, so he can pass himself off as a fake. When everyone was playing mahjong on the boat, they all gave themselves a name that sounded very much like the Yun Kingdom. The original names of Dongxi, Nanchi, and Nanchi were changed by King Lu to Aodong, Shi, and Nanchi. Now it was his turn. But King Lu was a little worried. Dongxi and Nanchi were like worms in King Lu's stomach. When they saw King Lu touching his chin in worry, they guessed what he was thinking about. Dongfeng couldn't help but remind him, "King, there is only one white face left." Shifeng said hurriedly, "Yes. Yes. Yes, east, west, south, north, get rich, white face, lucky, lucky. No. No. No, unlucky, unlucky." Louis looked at the battle situation in the sky, reached out, and patted the sleeping child in his arms, said to his two subordinates with a grim face, "The name Ao by is unlucky. It seems that I can't use the surname Ao, it better to be named in, my master's surname is in." Louis patted the child in his arms, and discussed with his two subordinates. Seeing that the fight had already started in the sky, the three people were busy naming here, which made Lu Gonggong very happy. The topic he just brought up actually unexpectedly caught these stupid thieves. Lu Gonggong couldn't help but look up at the sky. There were dark clouds rolling in the sky, and several green lights and two black lights were entangled together. Lu Gonggong couldn't see the battle situation in the dark clouds, but he heard the strange laughter of the two little saints Jiejia, and the shocked shouts of the dragon general. After another look, Eunuch Lu saw a white shadow flying out of the dark clouds, and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that the Holy Queen had already taken His Majesty back. I wonder if the few Henlong generals can deal with these two. Henlong generals mentioned by Eunuch Lu are the same as Dahan generals, Red Helmet generals, and Mingjia generals, and they refer to the titles of the palace guards. At all court meetings and when the emperor went on tour, attendants accompanied him, and the night guards took turns on duty. The several Shenlong generals following the Holy Queen were naturally masters of the palace. Although Eunuch Lu knew some of the secret history of the four little saints, he did not know their strength. However, he felt that although the top masters in the court were not wearing armor today, they should still be able to hold the two of them back. Not long after, a gust of sand and dust suddenly blew over, and Eunuch Lu could not help but squint his eyes. When he looked up again, he saw that the two winds, Nanbei and Beifeng, were actually laughing strangely, and they were carrying 7 or 8 big men dressed as servants and flying down. Then, a young lady with an extremely ugly face flew down from the sky. Several servants' magic power had been sealed at this time, and they were also put on dragon trapping locks, dragon subduing rings and other magic weapons with divine light. It seems that these two little saints not only have extremely deep magic power, but also have a lot of good things on them. The young lady was not tied up, but her face was frighteningly pale, and her eyes were fixed on the things in Louis's arms. It seems that Eunuch Lu not only misjudged the strength of the four little saints from a distance, but also overlooked one thing. Your Majesty, these servants are quite capable, but fortunately they have fulfilled their mission, and none of them have escaped. Nafeng said with a folded hand. Not bad. Louis nodded, patted the naked bottom of the sleeping child in his arms, nodded and smiled. At this time, Eunuch Lu noticed that, at some point, there was a child in Louis's arms. With a buzz, Eunuch Lu's face was ashen, and he knew what was going on. When the Holy Queen flew out of the battlefield just now, she was not fleeing with His Majesty, but suddenly found that the child in her arms was gone, and was looking for him everywhere. Who is this man? Not only do the four little saints obey him so obediently, the magic in his hands is also incredibly terrifying. Until now, Eunuch Lu still can't figure out how this bandit leader took His Majesty away from the hands of the Holy Queen. He was standing here chatting without moving. The Holy Queen also couldn't figure out how her child was taken away, but at this time she was convinced of what the two demons of the north and south had said to her before. Your child is waiting for you down there. Traitor. You are despicable and shameless. When the Holy Queen saw that the child was indeed in Louis's hands, she almost fainted. She stretched out her hand and was about to attack, but with just 2 words from Louis, she was drained of all her strength. Madam, don't resist, just be obedient. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your child. Do you? Chapter 680. Please help me to rebel. Half an hour later. Not long after the 7 or 8 servants went into the water, the cargo ship that sank to the bottom of the pool gradually surfaced. Seeing that the cargo ship had come up, the sailors cheered, and went into the water to cooperate with the servants to retrieve the cargo. This is the situation, Archie. Louis smoked a cigarette, looking at Helen playing with the children not far away, said to Archie, although the Trin Kingdom station here is small, these foreign merchants have a lot of trade with the princes. So Prince Richard has a large network of connections here, and he should be able to find out the current situation of the North Sea mission. So when you go to deliver the goods, ask the merchants of the Kingdom of Terran to help find out what the princes are saying. Also, the old housekeeper said before that my cousin godsons are planning to break into the prison. Let the merchants help me check this matter, and see if they can contact the group of people. In addition, please also help me check the details of the hostages. I think they may be relatives. After Louis said, Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your child. Do you? The lady gave in. After that, Archie and others came back with Augusta, and Louis told Archie about the situation. Every year, the big family would hand over some Yunhua trade contracts to the Belif family. As the second in command of the Belif family, Archie was in charge of maritime trade. Therefore, the people of the big family in Yunhua were very familiar with Archie. This time, the batch of goods brought by Aki actually came from an order from a certain prince. Since Aki borrowed Louis' help this time and did not go through Dongshinman, the profit of these smuggled goods was very high. The kickbacks to the butlers of the palace would also be very high. According to the original plan, Louis would use the identity of the new director of the Belif family in Yunhua to give kickbacks and build relationships, and get in touch with the butlers of the palace. Then, through the relationship of the butler, he would meet with the prince. But now that Louis has learned about these things from the hostages, he is not going to show up. So, he asked Aki to show up. And then through Aki and the nobles of the big families here, he helped to find out about his uncle. But then the problem came. Louis and the 4 wanted criminals had nowhere to go. Okay, Louis, but how are you going to deal with these people? Aki looked at the woman who was standing by Tan with her shoulders folded and a cold face not far away and said, if they are really distant relatives of the King of Yun, what are you going to do? Where are you going next? You can't always take them with you. Right? I already have a plan. Mountain people have their own tricks. As he said that, Louis stamped out his cigarette, and walked towards the woman. Considering that these hostages might be relatives, Louis planned to use this line to see if he could meet the Holy Queen. According to the old housekeeper, the King of the South Sea will bring the delegation from the East in a while. So the Holy Queen has been very curious about the people of the East recently. As a student from Yun country who is both successful in his studies and has a very good appearance, Louis feels that he still has a good chance to meet the Holy Queen. If there is a chance, then as a last resort, Louis does not mind playing the role of a kidnapper, and then privately chatting with her about the old cousin. Even if it doesn't work out, the bad guy is the student in Mumu or the other godson of the old cousin. Ayo bye. Anyway, it has nothing to do with King Louis of the South China Sea. Of course, even if these people were not relatives. It didn't matter. Princesses and the like would often go to chat with the Holy Queen. It was normal to bring a few foreigners who could recite Western scriptures, or fake foreigners, to show the Holy Queen something new. Therefore, Louis walked over and planned to chat with the young lady. As for whether the young lady was willing to chat, it was not up to her. It was despicable to say. But as long as the lady child was still within Louis' sight, no matter how hard the lady tried, she would not be able to take the child with her. Madame had already tried this several times and failed. When Louis walked over, Madame was talking to the old housekeeper and 2 servants. After seeing Louis coming over, they stopped talking. Louis smiled and said politely in a businessman tone, "Madam, I really thank you all today. If it weren't for your guards, my cargo would be soaked in water. Although my ship is small, it has a lot of space inside, and the cargo is very expensive." Louis greeted him with a smile, but his warm face was stuck on the lady cold. But she didn't even look at Louis, but turned sideways and said coldly, "When are you going to let us go?" The treacherous King Lu looked at the little emperor who was playing with Helen and said, "I'm afraid we have to wait until we are sure we are safe." This made the lady smile coldly. She squinted her eyes, looked at the goods that were gradually salvaged ashore not far away, and said, "You are so bold. Smuggling and illegal immigration is already a serious crime. Now you are adding another crime to the crime. I really don't know how many heads you can chop off." The lady's words are interesting. She did not regard this matter as a hostage, but regarded it as a matter of the court. After listening to Louis, he became more and more certain that this person's identity was not ordinary. He said with a smile, "Head, I only have one, so I cherish it very much. But you also said that illegal immigration is a capital crime, so I can't let you go easily today. Otherwise, if you expose our affairs, not only will the court chop off our heads, but my customers will also chop off my head." The customers who have the right to chop off people's heads are not ordinary people. So Louis deliberately brought up this topic. Sure enough, after the lady snorted coldly, she chewed out Louis' voice. It seems that this guy is not afraid of the court, but afraid of his customers. When thinking about the fact that the leader of a country, the little emperor, was kidnapped because of this customer, the Holy Queen couldn't help but feel angry and funny. "Who is your client?" Hearing that the topic was brought up by him, Louis quickly pretended to bow slightly to the lady and said, as if he was apologizing, "Madam, to be honest, my client is a popular person in front of the Holy Queen. I won't mention the name, but you should know the several adults who are now helping the Holy Queen to manage the government. As for this batch of goods, we originally had no intention of smuggling. It's just that our ship encountered a storm at sea and was accidentally swept here by a big wave. That why what happened today happened." After a pause, Louis pointed to the goblin not far away and said, "You should have seen that my friend business group is an honest business that has been doing business in Yun country for many years. So we will never make mistakes in tax matters. As for today's misunderstanding, I will apologize in person another day." After listening to Louis' words, Lu Gonggong on the side rolled his eyes. This group of people will never come here to bring goods. But this batch of goods. Eunuch Lu just helped the Holy Queen to check the sailors. He also asked privately, "It is indeed the goods of a certain prince." If we think about the recent events of the King of the North Sea, and the unfathomable strength of this group of people, many things will be explained. "Are you here for the matter of Xuan Wuzhenjuan?" The lady frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of the key point. Could it be that these people are related to a certain prince? Chapter 681 Yang Guifei. Lu Lisher. Lushan. "Are you here for the matter of Xuan Wuzhenjuan?" Seeing that his wife had hit the point, Louis' face became solemn. He said solemnly, "Madam, we are indeed here for the matter of Beihai country, but what we are going to do has nothing to do with my friend and the prince. Xuan Wuzhenjuan is loyal to Yun country, but there are many treacherous people in the court who disturb the emperor hearing. Now the people of Beihai are excited, and we are here today to represent the millions of people of Beihai in the hope that through the relationship with the prince, the public opinion can be heard directly by the emperor." When the Holy Queen heard this, she was somewhat moved. For some reason, when she heard that several people came here for the matter of the King of the South Sea, her eyes had a complicated look. It turned out that they were a few heroes who came to defend the old cousin. But heroes are still heroes after all. They don't know the real situation at all, and they don't know whether they can see the emperor. They ran here from the North Sea Kingdom. It's really stupid and ridiculous. But this group of people came here from thousands of miles away with their passion. which moved the Holy Queen. In addition to the several apologies he had made before, the Holy Queen looked at this hero and felt that he was a little more pleasing to her eyes. It seems that this fake foreigner is actually a native of Beihai. I don't know where he studied abroad, and from whom he learned such a great martial art. Lewis continued. We wanted to use the relationship of that adult to convey the public opinion to the heaven. But today we found that the heaven has regarded my 4 friends as rebels. I guess I probably can't go to the prince place. Seeing Lewis sigh, the Holy Queen sighed in her heart. If this person worships the wrong prince, he will probably be arrested by the prince. She asked, what are your plans next? I don't know yet, but we have to think of some way. But please rest assured, since we are here for the matter of Xuanwu Xinjuan this time, we will never act recklessly in Yungue and bring disgrace to Xinjuan. If someone familiar with Lewis stood here, he would definitely say, I don't believe you. But the Holy Queen did. It's funny. These people in the martial arts world told us their intentions so frankly today, just to prove that they are upright. This is really silly and cute. But isn't it also daring to do and dare to take responsibility? And because of the entrustment of the people of the North Sea, they came here from thousands of miles away, risking their lives. Isn't it also a sign of trust and righteousness? The Holy Queen was willing to believe Lewis's words, believing that these people who came for faith and loyalty would not cause chaos to the people in Yun country. But if these martial arts masters were allowed to wander around in the capital, it would not be such a good idea. Moreover, these people had said before that they would let them go only after they had finished their business. So if they were really allowed to wander around in the capital, it might be that they would be walking around the streets with them. The Holy Queen was worried here. But the smart eunuch Lu rolled his eyes and thought about how to solve his master worries. Princess, if these warriors come for the matter of my cousin, Prince Tan might be able to help a little. The master will be back in the next few days. Eunuch Lu called Prince Tan master, which was definitely a slip of the tongue. After all, even the housekeeper of the palace would not call the prince master casually in private. They should call him prince. But the Holy Queen immediately understood what he meant. She also understood the identities of herself and Eunuch Lu. Princess? Lewis's eyes moved slightly, and he hurriedly asked, may I ask? Eunuch Lu smiled, took over the conversation, and said, my fellow warriors, I am the supervisor of the Tan Wang mansion, and my princess is the sister of the Tan Wang. Eunuch Lu specifically explained the child identity. He is not the son of the Tan Wang, but the princess' biological son. This avoided taboos on the one hand, and weakened the importance of the Holy Queen and the little emperor on the other hand. According to Eunuch Lu, the princess was the 17th child and had already separated from the family, because she had a fief. She usually lived in other states. But recently, because the prince and the queen missed their nephew very much, they asked Eunuch Lu to take the guards of the palace to welcome him. As a result, they did not expect that when they stopped at the door of their house, they would meet Lewis and his group of strong men. But it can be said that there is no acquaintance without fighting. For the many warriors who wanted the prince, several warriors just happened to meet the right person. After listening to what Lu Gonggong said, Lewis and others all showed a look of realization. It turned out to be a royal relative. But then everyone was disappointed. I thought it was the princess. But it was a younger sister. If it was a princess, she could visit the Saint Queen from time to time. But what is a younger sister? Although the prince's younger sister is also the little emperor aunt, she is not as valued as the princess. There are at least 800 little dragon girls in the Cloud Country. One more little widow is not much. And one less little widow is not much. How can we have the opportunity to chat with the Saint Queen at home? Moreover, although King Tan is the eldest among the 8 kings, he is the eldest of the 8 stars. But in terms of power, he is the last. Thinking of this, Lewis was even more disappointed. By the way, brother, Ao Dong suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, King Tan has always been on good terms with the North Sea Kingdom. And he is also very filial to my father. He comes to visit every year. This time, why don't we follow the princess and visit King Tan quietly first? Dongxi Nanbei Feng did know something about King Tan, but they didn't know much about what happened in recent years. King Tan not only had a good relationship with his uncle, but also had a good relationship with the Holy Queen, because his princess was the cousin of the Holy Queen. So, King Tan not only had an old relationship with the North Sea Kingdom, but also had a close relationship with the Holy Queen. He was a big shot in the eyes of the Holy Queen. The narrator's words made Lewis fall into deep thought. King Ten had a very close relationship with his uncle. Therefore, it is impossible for him not to pay attention to the affairs of his uncle. In addition, the Holy Queen is the sister-in-law of King Tan, and they are very close. Therefore, it is indeed possible to get some information from King Tan. And if things go well, then there should be a chance to meet the Holy Queen. Maybe he can also meet his uncle. From the attitude of King Tan's sister, we can still see some of King Tan's attitude. It is better to persuade King Tan as much as possible. If he really thinks of the old relationship with his uncle, then King Tan and King Nanhai may have some opportunities for cooperation. But if he insists on being the Holy Queen lackey, don't blame me for being ruthless. Louis was thinking here, and the Holy Queen was also distracted by the Milky Way. Well, if they came for their cousin matter, then King Tan could persuade them to go back. The road ahead is long, and they took such a risk and came all the way to plead for the people, which is worthy of the word chivalrous. While thinking, Louis and the Holy Queen eyes accidentally bumped into each other, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. Louis thought, I didn't expect that she would bring this up on her own initiative. I don't know whether I should say she is stupid or too credulous. But she was moved by my words, and was willing to take risks to help us file a complaint to the Emperor and plead for the people. Isn't it because she knows right from wrong and has a loyal heart? But if I really kidnapped King Tan or Queen Shengtian, would I betray the trust of this girl? Thinking of this, Louis suddenly hesitated. But when the Holy Queen saw Louis's hesitation, she was more determined. My brother has not been in the mansion in recent days. But I can bring you into the mansion. You east, west, south, north. For winds and Fa Kai can pretend to be the teachers I hired for the prince. You, Louis, are the translator I hired for King Tan. You know Japanese. Then there is Lao Madam. Louis sighed secretly, took off his hat, and touched his chest in a Western manner. Then, his face was slightly surprised. And he couldn't help asking, but, Madam, don't we need to discuss this matter with King Tan? Hearing this, the woman realized that she had spoken out of turn. When she said this, she might have hoped that after being persuaded by King Tan, they would stay and serve King Tan. But she said this as King Tan's sister, just like saying the word I during a private visit. However, the eunuchs around the emperor were very good at handling such matters. Eunuch Lu smiled and said, Sir, you don't know that the princess has always been on good terms with the Orientals. The prince invited the princess this time because he hoped that the princess could help him select a few foreigners. Although you are all from Beihai, you have lived in the East for many years, so it is even more beautiful. In addition to the Knight Augusta, the people invited by the princess this time are complete. Indeed, the Holy Queen nodded and said meaningfully, However, although I invited you, whether you can be kept by the prince, it depends on whether you really come for the North Sea country and for the future of the Cloud country. As you said, the Holy Queen words were a double entendre. Louis couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How could he not hear it? What if we come for the future of the Cloud country and for the whole world? The Holy Queen looked at Louis deeply and said, Then you will naturally be able to see the Holy Queen. Louis' expression straightened up, and he said with a bow, We, the people of Beihai, would like to thank you first. What your surname? The woman also bowed and blurted out, Yang. Hearing this, Eunuch Lu was stunned. Princess Yang, how could you tell me your real surname? Your brother and father are both named Ao. And you, my sister, are named Yang. How can I continue to make up for it? Yang and Ao don't sound the same. Fortunately, the people not far away were chatting with the guards, and they didn't dare to listen to the conversation between their masters. Louis didn't notice this for a moment. He asked curiously, What your name? This made the woman stunned for a long time. And not that she was making it up, but she really couldn't remember what her name was. In the past few hundred years, people called her too many different names. Yang Kairan, Yang Guiran, and later Yang Guifei and Sheng Tianho. But no one had ever seen her name. Later, the late emperor gave her a name, and it had been used for more than 200 years. She was almost forgetting what her real name was. Yue. Yang Yue. Yue. A good name. A good name. Louis nodded, and looked at Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu pretended not to hear, and looked down at his toes, thinking about how to round down, and how to make up his own name. But the master was a bad teammate. Seeing Eunuch Lu absent-minded, he frowned and said, Lu Lisher. I'm asking you. Ahem. I'm Lu Lisher. Eunuch Lu forced an ugly smile. Yang Yue. Lou Leisure. Good names. Louis nodded and pondered for a few times, and also thought about what his name should be. As a result, he still hadn't figured out what his name should be for a long time. But at this time, Yang Guifei and Lou Leisure both looked over, with some doubts. In a hurry, Louis had an idea and used the teacher gender and his own name. He hurriedly said, "Your surname is Lushan." Louis rubbed his face after saying this. He just said it out loud. Should he recognize the Holy Queen of Yun as his stepmother? Just like that, Yang Guifei, Lou Leisure and Lushan bowed and complimented each other several times, then asked someone to mount the dragon horse, and happily went hand in hand to the mansion of Ao Daoang. Chapter 682 Your Majesty, just follow me. When the group arrived in the city, it was almost evening. I thought that at this time, there would be few people on the street. But here, the night market has thousands of lights shining on the blue clouds, and the high buildings are full of red-sleeved guests. The streets are busy with cars and people, and tall buildings are lined up, and in the distance, you can see the immortals riding dragons and cranes in the clouds, and the Dayun Temple in the west of the city, which is full of precious light, has lit up bright lights. I don't know if the red glow in the sky is the sunset, or the light painted by the lights. A few faint bells rang, bringing with them the sound of a fairy. This fairy city was really full of flowers, like heaven. On that day, the misty moon was rising, and there were really many people on the street. Many scholars and beauties were strolling on the street, waiting for nightfall to pick up lanterns, and go to Dayun Temple or the Grand Canal to celebrate the festival. Standing in a store, Louis looked at the swords and jades worn by the groups of scholars and beauties passing by on the street, and he was very envious. Louis knew that the sword could be used to fly. The beauty could also fly with the cloud dress on her body. If ordinary monks were not allowed to fly in this city, those talented men and beautiful women would definitely be able to transform into immortals and fairies. And these immortal swords and clothes are indeed very elegant. If he also put on this dress, it would definitely be very good. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but look at those people like Fa Kai who were being measured by tailors not far away. By the way, Madam's suggestion just now is indeed good. Since everyone is going to enter the palace, it is indeed not appropriate to wear these clothes. However, she plans to make dresses for everyone. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but rub his face. Of course, no matter what, it is also good to change clothes. After all, the Taoist robes and magic cannons that Sifeng wears are too conspicuous. And if you change into a set of clothes, it is not a problem to wear them all the time. What do you think of this piece of silk? The young lady voice sounded again beside him. Louis quickly came back to his senses, looked at the cloth and said hurriedly, "Not bad. Not bad. All good." Louis is not a fool. He knows that the lady is going to pick some cloth for him. But he is not an ancient man, and he has never seen any silk. He can't tell whether it is good or bad. He just feels that this white brocade with cloud pattern is very beautiful. However, the lady seems to be in a different mood today. She has been shopping in several stores in a row, as if she stayed at home every day and hadn't been shopping for many years. I'm afraid that picking clothes for everyone is also an excuse for her. She just wants to go shopping. After hearing Louis's praise, the lady threw the cloth in her hand to the pouting maid Helen. When the shopkeeper saw that the lady picked up another piece of silk for scholars, his smiling eyes curved a little more. He came over and said, "The shop received a new batch of high-quality silk yesterday. Would you like to take a look?" The shopkeeper's words made Louis and the Queen of Heaven slightly stunned. They hurriedly explained that they were not husband and wife, but they said it in unison. After that, both of them were a little embarrassed. The lady blushed and went to the other side. Louis coughed and went to the door, curiously watching the tailors making clothes. In this Yun country, it seems that everyone knows some magic or even fairy magic, so it is estimated that it will be done in less than an incense stick. Not long after, the little maid Helen was called by the lady to measure the clothes. Helen saw that Louis was free, so she handed the dozing baby in her hand to Louis to hold. The child looked only 3 or 4 years old, and Louis was quite suitable to hold him in one hand. As a result, on the way to the palace, Louis held him all the time. He actually slept soundly in Louis's arms, and the lady was relieved. When approaching the street where the palace was located, Louis looked at the child he was holding on the horse back, and remembered something. Seeing that the lady was chatting with Helen over there, he rode his horse to the side of Eunuch Lu. "Eunuch Lu, by the way, The lady told me before. Her last name is Yang? Obviously. Louis had suddenly figured it out, and some doubts arose in his heart. He frowned and asked, "What about King Tan?" "Sir, my King Tan's surname is Ao, and King Tan's sister surname is Yang." Obviously. The most cunning eunuch Lu in the palace had also figured out a solution. He sighed, revealing an expression that was difficult to describe, and whispered, "It was changed later." Suddenly, a word popped up in Louis's mind. Took the husband's surname? But the sister of the King Tan, the princess with a title and fiefdom, actually took her husband's surname? Could it be that the husband surnamed Yang was not a consort, but a king of another surname? I don't know who that, referring to the husband, is. Eunuch Lu naturally did not dare to say more about the late emperor, but after a pause, he raised his hands to the sky with a sad face and gave an answer. He died for the country. Louis was surprised. Didn't expect she was a hero? Suddenly, Louis looked at the weak woman not far away, and some ripples appeared in his heart. She was a princess, and took her husband's surname, and now her husband died in the battlefield, leaving the mother and son alone, depending on each other. Thinking that the woman fiefdom was in a remote place, and when the mother and son came to Xiandu from thousands of miles away, there was not even a guard or minister. The twists and turns and sadness over the years, I am afraid it is difficult to tell outsiders. At this time, Louis suddenly felt something moving in his arms. He looked down and found that the little prince, the prince here is actually a title that can only be used by nobles with titles, had woken up at some point, and was secretly looking at him with a timid face. "Don't be afraid. Uncle won't bully you," Louis teased. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Louis said, the child nodded, sighed, and then wiped his tears. "Why are you crying? I believe that the master will not bully us mother and son, but seeing that we are going back to the palace, I think that we will be bullied again, so I cry." This made Louis frown, and at the same time, he was a little confused. Louis thought it was possible that the mother and son were bullied when they returned to the prince mansion. But what does returning to the palace and being bullied mean? "Sir, the young master is indeed going back to the palace. After all, the emperor has reached the age to go to school." Seeing Louis' suspicious expression, Eunuch Lu whispered to Louis, "The emperor has reached the age to go to school. So the palace is looking for a book companion for your majesty. But Prince Tan has no young son, and the son is about the same age as the emperor. So Prince Tan summoned the princess to bring the son into the palace this time. It turned out that the talk of wanting a nephew was just a lie, and it was actually a political exploitation." Louis nodded, and understood a little. "But, Eunuch Lu, why did the son say that both mother and son returned to the palace?" Louis was afraid that the child might hear it, so he asked quietly, "You naturally don't know about this. You always thought that your mother would enter the palace with you." At this point, Eunuch Lu sighed. "You mean, the princess will stay in the palace and live alone?" "Of course not. In a few days, the princess will go back to her hometown alone." Eunuch Lu sighed, looked at the woman not far away, and said, "Now the princess has changed her surname, and is not welcomed." Eunuch Lu was sweet-mouthed and treacherous, and he kept talking nonsense. However, when Eunuch Lu thought of the twists and turns of the two masters' experiences in the past few years, and thought that the two masters' situation in the palace was even worse than this, he could not help but feel sad, and revealed some true feelings. If the emperor was really a book boy, it would be better. At least, he would not have to worry every day, worrying that some princes, who came to Lo Wang would suddenly break into the palace with long spears, kill the little emperor and queen, and establish a new emperor who is even smaller. And the holy empress would not be pointed at and scolded and humiliated in public by those corrupt scholars when she was ruling the court behind the curtain. Thinking of this, Eunuch Lu couldn't help but wipe away a bitter tear, thinking back to when he followed the late emperor, how majestic he was, and Madame Yang was also a concubine praised by the world. But now the 8 Princes' rebellion has made this prosperous era take a sharp turn for the worse, and many unfounded charges have fallen on the head of a woman. And now, the emperor has reached school age. Seeing that the child is getting older, there are more and more voices in the court calling for the abolition of the queen. One day, the mother and child will be separated, and the emperor will become a puppet without a backer. Eunuch Lu's sincere feelings were seen by Louis. He suddenly felt that the mother and son were so pitiful. Her husband died early, and she was not liked by her relatives. The only thing they cared about was her family, and they just wanted to use her. Now, mother and son are separated again. which is really sad. Don't cry. Wait until I go to the palace, and see who dares to bully you in this world. And Lushan said to the emperor in his arms. No. No. Sir. Lu Gongdong on the side whispered, don't stir up trouble again. The emperor also shook his head, and wiped his tears, and said, Sir, although I am young, I can sort things out. The court is full of powerful people, and the princes in the school are also very scary, and they can't do anything about it. Your mother can't do anything about them. Don't be afraid, I will protect you from now on, not to mention the 8th king. Even if the king of heaven comes, he will have to stay there. Louis didn't know that the child in front of him was the king of heaven in the east and the west, but his words came from the heart. At this moment, His Majesty looked at the tall young man behind him, and inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of security from him. For a moment, he gradually overlapped the hazy back of his father in his memory with this uncle. Perhaps this is the origin of the godfather? Brother, will you stay in the capital to accompany me to school? Call me uncle. Then will you stay in Yunhua? Uncle will not stay for too long this time, because uncle has something else to do. To deal with the mother and son of the king of heaven, the sun god, underground. But don't worry. Uncle will definitely deal with the people who bully you. And then leave. Louis thought that the people who bullied the mother and son were probably in the same group as the people he was going to deal with this time. So he agreed very readily. After saying that, Louis looked at the little emperor and found that he was nodding his head solemnly, like a sensible little adult. Why aren't you sad when you heard that your elder brother will leave in the future? A man's ambition is to travel far and wide, so he will not stay in one place for long. Your elder brother can protect me for a while, but he can't protect me for a lifetime. But a man must always stand tall and proud. One day, I will definitely be able to stand tall and proud like you, big brother. Louis was slightly speechless. I didn't expect this kid to have such ambition. Louis couldn't help but give his little brother a thumbs up. Strange godfather touching. Strange big brother +1. Chapter 683. I'm really not Shiman Qing. When the group rode on dragon horses and arrived in front of the palace, everyone found that there were 2 Pishios sleeping in front of the gate of the palace, but the guards, who were guarding the gate with the Pishio, were not there. Looking again, the gate seemed to be slightly open, and there were faint shouts and hurried footsteps of guards inside the gate. Seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of the Holy Queen twitched slightly, and she thought to herself, oh no, the person in front of the gate must have recognized me from afar and went to report inside the gate. Could it be that King Tan has returned? This incident really caught the Holy Queen off guard. If it was a normal situation, she should have sent someone to inform them first. But today, I am half a hostage. Although Mr. N and I get along well, the 4 winds are watching closely, so in order to avoid Lushan's suspicion, it is not good to let the guards leave their sight. If the Prince Tan was not there, it would not be a big deal after all. The princess came back from a faraway place, and the servants of her mother family, it is reasonable to welcome her with a grand welcome. But now it seems that King Tan has also returned. If he goes out in person, he will kneel in front of the door with his men. At this time, the Holy Queen consciousness has already sensed that King Tan is hurriedly coming from the door. She quickly got off the horse and thought about how to deal with it. Madam, why is there such a commotion in the palace? Louis had already seen the scene inside through the door, and he was suspicious, but he deliberately asked. Before the lady could explain, the door was pushed open. Immediately, a white-faced, square-eared, short-statured little dragon king hurriedly wiped the sweat from his head, pushed the person who opened the door, and rushed out of the door with his men. As a result, the steps were too high, and the little dragon king slipped and fell to the ground. He simply prostrated himself on the ground, and raised his head to pay respect to the lady and the young master. The lady was also quick, and she got off the horse in a flash, and directly helped the King Tan, who was about to kneel down to pay respect. Brother, are you back home? You are in such a hurry. And where are you going? The word brother confused King Tan. He raised his head and found that the Holy Queen was winking at him. He looked behind the Holy Queen and saw several strangers. Suddenly, he understood what the Holy Queen meant. This King Tan was indeed the most popular person in front of the Holy Queen. He was very smart and knew that the Holy Queen might not want to reveal her identity for some reason. So he stood up with the help of the princess sister. The princess also patted the short dragon king, but affectionately. While patting the dust, King Tan turned around and scolded the people behind him, as if he was blaming him for falling. The servants inside the door didn't know what was going on, and were still kneeling inside the door, but the princess in the hall was in sync with her husband. The master has always had a good temper, and swearing is not his style. Moreover, his sister, the Holy Queen, and the young emperor nephew were just outside the door. How could he be so rude? The princess received the hint, and King Ten also stood up and explained to his sister. Today, the dragon is rising, and the kings are gathering at Dayun Temple. I am a guest, and I was about to go. I was just leading people to make arrangements inside the door. I heard that you were back, so I thought of taking people out to welcome you, but I fell down here. Oh, my dear. As he said this, Prince Tan took his nephew from Eunuch Lu's hand, pushed the door open and said to everyone, I thought you would be back in a few days, but I ran into you at the door. Come with me to the mansion and have a rest. The Holy Empress often took the little emperor on incognito visits, and Prince Tan often played the role of a housekeeper and held the child. Besides, the family was very familiar with each other, so it was very natural to act. Even the little emperor called him uncle affectionately and kissed Prince Tan. The natural behavior of this family relieved some of the doubts in Louis and others' hearts. As a result, when they entered the door, they saw the guards inside, and the servants kneeling in rows on both sides. This is a big show. If the princess hasn't been home for many years, it's normal for the elder brother to be kind. But the behavior of the servants, even a fool can see the problem. After all, the prince is still here. What are you kneeling to welcome the princess? But at this moment, a burst of angry curses made Louis look up at a gorgeous woman standing on the steps of the main hall. The woman was wearing a green cloud dress with dragon patterns on it. Her long hair was tied up high with many exquisite pendants. She was obviously the mistress of the palace. Behind her, there were many people holding various objects. Some were walking around with lanterns and other decorations. There were also many tall and strong guards holding whips and boards standing beside the lady. How dare you steal the phoenix hairpin bestowed by the emperor? It's simply against the will of heaven. If you don't catch this thief today, all of you on duty today will be... Oh, sister, why are you back? The servants were confused by the princess' words. But how could they dare to say anything? They all knelt on the ground with their heads down, listening to the scolding. When they heard that the gift from the emperor seemed to be lost, they didn't know whether it was real or fake, so their faces turned pale. However, many smart servants understood that the Holy Queen and the emperor were acting again. The Holy Queen especially liked to visit incognito, and every time she came to the palace, she pretended to be an ordinary person. So after a long time, everyone got used to it, know how to pretend not to know. After scolding, the queen hurried over, and the guards holding punishment instruments dragged the kneeling suspects to the backyard. At this time, the whole palace was much quieter. No one came to pay homage to the people they saw on the road. Some people turned a blind eye, and some eunuchs even called a princess. Louis and others didn't know that this palace was originally a big theater. They were really frightened by this group of people, so they didn't pay much attention to the servants on the road. Or, the prince and princess walking in front of the princess were too eye-catching. Louis never expected that the King Tan, who had the same title as his cousin, was actually short and stocky. If he hadn't had a beard, he would have looked quite old. Louis would have thought he was a child of 7 or 8 years old. On the other hand, the figure of the Princess Tan was very slender and delicate. When walking, the prince always liked to hold her hand. If the prince called her mom again, no one would be suspicious. Just as Louis was laughing secretly behind, he suddenly thought of something, and looked at Eunuch Lu with a strange expression. I just heard, the queen called the princess sister? The queen's surname is also Yang? Louis had also stayed in Beihai for a while, and knew that the Wang family, when they were getting along with each other, were different from those in the TV series, and usually used written language to address each other. Many people even called each other brother and sister like ordinary people. Even the imperial edicts written by the emperor sometimes did not use I, and even used plain language like I. So when the queen called her sister-in-law sister, he did not suspect it. But he always felt that this lady looked about 60% similar to the princess, as if they were really related. And he had heard Eunuch Lu mention on the road before that Empress Shengtian and Princess Tan were sisters. Shh! Whisper. The lady's surname is naturally not Yang. If it were normal, Eunuch Lu would never explain it like this. After all, it is very taboo for a eunuch to mention the lady name. But the Lushan next to him was a king. So he replied, the lady's surname is Pan. Panin Chai. Oh! Not Yang. Louis, the fake Yin countryman, didn't know that the Holy Queen and Princess Tan were actually cousins, but he always felt something was wrong. But just as he caught this thread, he was suddenly attracted by another thing. He looked at Ao Daolong and Mrs. Pan in front of him for a long time. Pan? Does Ao Daolong have a second brother? Eunuch Lu rolled his eyes fiercely. Of course. The King of Tan has younger brothers. 8. Is there another friend or retainer named Shimanchin? Eunuch Lu was too lazy to talk to this guy anymore. He flicked his whisk, went to the front, and said to Louis, I think you look like Shimanchin. Louis, what are you talking about? This is too unlucky. I am not Shimanchin. But this King Tan looks quite kind. When you have time, you must remind him. Pay attention to the strangers who come here for no reason recently. Chapter 684. Damn it. I'm showing off again. The Tan Palace is like a large garden, and the interior is antique, which makes Louis feel like he has returned to ancient times. The reception hall in the palace is not magnificent, but it is elegant and unique. If you look closely at the objects in the reception hall, you will find that even a chair or an inconspicuous inkstone is a priceless antique. Not to mention the calligraphy and paintings of famous artists, ancient zither and other objects. Each of these things, if placed in the East Continent, would be enough to drain a wealthy noble. But they were all placed randomly, as if these precious antiques were just ordinary furniture. This living room allowed Louis to see the subtlety and heritage of the Yun Kingdom, and also realized how rich his relatives were. Louis also noticed that there were many precious toys, and the most advanced watches from the East, a gun in a corner, and a small bicycle of the Stog brand that he had endorsed. Looking at the small bicycle and the meteor hammer in the narration, Louis felt that they looked particularly familiar. It seems to be the two items that Louis VI, the god of war, used to endorse in the advertisement after being tricked by Archie when he was in the Holy Oak. It seems that seeing that the customer is interested in his toys, King Tan happily picked up the meteor hammer and introduced it to Louis. According to the story that King Tan boasted about, these two things were the artifacts used by the King of the South Sea when he made a name for himself in the East Continent. Now that the two treasures are in the hands of King Tan, it can be regarded as the seizure of the weapons of the King of the South Sea. Louis. It seems that this popular person in the eyes of the Holy Queen of Heaven should have very close contacts with the Bellefeu family. And the stories that King Tan boasted about were probably boasted to him by a certain goblin. Not long after, many servants came in with snacks and tea. When the servants lit the incense burner, a group of fairies dressed as weaver girls sat in a corner of the guest hall and began to play the piano and the zither. King Tan warmly invited all the guests to sit down, and the princess also introduced Louis and others. As for the identities of Louis and others, they had already been communicated when they arrived. However, at the suggestion of the Holy Queen, Louis gave himself another name, Lu Ping. As for this name, the Holy Queen thought that Louis' name was not very good, but Louis thought it was very good. The road is getting smoother and smoother, which is auspicious, right? So this does not mean to shout when you see injustice on the road. After introducing the names of Louis and others, the princess mentioned that King Tan was looking for someone recently, and then she introduced the origins of Louis and others. The Holy Queen did not introduce Sifeng in detail, but just said that they were all members of the Louis merchant group. As for the fortune, it was the Moon Court Knight who followed the group. She mainly introduced Louis. According to her, Louis was a businessman from the East Sea. He was born in the North Sea Kingdom, studied in the East, and then did business for many years, traveling around the East, and was very familiar with various situations in the Eastern world. Of course, the most important thing is that he is also proficient in the languages of various countries in the East. Brother Wang, you know, my territory is in the frontier, so I often deal with all kinds of merchants. And Lu Ping cousin has a lot of dealings with me. This is the first time Lu Ping has come to the capital to do business, and he wants to find some familiar relationships. So his uncle asked me to do this. It just so happened that I asked Brother Wang who was looking for people in the East recently, so I brought them here. As for the words of the sister, King Tan naturally knew that they were all false. So the Holy Queen and these people definitely didn't know each other through trade. He didn't know how the Holy Queen knew these people, nor why she suddenly brought them here, but it seemed that these merchants were definitely not ordinary people. However, he heard that the Holy Queen seemed to be planning to place these people here and give them some idle positions. And it seemed that the Holy Queen seemed to have some intention of recruiting these people. King Tan believed that the Holy Queen would tell him privately what he should know. However, As the king brother, King Tan could not just agree to the master orders without asking any questions like a minister. So he pretended to ask about something. He wanted to examine the intentions of Louis and others. Louis, the overseas student, had indeed been in the East for many years, and even became a boss. Naturally, he was familiar with all kinds of things in the East. So in this interview, he naturally answered with full marks. After several pleasantries, Louis and King Tan were secretly surprised. Louis found that King Tan seemed to know a lot about the East. He could even tell which cities there were in Sorrento. King Tan had even heard of the modern magic theory. Compared with those heavenly officials of Lordly, this was very different. He was a complete East expert. King Tan was also amazed at Louis' knowledge and insight. This guy was proficient in almost all languages. And he spoke clearly about the history of various countries, the relationship between politicians, and the current situation in the East. This aroused King Tan great interest, so he deliberately asked Louis a question, even with the intention of making things difficult for him. But after the conversation, King Tan found that this guy was almost full of knowledge. He is not only well-read, but also knows everything from astronomy to geography and humanities. Prince Tan even felt that it would be no problem to let this kid be a foreign teacher for the little emperor. After talking about this, Prince Tan already understood why the Holy Queen wanted to send this guy to her. He couldn't help but look at his sister with surprise, as if he was thinking, "Big boss, where did you find this treasure for me? It just solved my urgent problem." Sister smiled slightly, but her heart was in turmoil. He couldn't help but look Louis up and down again, as if he wanted to get to know this person all over again. He originally thought that this righteous man was just a top expert, but he didn't expect that he was both civil and military. King Tan immediately said that the people brought by his sister just solved his urgent needs. As for the time entrusted by his sister, he naturally said that this was not a problem. Hearing King Tan patting his chest and promising that he would give Louis' business group some opportunities, Louis and others quickly stood up and bowed to express their gratitude. After some polite exchanges, the living room became joyful. King Tan did not mention his urgent visit to Dayun Temple, and could not help wanting to talk more with Louis about the East. He seemed eager to recruit talents. He even jumped off the chair, slipping on his shoes, and called the servants outside to bring some good tea. He seemed to want to have a long talk with Louis. But when King Tan came back from the door, the little dragon king suddenly calmed down. Such a person, who had been in the East for so many years, how could he still be just a businessman? Louis, who got full marks in the interview, calmed down. He didn't hold back today and acted a little too outrageous. "Lu Ping, I heard that many academies have been built in the eastern land of Solando in recent years. You have studied and done business in the eastern land for many years. Have you ever held a position in some new academies, or studied there?" Hearing this name, the eyes of the Holy Queen moved slightly and looked at Louis. The question of King Tan was very euphemistic, but Louis could hear that the new academies in the eastern land were basically built by Louis VI himself. The principals and deans of several academies were all his disciples. So the significance of holding a position or studying in such an academy is self-evident. If Lu Ping was an ordinary overseas student, it would be fine. But he was too outstanding. As long as he had stayed in such an academy, he would have an 80% chance of being related to King Louis VI of the South China Sea. Chapter 685. Who is carrying whose shoes? Louis knew that if he said he had been to these academies, he would have to be closely related to King Louis VI of the South Sea. Louis asked himself honestly, if there was such an outstanding newcomer among the wizards of the academy, and he was also an international student like himself, he would definitely recruit him and make important use of him. However, if he said he had not been to these academies, it would be obviously nonsense. After all, just now, he had a brief talk with King Tan about his new learning. What more, during the day, the princess had seen me take action. If I say now that I have nothing to do with those new academies, then not only will King Tan be suspicious, I'm afraid that the princess, who helped me build a bridge, will also be suspicious. Thinking of this, Louis said calmly, "Of course, I have studied in those new academies. Not only that, our business group has always cooperated with major academies. All the major academies were built by the King of Nanhai. Our business group is under the name of the Belafu family. So when the academies were established, our fleet also ran ships for the King of Nanhai." After hearing this, Holy Queen Tian showed a look of realization. The Thief King power spread all over the East. And Lushan had been doing business in the East for so many years, and they must have had some intersections. However, King Tan asked such a question. Do you know the King of the South Sea? Yes. Louis nodded and said, the King of the South Sea and I were both overseas students sent to the East by the North Sea. Although we were not in the same period, the name of the King of the South Sea was known to everyone. Back then, when the King of the South Sea became famous in the East, it was the time when he promoted the prestige of our country. Many of us overseas students admired him very much at that time, so we paid close attention to many of his deeds. After hearing this, Holy Queen and King Tan both looked at Louis. But Louis changed the subject. However, although I didn't have the honor to meet the King of the South Sea, I had a lot of contact with some of his disciples. Back then, his eldest disciple Harold wanted to recruit me to stay in the academy to teach, but unfortunately I didn't want to do that. My roots are in Yun country, in the North Sea. After hearing this, Holy Queen eyes couldn't help but move slightly. I didn't expect there was such a relationship. But King Tan showed a look of realization. Could it be that the Holy Queen introduced this person to have a talk with the King of the South Sea? If this person has such a relationship, then he can indeed contact the King of the South Sea privately through this line. Speaking of which, isn't this really the person he is looking for? He knows the King of the South Sea, and knows some people on the King of the South Sea side. This is the perfect fit. However, how deep is the relationship between this person and the King of the South Sea? He must be figured out before he can reuse him. Don't mess around. You've got a spy for the King of the South Sea. King Tan couldn't help but look at the Holy Queen, wanting to hear what she meant. Do you know the details of this person? The princess smiled, looking at King Tan and said, I didn't expect Mr. N to have such a relationship, it really a surprise. The Holy Queen said the word surprise, but what King Tan saw was surprise. He understood that although the Holy Queen had the idea of recruiting this person, she didn't know the details of this person yet, and lacked enough trust. That's why I arranged this person to come here, so that I can check it out first. After understanding it, King Tan looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the guest hall and said, Lu Ping, I am the Prime Minister of the Honglu Temple, the Xingren Division and the Lifanuan. This time, when the envoys from various countries and vassal states came to visit, I was the guest officer, usually the Minister of Rights. Among these countries, I am an old acquaintance of the Abyss country, so I know the Abyss country very well. The princes of Yun Kingdom are also my brothers, so there is no need to say more. But only the King of South Sea and the King of Dongtu are visiting Yun Kingdom for the first time, so I don't know their situation well enough. Since you are introduced by my sister, you must be able to act as an interpreter. But now there is an interpreter, so this position is not lacking. However, I still need a guest. Can you do it? At this point, King Tan looked at Louis meaningfully. Louis thought about it for a while. He did not answer directly, but looked at King Tan and said, Your Highness, I am acquainted with some wizards under the King of the South Sea. If the prince needs anything, I can contact one or two. King Tan did not expect Louis to be so blunt about this matter, but mentioned his relationship again. Okay. King Tan nodded and said, It is not important how this person is related to the King of the South Sea. Even if he is the King of the South Sea, what does it matter? I am the King of the South Sea. If I can't control the King of the South Sea, how can I control him? Besides, he is just a guest, and he has no access to any important secrets. After I get to know the King of the South Sea through him, I will let him sit on the bench and slowly consider. By then, I will have plenty of time to find out his details. By then, if it is found that this person is really a spy, it will be even better. Such an important person must know a lot of things. After a thorough interrogation, I will definitely get a surprise. If this person is a talent worth using, it will be even better. Louis also felt that it was no longer important what King Tan was thinking. As long as he could become the guest and stay with King Tan for a while, he would tie him up. By then, he would have plenty of time to make him obey. Lu Ping, I still need to report the guest matter to the court before the official appointment is made. You should stay with me. I will go to Dayun Temple later, and I am in need of a few people to accompany me. You can follow me. As he said that, King Tan asked the servants to prepare. Louis naturally agreed. He knew that what he said today was already a precaution. He also learned a little bit about what the people of the Holy Queen thought about the King of the South Sea. I don't know what the Holy Queen thinks, but King Tan still advocates to win him over first. If he reveals his identity later, maybe the two of them can really talk. To put it bluntly, there is no hatred between the two sides that cannot cooperate. The main contradiction is here with the old cousin. By the way, Brother Wang, you suddenly came back today, and said you were going to the Lantern Festival at Dayun Temple. Was it because of the envoys of several vassal kings coming to Beijing? King Tan, who was drinking tea with a teacup in his hand, heard Empress Shitian asking about this matter, and he couldn't help but sigh with a headache. The shopkeeper has been idle these 2 days, and I have been tossed around a lot. He whispered. It not just the envoys of several vassal kings and the Abyss Kingdom have entered Beijing at the same time. I have been tossed around a lot today. Look, in the afternoon, the evil demons of the Abyss Kingdom heard that today was the day of the Dragon Rising, and they clamored to see it, so I set up a scene in the Dayun Temple. So I took some time to go back home. After taking a bath and changing clothes, I was going to go right away. After hearing this, the Holy Queen's face darkened a little. That group of demons, playing both sides, eating their own way. Now they are getting together with many vassal kings, which is to put pressure on me, hoping that I will agree to the negotiation conditions as soon as possible. King Tan put down his teacup and added, I heard that the Abyss Kingdom has recently colluded with the King of the South Sea. After hearing this, Louis on the side looked at King Tan with a confused face. How could I not know about this? The little Dragon King gave Louis a look. You know nothing. Just as the two looked at each other, the princess slammed the table loudly, which scared them both. That demon king, a thief, nominally guarded the border, and claimed to have won a great victory. But secretly they are colluding with the Rakshasas. The Holy Queen was shocked and angry, and her teeth were itching. After hearing this, King Tan shook his head. His news was true. It couldn't be false. When Louis saw the expressions of the two, his face turned black. I was at the front line, under tremendous pressure, and it would be fine if your court didn't send troops or food. They just tried to sow discord, and you believed it right away. Also, who the hell is colluding with the Abyss Kingdom? Who threw dirty water on me? Louis was secretly angry here. But on the other side, King Tan, looking at the Holy Queen disguised as a princess, became interested. It seemed that Dayun Temple had a special program. He looked at the Holy Queen and said, Sister, do you want to go with us? Several princes are here today. It's a rare occasion for our family to get together. It's half a family dinner. The Holy Queen didn't know the situation of Dayun Temple, and she felt even worse when she heard this. Speaking of which, she always used the identity of King Tan's sister. I am absolutely loyal to her, and I am her substitute. In addition, King Tan has many sisters, and my fiefdom is there. Others have very little contact with her. So even if she attends various occasions with this identity, other princes will not pay much attention to her. But if it were normal times, she could disguise herself and go to see the excitement. She could see with her own eyes what those princes were up to. But now she really didn't feel like it. She would be very angry if she went. However, Prince Tan whispered again, Erlang is here too. Erlang, after hearing this word, Queen Shuntian was very surprised. Prince Ling is here too? Prince Tan smiled and nodded. Go. Of course I have to go. In the distance, the conversation between the princess and King Tan made Louis feel a little confused. He didn't know what the relationship between King Ling and King Tan was. It seemed that King Tan faction regarded him as a big backer, and the princess' attitude towards King Ling seemed a little special. As if seeing Louis' doubts, Eunuch Lu beside him explained in a low voice. The princess of King Ling is from the Yang family. After hearing this, Louis showed a look of realization. Perhaps in order to let Louis integrate into the role of a guest faster, Eunuch Lu told Louis that among the 8 kings, King Ling was the second in age and strength. All the princes were afraid of him. He was the sea-stabilizing needle of the court. Ranked second? Then the king of Nanhai is the first? Louis couldn't help but feel a little proud. But Eunuch Lu laughed and said, the thief king is only worthy of carrying shoes for King Ling. Who is Louis? He doesn't even take the king of Dayun Kingdom seriously. He also loves to show off and make trouble. So after hearing the words carry shoes, he suddenly said oh. And his face showed the word unhappy. Eunuch Lu, who was observing Louis' expression, rolled his eyes quietly. Don't worry, I will introduce King Ling and other kings to you in a while. Of course, I have to get to know them. Louis thought to himself, I want to see who will carry shoes for whom today. Chapter 686 You are too presumptuous. The river next to Dayun Temple that runs through the East Xi district is called Huaishui, also known as Longzangpu. It is one of the most famous scenic spots in Xiandu, and it is also a very prosperous area. If you come here during the day, you will find that the mountains and water gardens, temples and schools, and busy streets on both sides of the river are all available. It is very prosperous. But its most famous is the painted boats. That night, the small lights on Longzangpa are like the bright stars on the Milky Way. The lights on both sides of the Huaishui River are brilliant. The golden and powdered buildings are lined up, and the painted boats are floating on the water. The river flows around Dayun Temple. In this brilliant night scene, Dayun Temple has been lit up with thousands of lights. The lights cover the temple with a layer of gold. From a distance, it looks like a golden glazed tower. The golden glazed tower reaches high into the sky, and also reflects the sky into golden clouds. If you look closely, there are still some fluorescent spots flashing in the sky. If you look closer, you will find that these fluorescent spots are the ships and immortal boats flying in the clouds. Soon, a ship with the flag of King Tan was moored beside the balcony of a certain floor of Dayun Temple. After a while, King Tan and his entourage entered the hall of this floor. When Louis looked at the temple closely, he found that it was so magnificent and majestic. It was no problem to gather thousands of people on this floor alone. Louis thought that since it was a festival today, there should be singing and dancing in the hall. But when he followed King Tan and others into the hall, he found that there were many heavenly soldiers and generals wearing golden armor. This made the noisy and bustling hall look like a camp, or a Hongmen banquet. King Tan did not seem surprised by the scene in the hall. He smiled and exchanged greetings with the princes who stood up to greet him, and then sat in the first seat amid the welcome of his 7 younger brothers and envoys from various countries. It seemed that although Eo Daoang was the last in terms of power, on the surface, his younger brothers still gave him face. As an attendant, Louis was not qualified to sit at the seat today, but he did not fall to the point of welcoming guests and doing miscellaneous work with the clerks of the Honglu Temple, the Xingren Division and the Lifanuan. Instead, he sat in the area of the diplomatic corps of various countries as a retainer. This position is both good and bad. The bad thing is that it is too close to the side. No one can notice it. And Louis can't see the situation in the center of the venue. The good position is in front of Louis, where many princes and princesses sit. Princess Yang sat in front of Louis. So Louis also had an acquaintance next to him. Although Eunuch Lu came here today as a supervisor of the Tan Palace, he did not follow the Holy Queen all the time, but brought a group of people after entering to preside over various affairs of the venue. The princesses and princes of various families also brought many followers, but they were not qualified to sit, but stood beside their masters, or simply sat behind their masters. This meant that there was always someone in front of Louis. Seeing that the chief King Tan had finished his opening remarks in the distance, the kings and ambassadors of various countries had already toasted to celebrate, and the fairies began to dance. But Louis could only stare at the back of the head of the Holy Queen, not to mention the faces of the kings, even the people of the Abyss country. He didn't even look at them. In order to see the situation in the conference hall clearly, Louis simply left his seat and stood behind the Holy Queen, letting the wealthy Augusta sit in his seat to drink and eat. There were thousands of people in the conference hall today, and no one paid attention to who was in which seat. In addition, Louis also changed his clothes today, so standing behind the princess, he looked like her retainer. Speaking of which, the white robe with cloud pattern embroidered on it that the princess picked for him today was quite elegant. The princess looked back at Louis, and then started talking with the princes and princesses around her. Like many other princesses, she came here with a veil, but the princes and princesses all recognized her. And not only did they look very familiar with her, but the brothers and sisters were also very respectful to this elder sister. This surprised Louis a little. After all, the princess was a little princess, who was not favored in a remote area. How could she be like an elder sister? However, after thinking about it for a while, Louis understood. Because King Tan is the Prime Minister of Yun Country 3rd Diplomatic Academy, the venue and seats for today's meeting were arranged by King Tan. So the brothers and sisters, who are good friends with his good sister, should be arranged together. After watching the excitement for a while, Louis stopped paying attention to the princess. He started looking for people from the Abyss country, but there are too many people here, and there are many heavenly soldiers and generals wearing armor blocking them. In addition, the Rakshasas today may have changed their shapes, so Louis couldn't find them for a while. But Louis found Sifeng. These 4 guys, after sitting down, can't stay idle. So Louis let them go out for some fresh air. So although Sifeng's body has been beside Louis, his spirit has been wandering around for a long time. He also quietly knocked out several eunuchs and searched their souls. In such a large hall, with so many dragon kings and heavenly generals, no one noticed what Sifeng was doing. And seeing these four little saints wandering around in the hall, and kidnapping people, they are also very familiar with it. It seems that this is not the first time they have made trouble at the immortal feast. In comparison, today is just a small fight. If it weren't for the big brother who released them from the demon-suppressing tower, it is estimated that these four big demons would have jumped to the center of the venue and announced their names to the 8 dragon grandchildren of their former enemies. Big brother. No one in this venue knows the news about my father. I'm afraid I can only wait until I meet the Holy Queen to inquire. However, I have found out some gossip about the Holy Queen. Do you want to hear it? Upon hearing this, Louis and the Holy Queen in front of him pricked up their ears. The news that Seefing had heard was an open secret. In addition, these people were of the same character as Louis, and they always acted recklessly. So they went siping with Louis behind the Holy Queen with a smile on their faces. They were not afraid of being heard by others, as if they could not take anyone seriously except the king who saved their entire demon clan. By the way, the Holy Queen was not originally a queen, but the most favored concubine of the late emperor. The late emperor had a young son, and he gave birth to 2 eggs, both of which were stillborn. Before he could give birth to the 3rd egg, he passed away. Later, Yang Guifei gave birth to the 3rd egg and became the new queen. But the bad thing was that the egg had been gestating for 200 years. But there was no movement. It was unknown whether a dragon child would hatch. So the late emperor had not officially appointed a crown prince. Originally, the late emperor was in his prime, so there was no rush for this matter. In addition, the late emperor was full of martial virtue, and his power was no less than that of the 9 dragons. Therefore, among the 8 princes, even if some of them had their own ideas, they were very quiet. But who could have thought that the late emperor, who was in his prime, would suddenly be seriously injured and bedridden? This sudden change also made the 8 brothers of the late emperor ready to move. In fact, the emperor secretly left a will a few years ago, which was hidden somewhere, in preparation for today's change. But as long as the emperor did not die, this will would not be seen. Therefore, only the eunuch Lu beside the emperor and the 2 university scholars in the cabinet knew which brother of the emperor was written in the will. No matter what, the late emperor was already dying, and the 8 princes were ready to make a move. They also had their own supporters. The princes headed by Prince Tan secretly supported the 2nd Prince Ao Shao at that time. The other princes hoped that the 4th Prince Ao Zhuo would have the opportunity to ascend to heaven. In the midst of this storm, the dead egg that had been nurtured for 200 years suddenly moved. Under the secret protection of Yang Guifei and eunuch Lu, the dragon son successfully broke out of the shell. At this point, the 3rd Master Ao Bing directly joined the queue in front of the many dragon kings. And the will had not seen the light of day, and there was no chance for it to see the light of day again. The 8 princes are naturally unwilling to accept this. Dongfeng whispered, "There are even rumors that the will is in the hands of a certain prince. Who knows if the will is true or false? I can also write one, and put our brother and Lushan name on it." Black-faced West Wind said with a grin, "But when I searched the soul of a certain prince eunuch, I heard him say that the dragon egg was originally a dead fetus, but was born by Ao Erlang and the Holy Queen when the previous emperor was critically ill, and was replaced by a real dragon by a dragon. How outrageous!" Just as several people were gossiping with a grin, the princess, who had been eavesdropping, was so angry that she was shaking all over, and slammed the table in anger. Chapter 687. What nonsense! I am here to clear the court of the emperor. The whispers of several people were like public executions, and the Holy Queen was so angry that she was shaking all over. She was already angry enough. But what made her even angrier was that Shifeng, Nanfeng, and Shifeng not only didn't take it seriously, but also glared at her. "Hey, you little bitch. Why are you angry with me?" Those words were said by the eunuch beside Xiaolong, a certain prince, and I didn't make them up. Hearing that black-faced fat man Shifeng calling her a little bitch and talking back, the Holy Queen was so angry that she almost fainted. "Princess, calm down. Calm down." Louis saw that everyone around him was looking at him, and hurriedly comforted them. Then he glared at Shifeng and said, "Those vassal kings with ulterior motives are trying to seize power and usurp the throne. And the rumors they fabricated are probably more bizarre than the last. It's okay for ordinary people to not distinguish right from wrong. But how can you, a descendant of the Ao family, believe such ridiculous words? Hurry up and apologize to the princess." Shifeng was so depressed when he heard this that he almost choked on his own saliva. Boss, you were so excited just now, and you wanted me to gossip more. Now that you see this pretty young lady is angry, you turn around and lecture me seriously. After all this, you have become the good guy, and I have become the bad guy. Is there anyone who values women over friendship? My king? Shifeng was depressed, but he didn't dare to fart. After hearing the boss' words, he quickly put on a smiling face, appeased the princess, and scolded the princes and eunuchs. Seeing that many people were looking at him, the angry Queen of Heaven didn't do much. She scolded the 5 followers behind her and sat back down, even after her chest rose and fell several times. The little finger of the Holy Queen was still shaking with anger. Let not talk about the rumors of the princes. The words and deeds of these people in front of her today are gloating over other people's misfortunes. They have no respect for the superiors and the inferiors, and are lawless. They are simply a group of untamed mountain bandits. They are not worthy of being in the upper class, and they are not worthy of being used. I actually had high expectations for them. I was simply blind. Obviously, the Holy Queen, who was angry, also counted Louis in. But Louis was not wronged. He was the one who started the conversation. He was also the happiest person just now. However, although he was laughing happily just now, Louis only took Shifeng's words for fun, let alone whether there was a cat replacing the prince. This little emperor was definitely not born by Ao Erlang and Empress Shantian. In the film, the two of them started messing around behind the emperor bed on the day he was seriously ill, and they didn't have time to lay an egg. Right? The time doesn't match. However, the people, before and after the meal, like to talk about these things. The more bizarre, the faster they spread. Seeing that the princess had already sat down, Louis stroked his chin and thought, however, since such rumors can be spread, it means that the hearts of the 8 kings are like Sima Zhao. It seems that the 8 have become unscrupulous. The Holy Queen and the Emperor are also like puppets in the eyes of the kings. And is Erlang Lingwang the prince who controls the puppet now? Shaking his head, Louis thought it shouldn't be, because the Holy Queen could still negotiate with the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor still supported the Holy Queen. This shows that the Holy Queen still has some power, and it is not something that King Ling can control. And it also shows that on the side of King Tan and King Ling, the Holy Queen is the leader. Therefore, King Ling can only wait for the opportunity in secret. He must first help the Holy Queen to pacify Ozhua to have a chance. However, since the Holy Queen has fallen to the point of negotiating with the Demon Emperor to maintain the stability of the Yun Kingdom, why would she take action against the Beihai Kingdom at such a critical juncture? If the Emperor's legitimacy is not in question, shouldn't the Holy Queen ask for help from her cousin? Why is she asking for his head? Louis shook his head and was confused. People say that bystanders see more clearly, but now even a bystander like Louis has begun to doubt the legitimacy of the young emperor. This shows how serious the rebellion of the 8 princes has become. If a prince really takes back the legitimacy, I'm afraid even many people who don't know the truth will support him. Today is the meeting of the 8 princes, and only one prince is missing. I don't know if this king can control the 8 kings. If not, then the king of Nanhai should recognize a big brother today, lest the new emperor makes fun of you after he ascends the throne. You decide. A. Seeing the narrator pop up the names of the 8 princes as 8 options, Louis waved his hand and dispersed the options. What big brother do you recognize? I won't choose any king. Isn't it just the rebellion of the 8 kings? Lushan. Put down the rebellion of the 8 kings. While thinking, the banquet has already begun. Louis did find the 8 princes in the center of the venue, but he couldn't recognize who was who. The princess was angry, and it was not easy to ask. If someone could tell me, that would be great. By the way, why did these princes bring so many heavenly soldiers and generals today? It made this banquet look like a camp. Could it really be a Hongmen banquet? Faintly, Louis also heard the sound of drums beating in the clouds in the distance of Dayun Temple, as if there was a war. While looking around, Louis suddenly noticed several eunuchs talking quietly in a corner of the hall. Looking at the robes those eunuchs were wearing, they were probably close to the title of 9,000 years old. But those eunuchs were all lowering their heads, listening to an old eunuch in ordinary clothes. Looking closely, it turned out to be Lu Gongdong, the eunuch beside King Tan. It seemed that he was familiar with several eunuchs in the palace, and he had the potential to be the leader. After a while, the eunuchs separated. Among the eunuchs in the palace, some stood beside Prince Tan, representing the support of the Holy Queen. Eunuch Lu walked through the crowd with his head bowed, came to the side of the princess, and stood with Louis. Eunuch Lu, why don't you go to the prince to serve? Eunuch Lu smiled and said, I said that I would introduce the princess to you today. How can I break my promise? It is said that this Eunuch Lu is really a smart person. This statement is not only reasonable, but also makes Louis feel warm. It seems that this Eunuch Lu, who is in a high position, regards Louis very much, so he specially came to exchange feelings. Or, he really cares about him. Louis did not rush to ask Eunuch Lu to introduce, who was at the center of the venue, but first asked, why there were so many heavenly soldiers and generals today. What Louis did not expect was that. He really guessed right. Recently, there has been a war at the south gate of heaven. The north of the south gate of heaven is the sky, and the south is the earth, and the direction of the south gate of heaven is the ancient abyss of the outside of the Great Wall. According to the words of Eunuch Lu, the group of Sun barbarians who were driven to the bitter cold land of the outside of the Great Wall, the abyss, by the Yun kingdom in those days are staying there. Since the Yun kingdom guards the abyss, there are always some things in the abyss that break into the south gate of heaven. In fact, the people of Yun kingdom are used to this kind of thing. There should be commotion outside the pass, and the people in the country should live their lives. This is how it has been for tens of thousands of years. But a few decades ago, something big happened. The sky leaked. And at this time, the Sun Kingdom also raised troops to attack. This sudden change can be said to have caught Yun Kingdom off guard. But the former emperor led the army in person, and not only beat the foreign tribes thousands of miles away, but also almost reached the capital of the Sun Kingdom. Yun state stabilized again. But the late emperor died a few years later. It is rumored that the late emperor was seriously injured in the last expedition, and he died a few years after returning. It is also rumored that the late emperor, after falling seriously ill, followed the example of his ancestors and sacrificed himself to mend the sky in order to fulfill the mission that the gods of Yun state had guarded since ancient times. These rumors are all mentioned in storybooks, and Eunuch Lu did not mention them. Louis didn't know whether the previous emperor had repaired the sky or not, nor did he know whether the sky had been repaired. But from what he saw in the Milky Way, the sky was definitely not repaired. It was only temporarily stitched together, which is why the Mobius strip of the Milky Way existed. There was also the invasion of the Sun God clan this time, and King Lo the 8 Kings entered the capital with armor, or took the opportunity to usurp power. After all, there were not many people from the Sun God clan this time, and no one took these defeated generals seriously. Seeing this, Louis suddenly realized that it was really not easy to be the emperor of the Yun kingdom. If the sky leaked, he would have to sharpen his head to hold it up. Not only that, but you also have to keep an eye on your brothers. If you don't keep an eye on them well, your brothers will sit on the con of your house, sleep with your wife, and beat your children. Louis thinks that the Holy Queen may sleep with you, but we should not sit on the con and beat the children. It is really not easy to be on the Kong. Not only will you burn your buttocks, but when the Yun kingdom is in danger, you have to jump into the stove to be used as firewood. What nonsense! Who said you want to come and usurp power? I am a loyal minister who is here to clear the court. As if to cater to Louis's words. When Louis said this, he saw the narrator suddenly draw a scissors head, pointing to the center of the venue. There are also a few words as annotations. Stage. Chapter 688 Sister-in-law. Please don't blush. Louis ignored the arrow marked by the narrator, and patiently listened to what Lu Gonglong said. After the previous emperor defeated the Sun clan, Yun kingdom was peaceful for a while. But this day was not completely made up. So the Sun kingdom can still violate the border. And each time it is more serious than the last time. Occasionally, the monks with deep magic power in this city can even hear the drums outside the pass, or see the evil spirits breaking through the pass. Standing in Dayun Temple, you can see the great pass. As he spoke, Eunuch Lu pointed to the distance. Louis followed Eunuch Lu's finger and looked carefully. He found that there was a hazy great pass above the clouds. He could vaguely see the heavenly soldiers and generals guarding the pass. A few months ago, when Louis was fighting in the Great Hollow in the South China Sea, the Sun Kingdom invaded again, and the princess came to Luong under such circumstances. Hearing this, Louis finally understood why his cousin did not come to the heavenly court of the Cloud Kingdom to ask for troops to support the Great Hollow a few months ago. The Sun tribe was about to fight to the capital, so the heavenly court naturally had no time to care about the South. But fighting is fighting. Why did his cousin suddenly disappear without a trace? Eunuch Lu's next sentence mentioned a key point. seeing that the battle was almost over, but the prince's troops had no intention of leaving. And a rumor suddenly spread throughout the court and the country. The rumor said that the Holy Queen secretly planned to reduce the power of the princes, and the first blow would fall on the head of the Jinwu god. After beheading the Jinwu god, they would use his spirit to mend the sky. This simply provided a perfect reason for the 8 kings to enter the city to persuade them. They either rushed in with their troops to persuade them, or the Holy Queen and the little emperor took the initiative to invite them in. The poor mother and son had no other choice but to summon the 8 princes to Beijing to discuss matters in the name of discussing the matter of repairing the sky. The princes were actually entangled about going to Beijing, because if they were invited to Beijing according to the rhythm of the Holy Queen, they would have to separate from their troops. Moreover, the war has not been completely fought yet, and going to Beijing at this time would also disrupt their rhythm. But if I didn't go to the city, but my brothers all went, then no matter what happened in the capital, I would have to stand aside. Finally, except for the idle prince, Prince Tan, who already lived in the city, and the regent Prince Ling. The other 6 princes all brought the delegation into the city. According to the rules stated in the young emperor decree, the delegation, including civil officials and servants, could only have a maximum of 500 people. So the princes brought 500 people, all of whom were heavenly generals wearing divine armor. And there were no civil officials or servants at all. It is not known whether it was for safety or to deliberately show their strength. So, although it was called a delegation, it was actually the most elite personal soldiers in their hands. Not counting the king of Tan and the king of Ling, the 6 princes each of 500, which adds up to 3,000. I don't know how many of these 3,000 people are demigods, but Louis saw that the messengers brought by these princes were all wearing dragon armor. Moreover, these people all had murderous auras, as if they had just come down from the battlefield not long ago. These 3,000 people are definitely not a small number. If the 6 princes work together, they can be united. Then, they can cooperate with the troops outside, take down the city, let someone else sit on the throne in the Golden Palace. However, the Holy Queen, King Tan, and King Ling are not vegetarians. There are also royal guards and troops defending the city in the city. Therefore, this meeting of the 8 kings must be undercurrents, and this banquet is destined to be not quiet. Look, the civil officials and celebrities attending the banquet today are reciting poems and composing couplets in the singing and dancing of the fairies. As a result, a group of dragons and heavenly generals rushed to the center of the venue. Afterwards, they not only drove away the dancing fairies, but also removed the tables of many famous and romantic people around. For a moment, the center of the venue was in chaos. In the blink of an eye, the screams of the fairies, the angry curses of the civil officials and celebrities, the sound of slaps, the cries of the famous and romantic people who ran away with their heads in their hands, the laughter of the soldiers, etc. came one after another, crying, cursing, and laughing. 5th brother, what do you mean? King Tan, who was sitting high up in the chief seat, recognized those soldiers as the 5th prince's personal guards. He looked at a prince in military uniform sitting below with anger and surprise, and said with a glare, "This is a good dance. Why did you let someone disrupt it? You disturbed my poetic mood. It was my 4th brother who asked me to do it." The 5th prince was straightforward. While chewing the pig head in his hand, he pointed directly at a fat man beside him. This fat guy is the 4th prince Eozhua. He is more than 2 meters tall and has a big pot belly. He looks like a man who killed many enemies on the battlefield when he was young. Although he is fat now, his body is very strong. He sits there like a big stone pillar. And the 2 fairies he hugs are like children in his arms. Seeing that the 5th brother directly pointed him out, Eozhua laughed and said, "5th brother, you are talking nonsense again. It seems that, in fact, it should be that the 5th brother felt too bored. So he asked people to chase and beat people, so that the brothers could change the program. But he was afraid of being scolded by Eo Daolong. So he said that the 4th brother asked him to do it." At this time, another prince said, "It's good to mix it up. There is no point in reciting poems and couplets. It's boring to watch those ministers there. If the 5th brother doesn't mix it up, I will also give suggestions to the eldest brother." Next, the princes said one by one, and they all planned to change the program to play. Some said fighting, and some said fighting was boring. It better to discuss the way with swords. Whoever wins in the end, the sword worn by the 4th brother, Qingwan, will belong to that person. Everyone in the venue can participate in the competition. It seems that the sword that Aoshua brought today is a very famous fairy sword. There are also many heavenly soldiers and generals in the venue. Hearing this prize, the reckless person ran directly to the stage. Then, this person fought with another person. Neither of them had a sword. One person was commanding the 36 flying swords in the sky, and the other was controlling the sword with chi. Lewis then realized that those heavenly soldiers and generals were all fucking sword immortals. No wonder the Cloud Kingdom was so powerful. And they could beat the Sun Kingdom before. Seeing that the two sides had already compared, King Tan couldn't help but have a headache. He also knew that his brothers were deliberately testing the level of his heavenly generals today. If he didn't bring out a few who could calm the situation, the kings would probably think that there was no one available in the city. King Tan had a headache. While dealing with his brothers, he stretched his head and looked in a certain direction in the venue, as if he was looking for his second brother to save the situation. After this round of competition, it was time for the Holy Queen and the others to send someone out. At this time, Lewis realized that, at some point, the Holy Queen who was sitting in front of him had already run to the bottom of a dragon-shaped pillar not far away. Under the large round pillar, in addition to the Holy Queen, there was also a heroic young man standing. The man had a dignified figure and a handsome appearance. His eyes shot cold stars, and his eyebrows were painted. He had a broad chest, and was obviously a veteran of the battlefield. Interestingly, when the Holy Queen was talking to him, she blushed, which was rare. This surprised Lewis very much. Because weren't the princess and the second prince brother and sister? Why does it look like they are interested in each other, but have never had a deep contact? Come on. Let me take you to meet our Erlang Yi, Eunuch Lu said to Lewis with a smile, and took Lewis over. Erlang Yi, Erlang Jinju, and Erlang Shen? Suddenly, Lewis thought of a question. The people who live in the heaven of Yunhua are all gods and immortals. Maybe there is really an Erlang Shen from another world. While thinking, Lewis had followed Eunuch Lu to the vicinity of the column. And Lewis suddenly noticed that the headdress of this Ao Erlang was very special, covering his entire forehead. Suddenly, Lewis remembered a great true lord, whom he admired very much. Eunuch Lu. Lewis asked excitedly, does Ao Erlang have 3 eyes? 3 eyes? After hearing this, Eunuch Lu was slightly stunned. I haven't heard of 3 eyes. Hey! Erlang doesn't have 3 eyes? Does he know 73 transformations? Eunuch Lu laughed when he heard this, and he bent the whisk at his elbow and whispered to him, Erlang naturally doesn't have 3 eyes, and I haven't heard of 73 transformations. However, our Erlang has the ability to subdue dragons and tigers. Lewis? At this time, the two had come to the column, and Lewis suddenly noticed that, besides the princess on the left, the Ao family Erlang had a princess Pan on the right. The sister-in-law kept peeking at her second uncle sister-in-law face, which was much redder than the princess. Looking at the blushing sister-in-law, you suddenly understood something. It was destined by heaven. Hey, Eunuch Lu, has Erlang ever fought a tiger or a tiger spirit before? Eunuch Lu gave Lewis a look. Can you stop asking me these weird and stupid questions? Lewis. Chapter 689 Queen. We have a connection with the Black Bible. When Lewis and others walked over, Ao Erlang was talking about the fight at the venue with his sister-in-law and sister. Looking at the happy look of Princess Pan, Lewis couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. I don't know if this uncle and sister-in-law have any stories, but the difference in appearance between the eldest son of the Ao family and the second brother really made Lewis think more. The king of Tan is short, but his brother is tall and strong. If I were his sister-in-law, I'm afraid I would like this younger brother more. But then again, the 8 princes all look different. It's true that a dragon gives birth to 9 sons. While I was stunned, Eunuch Lu had brought Lewis to Ling Wang and others. Eunuch Lu just said that he would introduce Ling Wang to Lewis. But Ling Wang didn't wait for Eunuch Lu to introduce him, and his eyes fell on Lewis. Are you Lu Shan who returned from studying in Japan? It seems that the princess just mentioned herself. So Lewis took over the conversation and planned to exchange a few polite words with Ling Wang as the new head of the Yunhua branch of the Belib merchant group, but who knew that King Ling didn't look good. After looking at Lewis, he snorted and continued chatting with his sister-in-law. The princess on the side was still angry, so she didn't try to ease the atmosphere. After glancing at Lewis and the others, she looked towards the venue. When he came here, he saw that others gave him a face. Sifeng almost fell over in anger. Lewis was also confused. What going on? Is this the first time we meet? The merchant group and the King of Ling have no feud. Why does the King of Ling look so unhappy with me? My king, did that little bitch tell us all about us? Dongfeng whispered. Dongfeng words made Louis's heart skip a beat. It bad? It probably like this. He couldn't help but look at the back of the princess' head and cursed in his heart, this little bitch. So now that you have found your home, you are no longer a kidnapped hostage, so you turned around and sold us out. Right? Can people still have some integrity with each other? Just when Louis was depressed, he noticed some attributes in the narration notes on the princess, which were in red font. He took a closer look and saw that it was the favorability. It had dropped below 60. Note, if after the banquet, the favorability is still below 60. She will consider the suggestion of King Ling, and you will lose the opportunity to meet the Holy Queen. And if after the banquet, her favorability is below 30, she will turn against you directly. Louis's heart skipped a beat again, and he quickly looked through the records in the storybook. Louis remembered that the princess' initial favorability towards him was 0. At that time, he was a kidnapper. Later, after he explained, the princess' initial favorability became 60. At that time, the princess took the initiative to take everyone to see King Tan. On the way, the princess' favorability inexplicably increased a little bit. When she came out of King Tan's house, it was already 69. This shows that the princess was very satisfied with Lushan. The narrator also left a note on the record at that time, which meant that if the favorability reached 80, the princess would think that she had passed the test and was very suitable to be her bodyguard, and would take the initiative to recruit him. But now it suddenly dropped more than 10 points. It was probably because of everyone plotting against the Holy Queen. And Louis noticed that since the princess met the Ling Wang, her favorability towards her predetermined bodyguard began to slowly drop. Didn't she forget about my old lover after meeting the new handsome man of the Ling Wang? Oh woman, you are so fickle. But fortunately, the current favorability is just a little short of 60, so it will go up after a little brushing. It's just a few points of favorability. No rush. Pay attention. In a while, the princess might go somewhere. Go and chat with her. Trigger the plot. The narrator reminder made Louis look serious. But since it a chat, there must be a topic. Right? At this time, Louis noticed that the martial arts competition on the field was about to end, and the princess had been staring at the martial arts competition on the field. So Louis lowered his head and thought about the content of the chat, intending to use this as a topic to chat with the princess. In the past, it would have been difficult for Louis to strike up a conversation. After all, this was a skill that only scumbags had. But since he came to this world, Louis had been trained by many foreign princesses such as Osiris, and had mastered all kinds of skills. So now, even if he picked up a girl on the street, Louis could find a topic to talk to her. What more, Louis already had some understanding of the princess, so he could still find a common topic. The topic Louis found was indeed what the princess was concerned about. As soon as Louis opened his mouth, the princess turned around and talked to King Ling without even looking at Louis. Hint, because the princess' favorability towards you is less than 60. She refuses to communicate with you. Louis? Narrator, are you kidding me? Tell me that the game will end if I don't flirt with you. But you refuse to communicate? Are you stuck with me? It's not that the storybook is stuck with a bug, but the Queen of Heaven is very concerned about the matter in front of her in this competition, and is obviously more anxious than chatting with Louis. Therefore, her attention is now on Prince Ling. Louis also understood what was going on, but he was a little depressed. He was left aside again, like a warm face against a cold butt. What worse is that? Prince Ling added a stab. You are a foreigner. Why are you joining in the fun on the stage? Prince Ling, who was discussing the candidates for the stage with the princess, saw Louis just coming up to chat with the princess, and turned around and said this. Louis? Why am I joining in the fun? Go up on stage? Who the hell said he was going to go up on stage? You are so weird. Also, who is a foreigner? I am not even a fake foreigner. Okay. Then Xinjin has returned from studying abroad. Didn't he also fight for his master? Who said he is a foreigner? He is a fake foreigner. In fact, King Ling misunderstood. Just now, King Tan sent someone to tell King Ling that the few people King Tan brought today are not good enough. If they are not good enough, you can let the new guests try on the one hand. Test their background, on the other hand. Fight for the brothers. So King Ling thought that Louis had also received instructions from King Tan. So he came and volunteered. But King Tan didn't know the details of Louis and others, so he regarded them as retainers sent by the Holy Queen. But King Ling had just learned about the situation of the robbers such as Lushan from the Holy Queen. So King Ling didn't want them to go. So he didn't wait for Louis and others to say anything, and deliberately used such a sentence to shut Louis and others up, no matter whether they came to volunteer or not. They were shut up first. Louis didn't know the situation, so he felt that King Ling was confused. But what Louis didn't know was that his words that led to the misunderstanding, and King Ling words foreigner, just triggered a hidden plot. Just when Louis was feeling confused, a foreigner next to him smiled and chatted with Louis. And Louis, out of politeness, also smiled and chatted with this person for a few words. Louis didn't know which country this foreigner was an envoy from, but his accent was not from the East. Although he spoke Byron, Louis, who was familiar with languages, could hear that it was the accent of ancient Byron, and it was the accent of the ancient Byron language. At this time, Louis noticed that there were many blonde and blue-eyed foreign envoys around King Ling. Each of them looked like aristocrats from some long-standing families, and their every move was very elegant. When they spoke, their voices were low, magnetic, and their tones were as pleasant as singing, and very bewitching. In a trance, Louis remembered that in his impression at home, he seemed to have really seen this kind of special aristocrats. But he couldn't remember it for a moment. Just as Louis was secretly looking at these people, thinking about where they came from, a foreign envoy who was chatting with Dongfeng looked at the stage and said with a smile, "What you said is really reasonable. You are also very accomplished in this skill. Deep Abyss, we have heard that Yunhui is the original place of the gods, but we didn't expect that even a civil servant like you has such an amazing understanding of foolish cocoon, sword control. Thank you for the compliment. I have changed my job to civil servants, and I have only dabbled in sword flying. The sword flying master of Jiejiao, Dongfeng, said modestly. Louis, who was listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly looked at the foreigner after hearing the words "I am from the Abyss," and the word devil popped up in his mind. Are you from the Abyss? Louis asked. Yes, sir. The foreigner smiled with a reserved and modest smile, and said, We are missionaries from the Abyss. A group of demons from the Abyss, claiming to be missionaries, made Louis wonder if he had walked into the wrong set. Ghost missionaries. What kind of religion are you preaching? As they spoke, the group of companions around the foreigner took off their hats and bowed slightly to Louis. Some foreigners dressed as missionaries held the Bible in one hand, drew in front of their faces with the other hand, and made a gesture of blessing for Louis. This blessing seemed to be really effective. Suddenly, Louis felt something strange between his legs, and then he suddenly bent his waist. He looked carefully, and on the Bible held by the missionaries, there were these big words written, Black Bible, Part 1. Louis gave them a look. Your Bible? Besides having a Part 2, can it also be turned into a CD? Many missionaries? What a group of missionaries. Louis was busy exchanging glances with the missionaries from the Abyss country, and did not notice that there were lines of words flashing by in the storybook. You unexpectedly made friends with these missionaries. You accidentally triggered a hidden plot. Today competition will definitely involve a battle with Hua Qiong, the vanguard general of the Sun Nation. Outside the pass +1. After winning the competition, defeat the Sun Nation general outside the pass. Listen to the missionaries talk about the side story of the Black Bible, Part 2, +1. A strange side story with the Holy Queen +1. Chapter 690 I am invincible in the world. So he is the envoy of the Abyss country. By the way, do you have any candidates for today competition? Louis felt that the person said by the Demon Emperor this time must be a trusted minister. I wonder how the subordinates of the Demon Emperor compare with the subordinates of the 8 kings. So Louis was very curious. And Louis also wanted to see how the foreign priest would look when he took the stage. On one side is the foreign priest, who speaks a lot of bird language, and on the other side is the general of the Cloud Country, who speaks a lot of nonsense. It must be very interesting. However, many foreign priests were very low-key. After praising the Yuan Kingdom, they said that the people of the Yuan Kingdom all had the ability to kill gods, which was not comparable to the Abyss Kingdom. So they were willing to admit defeat, and would not participate in the fight between the 8 kings today. Hearing this, Louis smacked his lips a few times, and was very disappointed. These evil ghosts from the 18 hells, Abyss, were very cunning and bad. They might have other intentions. Louis was right. Compared with showing their strength, these foreign devils from the Abyss Kingdom would rather hide behind and watch the 8 kings fight each other today. Today competition is still very important, because it is a test for the kings. If they find that the generals who have stayed in the capital recently are mostly strong on the outside but weak on the inside, then the big bad wolves will probably be eager to attack the little sheep. At that time, the Holy Queen will ask the foreign masters of the Abyss Kingdom. As long as this group of allies make their positions clear, the 8 kings will be cautious. Therefore, among the 8 princes present today, whoever wins the first prize can bring pressure to the Holy Queen. Only the people of King Tan and King Ling cannot win. Needless to say, King Tan is the last one. He only brought a few civil servants with him. The analysis of that man named Ao Dong just now does sound quite intimidating. But what level can King Tan's subordinates have? Most likely they are just paper soldiers. If they really fight, the knights of our great Abyss Kingdom can beat 3 of them at once. Therefore, these foreign priests of the Abyss Kingdom are concerned about King Ling. In the past few hundred years, it was King Ling who was responsible for guarding the South Gate of Heaven, and the Abyss Kingdom had the most dealings with King Ling people. So compared to the other 6 princes, they knew King Ling better, and knew that King Ling had many amazing guys under him. But they all seemed to say that the generals under the fat man named Ao Zhua were also very powerful. So they didn't know whether Ao Zhua could win today, and whether he could put enough pressure on the Holy Queen. While Louis was chatting with the missionaries of the Abyss, the competition on the field was coming to an end. At the same time, King Tan had already run over from his seat. They lowered their heads and whispered to King Ling. When they were talking, their eyes kept wandering around the heavenly generals behind Ao Zhua and others. After a while, their eyes finally stopped at the 3 heavenly generals, and when the Holy Queen looked at the 3, she also showed a worried look. It seemed that the 3 generals behind Ao Zhua and other princes were all very important. After a while, King Ling also picked out 3 heavenly generals from his subordinates. After seeing these 3 people, the Holy Queen finally seemed to be relieved. It turns out that the competition just now was just a warm-up. The result of today depends on the 6 generals, who have not played yet. Of course, the competition field is different from the battlefield. The generals will be restrained in the competition field and find it difficult to show their true strength. Therefore, the person who wins first place in the competition field may not be able to beat the second place in the battlefield. But it doesn't matter, because if these generals show their skills, the princes will have a rough judgment of their strength in their hearts. At the same time, they could also understand whether the Saint Queen faction was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and was still a tough nut to crack. Prince Ling and Prince Tan were solemnly instructing several generals, while the Saint Queen, disguised as a princess, was watching from the side. At this moment, a passage of words reached everyone's ears. Thank you for the compliment. I have changed my job to civil affairs, and I have only dabbled in swordplay. However, from what I have seen, the other princes, the princes of counties other than the 8 princes, etc., can only join in the fun today. As for the people under Prince Ling, only one person can compete with the other side. The one who spoke was Dongfeng. According to what he meant, the other 2 were just making up the numbers. The 3 generals heard this. After listening, the general in the middle stroked his beard and straightened his chest. The other 2 gave Dongfeng a look. You are damn right. We are just making up the numbers. On the contrary, King Ling showed a bit of displeasure on his face. He thought Dongfeng was talking nonsense. Although he knew these generals better than his generals, who led troops and generals. But Ling Wang still had a general idea of the level of his subordinates. Although those 2 were not as good as the strongest one, they were also somewhat famous. So the 3 of them together could still compete with the opponent in a Tianji horse race. As for the Holy Queen, she was secretly shocked in her heart. She knew Dongfeng's strength, and naturally believed in his vision. But from the memorials that Ling Wang submitted every time, he had many capable people under him, so his subordinates should not be much worse than Ao Zhua. A moment later, one of the 3 generals behind Ao Zhua came on the field. While chatting and laughing, he defeated the 2 people said by King Tan one after another. This made the faces of the Holy Queen and King Tan a little ugly. Although the person who went up was just a test, the opponent won too easily, and it was too unimpressive. What is this person name? The Holy Queen asked King Ling. Pan Feng, a general under Ao Zhua, King Ling said. Hearing this name, the Holy Queen looked solemn. She knew this name. He was a very famous general. Can you win? My subordinates Song Mao and Pan Feng are evenly matched, but a good horse cannot match a good horse, so let Yu Dong go. The Holy Queen knew Yudong, who had made many military achievements. He was also a general that King Ling valued. Although Yudong might not be Pan Feng's opponent, he had a certain chance of winning. And he could fight for at least 80 rounds. In this way, even if he loses, he will not lose his momentum. Besides, Yudong is an inferior horse. So it doesn't matter if he loses. If he wins, he will make a lot of money. As he said this, King Ling released Yudong from the 3 trump cards he prepared. At this time, the foreigners from the Abyss country, after seeing Yudong appear, looked at each other with a solemn look. They knew Yudong. And Yudong used to be a door god. Although there are many door gods, the foreigners have seen him take action with their own eyes. In terms of cultivation, Yudong, a small gate god, is definitely not as good as the 72 princes of the Great Abyss, which is a semi-god level. In the Cloud Country, Yudong is one of the 3,000 heavenly generals, and his status is not very high. But he is very famous in the Great Abyss, because the foreigners in the Abyss have seen with their own eyes that this little god has killed an evil god. He has a strange axe in his hand, which can grow or shrink. When it is small, it is as big as a palm. And when it is big, it covers the sky and the sun. It seems that in this Cloud Country, everyone has a kind of artifact called a magic weapon. And even every cultivator will use a strange alchemy to forge an artifact. This made the foreigners of the Abyss feel very embarrassed. At this time, Yudong had already entered the arena. The small jade axe, thrown by Yudong, turned in the air and turned into a huge green light, breaking the sword formation that Pan Feng was preparing. Pan Feng was slightly stunned by this, and hurriedly took back the magic weapon, switching from offense to defense. Yudong was indeed a character valued by King Ling. After he entered the arena, his moves were magnificent. The 2 moves he showed at the beginning made Pan Feng on the opposite side look solemn. For a moment, the people on the side of King Tan in the audience could not help but cheer loudly. The entire competition in the venue also ushered in the first climax. As a result, after these 3 moves, when Pan Feng started to attack, Yudong did not even have room to parry, and was almost cut by Pan Feng. Stop at the right time, this is the loss. Looking at the sword energy at the center of his eyebrows, Yudong was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He admitted defeat. He left the field in a cold sweat. There was silence in the audience, and the Holy Queen and King Ling both showed unbelievable expressions. The foreigners from the Abyss Kingdom were also stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. They knew that Yudong might not be able to beat Pan Feng, but they did not expect that he would be defeated in 3 rounds. Is Pan Feng so much stronger than Yudong? At this time, when the foreigners from the Abyss Kingdom looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals in the hall, they suddenly felt cold all over. There are 72 demon gods in the Abyss Kingdom, but in the Cloud Kingdom, there are 3,000 small gods who can threaten the demon gods. Many people in the hall were stunned. But Louis saw something. The 3 axes were actually very powerful. Eunuch Lu, the immortal general who just lost. Is his surname Chung? Eunuch Lu gave Louis an unpleasant look. Just now, King Ling said his name was Yudong. You said his surname was Chung. Can you stop playing tricks here? Well, speaking of which, Eunuch Lu, I think the 3 people King Ling prepared today may not be easy to win. We, King Tan, have to be prepared. If King Ling is really no match, we have to show off our trump cards. Trump card. Oh! Our King Tan is a civilian, so what trump card does he have? Eunuch Lu sighed. There is a trump card, Eunuch Lu, and this trump card is invincible. As he said this, Louis pointed at his nose. Louis' frivolous look left Eunuch Lu speechless. But after a pause, Eunuch Lu fell into deep thought again. What Lushan said was indeed right, and although King Ling said that they would not be allowed to play today, Louis Tan did not say that. But the key is that, this Lushan, since he is not a guest, nor an ordinary robber or smuggler, his identity is somewhat subtle. Just as Lu Gongong was thinking, King Ling had already sent a second person. He fought with Pan Feng. The 2 were evenly matched, and the fight was indistinguishable. At this moment, at the Nantian Gate in the distant sky, drums suddenly sounded. Report. Hua Qiong, the governor of the Sun Kingdom, led the cavalry to break through the gate, and used a long halberd to pick up the governor Red Cap, and shouted and challenged before closing the gate. Chapter 691 Cursing and Challenging. Just as Pan Feng and Zhang Mao were on the field, suddenly a spy came from the direction of the south gate with a signal flag on his back, and hurriedly flew over. Before he entered the hall, a panicked shout came in. Report! The governor of the Sun Kingdom, Hua Qiong, led the cavalry to break through the gate, and used a long halberd to pick up the governor Red Cap, and cursed and challenged before closing the gate. In an instant, the noisy hall fell silent, and then the 8 kings were shocked and angry, and there was an uproar in the hall. King Tan looked at the fat man Aozhua in doubt. Fourth brother, didn't your son lead the army to drive the enemy out of the border? Why did Hua Qiong come to break through? Aozhua was also very suspicious. Their troops had indeed defeated the enemy outside, and his own adopted son was leading the troops of the kings to pursue the victory. Otherwise, he and the other princes would not have come to the capital to discuss the matter of repairing the sky with peace of mind. After all, if he had not driven away the outsiders first, and he and the other kings came back to discuss the matter of the puppet emperor, then he would have become Li Chuanwang. This matter was also confirmed by King Ling. He rushed back from the border this time, because he was afraid that Aozhua troops would return to the capital after chasing the enemy. So he saw the rout of the Sun barbarians with his own eyes. The kings and the enemy were in the sealed place outside the pass, and it was impossible for them to rush back within a day. But now Hua Qiong was carrying the governor Red Cap to break through the pass, which made King Ling very confused. King Ling asked the spy, "Which governor flag is it?" The spy described it, and everyone was shocked and angry after listening to it. It seems that there is another gap in the sealed place, and Hua Qiong came from there. Aozhua breathed a sigh of relief, because this showed that the king's troops were in pursuit and were not ambushed. So this force did not defeat the king's troops and then kill them, but was a surprise force to steal the home. But this surprise force actually took down a town guarding the capital in a short time, and before the news came, it killed the Emperor Feet, which really gave everyone a big surprise. How dare he? Ling Wan said angrily. And then he comforted the Holy Queen and the civil servants in the hall. Don't panic. My generals Wen Song and Sheng Qiong are rushing back from the border. They will arrive in Beijing today. Hua Qiong is a small and unknown person, and he can't cause any trouble. But he dared to come here to scold. And he is indeed brave. Aozhua nodded, stroking his big beard, and said, "It seems that this fat man cherishes good generals very much, and there is a bit of appreciation for Hua Qiong in his words. But from this, it can be seen that Aozhua did not take the strange force too seriously. So, it was pointless to show off in this meeting today. So it was better to accept the challenge and test the strength of the Holy Queen. If they lose the challenge today, then forget about killing my cousin and offering sacrifice to the heaven. Today, I and my brothers will eliminate the traitors around the emperor." When King Tan saw that the 6 brothers did not move, he understood what Aozhua meant. "But I only have those people under my command. Not even one of them can do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked my second brother to bring some people back yesterday." Thinking of this, King Tan couldn't help but look at his second brother. At this time, the noise in the palace had gradually subsided. King Ling looked at the spy who was kneeling in the palace and wiping his sweat, and then looked at the noisy red clouds near the Nantian gate outside the palace, and said loudly, "Who dares to fight? I am willing to go." A golden-armored general from the palace stood out from the crowd. Louis and the others who were watching the excitement looked closely, and saw that it was King Ling middle-level horse. His name is Etienne, and his reputation is inferior to Zhongmao. But he is stronger than Yanong, a small door god. Originally, the top horse Zhongmao was going to go. After all, he came back with King Ling today to keep the peace. But at this time, he saw that his good brother was eager to fight for the credit, and the soldiers of the king such as Pen Feng stayed in the palace. So he was worried. So he simply gave the credit to his fellow soldiers. The middle horse received the order, and he took a few generals and a group of personal soldiers to help. And then he got on the dragon outside the palace and went there aggressively. After the group of people left, the kings in the palace discussed the war in the Sun country. Louis was also in the crowd, and he asked Eunuch Lu about Hua Qiong in a low voice. "Eunuch Lu, I have seen people from the Sun country. They are all foreigners with wings. Why did this Hua Qiong have the name of Yun country? And he likes to use the method of challenging to lure the enemy into a fight." This time, before Eunuch Lu could speak, a woman spoke. Louis turned around and saw that it was actually the princess. As if recalling the past, the princess looked at the Nanchaman where the drums of war were beating in the distance, and said slowly, "Lu Ping, you have been studying in the East for many years. You don't know about Dayun. In Yunhua, there are 5 true monarchs, 1 emperor, and 9 dragon sons. You only saw 8 dragon sons today. Do you know where the remaining one is? Lewis blinked. Yes. The storybooks all say that 9 dragons are fighting for the throne. Right. The 8 dragons are here. And the 9th one is me. Right. He spat out a name. Princess, are you referring to Lewis? The king of the South Sea? The princess glanced at Lewis unhappily. The thief king has not been conferred yet. How can he be considered the dragon king? Obviously, the 9 dragons' struggle for succession did not consider you a foreigner at all. Secretly touched Lewis Bingtian Chungyun jade pendant. The descendants of the true martial lord have never been listed as dragon sons on the heavenly mandate monument, including the 9 dragons, who were also conferred as true lords, rather than dragon sons, after the repair of the sky. Therefore, the last vassal king of Yun State is a descendant of the Abyss King. In the words of the princess, Lewis gradually understood. It turned out that the Abyss King also had a group of descendants, and they have always been the strongest among the 9 kings. They had been guarding the Abyss and guarding the Jinyo Stone. Over the years, Yun State has always trusted these guardians, believing that the former emperor who had once brought disaster to the world had been suppressed by the Jinyo Stone in the chaotic time and space under the Abyss. But in fact, they had already bowed down to the old gods, and the old gods had already obtained the Abyss-suppressing stone and dominated the Abyss. It was when the sky broke 500 years ago that Yunhua was shocked to find that the gatekeepers had become the gate openers, the second devils of the Sun Country, and the great Yun traders. But they believed that they were the orthodox. Although this group of people had surrendered to the Sun Country, they had never followed the Sun Country troops and had never attacked Yunhua. In the past, at most a few demon cultivators came out to lead the way as civil servants. Today was the first time that a general led an army to attack. So, after hearing the report from the spy, the Holy Queen was furious and was determined to kill Hua Qiong. This first battle must not be lost. Otherwise, it would affect the morale. It would also be a joke for the 8th prince. Therefore, when King Ling thought that killing a chicken did not require a butcher knife and asked Etion to go, the Holy Queen was a little unhappy. Because although Etion had some fame, he was not a famous general. He can only be considered a second-rate general. He is much worse than first-rate generals like Zhang Mao and Pan Feng. However, I think a little unknown person who sneaked here by luck should not be defeated by a second-rate general. Moreover, he is fighting at home, and Etienne has divine power, so he should not lose. Moreover, if Etienne wins, the effect will be better. If it is just a little unknown person, and the main force is dispatched, it really tells everyone that the mother and son in the Golden Throne Hall have no one to use. Thinking of this, the Holy Queen could not help but look at the Nanchaman in the distant clouds. At that moment, the Nanchaman was covered with red clouds. The drums were beating, and another spy returned with a command flag. King Tan was overjoyed, and the scout reported, "Report. Etienne and Hua Qiong fought for less than 3 rounds. He was killed by Hua Qiong." The kings were shocked. The 4th King Zhuo laughed and said, "I have General Pan Feng, who can kill Hua Qiong." King Ling knew Etienne courage, and said, "Be careful. Zhang Mao will go to help." Pan Feng and Zhang Mao received the order, and the 2 generals took up their spears and rode on the dragon to fight. Not long after they left, Filong came to report. Pan Feng and Zhang Mao were killed by the dragon one after another. Hua Qiong used a long pole to pick up the heads of the 2 men, and shouted in front of the pass, "You are challenging me to a fight." Everyone was shocked. King Ling said, "It a pity that my generals Wen Song and Sheng Qiong haven't arrived yet. With one person here, why should I be afraid of Hua Qiong?" Stage, Yunhua Chapter. Chapter 1, Unlushan vs. Hua Qiong. Yes. No. Unlushan. Chapter 692. Am I the martial saint of Yun country? Today competition was beyond the expectations of the princes. When Etienne was killed at the beginning, only the people on the side of King Ling were shocked. He never thought that his general would be killed in 3 rounds. At this time, the other princes were laughing at King Ling, but when Pan Feng and Zhang Mao were killed again, all the princes could no longer laugh. By the way, in Yun country, people of Yun country are not suppressed by the divine monument, and people with a high sense of presence will be buffed by the divine monument of destiny. So the princes were very fierce against foreign enemies, but they were a bit helpless against their own people. Therefore, in Yunhua, people could challenge gods. In history, there were many incidents such as making trouble in the sea and picking dragon tendons. Therefore, in Yunhua, the strongest were often not the 8 immortal kings, but the immortal generals. This Hua Qiong was an immortal general under the command of the 9th Prince Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan King. This was the title of the younger sister of my cousin, Zhu Kei Shenjun. On the Tianming Divine Monument, her descendants inherited her title and her yin-yang sacred fire, and used their power to shock the abyss and guard the sleeping prisoner of the sun god. Although the lineage of King Zhenyuan did not know why, they later recognized the enemy as their mother and became the adopted sons of the sun god. However, these great traitors of the Cloud Kingdom never appeared in the war between the Sun Kingdom and the Cloud Kingdom. Therefore, all along, it was the troops of the Sun Kingdom that invaded, and the 8 vassal kings never took the invading foreign enemies too seriously. The Sun Kingdom has always been suppressed. But today, the Sun God has revealed the trump card that specifically defeats the vassal kings. Her adopted son, the strongest dragon king of the Cloud Kingdom, King Zhenyuan. This was the first appearance of the Zhenyuan King forces. And the general said by Zhenyuan King also participated in the competition of the 8 princes in another way today. As soon as he came on the field, he beat all the princes. Even the foreign envoys from the Abyss Kingdom were now in trouble. They were pale and dry-mouthed. These foreign envoys were originally gloating. They hoped that the Saint Queen faction could be suppressed so that the Saint Queen could compromise. So if the Saint Queen general was beheaded and the generals of the 6 princes won, that would be exactly what they wanted. Therefore, they thought at that time that Hua Qiong had sent a great assist today. But the foreigners wanted the Holy Queen to be suppressed. Not all the allies of the Abyss country, who were suppressed by the Sun country, the mortal enemy of the Abyss country. Hua Qiong did not send a surprise at all, but a shock. The foreign envoys knew how strong Pan Feng was. When Pan Feng easily defeated the door god Yudong before, the foreign envoys were still amazed. But Pan Feng and Zhang Mao, it took less than half a minute, and they were killed by Hua Qiong one after another. Shaw, who was hiding among the foreign envoys, suddenly felt a little scared. He could be considered a general of the Abyss country. But if he, the pillar demon god of the invincible Hell Dragon, came to the field to help today, whether he could defeat the unknown enemy general, it was hard to say. Therefore, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Hua Qiong was a sudden and terrifying demon god. Shaw suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. Speaking of which, Hua Qiong was also from the Yun country, and was the 9th prince man. Today battle, to put it bluntly, is also a civil war in Yun country. Whether it is the gate god Yudong, the heavenly general Pan Feng, or the descended demon god Hua Qiong, they are all people of Yun country. The great Yun Empire is simply a sleeping monster. If it had not ushered in the period of the empire decline, the surrounding small countries, whether it was the one that was suppressed for tens of thousands of years and could not raise its head to the Sun country, or the small Abyss country, could only survive in the cracks around this empire. But now, this empire is already terminally ill, and the Sun Kingdom, which was once suppressed by it in the Abyss, has ushered in a new life in Nirvana. And this empire known as the Unnever Sets has also begun to show its prominence. Now, the great traitor Zhenyuan King in the mouth of the 8th king has chosen the Sun Kingdom as his ally, hoping to restore, split, his orthodox status in the Cloud Kingdom with the help of his godmother. So, can the orthodox Cloud Kingdom chosen by the Abyss Kingdom resist the powerful alliance? Shaw suddenly felt that the Cloud Kingdom must win. Otherwise the Abyss Kingdom would be wiped out in the Doomsday, under the scorching sun, as the Doomsday awakens. The foreign envoys of the Abyss Kingdom, who had been gloating over the misfortune of the Abyss Kingdom, realized the real purpose of their visit today at this moment. The princes present also put aside their disputes, and shared the same hatred for the enemy because of this sudden change. But now they are in a situation where no one is available. The 8 princes are self-aware, and know that if they go up, they may fail, and they may be hit by the dragon tendons. But Hua Qiong had been cursing outside the pass, which brought morale to a low point. Everyone knew that if they didn't fight back today, the battle today would be impossible to fight. The kings couldn't help but look at the generals in the hall. But many generals in the hall didn't dare to fight easily because of Hua Qiong's thunderous triple kill. This Hua Qiong dared to show off his power at the South Heavenly Gate. It seems that he really has some skills. If more people died, whether the city was defended today or not, everyone would have no place to put their faces. Many people have already advocated defending the city. No one dared to go out to fight. Many heavenly generals were frightened. King Ling could not help but sigh. It a pity that my general Winsong, Shengqiong, has not arrived yet. With one person here, why should we fear Hua Qiong? This not only made Shaw very anxious, But Louis beside him also had a headache. What the hell is the Dragon King? 8 people, none of them can fight. And what the matter with this script? Why does it look so familiar? In a while, a horse archer under a certain prince tent will not shall warm me some wine at the bottom of the steps. Right? Could it be that today is the day when the Yun Kingdom Martial Saint makes his debut? Just as Louis was looking at the heavenly generals behind the kings with a strange look on his face, he heard a message from the princess. Righteous man, please save the people of Nanmingwen from the water and fire. Nanshanmen is actually far away from Xiandu in the bureau. It is a past town of Xiandu. So the breaking of Nangguan does not mean the breaking of the city. The little emperor and the holy queen could still wait for the reinforcements to come back leisurely. But after the pass was broken, although the queen and the kings were fine, the people in the town would suffer. Originally, the holy queen did not want Louis to be involved in the disputes between the 8 kings. But now it was not a civil war among the 8 kings, but a matter of defending the country and the people. So she did not care about her face, and solemnly pleaded with Louis, a man of questionable identity. After listening to the princess' plea, Louis naturally agreed. A great hero. Right? Let play one today. Wait a minute. Could this martial saint be talking about me? At this time, some narration appeared in the storybook. Louis took a look and found that it was a prophecy or something that would happen next. It really is warm wine and kill Hua Qiong. Basically, the martial saint called out at the bottom of the stairs. The kings asked who this person was. The princess introduced this person as a retainer of King Tan. Aoj was scolded that King Tan stopped warming the wine. Well, it seems that I really need to imitate Guan Iri today, and play the role of the martial saint of Yun Kingdom? The martial saint is really flattering me. I am quite embarrassed. But by the way, what lines did Guan Iri shout back then? Just as Louis walked out of the crowd with a solemn face, a figure suddenly strode out from behind him, and suddenly shouted at the bottom of the steps, "Oh my dear 8 kings of the kingdom of heaven, let me chop off Hua Qiong head, and present it to your palace, to relieve your sorrow." Louis? Everyone looked at him, and saw that he was like a giant, with a bald head and blue eyes, a face like a black pot, and a voice like a bell. It was the foreign knight Augusta. It was not necessarily the case. And another person kicked him, and said angrily, "I don't want you, a foreigner, to play the role of Yunhua Wusheng for me. And you look like O'Neill. Right? Go play basketball for me." When Louis and Augusta met for the first time in the demon prison, Louis mistook him for O'Neill. Kings? Princess. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Louis quickly became serious and shouted, "I am willing to cut off Hua Qiong's head and present it to you." But Louis did not expect that. The script he got was not the martial saint's script at all. He was the emperor uncle. Louis? Fate changed because of O'Neill intrusion. Martial saint warmed wine, and cut off Hua Qiong go mo. The emperor uncle borrowed a sword to open the Tianhe River. +1. Chapter 693. Uncle Lu borrows a sword to slash the Tianhe River. When Augusta came out, the kings looked at him. This tall bald man looked mighty and powerful. Although the translation tone in his mouth made the kings look a little strange, many people saw from Augusta Dragon Nest City accent that he might be a minority. The Cloud Kingdom heaven was established by 5 gods, and the East Earth called these 5 gods the King of Gallic. Dragon Nest is a Gallic. Although he is not a king, he is a real dragon god with a divine position in Yun country. After the War of the Old Gods, the seriously injured dragon god knew that his time was up. So he took some of his people to an area with a space-time rift overseas. His existence attracted many creatures in the east, and his blood also nourished that land. In his remaining years, he taught the giant dragons in the east, which were originally in the wild era, to become knowledgeable and cultured guardian dragons. Later, these guardian dragons came to Yunhua to recognize their ancestors. Although these giant dragons can only be said to have a little bit of dragon nest blood in their bloodline, they think they are Gallic dragons. In addition, they are indeed disciples taught by Dragon Nest. So Yunhua did recognize them. It can be regarded as the integration of Hu people into Yuntong. To this day, people in Dragon Nest City are still proud to marry the Dragon King of Yunhua, such as father-in-law Nifa. Therefore, there are also many people in Dragon Nest City living in Yunhua. Although these people look like the Hu people, they are vassal citizens of Yun State, and they are ethnic minorities. In the army or government offices of Dayun, there are also some blue-eyed guards or officials, just like the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, these Semites speak fluent Yun language. But in recent years, as the waterway between Longchao City and Yun State has been reopened. Many Semites have fled to Yun State. In addition, these vassal citizens of Longchao City understand overseas affairs, so some of them are favored by the prince, and they are taken in and assigned a job mostly in the three major government offices of Tan Wangfu, Honglu Temple, Xingrensi, and Lefanuan. Therefore, when Augustus stood up, the kings thought he was a junior officer in some government office that was indeed correct. The kings saw that he had a good appearance and were somewhat amazed, so they wanted to ask who is this person in the audience. The Holy Queen was also prepared. She thought Augusta was arranged by Louis, so she thought about how to introduce him. Such as this is my brother Aogu as for the translation accent, and the fact that he looked like a foreigner. Just make do with it for now. As a result, before he could even ask who is in the audience, the best player in Longchao City was kicked away. I don't want a foreigner like you to play the role of Yunwo Wuxing for me. And you look like O'Neill, right? Go play basketball for me. The kings? The Holy Queen. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Louis quickly became serious and shouted, I am willing to cut off Hua Qiong's head and present it to you. Louis did read this line according to the script, but no one asked who is in the audience. Instead, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Seeing the silence in the hall, all the kings seemed to be the masters of Bungbu. Louis quickly gave the princess a look. Break the ice for me. The princess almost fainted from anger. Can't you make an appearance in a normal way? You have to make an appearance in such a strange way. How can I introduce you? I don't have a brother like you. Ahem, the person in the audience is Lushan, the brother of Yang Yui. Louis finished the lines himself, because Louis revealed his real name. He was sold a saint. The kings who looked at the princess and Bungbu, seeing that this person not only played tricks here, but also revealed the identity of the Holy Queen. The face of the Ling Wang turned blue with anger. He shouted angrily, How dare you, a guest, speak nonsense here and falsely claim your name? Beat him with sticks. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. But Louis was overjoyed in his heart, although the process was a bit tortuous. But the lines were connected. Next, as long as the princess or the Ling Wang jumped out and said something like this person must have courage and strategy, since he speaks big words, we can shout warm me a glass of wine and play the role of the martial saint of Yun Kingdom. But because of what Louis said, Yang Yui, the princess could no longer speak. She gave King Tan a look, and King Tan jumped out immediately. However, because he was too small, he disappeared in the crowd after jumping off the stage. Seeing these two teammates teaming up to pit him, Louis' face turned ashen. Wait a minute. At this moment, someone stopped King Ling Louis, and the others looked up and found that it was not someone from the side of the Holy Queen, but a fat man Dong Zhuo among the 8 kings. Oh no! Ao Zhuo. Since this man has a big kick, he must be very brave. Let's teach him to fight. If he fails, it's not too late to blame him. Ao Zhuo meaning was very clear. Others were intimidated by Hua Qiong's power and dared not say a word. But this man, in order to win the credit, kicked the person who asked for a fight away with a flying kick. He must be very brave. King Ling said, if we let a guest go to fight, King Zhenyuan will laugh at us. Ao Zhuo argued, this man is tall and heroic. If King Ling hadn't said so, we wouldn't have known he was a guest. How did King Zhenyuan know that he was my general? My general. Hearing this, Holy Queen frowned. Louis didn't care who was talking at this time. He quickly came back to his senses and said solemnly, if you can't win, please chop off my head. Good. Seeing that Louis didn't have armor and robes, King Zhuo ordered someone to go downstairs to get a set of armor and robes. Give me armor and robes. The dragon armor and robes of the soldiers under each vassal king are different, representing their respective vassal states. If An Lushan wore the armor and battle robes of Ao Zhuo account and went to battle today, it would be a good thing. It could be said that Ao Zhuo's words my general were true. In addition, King Ling said before that Louis was not their man. So if Louis won this time, Ao Zhuo could win over Louis openly. Seeing that this righteous man whom she had finally met was going to be poached by Ao Zhuo, the Holy Queen felt a little disappointed. But she didn't expect that this man actually said no need. Why do you need armor? The situation is critical and time is running out. Lend me a sword and I will be back soon. Louis was about to borrow a sword from the heavenly generals around him. Seeing that Louis rejected his kindness and planned to go into battle naked, Ao Zhuo was not angry but happy. He simply took his sword Qingwan. Louis couldn't refuse Ao Zhuo kindness again and again. So he took out the sword and looked at it, and found that there was a sound of phoenix. He couldn't help but brighten up and said, "What a good sword." Then he took up his sword and left the palace, flew on the dragon, and flew straight to the south heaven gate. At that moment, the princes and nobles heard the drums outside the pass, and the shouts were loud. Instantly, there was a sound of a blue phoenix, and a blue color like a long rainbow went straight through the clouds. Then the rolling dark clouds near the south heaven gate, and the stars in the sky were all split apart by a sword. For a moment, the sky of Yunwa was blue for thousands of miles, and there was no cloud for thousands of miles. The mountains were shaking, and the sky was collapsing. Everyone was shocked. Just about to inquire, a dragon roared outside the palace, and a dragon came into the palace. Uncle Lu picked up the head of the black demon dragon and threw it on the ground. The armor had not been taken back yet. Shua was overjoyed, and saw a black-faced bald man behind the uncle, shouting loudly, "Yulu Yulu." Louis hurriedly covered Augusta's mouth, so that he would not shout something like, "Why not kill outside the pass here and capture King Jinyuan alive?" As a result, the king still quarreled today and left in a bad mood. After seeing King Ling leave with a cold face, the fat man Aozhua also looked angry. He turned around to appease Louis and others, but found that King Tan had already taken Louis away. Is this man really a subordinate of the Demon Queen? With such divine power, is he willing to be inferior to others? The fifth prince looked at his fourth brother Aozhua and said. Aozhua stroked his beard and stared at Louis's back for a moment, saying, "This man has the power of the 9 dragons. I'm afraid he is not someone the Demon Queen can manipulate." Brother Wang. What do you mean? The kings were in doubt now. There is only one vassal king in the world who can be related to the 9 dragons. Aozhua said, "I will send a letter to invite Lu Ping to my house on a chosen day for a chat." On that day, the enemies outside the pass were leaderless, panic-stricken, and frightened by the power of a sword. The defenders were full of vigor and took advantage of the situation to attack and defeat the foreign enemies. 3,000 were killed, and no number of prisoners were captured. Netian Pass. Ning. Chapter 694 Sister-in-law. I am Shiman Diguanren. After returning to the palace, Prince Tan and the princess comforted Louis. Speaking of which, Louis really didn't take the dispute between the princes today seriously. But Prince Tan and the princess took it to heart. Especially the words of Prince Ling. "Since you are honoring a guest, I should take my leave." It was particularly hurtful. Therefore, Prince Tan specially set up a banquet in the palace to welcome today's meritorious officials. During the banquet, Prince Tan and the ministers at the 3 Yamen gates repeatedly toasted Louis with a lot of wine. The princess even sat beside Louis and warmed his wine for him. This was really a great honor. In the past, if the princess warmed wine for someone, King Tan would be dumbfounded. But today, everyone was a little drunk, so no one paid much attention to this matter. After drinking to their heart content, the princess simply told King Tan the real reason why Louis came to Yun country this time. Louis also confessed frankly that he hoped to meet the Xuanwu Jinjuan of Beihai. Otherwise the people of Beihai, would not be able to go back with peace of mind. King Tan immediately patted his chest and made a promise. However, his words were somewhat puzzling. The implication was that Xuanwu Jinjuan was not under house arrest, but that he was now carrying an important responsibility, so he would not see anyone except the Holy Queen. Therefore, he had to see the Holy Queen first. "No, but the road is smooth. Don't worry," King Tan said drunkenly. "With your contribution today, the Emperor will certainly summon you. Not only will he summon you, but he will also reward you according to your merits." Hearing this, Louis' heart was finally at ease. He was overjoyed. And naturally he gave many compliments to King Tan and the ministers during the banquet, giving them enough face. Louis wanted to make friends with these ministers. After a while, when he came on stage, these people would be his acquaintances in the court. Although they were still 2 factions at that time, they could talk to each other and communicate in private. King Tan and the ministers also wanted to make friends, so everyone drank a lot. Louis met his match at today's banquet. King Tan is indeed a real dragon king. He can drink a lot. In addition, there were many little dragon kings at the banquet, and each one was better at persuading people to drink. In the end, everyone was drunk. Louis only remembered that when he was drunk, he saw everyone reciting poems and singing. He then went down to the banquet with King Tan and clapped and danced. Later, he seemed to force the drunk princess to dance a few songs. He also called King Tan and the princess brother and sister. Later, Louis saw that everyone had drunk, but they were not satisfied with the drinking. So when the princess, the only one who was still sober, personally led people to send Louis back, Louis persuaded the princess to drink again. The princess seemed quite happy at the time, but Eunuch Lou was very unhappy. But Louis was so good at persuading people to drink, and he was also in line with the lineage of King Tan. So he sang praises to the Holy Queen in front of the princess. As a result, the princess was so happy that day that Louis offered her a lot of wine. Louis didn't remember anything after that. When Louis woke up at noon the next day, he had forgotten everything that happened last night, but he found that his arms were open, and there was still a fragrance in his arms. Rubbing his face, Louis guessed that nothing too extreme happened last night. On the one hand, he just didn't wear a shirt. On the other hand, Lu Gongdong had been following him, and seemed to have wiped his and the princess' faces. So, most likely the two of them drank too much, and fell asleep in his arms all night. Then Eunuch Lu took people to drag the princess away. Early in the morning, Louis went to find King Tan, but King Tan was not there. The housekeeper told Louis that King Tan remembered the meeting with the emperor, and asked Louis to wait for news. After leaving King Tan, Louis was too embarrassed to apologize to the princess, and planned to ask Helen to ask. But he found that Helen was gone. After asking the housekeeper again, he learned that Helen was invited by the princess to the palace to play with the emperor. Is there a possibility that Eunuch Lu invited Helen to the palace as a hostage? Speaking of which, Helen has the Azure god in her hand, and even the Dragon King can't hold her down. So the word hostage is a bit exaggerated. Spy is more like that. But Louis slapped his forehead and shouted, "Bad news! Miscalculated! Miscalculated! Drinking will cause trouble! Drinking will cause trouble! I must have drunk too much last night, and boasted too much." It made Eunuch Lu, who didn't drink, suspect my identity. So early this morning, after King Tan woke up, Eunuch Lu told King Tan about the situation. The two of them discussed and sent Helen and the princess to the palace together. Louis thought it was probably this logic. Or Eunuch Lu had long suspected that he was related to the king of the South China Sea. Helen must have nothing to do, so she accepted Eunuch Lu's invitation, and went to visit the palace with the princess. So Helen was just traveling, and having fun. But this shows that everyone doubted their identities. The Holy Queen might meet with the king of the South China Sea people, but she would never meet the king of the South China Sea alone. If Helen, this little asshole, didn't keep her mouth shut, and said something, it would be a disaster. Louis hurriedly used magic to contact Helen. After giving her some instructions, he checked the storybook. Then he felt relieved temporarily. He and King Tan had taken many precautions. For example, a sentence like this during the banquet, not to mention that the disciples of Jeju in the North Sea must see their cousin. Even if the king of the South Sea came, he would not be able to go back at ease if he could not see Xuan Wuzhenjuan. This statement has already hinted to King Tan that An Lushan might be the king of the South Sea. Therefore, Prince Tan should only suspect that An Lushan is the king of Nanhai's man. In addition, if the Queen Mother does not summon An Lushan, a meritorious minister, it will chill the hearts of the people in the world, so it should be no problem for him to meet the emperor. Just wait for the news from Prince Tan. As a result, this wait lasted for several days. On this day, Louis had already followed Prince Tan and visited all the government offices in Xiandu. But there was no news from the palace. These 2 days, the prince had something to do, so Louis had not seen Prince Tan for several days. So he was bored and strolled around the palace. While strolling, the servants in the palace treated Louis like a distinguished guest. It seemed that after the battle at Nanshanmen, everyone in Yunwu admired An Lushan very much. And Louis also won the respect of everyone in the palace. He often received letters, sachets, etc., which were secretly sent by the princess in the palace, and also sent by people outside the palace through trust. But Louis was very sad, because he could not see the prince. It is said that, after that day, King Tan's attitude towards Louis changed gravely. He no longer regarded Louis as a retainer, but treated him as an equal. He began to call Louis brother, even sometimes in front of other officials. He also called Louis brother. But Louis had a headache, because although King Tan was very tolerant of him, he was always playing Tai Chi with him. Seeing that King Tan also left a few days ago, he could not see him anymore. This made Louis even more upset. Madame often sends people to ask about her brother Louis' diet and daily life. A few days ago, she sent a few beautiful concubines to serve as Louis's maids. There are a few of them. If you like them, my sister-in-law will ask the prince to make the decision and give his concubines to you. My brother. Those little dragon girls were carefully selected by Madame, and most of them were virgins. But Louis was not interested. It was not that he liked imperfect girls, but that Madame and the prince seemed to be avoiding him. However, Louis heard a message from the concubines that the lady and the prince were no longer in the palace, and went to the east gate to welcome the king of the sea of Jiulong town. This is nonsense. The king of the sea is right here. Why are you welcoming him? However, his delegation will arrive in a few days, so he will have to leave at that time. At that time, he will really not be able to see his uncle. Aki did find out some news, saying that only the Queen of Heaven knows where his uncle is and can see him. But now meeting the Holy Queen has become a problem. Dead end, I can't tell everyone, my cousin will definitely meet me. Right? Wouldn't that tell everyone that I am the king of Kowloon Sea? I can't wait foolishly, I have to think of another way out. The line with King Tan will probably fail for me. The Holy Queen is also unwilling to meet in Lushan, whose identity is questionable. If I follow the line of the Queen, I can try to meet the Holy Queen as an international student. The Queen must be in the mansion, I can't see her. Now that I've seen her, how can I ask her to wait for me to see the Holy Queen? I can't blackmail the lady. Can I? Although I haven't seen the lady many times, but Louis still remembers her fierce look. She is not as easy to talk to as Pan Jinlian. She is not easy to talk to. Normally, Pan Yinchai will definitely not take me to see the Holy Queen. I can't say Pan Yinchai. I have evidence that you will cheat on Dong Minqing in the future. Right? With a sigh, Louis found that, unconsciously, he had walked into a quiet garden filled with mist. There was a small lake in the garden, surrounded by bamboo forests. Not far away, there was a small exquisite pavilion. Amidst the mist, the pavilion in the bamboo forest seemed like a fairyland. It was a good place to travel and enjoy the scenery. Looking up, Louis found that it was raining. He simply walked towards the pavilion, planning to avoid the rain, and asked for some water to drink. As a result, this Dong Minqing, he really met Pan Yinchai. Chapter 695 Your Majesty. You are really bold. The rain was pouring down, and the bamboo forest was crackling. Louis hurriedly covered his head and ran to the eaves of the building. Wow! It raining so hard. After shaking off the rain on his body, Louis planned to knock on the door to ask for a drink of water and ask for directions. But after he heard the faint sound of the piano in the building, he gave up the plan. He thought to himself, I don't know which courtyard I have walked to, but it seems to be the area where the royal family usually plays and rests. Listening to the sound of the piano, the people inside should be the women. Yun country is not the east, there are many things to pay attention to. It is so hot today, they are taking a nap in the building, they must be dressed casually, and it is not convenient to meet outsiders. It is not polite for me to barge into this yard rashly, and it will be a bit embarrassing to disturb the women. Besides, it is still raining heavily. If I knock on the door, will they invite me in to take shelter from the rain, or let me stay outside? It is better not to make things difficult for them. Thinking of this, Louis looked at the bamboo forest and sighed again. There was not a single servant in the huge garden. After a while, the rain stopped, and he didn't know who to ask for directions. He was already feeling depressed. After listening to the melancholy piano music upstairs, he was somewhat moved by the scene. The situation in front of him was very similar to his current situation. They both didn't know how to go forward. Louis shook his long sleeves and watched the rain under the eaves and listened to the piano music. The heavy rain outside became heavier, and the sound of the piano became more rapid. After a while, the sound of the piano became intermittent, a little messy, and seemed to have reached its climax. After a while, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly at the climax. Seeing that the rain was getting lighter, Louis walked out of the eaves and planned to leave. Just then, a slender black shadow fell from the upstairs and hit Louis on the head. It made his eyes go black. In shock and anger, Louis found that what fell was actually a jade rui, and it is a good fairy weapon. No wonder it hurts my head. If an ordinary person was hit by this, he would probably fall to the ground immediately. Why do you throw this thing around? Louis looked up and angrily looked upstairs, only to see a woman in the window. Looking down in astonishment, it seemed that she was just using this rui to support the window. But suddenly, she saw a person walking out from downstairs, and the thing in her hand slipped in astonishment, hitting the person on the head. Perhaps she did not expect that someone downstairs would be hit by this thing. Her face was full of astonishment. This woman is very charming. wearing a green fairy dress. But the dress is half open, revealing half of her shoulders, and you can see a red belly band on her chest, which makes her look a bit messy and frivolous. Look at her long hair, which has just been tied with a few silver hairpins, and there is still some hot sweat on her forehead. She must have just woken up from a nap and is half asleep. The surprised look on her lips is full of charm. I don't know which female member of the palace is so charming. Beauty is justice. Seeing this woman so charming, King Lu Hai's anger was half gone. Louis' angry face instantly showed a bit of smile. He planned to apologize. He had to explain that he was not a pervert, but came here by mistake. He did not intend to enter the inner courtyard. He also asked for directions. But before Louis could speak, the woman, in shock and shame, lifted the clothes on her shoulders and retreated into the window. After a pause, Louis shook his head and planned to leave. But unexpectedly, the woman suddenly stuck her head out again. It seemed that she was going to say something. Her face was flushed. Perhaps she wanted to apologize. Louis couldn't help but look up and bowed his hands with a smile. But who would have thought that a basin of washing water would pour down on him? And Louis was soaked to the bone. The smile on his face froze there. Louis, I didn't expect this woman to be so bold and aggressive. She stuck her head out this time just to throw water and curse. Where is this scoundrel? How dare you do that here? It Mr. N. Halfway through the scolding, the woman recognized Louis. If it was Pan Ji Lian, she would have been panicked and apologized repeatedly for pouring water on her uncle without asking any questions. But this woman was the bold and aggressive Pan In Chai. After she recognized Louis, she was going to apologize. But when she saw Louis getting wet, she couldn't help but smile. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. The lady said she was apologizing. But her face was full of smiles. And after she finished speaking, she didn't ask them to come in and change clothes. But she just closed the window. Being scolded for no reason and poured with a basin of water. Anyone would be annoyed. But Louis's face was full of astonishment. Sister-in-law? Didn't she go out with King Tan? Why did she close the window in the middle of her words? You asked me to forgive one by one. And then what? Could it be that the prince is here too? So he wants to go out and invite me upstairs to have a chat. Wait a minute. Could it be that the prince has really come back, but is idle here, and deliberately doesn't want to see me? Then he will definitely not see me today. If I wait here foolishly, by the time I go upstairs again, won't the prince have disappeared? Thinking of this, Louis didn't care about the female relatives or not. He hurriedly picked up the jade ruby on the ground, pushed the door, and rushed into the building. I went upstairs just to give my sister-in-law a stick. Is there anything wrong with that? While thinking, Louis had already rushed upstairs. There was a half-closed door upstairs, which seemed to be the window just now. So he pushed the door open and entered. As a result, he encountered a big embarrassment when he entered the door. There was a mist in the elegant hall, and a delicate bare foot was exposed by the half-closed gauze curtain on the couch. Looking inside, there was a slender figure in the hazy gauze curtain, changing clothes there. Wait a minute. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, and there was no sign of magic, Louis didn't know that there was only the queen in the building. No wonder he went upstairs without greeting the master just now. This is inappropriate. Get out now. Louis's face turned red, and he hurriedly retreated to the door, and stood at the door and rubbed his face. It was so embarrassing. Louis's face turned red, and it took a long time to calm down. He looked around, and found that there seemed to be no servants in the building. Looking again, in a hall, there were many children's toys scattered all over the floor. Thinking again, I seem to have seen a cradle in the house just now. But the cradle was empty. Louis suddenly understood. I think the princess should come to this quiet courtyard to relax, so she brought few people with her. In addition, the weather was hot and humid, and she didn't want the child to be noisy and disturb her sleep, so she asked the servants to take the child to play somewhere else. After a while, if the servants came back with the child, they would see me and the queen in the house. It's hard to explain a man and a woman alone. And the queen came back suddenly, making it seem like she came back specially to this quiet courtyard, and then sent the servants away to meet me in private. Thinking about it this way, should I go in or not? I should leave right away, but if I don't go in to see the queen, she will probably run out of the house the next day and avoid me. Maybe I should visit her tomorrow? I've seen her today. It's not good for the queen to avoid me anymore. Right? Thinking about it, Louis paced back and forth in front of the door, stomping his feet anxiously. Perhaps he also heard Louis' anxious footsteps. The Queen's gentle voice came from the room. There was a hint of laughter in her voice, as if she found Louis' embarrassment a little funny. She was a little hesitant at first, but now she didn't take it seriously. After all, he came to see her because he had something urgent to ask for. Everyone had a clear conscience, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Mr. N, please bring my jade ruby back quickly. Come in and wipe your face and have a cup of tea. The servants took the little prince to get ice and will be back later. I told them to bring some of your clothes when they come back so that you can change your clothes. The Queen is indeed an experienced person. She spoke graciously and arranged things properly. Now, Louis was no longer meeting the Queen privately, but met her by chance in the rain. He came to ask about something, and the servants could testify. Hearing his sister-in-law words, Louis was greatly relieved. Yes, everyone has a clear conscience, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. But later, how should he bring up the matter of meeting the Emperor? The Queen is the cousin of the Holy Queen. The Holy Queen would come to talk to her about anything. She wanted to bring someone to see the Holy Queen easily. And the King of Tan also had bronchitis, so the Queen didn't have to worry about the King of Tan blame. So the Queen had no worries at all. But why would the Queen help me? I have been in the palace for so long, and today is only the second time they have met. We are not familiar with each other at all, and there is no friendship. And the Queen also knows her situation. Maybe the prince is playing Tai Chi with me, and it is the real owner of the palace who reminds the Holy Queen and the prince. So she would definitely not be willing to bring me, an international student, to see the Holy Queen privately. What should I do? Don't worry, aren't you suspicious that the Queen would have something to do with Dong Menqing? What a coincidence, this really happened. Is there really a Dong Menqing in Yun country? Why didn't he come? Dong Menqing blinked his eyes. Apart from me, there is no one else around here? Could it be that the Queen was really having a secret meeting with someone just now? Your Majesty, you are really bold. Louis narrowed his eyes and became aware of it. Chapter 696. I have to go through the back door of the Queen. After entering the room, the lady was already sitting cross-legged on the couch, brewing tea on the table. The tea sets on the table were very exquisite, and the lady seemed to know a lot about tea ceremony. Her every move was very pleasing to the eye. But perhaps because she was in a hurry, she didn't find her stockings when she changed her clothes. So she hid her feet under her skirt when she sat. However, Louis saw that the red nails on the lady's toes were newly painted, and it seemed that they were only half painted. It seems that there are a lot of Sorrento cosmetics in this room. While smiling, Louis saw his wife's feet tucked under her skirt. His tea-making movements became a little stiff. Louis then realized that he was in the ancient Yun kingdom. It was very rude to stare at other women like this. There happened to be a small silver basin and a towel on the small chair next to him. Louis thought it was prepared for him. So he took the opportunity to apologize, picked up the towel and small basin, and went to wipe his body behind the screen. Ah! This silly boy was only concerned with avoiding embarrassment, and didn't notice that the Queen's face looked a little strange after seeing him pick up the towel. But seeing that Louis had gone behind the screen, the Queen had to pretend not to see it. It was said that the heavy rain didn't soak him, but the lady poured a basin of water on him, and made him feel cold all over. Who can reason with this? Shaking his head, Louis picked up the towel and wiped his body, but found that the towel was wet. He thought, my sister-in-law is really considerate, she specially gave me a towel. After wiping his head and neck, Louis untied his soaked robe and wiped his chest and back. Seeing that there was a floor-standing peep show here, he couldn't help but adjust the mirror, posed a few times, and admired his figure. At first glance, this kid figure is really strong. At this time, he was wearing a belt, and his upper body was naked. He looked like the leopard head Lin Chong in the water margin. If you say he is a magician, I'm afraid no one will believe it. If there was a scar on my chest, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, in this big world, no one can hurt me. Alas! In his vanity, Louis always felt as if someone was looking at his back. He looked back at the screen, but he didn't find anything wrong. Scratching his face, Louis honestly packed his clothes. With a few snaps of his fingers, Louis dried the wet clothes. But after putting them on again, Louis still felt weird. Why do I always feel like I have a floral scent? Is it the smell of the towel? Or the soap in the basin of water? I don't know if the basin of water is for washing the face, or for soaking the towel or something. I have to change into new clothes when the servants bring me back. Thinking of this, Louis realized that the towel in his hand was for women. He couldn't help but cover his eyes fiercely. He really made mistakes one after another today. In this ancient Yun kingdom, this is already a complete lecher, a hooligan who should be sent to the government office. After calming down, Louis walked out of the screen in a serious manner, and bowed to his wife like a scholar. Have some hot tea. Although it hot today, it not good to catch a cold in the rain. After some politeness, Louis sat cross-legged in front of the tea table on the couch, while chatting with his wife and waiting for the servants. He looked at the furnishings in the room. Madame Pan seemed to be particularly fond of foreign goods. As the best friend of the Holy Queen, their preferences must be similar. I can go to see the Emperor under the pretext of offering treasures. However, what would the Holy Queen like? Maybe I can find some clues from the Queen. Thinking of this, Louis entertained the Queen while looking at the furnishings in the house. I wanted to see what the Queen liked. Unfortunately, he did not find any valuable clues. On the contrary, he found a few interesting things on the couch and windowsill. In addition to the bonsai on the windowsill, there was also a gold-carved jade multi-music box. It seemed that the Queen had placed it in front of the window when she was taking a nap before, and the sad piano music should have come from it. In addition, there is a chessboard by the windowsill. But this chessboard is not an ordinary thing, but a fairy thing. It can store someone's image on the chessboard, and then play chess with the owner. In addition, there are some jades and other toys on the bed. Some pictures appeared in Louis's mind. The Queen lazily lay on the couch, playing chess with herself, fiddling with jades and other toys, half asleep and half awake. And seeing that the rain was heavy, she lazily used the rui in her hand to close the window, but ended up throwing the rui out. However, if you put the chessboard and the music box on the windowsill, aren't you afraid of the heavy rain? Look, there are some water stains on the couch. Hey, there is not a drop of water on the windowsill. It seems that the rain can't enter this room. It seems to be sweat stains. Seeing Louis looking at the water stains on the bed, the Queen blushed slightly, and said, "Master and also understands chess? A modern man, who didn't attend a Go class when he was a child. How could he understand Go?" Not only did he not understand, but Louis didn't even know the 6 imperial guards that ancient scholars were proficient in. You are a bad chess player, but you can play some foreign checkers. Young master is quite straightforward. The Queen smiled and poured a cup of tea for Louis. The lady was very talkative and asked about Louis following the prince to the government office these days. In order to please the Queen, Louis did not get straight to the point and talked about business, but chatted with the Queen for a while and mentioned some interesting stories about Prince Tan to the Queen, which made the Queen laugh. After a few words, the two of them were no longer restrained. It was a bit like a casual chat between a sister-in-law and an uncle. The Queen thought to herself, the prince called Lu Ping a good brother because he admired him and praised him. But Lu Ping accepted it calmly and got along well with the prince. Before, I thought he was a fool, but after seeing him today, I found that he had a lot of problems in his mind. I'm afraid he would be calm and composed even when he was with the Holy Queen. He is definitely not an ordinary businessman or a man of the world. Eunuch Lu said that he must be in a high position in the South Sea Kingdom. It seems to be true. He has some of the cool and calm demeanor of my second prince. Thinking of her uncle, Madame Pan's face turned slightly red. She couldn't help but look at the man in front of her, comparing him with King Ling. In the East or in modern times, staring at someone's eyes while talking is a social etiquette. As a time traveler, Louis has always stayed in the East, so he naturally retains this habit. Seeing the madam staring at him, Louis did not avoid her gaze, but maintained eye contact while talking. But in Yun country, this is a very offensive thing. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have been angry and blushed. The sister-in-law face was also slightly red, but she kept looking into Louis's eyes. Those peach blossom eyes fluttered, and she was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, Louis felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps she felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The Queen deliberately looked at Louis and asked him how old he was and whether he was married. If you ask Louis if he has an engagement, he has to count on his fingers, but he said that he has been wandering outside for many years and has no fixed place to live and dare not provoke love debts. Of course, he has never been with an elephant. These words are also intended to make Lushan and the King of the South Sea distinguish their differences. The joy in the eyes of the sister-in-law increased a little, as if she wanted to introduce the good girl from her mother family to this handsome and elegant brother. Louis was like a young boy, stumbling and saying that it was all up to the Queen, pretending to be embarrassed. The lady was very happy, and she was more satisfied when she looked at Louis. Such a handsome man, and he was still a novice. It really interesting. Sister-in-law thought she was an experienced person, and she thought Louis's situation could not be hidden from her eyes. But she didn't know that this scumbag was much better than her. She felt that Louis was becoming more and more interesting. She couldn't help but look Louis up and down again, when she thought that the man in front of her could cut such a stunning sword, but was so shy and private. She couldn't help but want to tease him. So she didn't get to the point, but talked about marriage with Louis. Seeing that the queen didn't get to the point of meeting the emperor for a long time, but talked about marriage, Louis knew that she was playing Tai Chi. So Louis took the initiative to mention King Tan and the meeting with the emperor. Your Majesty, King Tan said that the emperor would definitely summon us Beihai people. But now many days have passed, and there is still no news. King Tan has not returned. I have been tossing and turning these days, and I am always worried. But the princess did not give a direct answer. Lu Ping, please be patient. I will send someone to ask the prince later. I was originally going to go to Dongshanmen with the prince to welcome the king of Nanhai, but the holy queen was bored in the palace. So she summoned me. So I took the prince to the palace to accompany him for a few days. And I came back today, hearing that the queen was practicing Tai Chi with him again. Louis was a little disappointed, but then his eyes moved slightly. The queen seemed to mean that the prince was the prince, and the queen was the queen. If you need to find the prince, go to the prince instead of her. But she specifically mentioned that she had just returned from the holy queen. Is the queen hinting to me that the way the prince can't work for me, so I should go through her back door? Louis couldn't help but look at the princess with shining eyes, knowing that he should probably ask the queen for her opinion. But when Louis was about to ask the queen for a way out, the queen filled Louis tea and sent him away with a full cup of tea. Then, the queen looked at the heavy rain outside the window and asked Louis, the maids will bring back some food. Would you like to have dinner with me and the prince? Louis looked at the heavy rain outside the window, and his face became very ugly. She sent me away with a full cup of tea, and she also said that she would keep me for dinner. Is this asking me to go out in the rain? Chapter 697. It must be King Ling who did the bad thing, not me. Louis looked at the heavy rain outside the window. His face became a little ugly. But since the queen said so, it was not easy for him to stay and have dinner with her. He knew that the queen must have deliberately knocked him. The queen could indeed go through the back door, but at present she was unwilling to open the back door. 80% of the queen also had things to do herself. But now she felt that the time was not right, so she was unwilling to talk to him. Moreover, she might never talk to him. Prince Tan and the queen are already suspicious of my identity. If we continue to talk, the queen will definitely be alert. It seems that I can only let Aki find out some information first. After understanding the situation, I can try to get the queen to speak up. At this point, I can only go back for now. After I am ready, I will come to visit the queen. No, queen. Today's visit is very abrupt. How can I stay for dinner? I will take my leave now. I will come to visit you another day. As he said that, Louis stood up and bowed, but a jade hand grabbed his sleeve. Then the queen pulled his arm and pushed him back to his seat. It raining heavily. Where are you going? It okay if you don't eat? It not too late to leave when the rain is lighter. Louis didn't understand what the queen meant. He looked up at the queen in surprise, and found that there was indeed a faint smile in the queen's eyebrows. Seeing Louis's puzzled look, the queen's smile became more intense. Lu Ping, since my prince calls you his brother, I will also call you my brother. Come on. My dear brother, let me see what a lousy chess player you are. As she said that, the queen reached out and called the chessboard from the balcony over, and placed it on the table. Then she placed the white piece in front of Louis, and the black piece, with a big advantage in the first move, on her side. She then walked back to her seat with a satisfied look on her face. Damn it! It turned out that she was teasing me. I said it was raining heavily. Why did you chase me away? Why does my sister-in-law love to play tricks on me? Thinking that he had been teased by my sister-in-law several times since they met. Louis couldn't help but look at my sister-in-law again. But when he saw that the red nails on my sister-in-law's toes were only half painted, he felt a little funny. Seeing that Louis saw her embarrassment, my sister-in-law glared at Louis in shame and anger. Louis was asking for help now. How could he dare to offend her? His old face turned red. He coughed awkwardly, and lowered his head to play chess with my sister-in-law. As a result, before half a minute had passed, the queen looked at the chessboard. and her face turned strange. It seems that this guy is really not lying, and is indeed a rookie. I didn't expect this guy to be so honest. Interesting. The queen lost interest in chess, and Lewis was relieved. But unexpectedly, the queen actually took out a deck of playing cards, and she seemed to be very good at playing. After asking, Lewis learned that the queen, like her cousin Xiaolongnu, traveled around the world when she was a girl. No wonder there are so many foreign antiques in the house. According to her, they were all won by her playing cards. Not only that, she also boasted that she was the one who brought the mahjong of the East. If there were not two less people today, she would have won all the money from Lewis. Seeing that the queen was so excited, Lewis couldn't help but say oh, indicating that today lover was not playing mahjong. Otherwise, he would not be himself if he was beaten by all the money today. Since it was playing poker, he would just post a note. Hearing Lewis' arrogant words, the queen smiled coldly. You don't even understand how to play Go. With your IQ, you still want to win? But who would have thought that Lewis didn't understand Go just because he had never played it before? This guy is proficient in everything, such as wine, sex, money and anger. How could he lose if he plays what he knows? After 2 rounds, the queen pushed the cards on the chessboard away. No more. No more. It boring. Seeing Lewis tearing the paper slowly, the queen pretended to be bored and tired. She lay on her side on the couch, changing the topic, asking Lewis to tell about the disturbance at Nanchaman that day in Huaqiang. The rain had long since subsided, but the queen had no intention of sending Lewis away. She asked Lewis to play chess with her, and asked Lewis to play cards with her. It seemed that she was really bored staying in the palace. Back to the story of the queen asking Lewis to tell about Nanchaman. Although many princesses went there that day, the queen, as the princess, did not show up. So many things were just heard as rumors, and she saw the amazing rainbow that broke through the galaxy in the sky. So she was very interested in the details of that day. Lewis had just won the card game, and he was in a good mood. So he talked about the events of that day. However, in these light words, one can hear the earth-shaking scenes of that day. After hearing that no one dared to fight after Huaqiang killed all the generals, the queen couldn't help but open her jade mouth, revealing a bit of nervousness. Hearing that Lewis had borrowed the sword and left, the queen couldn't help but think of the scene of seeing the rainbow in the sky that day in the mansion. Her eyes gradually became blurred, as if she followed the story and came to the border of that day with Lewis. In that sword, she cut off the river in the sky. Unconsciously, the queen's eyes gradually became a little hazy. The rain suddenly got heavier. While Lewis was telling the story, he felt something hit his leg. He looked down and found that it was the queen who had just moved and accidentally kicked his leg. This made Lewis slightly stunned. His sister-in-law was leaning on her chin while listening to the story. She didn't seem to realize anything. She didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she blinked with a puzzled look and looked at Lewis. Her lazy look was full of charm. Lewis was young and energetic, and he couldn't stand such stimulation. He became more embarrassed. To demonstrate the embarrassment, he saw that behind the jade pillow that the queen was leaning on, there was a half-covered jade artifact, which looked like the jade ruby before. So Lewis stood up and picked it up, and then changed his sitting position, intending to use the jade artifact as a long sword. As a result, just halfway through the gesture, Lewis and the queen were both shocked by the jade. Looking at the jade in his hand, Lewis' mind buzzed, and he realized that this was not a jade ruby. He suddenly remembered that when he watched CCTV before, the archaeological team found a strange jade in the wood in the documentary. It was this thing. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. In an instant, Lewis knew what the water stains he saw on the couch before were. Damn rain. Wait a minute. It seems that someone is meeting the queen here today. This jade is the evidence. Bah! You little thief. You entered my boudoir and messed with things. Put it down now. The queen was not panicked. Although her face was red, her eyebrows were raised. She spat, and then started to curse. Cursing was not enough. Seeing that Lewis was still in a daze, she glared at Lewis again and kicked him. But her foot was caught by a big hand. Seeing the shy scholar being so bold, the queen was ashamed and angry. But the scholar, who was good at sword-playing on the opposite side, was smiling. How could he still be shy? Queen, it's not polite to kick people like this. Be careful not to make me angry. What if I kick you? After saying that, the queen actually kicked Lewis again. As a result, this time, the polite and kind little Red Riding Hood was kicked into a big bad wolf with flaming eyes. He actually pulled the queen over and held her in his arms. The reaction of the queen was very surprising. After she was pulled over, she actually raised her eyebrows and turned back to laugh and curse. I don't know if she laughed because she was angry, but the threat and warning in her mouth were very strong. You lecher. Aren't you afraid that the prince will chop off your head? I have 9 heads. One less doesn't matter. Louis was no longer embarrassed at this time. His eyes were full of recklessness. He was so bold. But then, Louis showed a look of astonishment. He lowered his head, looking at the hand of the queen in his arm stretched behind his back, and was stunned. There is only one, yet you are so arrogant to me here. The warm fragrance from the queen's mouth was exhaled on Louis's face, and her big eyes were captivating. Are you really not afraid? This, I'm afraid no one can cut it. As they said, the couple lowered their heads and kissed, and the other opened her red lips and greeted him. I'm afraid they have already fallen in love with each other. There were thunderstorms outside the window. The rain was getting lighter and heavier. Heavier and lighter. It made the bamboo forest crackle, and the water in the eaves flowed. With this rain, the servants might be blocked on the road again. They had to take the prince to hide from the rain and watch the scenery. They would not be able to come back for a while. On this day, the dry pond outside the building was full of frogs and lotus flowers. Lu Ping. It's not a good idea to offer treasures. I know you are anxious. But although I have a good relationship with the Holy Queen, I can't take you to see the Holy Queen directly. I will ask the Queen opinion in a few days. You can go back and wait for a few days. Hearing this, Louis was furious. If I don't pay you, it won't count as P. Right? I'm turning my back on you. Right? Uh-huh. Madam. If you say that, don't blame me for turning my back on you. What do you mean? Madam. Who did you meet with here today? What did you do? Do you really think you can hide it from me? Louis, who thought he had discovered Madam's secret, pulled up his pants and snorted coldly. That jade is the evidence. They definitely used it. Hearing this, the queen was stunned for a long time. Her face turned blue, then white, then white, then red. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. She no longer had the arrogance she had just shown when she was planning to get something for free. You are so mean. You even bring up such a thing. Aren't you afraid that the prince will kill you? Louis' face turned red after being scolded. But his face was full of questions. I'm not talking about this matter myself. Why can't I send someone to tell everyone? Why do you think I'm being ungrateful? Anyway, the one who did the bad thing must be Ling Wang. It's not the opponent stored in my Xianqi, it's Ling Wang. He can't escape the connection with this matter. Don't worry, if anyone is to be killed, it's Ling Wang. You won. You are so mean, shameless. Louis? Why am I shameless again? Whatever, you can scold me, anyway. We have used the evidence in our hands to get through the back door today. Chapter 698. A super cool party in Dayun country. You win. After thinking for a moment, the queen tied up her hair and said, Before, the prince bought some foreign toys for the queen in the east and the abyss country. They should arrive in the next few days. The queen looked at Louis, who was getting dressed in the mirror, and said, I will personally bring some of the treasures that the queen likes. You can act as a foreign translator and go with me. After agreeing with the queen to meet the queen together in 3 days, Louis left. Before, the queen told Louis to wait until the rain stopped and change clothes before leaving, but now the two of them did not mention this matter again. Naturally, they had to run away before the servants came back. When he returned to the gate of his mansion in the palace, Louis saw the servants outside the gate making a lot of noise. After asking, Louis learned that a group of foreign merchants came to deliver goods today. Louis couldn't help but think of what the queen mentioned. He thought that the foreign thing she mentioned should be these goods. After entering the yard, Louis saw a eunuch named Wang beside King Tan drinking tea and chatting with Dongfeng and others in the hall. After asking, he learned that eunuch Wang had been waiting for him here for a long time. Speaking of which, recently, Prince Tan has been away. Eunuch Wang has been following Louis. And every day he comes here for something. And today he has something too. Master ensure today, a batch of foreign goods arrived in the palace, which the prince is going to give to the Holy Queen. The prince said before that you are particularly knowledgeable about these things, so when the goods arrive, it is best to ask you to help check them first. Louis also had this idea. You know, these goods were bought by the prince for the Holy Queen, and when he and the queen go to the Holy Queen later, he must bring the best ones with him. and he must also explain some of the tricks. So he planned to do some homework in advance. So he took Dongfeng and others with him, and followed Eunuch Wang to join in the fun. When they arrived, he suddenly found that the whole yard was filled with goods inside and outside. In addition to many people busy in the yard, servants and goods kept coming in from outside the yard, but strangely, those foreign merchants did not enter the mansion. Some stewards in the palace were checking the goods in several halls in the hall. When they saw Louis and his men swaggering in, they hurried over to greet them. After a round of pleasantries, Louis and Dongfeng and the others wandered around the boxes of goods. "Boss, why do these goods look familiar to me?" Dongfeng said, holding a fine musket. "They look familiar to me, too." Louis blinked and pointed in a certain direction among the crowd. There, a goblin was standing on a box, looking over here and puffing smoke. "That foreign dwarf looks familiar to me, too." "Where is it?" "Foreign dwarf?" Dongfeng and others looked around for a long time, but did not see the foreign dwarf. The foreign dwarf handed over a cigar. Louis took it woodenly. "Mr. N, this palace is really hard to enter. If I didn't have the treasure you made with your own hands, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to see you." "Sorry, sir." "Who are you?" "The foreign dwarfs in the east look alike. I can't recognize who you are." The foreign dwarf gave Louis a look. "Get out of here, you fake foreign devil. You've only been in Yun country for a few days, and you're already pretending. Right? Also, I am a foreign fairy, not a dwarf." Ahem. Louis took the fire from the foreign dwarf and said, "Speaking of which, Archie, why didn't anyone in the palace let you in? Who else could it be? I bet it must be that Princess Yang, who told Prince Tan about our relationship. It seems that Prince Tan doesn't want you to keep in touch with our people." Archie exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Besides, I've been getting along well with the other 6 princes recently. You often attend their parties. Prince Tan must be afraid that I will take you with me." Louis suddenly realized. "However, I have the best relationship with Prince Tan. He is the richest, and the people behind him are also the richest customers in Yun country. Wait a minute. The popular man in front of the Holy Queen you mentioned, could it be Prince Tan?" Aki gave Louis a look. "What do you think?" Louis fell silent in the clouds and smoke. "So after going around in circles, I finally returned to Prince Tan Mansion? It seems that you were originally going to be a retainer for King Tan, but because the fleet took a detour when coming down from Tianhe, you triggered a hidden plot in Xiantan." After chatting for a while, the two went to smoke in a corner of the yard. There were many people passing by, but they all ignored them. Even the eunuch Wang, who was looking for Louis everywhere, ignored Louis and Aki when he passed by Louis. "I thought, if I don't take action, Nanshanmen will be broken. So I showed up. Damn it, I knew you couldn't sit still. Now the whole Yun kingdom knows about what you did at Nanshanmen. But it's a good thing, otherwise I wouldn't know you were in the Tan Palace." Although Louis told Tan that he knew someone from the Belif family, but because Louis had been hanging around with Tan for a while, Louis hadn't found the time to contact Archie. Today, Louis was about to go find Archie, but Archie came to him first. He really had something to do. "I heard that the King of Yun is going to summon you." "That true. I advise you not to wait. You are too conspicuous. The 8 princes are almost finding out your underwear now. The Holy Queen must have more information. According to my information channels, she will indeed summon you, but the time will be after the King of Nanhai comes." After hearing what Archie said, Louis sighed. He had known that after the incident at Nanshanmen that day, everyone would be suspicious. "If I hadn't taken the backup plan from the Empress today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to meet the Holy Queen and my cousin again." Just as I was about to tell Archie about the backup plan I found, Archie's words stunned Louis. "Speaking of which, Louis, Prince Duan of Yun State told me that he had invited you several times, but you never replied. Do you really not plan to meet them?" "Prince Duan? Which one?" "Aoshua. You should have seen him at the banquet." Louis suddenly remembered the fat man with a black face. "He wrote me an invitation? Why didn't I receive it?" "You even wrote back." Aki smiled and said. Hearing this, Louis' face looked a little ugly. It was not clear what was going on. King Tan didn't want him to have contact with Aoshua and others. The letter must have been replied by King Tan people. No wonder the eunuch Wang followed him around every day and found work for him to do to distract him. Seeing Louis' face, Aki understood. "I knew it." Aki handed Louis a letter meaningfully. It seemed that he sneaked in today to deliver this. Louis touched the letter and found that the wax on the envelope was still hot. It was probably Aojwa who gave it to Aki to bring over after he had just finished writing it. I don't know what kind of shocking secrets are written in this secret letter. Louis planned to read it later. But he was determined to go to the meeting with Prince Duan and others. You know, he came here this time for more than just his cousin. It is also very important to meet the 8th prince. The 8 princes can be said to be the backbone of the Yun kingdom. The combined military strength is half of the Yun kingdom. The overall strength can conquer my cousin. But the 8th prince is now causing trouble in the Yun kingdom. The king of Tan and the king of Ling are also causing trouble. They are following the queen of demons to cause trouble. The Yun kingdom cannot be in chaos again, otherwise the Sun kingdom will take advantage of it. However, from the incident at the South Heaven Gate that day, although the 8 princes have their own thoughts, their loyalty to the Yun kingdom is real. After all, this is their home. This is very different from the Great Cloud and the Abyss King. So in external affairs, everyone can still reach a consensus. How about it, do you want to go? Prince Duan said he would wait for you this afternoon. I have a batch of goods to be delivered to Prince Duan Manor, Palace these days. Come with me, no one will know your whereabouts. Well, Dongfeng, come here. After a while, the eunuch Wang, who had been looking for Louis, followed a paper man with a flattering face and inspected the goods. Dongji, Nabe, and Shifeng also followed the paper man, helping to pick the goods. The paper man comments on the goods were very accurate, attracting the attention of the people around him. From time to time, maids brought tea and snacks for the paper man to taste. And the attitude of the people in the whole compound towards the paper man was the same as that of a distinguished guest. But from Dongfeng's point of view, the whole scene was weird and gloomy, which made his hair stand on end. If the boss hadn't opened his eyes before leaving, he would definitely have treated the paper man as his boss. Outside the palace, on a steam truck of foreign dwarfs, under Archie's curious eyes, Louis opened the invitation with a serious face. The calligraphy on it was like a dragon and a phoenix dancing, and its strength penetrated the words, and it was obvious that only the Yun people who had served as generals and fought on the battlefield could write it. There were 2 lines of words, and the content was concise and clear, showing the personality of this great Prince Aojwa. Hello, Mr. N. We will have a super cool party this afternoon, and the celebrities of the entire Yun Empire will attend. Who else do you think we will invite? You? Chapter 699, The Dragon Robe. The words on the invitation confused Louis for a long time, and also made Louis more cautious. It seems that Prince Duan is quite fashionable, and he must not be looked down upon. Therefore, even though Archie repeatedly dissuaded him, Louis still made some small preparations. Prince Tan Mansion is not too far from Prince Duan Mansion. The car drove through a few streets and turned, and arrived near Prince Duan Mansion. This is a prosperous street called Wangfujing. However, in this Wangfujing, there is no dragon locking well. It is called this name because this street consists of 4 streets, which just form a well. In addition, many princes' palaces and county princes' palaces all joined in the fun. So this name came into being over time. When the driver told Louis that they were almost there, Louis lifted the curtain on the car window and saw a tall white wall. It seems that Prince Duan Palace is here. Although the princes mainly live in the vassal states, they also have palaces in the capital. It's just that the specifications are not large. Prince Duan Palace is slightly smaller than Prince Tan Palace, but it is very exquisite. And it also has a little taste of keeping up with the trend. From the back door, you can see that there is a special road for carriages and cars to enter. There are also many parking spaces on the street outside the door. In addition to some Western-style foreign carriages, there are also many bicycles and those canvas-topped old cars. It seems that the visitors who usually come here are the most fashionable people in Yun country. However, the most fashionable one is the visitor who came now. Louis looked at those old canvas-topped foreign cars from the car window, and then looked at the golden little succubus standing in front of the long front of his black Malganis, and knew that he must be the most dazzling boy in this Fengyan banquet. Gentlemen, I have to take a look at the invitation. After the waiter at the door finished speaking, he saw a black dragon leather glove stretched out from the window. He took the invitation and looked at it, and then looked at the car, and thought the person sitting inside was the foreign ambassador from the Abyss. After all, there are only a few cars called Nightmare in the whole capital, most of which are used by the Abyss Embassy. The waiter thought he was knowledgeable and would not make a mistake, but he was short-sighted. This car is much higher end than the Nightmare, and it is also much more fashionable. But it no wonder. This Mal'Ganis Dreadlord, there is only one in the whole capital, and Louis just transferred it from home. The two cars originally looked a bit similar, and Louis specifically asked Miss Dai to call the embassy of the Abyss country and asked the ambassador to inform the Prince Duan mansion that the ambassador of the Abyss country would visit, so the servant would naturally make a mistake. Not only the servant made a mistake, anyone who saw this car on the street today would also think that the ambassador of the Abyss country had visited the Prince Duan mansion again. No one would think that an Lushan from the Tan Palace went to the Duan Palace. However, when the Nanhai King officially visited, everyone would suddenly realize that this was the car of the Nanhai King and Princess Dai. They would also be sure that the Nanhai King and the Abyss Kingdom were one family. Not daring to neglect, the servant hurriedly greeted the people inside and invited the car into the backyard of the palace. Seeing that the servants on the road were welcoming the car to the inner courtyard, Louis looked at the ground outside the car and said to the driver, "Don't damage the road, don't follow them, turn the corner, and go to the parking lot of the palace." Louis, the parking lot at the palace is a bit muddy. Archie flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "Aren't you afraid of getting your new car dirty? It just rained. It must be muddy. I can wash the car later. Maybe there is a car wash in the palace. I've been here so many times, but I've never heard of it." "Okay. You decide." Under Louis's repeated requests, the servant still directed the car to the parking lot where the car could be washed. After getting off the car, Louis dusted off his western suit and tall hat, and felt that he should be able to blend into this grand gathering today. He also felt that considering Prince Duan's taste, his trip today was not in vain. The clothes and the civilized stick were all specially summoned by Louis. But why does it smell like horse manure here? Louis took off the cigar from his mouth and wrinkled his nose. After hearing this, Archie rubbed his feet on the flower bed. Then he pointed to the stable behind him. There were many horses and grooms busy in the stable, and some carriages parked nearby. At this time, a group of grooms passed by, piled hay near the carriage, and then picked up the dung fork, while picking up the horse manure, while curiously looking at the carriage. "Master, your steam horse, how many pounds of beans do you usually add? I go and arrange it." Another groom said, "Ah, Zhang San, this steam horse pulls golden dung eggs. It needs to be fed with lard." As they said that, several grooms started to pour water on the carriage with buckets, and started to scrub with big brushes. The buckets of water flowed down the windows onto the interior, and the paint was scratched by the big brushes. The dazed Louis, achy rubbing his shoes. After asking the grooms to leave, the driver stayed and packed up the carriage. Louis and Aki waited for the servants to go to Prince Duan Place. On the way, Louis learned that Prince Duan Mansion had never had any foreign carriages parked there, and the ones parked on the street outside were not from the mansion. These words made Louis doubt the cool party. Isn't the prince quite fashionable? How come the usual guests don't even have a rickshaw? The layout of the palace seems to be quite old. While he was wondering, the servants had already led Louis and others to the party scene. Before entering the courtyard, Louis heard the bustle inside, and many guests seemed to be entering the courtyard from other doors. It is said that the nobles and ministers of the faction in Yun State who support my cousin should have come today. There should be quite a lot of people inside. According to the servants, the prince has very open ideas and does not care about the complicated etiquette of Dayun, so the nobles often come to visit. Those who can get together with Prince Duan should be very fashionable. Right? It seems that the ministers of the 6 princes are still part of the advanced thinking group of Yun Kingdom. As a result, as soon as Louis entered the courtyard, he saw a group of uncles standing outside the house walking their birds. There were also people sitting outside the lobby playing the eru. In this hot day, the uncles were wrapped tightly, like the big cotton-padded jackets of the late Qin dynasty and early Ming dynasty, and they didn't feel hot. The old men were standing in the yard laughing and joking. Some were holding big pipes. Some were spinning big iron balls. After seeing the new guests, some bowed, and some bumped shoulders. It was very particular. Just when Louis was in a mess, there were bursts of opera singing in the house. Louis stretched his head and saw that it was even more lively inside. The lobby was indeed unique, and the various furniture and toys were no less than those in the Tan Palace. But the people at the party were very casual. Some were playing mahjong, some were playing card 9, and some were playing antiques with friends on the table. Some people just sat in their seats, shaking their heads, drinking tea, listening to music and grinding their teeth. The servants were carrying big teapots, going back and forth in the lobby. Looking again, Louis also saw a big stage in the open courtyard of the lobby. with several actors standing on it. The whole super cool party was like the tea house written by Lao Shi. The people at the party were all wrapped up tightly. Uncles and gents. Cool. Are you the 8 banners descendants of the late Qing dynasty drinking tea? Looking at the suit on himself, he became the brightest guy as soon as he came in. Standing blankly at the door of the lobby, Louis felt as if he had traveled through time. He had indeed traveled through time, from the Tang dynasty, the King Tan, to the fashionable late Qing dynasty a few hundred years later. A hand was placed on Louis's shoulder. Louis looked back woodenly, and saw a fat old man holding a small tea bowl, and 2 followers holding bird cages behind him. How is it? Is my party cool? Fashionable, really too fashionable. Louis shook his head and raised a thumb. Looking at Louis again, he was still wearing a suit. His attire had become like those masters in the party. Very particular. Master and sure, you are indeed a man who has studied abroad. You are particular about your every move. What is that called? Fashionable. The fat old man looked at Louis' manners and attire, also raised a thumb, his eyes full of admiration. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Sir Master Ao is also following the trend. Master and sure, please come in. The fat man bowed. Sir Master Ao, excuse me. Louis also bowed, then he put the pearl-studded melon-shaped hat on his head, and followed the fat man into the house to listen to the opera. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Sir Master Ao, what opera are we singing today? Dragon Robe. It seems that Sir Ao compares himself to the remonstrant minister Bao Zheng. Chapter 700. I'm really not the Prince of Jinan. Louis and Prince Duan listened to the opera for an afternoon, and also chatted with Prince Duan for an afternoon. People were playing cards around, and the operas were changing in waves, and the operas on the stage also changed several times. From the Long Pao to Man He Hong, after Man He Hong was finished, there was another Ao Gao Che Ji. These operas of Yun State are somewhat different from the ones Louis knew, but there are some similarities in history. After listening to it, Louis also understood what Prince Duan meant. Prince Duan compared his uncle to the god who resisted Yang, and compared himself to Ao Gao who continued to resist Yang out of indignation. As for the Holy Queen, she was a witch who deceived the emperor and sold out her country for glory. In order to consolidate her position, she betrayed her uncle who firmly resisted Yang and tried to buy peace from the Sun country. Now, Prince Duan wanted to imitate his uncle, who had punished the treacherous ministers around the previous emperor by beating the dragon robe. This time, the 6th prince came here, and he also planned to be a minister of remonstrance, to persuade the Holy Queen who wanted to get rid of his uncle to repair the sky, and rescue his uncle, who was the god of Yang. According to Prince Duan, the Holy Queen has reached a preliminary agreement with the Sun Kingdom and the Abyss Kingdom. The Sun Kingdom in the lower realm, Abyss, is willing to never invade the upper realm. But the condition is that the Cloud Kingdom will no longer care about the affairs of the lower realm. The Abyss Kingdom in the lower realm is unwilling to do this, because in this way, they will be inactive. So the Holy Queen gave the Abyss Kingdom a piece of land in the upper realm, in the south of the east. As a staunch advocate of war, my cousin will never approve of this. They were even more unwilling to move to give the Abyss Kingdom an escape route. So there was the incident of the Holy Queen beheading the old cousin to repair the sky. From many news, the Holy Queen and her faction were indeed trying to win over the Abyss Kingdom and the Sun Kingdom for peace talks. So hearing this, Louis couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No matter what the Holy Queen wanted to do, Louis was a firm advocate of war. And the vassal kings such as Ao Zhuo were also firm advocates of war. So in terms of fighting against the Sun Kingdom and rescuing the old cousin, they could indeed reach a consensus. But what puzzled him was that, from his experience in the Tan Palace, the Saint Queen and her faction had great respect for his uncle. So he always felt that the Saint Queen did not want to kill his uncle. Seeing Louis's doubts, Prince Duan said, "My dear brother, do you know that the Black Tortoise God has the ability to correct the Heavenly Destiny Monument? I know a thing or two. It is said that the King of the South Sea should have a place on the Heavenly Destiny Monument. But because of the Abyss Kingdom, the Saint Queen was unwilling to confer a sea-suppressing king in the South Sea. So Xuanwu God waved his pen and corrected the king of Jiulong Zhenhai back to the position of the God of Heaven." Prince Duan smiled and said, "The king of Nanhai is the orthodoxy of Nanhai. So my uncle can list him on the throne. Similarly, if someone gets the position improperly, my uncle can naturally erase them from the monument of the God of Heaven." Louis frowned, not understanding the implication of Prince Duan's words. Prince Duan whispered, "The current emperor has not got the position legitimately. So my uncle and we, the vassal kings, have become the thorns in the eyes of the Holy Queen. Hearing this, Louis looked at Aoujua with such eyes. Fourth brother, I am a straightforward person. From the information obtained by the 4 little saints under my command, the rumors about the Emperor, the Queen of Heaven, the King of Ling, etc., were all spread by you. Bullshit! Prince Duan almost fainted from Louis' words. But when he saw Louis drinking tea leisurely, he held back his anger. Prince Duan suddenly smiled, looked at Louis meaningfully and said, Brother, whether the Emperor position is right or not, everyone knows that you know about the Divine Jade Tablet and the matter of the Destiny Dragon Talisman. With a rumbling sound, a flash of thunder flashed across the sky. Uncle Lou was startled, and his hand loosened, and the tea bowl fell to the ground. What a loud thunder! It scared me. Aoujua nodded, looked at the sky and said, It going to rain again. Louis smiled awkwardly, and lowered his head to look for the tea bowl. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he looked at it, he was almost scared to fall backwards. The Divine Jade Tablet that Aoujua just mentioned was right at his feet. Aoujua just happened to bend down to help Louis pick up the tea bowl. And he saw Louis picking up the Divine Jade Tablet with a blank face. Oh! This thing is not mine. I have to find the owner and return it. Seeing Aoujua looking at him blankly, Louis put the tablet in his arms and said with a smile, Thank you. The owner is here. The fat man reached out and grabbed the other end of the tablet. Louis showed a look of realization and pulled it tighter. The fat man also held on tighter. I am really the owner. What a coincidence I am also. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the midst of the struggle, the tablet flashed, and a line of text appeared, seemingly something someone had recorded before. Louis saw these records in his peripheral vision, and found that what was recorded on it was actually an account book. This was not something he wrote. He was dumbfounded. The fat man also blinked. He frowned, and shouted to the group of people playing cards behind him, whose Divine Jade Tablet fell to the ground. Louis? Sorry. Sorry, my. This thing always moves around by itself. The 6th prince, who was standing on a chair and playing mahjong with his brothers, slapped his forehead hard, walked over and took the tablet away, and put it back on the table to continue to use it to press the banknotes. Louis. Aoujua. Brother, and you just said, you are also the owner? Oh, 4th master, as a subordinate of the King of Nanhai, I often help him find the tablet, so it is very reasonable to subconsciously regard this tablet as the King of Nanhai tablet. Hee hee. But the story was not over yet. Just as the two of them were laughing, they saw several green lights running around on the ground in their peripheral vision. It seemed that the flashing of the 6th prince tablet had resonated with the other tablets, and they ran out of everyone's body. But the princes were also familiar with the route, and they waved their hands to call back the tablet that wanted to run away. But one tablet slipped out, and it was spinning around on the ground, and it couldn't find its owner. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man slowly walked over from his seat, bowed his head, and picked up the tablet. The king's? Oh, 4th master. As I said, I am a subordinate of the King of the South Sea, and I have his tablet on me, which is very... No need to say. You are a subordinate of the King of the South Sea. We all understand. The other princes came around the two. Louis, hee. Aoujua and the princes standing behind him. Hee. Chapter 701. There is nothing in Yun Kingdom that I cannot destroy. After laughing, Louis suddenly thought of something. He looked at the brothers around him, and finally his eyes fell on the 4th brother. However, why does the 4th master have 9 tablets? Call me 4th brother. Aoujua patted his hands, looking at the direction of Nanshanman. He said, not 9 but 12. 12? That right. After the death of the previous emperor, each of us has a Divine Jade Tablet. Little Abing has 1, we have 1, King Jinyuan has 1. And my uncle has 1 too. Therefore, the throne has not yet been truly inherited. Speaking of this, the 6th brother came to Louis's side, raised his eyebrows and said, that why rumors are spreading inside and outside the court. The 10th brother. Yes. The 3rd brother took a puff of his pipe and said, no matter whether those rumors are true or false, they are all slandering our AO family. Although we don't get along with the Holy Queen, we can't always smear our own family face. Louis suddenly realized that. It seems that those rumors are not all made up and spread by his brothers. There is a problem from the source, and rumors can't be stopped. So they don't need to make up those rumors that the enemy loses 1,000 and they lose 800. because the fact of the divine jade tablet is here. But who spread those rumors in the first place? And there seems to be a hidden pusher behind it. A red glass bottle flashed in Lewis's mind. So, old 10, including yours, there are a total of 12 tablets. Aojwa continued. Ahem. Not mine, but my master, the king of the South Sea. Lewis's whispered words were ignored by everyone. Aojwa looked at Lewis and said, You have inherited the throne of the 9 dragons, and you are qualified to inherit the throne. Therefore, each of us is obeying the will of heaven. This Yun kingdom will naturally be in chaos. Lewis was greatly disappointed. He thought this was the only thing, but it turned out to be a common thing. Every prince has one. What should we do with so many tablets? Lewis asked. The 5th prince, who was listening to opera and drinking tea at the table next to him, shook his head and took over the conversation. I took it with me when I went to court. What else can I do? In fact, although everyone knew that the princes had tablets, they brought them to court openly. This was a slap in the face in public. So the 5th prince was just talking nonsense. But Lewis was stunned after hearing it, and took it seriously. It seems that when he goes to court, he has to hold his thing. 10th brother, you have seen it too. All of us brothers, we have tablets, and no one obeys anyone else. Aojwa said, I am just a person temporarily elected by the brothers to make decisions. So if I say that I have a rebellious heart, how can I convince everyone? If someone says that I am a rebel, that is bullshit. If I am a rebel, all the princes in the world are rebels. But although there are 12 tablets, there is only one heavenly destiny dragon talisman. It is not in Ao Bing hand, but in the hands of the old uncle, said Aojwa. He believed that only the old uncle was qualified to be recognized by the heavenly destiny monument. Yes. The other brothers nodded and said. Otherwise, the Holy Queen would not want to kill the old uncle. Therefore, the heavenly destiny dragon talisman should be in the hands of the old uncle. The one who truly carries the destiny of heaven is also the old uncle. Amid the discussions of the brothers, Lewis's face turned pale. He thought there were 12 heavenly destiny dragon talismans. Fortunately, I didn't ask everyone about this matter quickly. Aojwa said, Dayun is now in trouble both internally and externally. It can't be in chaos anymore. We came this time, for the sake of our old uncle. And only our old uncle can convince the people. 10th brother, the demon queen said she wanted to discuss the matter of repairing the sky. Among the people inside and outside the court, some support borrowing souls to repair the sky and seek peace, and some do not support it. But supporting borrowing souls to repair the sky is like calling a deer a horse, which means supporting Ao Bing to usurp the old uncle position. Many people know this truth. And you can also see that there are more people on our side. Aojwa pointed to the nobles playing cards in the room, all of whom were leading troops. We hope that you will express your position with us in the court discussion in a few days, because you are the most important, Aojwa said solemnly. The kings couldn't help but look at Lewis. Lewis was ignored by everyone. Ahem. I will tell the king of Nanhai. Aojwa suddenly came to Lewis and whispered, 10th brother. To be honest, we have fallen into a trap this time. We thought that the Abyss Kingdom came here to intercept the Sun Kingdom defeated army. But those despicable foreigners were so bold that they dared to attack our troops. Lewis suddenly understood why the Holy Queen needed the Abyss Kingdom to help her quell the 8 Kings' rebellion. He suddenly recalled what Eunuch Lu said to him. The Abyss Kingdom had already caused trouble in the rear of the Sun Kingdom. So even if the 8 Kings did not come, the Sun Kingdom troops would leave soon. But the so-called troops that attacked the Sun Country were actually the real purpose of the Holy Queen, which was the armies of the 6 princes. Seeing that Lewis understood what everyone meant, the brothers' eyes turned red. They thought that after their soldiers drove away the enemies of the Sun Country, they would be able to come back immediately. But who knew that they were intercepted outside by the troops of the Abyss Country? The troops of the 6 princes could even defeat the invading enemy troops of the Sun Country. So they were naturally not afraid of the Abyss Country. But the troops of the Abyss Kingdom entangled the troops of the 6 kings outside at all costs. Therefore, the troops of Aojwa and others could not return for a while. What made Aojwa and others even more worried was that, in the original Lingwang's troops, only Wen Song and Sheng Qiong could return with some vanguards, and the main troops would return later than the troops of Aojwa and others. But now it seems that the main troops of Lingwang will return before everyone else. Aojwa knew that. This was the evil plan of the Holy Queen. She showed weakness on the surface, but she actually played an empty city trick on everyone. She tricked all the vassal kings to come here. and prepared to take them down in one fell swoop. At this point, it all depends on whether the King of the South Sea can give him the strength. He has become the most important bargaining chip, because his troops are coming. Among these troops, in addition to the elite troops that the King of the South Sea will bring into the city, there is also a group of main forces staying outside the East Heaven Gate. There are soldiers from the South Sea, monsters from the North Sea, and all soldiers from the East. They just fought a battle with the Sun Country in the Great Void. This army should not be underestimated. As long as the King of the South Sea says a word, breaking through the East Gate of Heaven and breaking into the city will not be a problem. So, the key lies in when the King of the South Sea's army will arrive. Marching has always been a confidential matter, especially since the King of the South Sea has no contact with the Cloud Country, and Lewis has no spies from the Cloud Country. So no one knows the situation of his army. But Lewis knows that Xiao Ao and Sister Moon will indeed bring a large army. Under normal circumstances, this large army will be at the gate of the East Gate of Heaven, putting pressure on the Holy Queen. So if this army wants to come in, it has to attack the East Tianmin. But he doesn't just have this army. He has other large armies in the South China Sea. They can airdrop into the city at any time through the secret passage of Tianhe. But Lewis didn't say that to everyone. He told everyone that his army had already set off. And if they speeded up the march now, they could arrive one day earlier than King Ling's army. And on this day, many things could happen. After learning the time, the kings were overjoyed. They started to make a noise. After a noise, the 6 brothers immediately pulled Lewis up, fanned him, served tea and water, and served the 10th brother. Aozhua believed that Lewis would definitely stand with him. After all, the King of the South Sea wanted to save his uncle, so there was no reason not to depose the Demon Queen. So they had long regarded Lewis as their own. They needed the 10th brother too much now. Not only did he have the ability to depose the queen, but he also had an extraordinary relationship with the Abyss Kingdom. After deposing the queen, he could keep the Abyss Kingdom neutral to ensure the stability of the overall situation. Don't be happy too soon. Lewis poured cold water on everyone. This East Gate is not so easy to attack. So I can't count on whether the troops can enter the city before King Ling. 10th brother, you can rest assured about this. The fastest prince said it directly. But halfway through, he was glared back by Aozhua. Well, to be honest, 10th brother, King Ling's South Gate is not so easy to enter either, Aozhua said meaningfully. Lewis looked at the nobles in the distance, and his heart was slightly moved. The nobles who came today should be only a small part. The kings must have a hidden card in their hands. So, even without their own troops, it is still unclear who will enter the Golden Palace first. The King of Ling or the 6 kings? Aozhua said, at this critical moment, I am afraid that the Holy Queen will not dare to let the King of Ling troops come in easily, so she may not order the King of Ling to enter the city. Therefore, if it is not necessary, it is better not to attack the East Gate of Heaven, so that both sides will stay outside the city, leaving a way out for us and the Holy Queen. Otherwise, if the armies of both sides enter the city at the same time, the people of Xiandu will be devastated. Lewis understood what Aozhua meant. Just like the Holy Queen could not completely trust King Ling. Although the 6 princes regarded him as a savior, they did not dare to trust him completely. But all this was useless, because his soldiers were airborne. Now it was not up to the 6 brothers to trust him or not. Just as Prince Duan said, Lewis is no longer a small overseas student, but a great prince who can influence the balance of the world. He could make the 8th prince depose the queen, or he could let the balance tip to the Holy Queen and deal with the other princes. Lewis fell into deep thought. The 6th prince could indeed pee in the same pot with him. They could not fake their support for their cousin, but they also had their own selfish motives. Their selfish motives had been completely aroused by a dark hand hidden in the dark. The dark hand and the 8th prince were using each other. As for the Holy Queen, she was dealing with the 8th prince and the dark hand. But whether she was good or evil was another matter. Was she doing her best for this crumbling building? Or was she performing the final madness for her own selfishness? I'm afraid only she knows. Besides herself, there is my cousin. Lewis feels that who will be supported in the end depends on my cousin. I came here to save him this time, so I naturally have to ask his opinion. In the past, I was always followed by my cousin, but now, it's my turn to follow him. This time, I will be a good nephew. I will kill whoever my uncle says is bullying me. It seems that meeting the Emperor has become inevitable. What a coincidence, after Empress Pen talked with the Holy Queen today, the Holy Queen also plans to meet you. And so does my cousin. Chapter 702, Do you want me to be Lord Wei? That night, after the gathering with the brothers did not intend to let Louis go back, as if they wanted to exchange feelings with this good brother. Louis also had this intention, plus he had puppets left in the palace, so he was not in a hurry to go back. So he attended the evening banquet, and accompanied the brothers well. By the way, he asked some questions, and learned about the military strength in their hands. Unlike the daytime, there were only 7 brothers at the banquet this evening, and there were no eunuchs serving beside them. Naturally, it was for free speech. Everyone did discuss a lot of things, and arranged the follow-up plan. After the business was over, Aozhua picked up the cup again. It was said that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, in order to communicate with his brothers, and to let everyone let down their guard. Louis naturally drank with everyone. Before he knew it, the day had dawned, and he drank until the afternoon of the next day. Seeing that the brothers were still unwilling to let him go, Louis said that he had been out for too long and was afraid that King Tan would suddenly come back and get suspicious. The brothers did not dare to let Louis miss the important event, so they let Louis leave first. Eighth you, did you get anything out of the 10th brother? Aozhua had heard that the king of the South Sea loved wine, and loved to speak the truth after drinking. So he specifically told the 8th brother, who never drank, to stay sober. Grandpa, I show you another one. Damn, this kid is really good at persuading people to drink. Looking at the brothers around him, who were drunk and staggering, Aozhua rubbed his aching forehead. But even I, who never got drunk, was drunk like this today. I think my 10th brother should be almost done. I have said what I should say. My 10th brother has said what he should say. Both sides are really honest with each other this time. As for some secrets that everyone has kept from both sides, that was after the queen was deposed. Who will help my cousin to supervise the country in the future? That will be a matter for later. Everyone knows it clearly. The meeting with the brothers can be regarded as letting the brothers put down their guard. After Louis returned home, he checked the narration records in the storybook, and then he felt relieved and slept soundly. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but he heard the sound of knocking on the window. Louis got up in a daze and opened the window, and found that it was Dongfeng who knocked on the window. Dongfeng saw that the boss had gotten up, and he didn't say anything. He yawned and pointed to the door, and went back to sleep. Looking for you, master. Louis looked to the side of the window, and saw a maid and a little eunuch holding clothes, carrying a hot water bucket, and a lantern standing at the door next to the window. He looked at the sky woodenly. The moon was still hanging in the sky. What happened in the middle of the night? The queen only asked us to change your clothes and take you there, the young eunuch said. Louis knew that he was going to be taken to see the emperor. But was it too late? He glanced at the time and found that it was not late, but too early. It was 3:30 in the morning. Rubbing his eyes, Louis hurriedly opened the door. After the young eunuch came in, the two of them quickly wiped Louis's face and washed his hair. After that, they helped Louis change his clothes. When he first saw the clothes, Louis thought they were good, like the ones worn by ministers. But when the maid put the hat on Louis, he was stunned. Isn't this the same kind of clothes worn by Lu Gongdong? After taking a closer look, Louis found that they were indeed eunuch clothes, and they were the ones worn in the palace, which were different from the clothes worn by the eunuchs in the palace. What does this mean? Why send a fake eunuch like me to the palace? A word flashed in Louis's mind, Shao Chunzi. After asking the eunuch and the maid, neither of them spoke, but they were busy dressing Louis. After talking for a while, Louis found out that the eunuch was deaf and only understood lip language. The maid was mute. After dressing up, the two of them said nothing and took Louis to a small alley outside the back door of the palace. There was a foreign horse carriage from the Abyss country parked in the alley. The driver was an old horseman who was dozing off. He didn't respond when people came to him. He looked like he was already blinded by old age. It seems that the ones who will take me to the palace today are this little deaf man, this little mute man, and an old driver with Parkinson's disease. Just when he was in a daze, the car window beside him was knocked twice. Louis looked up and looked inside, but found that the car window was dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. It should be a magic weapon. Why are you still standing there? Get in the car quickly, a woman in the car said. Louis recognized that it was his sister-in-law's voice, and he hurried around to the front of the car and got in. After getting in and sitting down, Louis found that the inside of the car looked just as small as the outside. It was the type of foreign carriage that was common in the Tsarist era. It could seat 4 people at most. However, the car window was interesting. You couldn't see inside clearly from the outside, but you could see outside clearly from the inside. Sister-in-law, why are you so mysterious? And you even let me wear the clothes of foreign Taoist priests? Sister-in-law glared at Louis and said, do you think the Holy Queen is so easy to see? Now the whole Yun kingdom is staring at you. We will arrive at the place in a while. You get off the car first. The eunuch will take you to the outer court to wait with the foreign Taoist priests. Sister-in-law said, remember, you are the translator arranged by the palace for the foreigners. You're coming here today, except you, I, the Holy Queen, must not let outsiders know. Louis's heart moved slightly. The queen should be on guard against the 8th prince. There should be spies of the 8th prince in the palace. Louis knew that the queen would probably go to the harem first, but he couldn't help asking, Queen, where are you going? It's none of your business. Don't sit opposite me and talk. You're drunk. Come here. I tell you something. Having just met the 6 brothers, Louis felt a little guilty. So he naturally didn't feel comfortable saying anything. But after sitting over, he found it a little crowded. Well, I had nothing to do last night, so I had some supper with Dongshi Nambe phone. Madam, this car is a little crowded. How about you move to the side? After hearing what Louis said, Madam suddenly stood up to make room for Louis. As a result, when Louis sat down, the car suddenly shook, and Madam almost fell. Louis hurriedly helped her. But who knew that the queen would sit on Louis's lap? Louis was stunned, and couldn't help but give the queen a look. What do you mean? The queen gave Louis a look back. The car is too small, let's squeeze in. Louis, then what are you doing now? You especially let me ride with you, you don't want to get on with me. Right? Queen, the car is too shaky, I can't sit steadily. As a result, it swayed all the way. On the other side, the Monument of Destiny. In front of the water mirror, a beautiful woman dressed as a palace maid, a eunuch with a whisk, and a bald old man with a crooked mouth are staring blankly at a small foreign car in the picture. The car was shaking, and the 2 people inside were also shaken all over the place. The woman's face darkened a little, and then reddened a little. She reached out and moved the water mirror, wanting the water mirror to only show the man's face. But the picture was moving, and it became more and more unbearable. What was even more shameless was that there were many ministers on the road. But the 2 people inside not only did not restrain themselves, but excitedly leaned on the car window and made faces at the crowd outside. The bald old man with a crooked mouth covered his eyes fiercely. A woman with a -1-1-1 favorability rating constantly appeared above her head. Uncle, is this man your adopted son? The bald old man with a crooked mouth did not answer directly, but pointed at the woman in the water mirror with a dark face. Is that woman his sister-in-law? Yes. The woman said with an ugly face. She asked, do you know that man? No. The bald old man with a crooked mouth said nothing, turned his head and merged with the divine monument, and went back to sleep. Who the hell knows this pair of dogs and bitches? Seeing the old uncle say this, Holy Queen and Eunuch Lu looked at each other in disappointment. It seems that they are not. Chapter 703 I protect you. Even the King of Heaven can't touch you. Go Xiao Chunzi, remember? Don't walk around the palace. At noon, someone will come to pick you up. The queen looked at the tall and handsome eunuch outside the car window, wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, then let down the curtain and left. I obey your command. Louis bowed and watched the rickshaw leave, then he pulled up his trousers and glanced at the sky. It was just getting light. Damn it, he summoned me at noon, but he asked me to wait outside Jianfu Gate early in the morning. But where is this? Looking at the red wall and the rows of high towers in the distance, Louis scratched his head, a little confused. The envoy of the Abyss Kingdom is waiting in a small building outside Jianfu Gate, and I should have been sent by the queen to the place where the eunuchs were on duty inside Jianfu Gate, and mixed in with the eunuchs. Then when the palace opened, I went to meet the envoys with several eunuchs. The other eunuchs were mainly responsible for teaching the foreign envoys etiquette, explaining some things, and rehearsing. I was the translator between the 2 sides. Regarding this matter, the queen and Louis were not worried. With Louis' methods, it would be no problem to make the eunuchs in the entire palace think that Louis was an acquaintance. Not to mention the eunuchs who accompanied him. The same was true for the envoys of the Abyss Kingdom. As long as Louis didn't want them to recognize him, they wouldn't recognize him. Even if they did, it would be fine. As for the Holy Queen, She knew Louis would come today, but she just didn't want the spies of the 8 kings to know. So after the envoys had met the Holy King and left, the Holy Queen and the Queen would naturally keep Zhao Chunzi to talk about the envoys from the Abyss. As for whether the envoys they were talking about were from the Abyss or the South China Sea, it was unknown to outsiders. Therefore, Louis only had to blend in with the crowd to meet the Holy Queen. But the key point was that the car that the Queen chose today was a bit too shaky. And it was also very early. So it took a lot of detours. Didn't go directly to Jianfu Gate. Originally, the Queen planned to send Louis off, but it was already dawn, and there were more people on the road. Thinking that others would feel strange seeing a eunuch get out of her car, and that this place was not far from Jianfu Gate, the Queen kicked Louis out of the car. At this time, a female official passed by with the palace maids. The female official seemed to have a high status in the palace, and it seemed that the female official was in a bad mood today. So the eunuchs and palace maids, who saw her on the road, were very cautious. But after seeing Louis, the female official cold face warmed up, and she took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Grandpa, why aren't you at the Emperor today?" It seems that the female official treated Louis as a big man in her memory who didn't exist. Louis knew that this was the effect of his magic. Anyone who saw him would match him with some characters in his memory. He didn't know who this grandpa the female official was talking about. But it didn't prevent Louis from dealing with her. After a few small talk, Louis learned that the little emperor ran away crying in the middle of the morning court today, leaving Prince Tan alone in the palace to deal with ministers and kings. Louis was amused by the maid words. The maid was hinting that he should go and accompany the emperor. How could he have the leisure to play with a little kid? He had to go to Jianfu Gate to chat with the foreign Taoist priests. But didn't the Holy Queen attend the court today? Louis's words had a big loophole. After all, as a big shot in the palace, how could he not know what the Holy Queen did today? But the maidservant thought it was reasonable. Even if Louis said that the Holy Queen was sleeping in his bed, the maidservant would find a reasonable explanation to help Louis justify himself. "Grandpa, you are really a forgetful person. The Holy Queen did not attend the court today. Maybe she went to visit the god at the Heavenly Mandate Monument again." Louis's eyes moved slightly. He asked about the location of the Heavenly Mandate Monument, but the maid said they didn't know. They only knew that it was in the palace, but they didn't know how to get there. "Or you should go and find the emperor. He knows everything about you." The maid mentioned the emperor again, implying that Louis should go to the emperor. It seems that in the maid mind, Louis is the emperor's most reliable thigh. Now that the emperor has encountered problems, the thigh should naturally go to the emperor and be hugged by the emperor. Under the repeated hints of the female official, Louis changed his mind. Looking at the sky, it is still several hours before noon. I might as well try my luck to chat with the foreigners of the Abyss country. If I really meet the little emperor and ask about the location of the monument, it will be like winning the lottery. However, the little emperor is blessed by destiny, and my magic may not work on him. If we really meet, it will be exposed. Seeing that he is going to discuss business with the Holy Queen, it may have some bad influence. After hesitating for a while, Louis decided to walk around the palace. After all, the opportunity to go to the monument is rare, and he doesn't know if he can reach an agreement with the Holy Queen to meet his cousin. If he misses this opportunity, it will be a pity. It's a matter of luck. Louis was completely in the dark in the huge palace. He didn't know where the Heavenly Destiny Monument was, nor where the little emperor was, so he could only visit the important places. He didn't feel the suspected hidden area of the Heavenly Destiny Monument until he visited a certain temple of heaven. He met many acquaintances on the way, but they all said that the emperor went back to sleep, as expected of the descendants of the Star Realm Wandering Dragon. I can't even see the magic of hiding the monument. After strolling around the temple of heaven, Louis walked down the steps and prepared to leave. "Hey, the scenery is pretty good." "Huh?" At the corner below the steps, Louis saw another familiar face. This familiar face was indeed a familiar face. The son of the princess, the little kid who served as a reading companion for the emperor. However, he did not accompany the emperor to study today, but squatted there playing with stones alone. His figure was lonely and looked very pitiful. But the child was quite sensible. After seeing Louis, he was stunned for a moment, and then he called him uncle. Louis didn't know the rules of the palace, and he didn't know that the emperor book companions were not allowed to wander around the palace. He thought that such a small child could wander around like the eunuchs. After wandering for so long, It was not easy to meet acquaintances. In addition, the child was very well behaved and dressed like a little adult, which made people like him at first sight. Louis's mood naturally became very good. He sat on the steps with a smile, looked at what the child was drawing on the ground, and found that the child was playing some kind of game with himself. "Why are you playing here alone?" "I can't sleep," the child said, as he drew on the ground with stones. A closer look revealed that there were 2 tear marks on his dirty little face. It seemed that he had just cried. Louis couldn't help but laugh. The little emperor was bullied, and he took his anger out on his cousin, who was his book boy. Speaking of it, this pair of brothers were tied together, and it was not easy for them. One became an emperor at such a young age, and the other started working in the palace at such a young age. Neither job is easy, so how can you not be angry? Alas, being a carefree prince is the most comfortable. "Where is your mother?" The child pointed to the temple of heaven behind him. After saying that, he saw that Louis's face was not right. The child added, "She went with the Holy Queen?" Louis was stunned, and then his heart moved slightly. He found out where the Heavenly Destiny Monument was. It is rumored that the princess is a die-hard supporter of the Holy Queen, and it seems to be true. If the Holy Queen encounters a disaster, the princess family will probably be regarded as traitors, and will not be able to escape the disaster. Louis couldn't help but think of the woman who looked weak, but was loyal, brave, and chivalrous. Taking out his handkerchief, Louis wiped the child's face. "Didn't you say that you would stand tall and proud when you grow up? You would create a new world for your mother? A man who stands tall and proud can't just give up easily." "But uncle, I can't wait until I grow up to protect my mother," the nephew cried out. "They want to kill my mother." "Who said that?" "No one said it, but I know it. Uncle, I'm so scared. I'm scared that my mother won't see me grow up." "Yes, we all grew up from grandchildren. No matter how tough we become when we grow up, we need someone to protect us when we are young." Louis stood up, with his hands behind his back, looking at the golden palace in the distance. He didn't know whether the palace or the court was bullying the mother and son, nor did he know how many people there were in Yun country, how many gods and demons were bullying them. But what does it matter? Don't be afraid, Uncle is here to protect you today. Do you still remember what Uncle said to you? The child raised his head in a daze, seemingly unable to remember. "With me protecting you, even the King of Heaven can't touch you." Louis's words were so arrogant, but in the eyes of the third master, it was different. At this moment, he stared at the tall figure in front of him, feeling that he was the King of Heaven who could support him. And Lushan must be his uncle. He told him in the imperial edict, saying that he hoped he would come earlier, and his mother, and he were looking forward to him, and he did come early. He also replied to me, he had said what he would say today long ago, he had said it before he came to Yun country. He told me not to be afraid, and to stay in the palace, because the bad guys around me would not last for many days. After he came, he would pick out the bad guys around him one by one and kill them, and bring peace to Yun country. Chapter 704. Tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. Under the comfort of the emperor uncle, Ao Shaosan burst into laughter, and obediently took the handkerchief and wiped his face. At this time, there was a sound of light footsteps behind Louis. He turned around and said with a smile, "Eunuch Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you very much. It's rare that Master Ensure still cares about our family." Eunuch Lu smiled, hugged the young master, and planned to take the master back to sleep. He whispered to Louis, "Master Ensure, my master doesn't want to see you. However, if you insist on going in, this old servant can't stop you." As he said that, Eunuch Lu looked back at the temple of heaven, and then took his master away. Louis said nothing. He already knew where the Heavenly Mandate Monument was. The Heavenly Mandate Monument was not hidden in the palace, nor was it hidden on the temple of heaven. It was not even hidden at all. It was right under his feet. The heaven and earth of the entire Yun kingdom was the Heavenly Mandate Monument. But only a few people, such as the Holy Queen, could communicate with the monument through the medium of the temple of heaven. Louis closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, the surrounding environment had changed. In an instant, he was like a giant looking down at the earth, and the whole world seemed to be under Louis's feet. This world is not flat, but a curved hemisphere. Most of the area is covered by lakes. There are 18 small streams in the lakes, which cut many rivers in the middle of the lake. However, these streams are of different heights. They are spread flat on this hemisphere, which makes the water between the streams flow like waterfalls. In Louis's eyes, the streams and waterfalls at this time are like a fountain with 18 water curtains in the center of the garden. Or a water tree, the 18 streams are branches on the tree, and the waterfalls that keep flowing down from the branches look like 18 treetops on 18 branches. Louis' hand passed over the water curtain falling from a treetop of the water tree. Randomly, golden words appeared on the water curtain. Stepping back a few steps, the full picture of the water tree was revealed to Louis. This is the Heavenly Destiny Monument. And the words jumping on the water walls are the words on the Heavenly Destiny Monument. Louis stared at the words. He combined the many words with his powerful will. Then, the words on the water walls were combined into pictures, showing the various aspects of the world. The water walls looked like water mirrors playing movies. Do you really have to take a look? The woman's voice sounded behind him. Louis did not turn around. He opened his eyes and said to the woman beside him, "You have to see its true appearance." Louis at this moment was in the starry sky. He was still standing on the temple of heaven, as if he had never moved. But the temple of heaven was surrounded by clouds and mist. And a closer look revealed that there was a bottomless abyss beyond the clouds and mist at the edge of the temple of heaven. There was also a tall temple in the center of the temple of heaven, and a jade tablet was enshrined in the temple. If the scenes Louis had seen before were the concrete entities of the Cloud Kingdom and the Heavenly Destiny Monument, then the current temple and jade tablet were the conceptualized Cloud Kingdom and the Divine Monument. It seemed that Louis had come to the real holy land of the Great Cloud Kingdom, because this temple represents the Yun Kingdom, and what the temple enshrines is the altar of the Great Yun Kingdom. The Divine Monument is the cornerstone of the Great Yun Kingdom, and it is the altar of the Great Yun Kingdom. It is the divine object of the Great Yun Kingdom to suppress the abyss and protect the people. But now it is missing a corner, and the remaining piece is now full of cracks. The temple that enshrines the Divine Monument represents the court of the Great Yun Kingdom, but its situation is not much better than that of the Divine Monument. Its appearance is very gorgeous. Louis can vaguely see its former glory from this temple. But if you look closely, you will find that this temple has tilted. If someone were to carefully repair this temple, they would find that its internal beams, pillars, and steps were all rotten, and there were even many leaks inside the pavilion. There was no doubt that there must be many termites and rats in the building. A strong wind blew, stirring the fog around the temple, and Louis heard it creaking and shaking slightly in the wind. Louis even suspected that if he pushed it hard, the temple would collapse. See? It about to collapse. The woman put down the bricks and tiles in her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her elbow, and looked at the crumbling building in front of her. She sighed deeply, and said to an old farmer with a crooked mouth who was repairing the roof of the temple, "Uncle, take a break. Someone is here to see you." The old farmer with a crooked mouth ignored his daughter-in-law words, and worked hard to repair the building. The daughter-in-law saw the scene, and didn't say anything, and continued to repair the temple with her father-in-law. But this father-in-law and daughter-in-law are very interesting. There are obviously many termites and rats on the pillars of the temple, but they don't catch them. Maybe there are too many. They can't catch them all. So they turn a blind eye to the rats crawling around, and just concentrate on repairing the house. It can be said to be repairing, but it not repaired well. They tear down the wall on the left, and then repair the pavilion on the right. How can this be a good house? It just robbing Peter to repair Paul. Perhaps this temple can't be repaired at all, because it's too old. The interior is already rotten, and the main materials such as the pillars can't be replaced. How can it be repaired? But if the repairs are stopped, it will be collapsed by the termites and mice inside, and it can only be maintained like this. Louis is like a neighbor who is watching the fun, looking around in the temple, and not helping. They are a little angry. The princess put down the things in her hands, pointed to the jade tablet in the temple and said, "You must come to see it. After seeing it today, you can return to your Bahai kingdom." After that, the woman dressed as a peasant woman picked up the shoulder pole and flew to the sky to collect clouds. After she collected those clouds, they could actually turn into bricks and tiles. However, no matter how many bricks and tiles there were, they were just small materials. At most, they could slightly fill the holes in the roof, but they could not prevent the collapse of the house. Moreover, her actions were no match for the wind and rain in the sky. The sky seemed to have a big hole, which made the wind and rain stronger and stronger. The clouds that can be collected are becoming less and less. In fact, if there is no wind and rain, then as long as we find some good pillars to replace, and then slowly repair this big house, it can still be stable. But seeing that the storm is coming, the speed of repair is not as fast as the rain. So if the sky is not repaired, the building will definitely collapse in the storm. Louis suddenly realized that everyone was clamoring to repair the sky. After the sky is repaired, the temple can be repaired slowly. But patching the sky is only a temporary solution. I don't think this house can be repaired. It better to tear it down and rebuild it, Louis muttered softly. Then he felt a murderous gaze. He looked up and found that his cousin was staring at him. There were 2 words in his eyes: if you dare to move, I will kill you. Ahem. Louis shrank his neck and went for a walk somewhere else. On the way, Louis met the woman who came back from Cayenne and asked curiously, Princess, where is the Holy Queen? You two are the only ones busy here? Louis's words made the princess' face look interesting. She looked at Louis with a strange expression, turned around and went back to work. Her eyes looked like she was looking at a fool. But it not Louis's fault. People say that children speak without restraint, and they always tell the truth. The little kid said outside that his mother came here with Sheng Tian, so Louis naturally believed it. Chapter 705. You are cheap. No one paid any attention to Louis. But Louis was strolling around happily. This temple is like a tower, divided into 9 floors, but each floor is not closed. There are 4 large pillars on the edge of the building, and there are spiral staircases on the 4 pillars. After reaching the top floor, the 4 pillars are connected together. In the center of the temple is the jade stele, which is located on the 1st floor, and the top is on the 9th floor. After walking around twice, Louis came to the center of the 1st floor of the temple. He found that there were many dragon statues entwined on the 4 columns and the monument. There were also many dragon statues on the ground. These dragons looked varied, and some even had many heads. However, no matter what these dragon statues looked like, or what they were entwined with, they were all looking up at the sky. Looking carefully, Louis found that there were a few incense sticks in front of a dragon. After thinking for a while, Louis found that these dragon statues should be the ancestors of the little emperor. After their death, the statues were placed here to guard the monument, which was considered to be loyal to their duties. However, although these dragon beast statues look lifelike, they are incomplete, just like the monument and the temple. The ancestors of the Yuan Kingdom royal family are either missing arms or legs, or they are headless. It is really sad to see. After watching for a while, Louis patted the jade monument that was about to break, raised his eyebrows and said, I figured it out. The sacred jade tablet is the fragment of the Tianming monument. As he said that, Louis looked up at the crooked-mouthed old farmer who was repairing the house upstairs. But this jade monument is so hard. Who broke it? Humph. The crooked-mouthed mason snorted and didn't answer. He seemed to be still thinking about the bad things his nephew and his daughter-in-law did in the car. And he didn't want to bother with this beast who brought disgrace to the family. Louis looked up at the sky and found that the princess was still picking clouds in the distance. So he stopped pretending and asked his cousin, was it your old enemy who did it? Or was it the pet we used to raise? Then they reforged the fragments into a divine jade tablet and spread it to the human world, causing chaos in the world? Louis guessed 70% to 80% right. It was not that the emperor had obtained the throne illegitimately, but the world was reshuffled because of the shattering of the divine tablet. Louis suddenly realized, if the divine tablet of destiny belonged to the Yuan Kingdom, then once it was cracked, it meant that the country was in chaos. All the kings naturally had the qualifications to reappear on the throne. So some people with ulterior motives did not need to personally pass the divine jade tablet to certain people, they just needed to let them find their masters themselves. The same was true for the dragon talisman of destiny. The little emperor was no longer stable in his position, and could no longer control it. So it slipped from the hands of the young emperor. There is a destiny in the dark. There are many heroes in this world who have the opportunity to compete for the throne. And there are many who are stronger than Uncle Lu. But Tianming Longfu believes that he is the one with the best chance. So it ran into his hands. As for those rumors that the emperor throne was not legitimate, they are secondary. The real essence is that the world is in chaos. If this chaos is not quelled, even if the young emperor is the legitimate one, he will be held hostage to control the princes. After a pause, Louis raised his eyebrows and teased the crooked-mouthed mason at the hole in the roof. Uncle, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but none of your children and grandchildren are good at dealing with people. The worst one is standing right here. The crooked-mouthed farmer glared at his nephew and was so angry that he started smoking on the roof. Seeing his cousin look, Louis couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the hole in the sky and said to his cousin, stop talking nonsense. Uncle, tell me, how should this building be repaired, and how should the sky be mended? Oh, you are so arrogant. The cousin wrapped up his pipe, pointed to the broken monument, and said, "Repair the monument, and you won't have to worry about the sky falling. Including yours, my granddaughter-in-law has 3 pieces in her hand. Can you get the remaining 9 pieces back within 7 days? Uncle, one of the 9 pieces is in the hands of King Jinyuan. Even if I kill all 8 vassal kings of Yun Kingdom, I still need King Jinyuan. 7 days for a place so far from the abyss? Isn't this asking too much? Then you can sacrifice yourself." The uncle stared, and said with his pipe at the temple under his feet, "Cut off your arms and legs, and the building will have support. I estimate that it can support another 3,000 years. After that," the uncle pointed to the sky again, "cut off your head and melt it, and the sky will have materials to fill it. I estimate that it can support another 3,000 years. Hearing this, Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. "Seeing that I am slacking off, you come up with another bad idea? Why don't you cut your own?" The old cousin took 2 puffs of welding smoke, and said, "Then I have to do it." Louis couldn't help but open his mouth and was stunned. Is the old cousin serious? What the 8th king said is really right. Is the old cousin here to do this? Isn't this suicide? The body will stay in the North Sea Kingdom to block the land, and then cut off the 9 heads and 4 legs to repair the sky and support the house. Can you still live? The old cousin took a puff of welding smoke and didn't answer. Louis looked at the woman who was passing by with a load on her shoulder and asked, "Can the old uncle still live?" The woman did not answer. She put down the carrying pole, soaked the towel, and wiped a broken dragon statue looking up at the sky. It was the statue of Zanjia. "This is the fate of our Ao family." Looking at the broken statue, Louis was silent. He thought of Mingyu, Jinyuan, Zanjia, Longchao, the previous emperor, and the successive emperors. This world has always been fragmented. For tens of thousands of years, the gods of Yunhui used their bodies to repair the sky and block the earth. They merged with this fragmented world. Leaving his body forever in the cracks also made this fragmented world complete again. This is the real God. These pioneers who created the world and left a bright road for future generations are the real God. Maybe there is another way. Louis looked at the big hole in the sky and said, "Collect the fragments in the hands of the 8 kings, and roughly fill the sky supporting divine jade, and then use the dragon talisman to cover the sky, and block the next storm. Perhaps, this jade, and the building can withstand it." After that, Louis's eyes fell on the old man, with a crooked mouth and bald head. And he bowed and said, "This method doesn't work. It's not too late for God to try again." Humph. Glory. Just talk. The old man, with a crooked mouth and bald head, rapped his pipe, and dared to provoke, "My grandchildren combined. Even I can't handle it. So you should put away your big words. Say this in front of them? See if they don't beat you to a pulp." Louis snorted and said, "God, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just prepare to save your life and compete with your old enemy. Princess, please tell the Holy Queen for me that I, Unlushan, will take care of the affairs of Yun Kingdom." After saying that, Louis left without looking back. The crooked-mouthed old man smoked welding smoke without saying a word. The woman beside him sighed as she looked at Unlushan back. He decided to take care of Yunhua affairs? He is really arrogant. Indeed, this kid has some ability. Even I am like a swaddled baby in front of him. He can be called the best in the world. But who can he deal with alone? Let alone the 8th king. Even if the king of the South Sea is taken out alone, it will be enough for this kid to drink a pot. So, no one can take care of the affairs of Yun Kingdom. I have already lost. If there is anyone in the world who is most reluctant to see the death of the emperor uncle, it is undoubtedly me. In terms of love, the emperor uncle protected me and my son in the most difficult time, like my father. In terms of public affairs, the last god is about to fall before the decisive battle with the Sun Kingdom, so the future will definitely be more difficult. Originally, I was planning to trick the 9th prince into the city, and to use the method that Unlushan said, so that Yun Kingdom can survive until the day of the decisive battle. But he did not expect that the king of the South Sea, who seemed to be the weakest among the 9 kings, was the one who hid the deepest. He did not know whether the power of the king of the South Sea was really as Li Shirlang said. With thousands of gods, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, and countless earthly immortals. But the foreign soldiers that the king of the South Sea had raised in the east were enough to tip the balance. Seeing that the army of the 8th king could not return in time, the army of the king of the South Sea was about to arrive at the East Heaven Gate in 3 days. Even if he could not capture the East Heaven Gate within 1 day, as long as the army was at the gates of the city, he could not touch the 8th king. The only thing I can do is to help my cousin repair the sky before I am crippled. Yue, go back early. Let's stop here today. The old man with a crooked mouth saw that Louis had already walked out of here, and threw away the bricks and tiles in his hand. There was no longer the look of concentration on repairing the house as before. Uncle, you are not going to work today? No. I won't work tomorrow either. The rest of the work. Wait for my nephew to come back, and let him do it. The old man smiled crookedly, stretched his body, and went back to sleep. But the Holy Queen sighed again. My cousin was too easy to trust people. These 9 princes all pretended to be gods, and said they would help him repair the sky. He believed every one of them. But none of these guys were good people, including the Ling Wang. Since the confidant she had placed beside the Ling Wang secretly discovered the superstition of the Ling Wang and other vassal kings, the Holy Queen now believed no one. Now, the vassal king she originally trusted the most was a liar. What about the thief king who had hidden his strength and secretly served as a running dog for the sun god? The demon emperor had no reason to lie to himself. After all, those bugs in the Abyss country were waiting for him to lead them to quell the chaos, and then send people to clear them out. Moreover, there were some rumors about this matter in the Sun country. Being a male secretary for the sun god, this pervert would do anything ridiculous for a woman. So despicable. Chapter 706, Enemy at the Gate. After leaving the Temple of Heaven, Louis went to Jianfu Gate. But when he arrived at Jianfu Gate, he found that the envoys of the Abyss Kingdom had all left. But inside and outside Jianfu Gate, there were many armored dragon guards, and eunuchs coming in and out. Several groups of people were mixed together, looking chaotic. I don't know what happened. Louis grabbed a passing eunuch and asked about the situation. Grandpa, just now, there was a sudden news from the East Sea, saying that the fleet of the King of the South Sea had passed the North Sea Kingdom, and would arrive at the East Heaven Gate in the next 2 days. The King of the South Sea came suddenly and silently. So now the palace is busy inside and outside. I guess the court meeting will be moved up. The eunuch looked at the guards on the high wall, who were ready to face the enemy, sighed and said, Grandpa, if you need to leave the palace, you must hurry back. After tonight, it will be difficult to enter and leave. Well, you all know that I am coming? The news is very accurate. After muttering, Louis asked again, where are the foreigners from the Abyss Kingdom? Grandpa, you asked the right person. We just brought those foreigners in. Just now. After we passed the news that the King of the South China Sea was coming to the Holy Queen, the Queen let the envoys of the Abyss Kingdom go there in advance. They are probably going to discuss the matter of the King of the South China Sea. After a pause, the eunuch looked at Louis and said, Grandpa, now the Emperor and the Queen are both anxious about this matter. Do you want to accompany them? No, you go and do your work. If you see Madame Pan, tell her that Lushan has left the city, and I have something to do at Dongshanmen. I won't chat with you anymore. Grandpa, are you going to Dongshanmen? I want to go too, it on the way. Not on the way, get out. After sending the eunuchs away, Louis sent a message to the east, west, south, north and north winds. Then, he looked in the direction of the palace, turned around and left here, heading towards Dongshanmen. Originally, he planned to leave after meeting the Holy Queen today, but now there is no need to meet. Let meet in the court meeting. The next day, Dong Tiangwen. The magnificent city gate was vaguely floating above the clouds in the sky, and below the clouds was an extremely wide underwater waterfall. This waterfall seems to divide the sea into 2 parts, and the edge is invisible. At the edge of the abyss, a gray mountain range hidden in the seawater can be seen faintly. But strangely, the mountain range under the sea's surface is full of branches and leaves. It is rumored that there is a sky-reaching divine vine growing on the edge of the world. When it rises, it will be like a mountain rising from the sea. The branches and leaves of the divine vine will also stretch out as the divine vine rises. At that time, the seawater will rise together with the divine vine and its branches and leaves, forming a river leading to the kingdom of clouds between the sky and the sea. Judging from this gray mountain range hidden under the sea, it should be the sacred vine, or in other words, a dam gate built by the people of Yun. In the past, if an envoy from the east wanted to move forward after arriving at the edge of this world, he could not directly cross the sea abyss, nor could he approach the East Heaven Gate. No matter how he flew, the East Heaven Gate in the clouds would be as unattainable as a mirage. Unless the sacred vine rises, the world of Yun will not be connected to the world of the East. The divine vine today obviously did not rise, but deliberately fell into the water. The troops guarding the Dantian Pass in the clouds were several times more than usual. Looking around, there were countless flags and armor in the clouds. They shone with golden light in the morning light, covering the clouds in the sky with a layer of gold. There is no doubt that even a fly cannot fly over the Dantian Pass today. But the star Qingqiong, who was ordered to guard the Dantian Gate, had a very solemn expression. As the most famous star in the heaven, who now stands on the side of the Holy Queen, Qingqiong can be said to have seen great storms and waves. Even King Ling said that he had the appearance of Wensong and Qingqiong. If this star had not been ordered to guard the East Heaven Gate, he would have been able to fight Huaqiong that day. But today, he was a little out of control. No wonder. There were too many people entering the city first today. Quietly, on the sea's surface below the clouds, in the air, there were densely packed large ships. And occasionally, there would be a flash of purple light on those large ships. Qingqiong knew that it was the purple cannon on the fleet of the King of the South Sea, also known as the Purple Thunder Disaster. King Tan secretly bought some of these Purple Thunder tribulations from the King of the South Sea through foreigners a few days ago. It is said that the King of the South Sea invented them and asked foreign Taoists to make them. They are specially used to deal with various gods and demons. When King Tan inspected the situation at Dongshanmen a few days ago, he installed these things on the cloud boat and tried them out. Qingqiong also saw its power with his own eyes. Purple Thunder tribulations is indeed not exaggerated. If an ordinary earth immortal is hit by such a thing, he will lose half his life if he does not die. Even Qingqiong, who had survived the catastrophe, had to admit after trying a few shots that resisting this thing was like surviving the catastrophe. Before, Li Shirlang had vowed that this thing was difficult to make. The King of the South Sea only had a few dozen Purple Thunder catastrophes at most. And they hit his flagship. It was just bullshit. Qingqiong wanted to go back and chop Li Shirlang up. Look at the sea. How many of these things are there? If the King of the South Sea only has this thing installed on his flagship, then he has at least thousands of flagships. What made Qingqiong even more worried was that, in addition to the large ships on the sea, the sky was also filled with dark clouds. It was simply filled with demonic energy. Now the clouds on the East Tianmen side and the East Tianmen side were clearly divided. Half were golden clouds, and half were black clouds. In the rolling dark clouds in the distance, countless flags appeared. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which of the clouds were demons from the North Sea Kingdom, which were foreign Taoist priests from the East, which were the heavenly soldiers and generals of the King of the South Sea, and which were the descendants of the dragon nest. But perhaps it makes no difference, because Qingqiong has already seen the nine-headed evil dragon embroidered on those flags. No need to think about it. The fleet of the King of the South Sea passed by the North Sea Kingdom before, which is where they went to get soldiers. Sir, the King of the South Sea has retreated another 30 miles, and their messengers are urging us again. Should we put down the divine vine? Have we retreated 30 miles already? How could there be so many ships and heavenly soldiers in the east? Looking at the still magnificent fleet on the sea, Qingqiong's face became more solemn. The other side has now retreated 3 steps according to Qingqiong's instructions. It is 90 miles away from Dongshanmen. In other words, the ships and heavenly soldiers seen now are a small part of the Nanhai King troops at the forefront. It seems that the million-strong army reported by the spies before is not a lie. Among the 8 kings, only King Tan is on the side of the court. Judging from the current strength of Yunhua to defend the city, if the divine vine is pulled up, this Dongshanmen may not last for 3 days. No, not to mention Dongshanmen. With the strength of Nanhai King, even the Abyss Kingdom has to retreat 3 steps. It is enough to compete with the Sun Kingdom. But in fact, how can Louis have so many soldiers now? What more, his real elite troops are entering the city from Tianhe. Unfortunately, no one can tell the people of Dongshanmen. When the people in the court get the news, they will probably be shocked. I don't know how the Queen of Heaven will react. Chapter 707 Look. Isn't this a million-strong army? Nanhai King Fleet, flagship. My lord, the demons have retreated 90 miles away. A demon from the North Sea dressed as a heavenly soldier flew from the sky, knelt on one knee and reported to the Nanhai King at the bow. The Jinghai King on the side continued, My lord, this position is just right. The people at the city gate cannot see our real number. However, if we retreat further, the people at the city gate will not be able to see our flags. In fact, there are not many troops here today. It was basically all Louis' words. There are less than 30,000 real soldiers. And there are only 30,000 soldiers from the North Sea. After all, the North Sea still needs to guard the abyss. At this unpredictable time, Louis dared not bring all the soldiers from the North Sea. My cousin is not in the North Sea. If someone steals my house, it will be a lot of fun. What more? Louis's real elites are all in Tianhe, so there are not many real ships on the sea. But in the eyes of the defenders of the city gate, the million-strong army is real. But this is not because the wizard's magic is good enough, because even if these magics can hide the heavenly soldiers and generals, they can't hide the 8 people and the Holy Queen of Heaven who have the divine jade tablet in their hands. The Heavenly Destiny Monument can see the real information. As an extension of the divine tablet, the tablet can naturally check some things. However, the princes and nobles in the court today may have made a mistake because, when Louis was strolling in the temple and taking pictures of the divine tablet before, he secretly did something in the Heavenly Destiny Monument. So, standing outside the city today are millions of troops. Send someone to go and knock on the gate again. After making the arrangements, Louis picked up the divine jade tablet and wrote something on it with a pen. Today, in addition to playing the empty ship trick and sneaking through Qinsong, he also had to show off his power to the soldiers guarding the city at Dongshanmen and make this play look real. Then the princes and nobles in Yunhua will see what kind of strength they have. On the other side, just as Qingqiong was struggling with how to only allow the envoys of the King of the South Sea to enter the city, the ships on the sea suddenly lit up with white protective magic arrays and rose into the air. Then, the sea surface, which was originally calm due to the power of Dongshanmen, suddenly became turbulent. The calm sea suddenly became turbulent, and countless huge waves were like mountains rising and falling on the sea. Then, the clouds began to roll continuously, and the wind blew violently, blowing off many flags on the city. Then, Qingqiong and the defenders faced the strong wind and saw a golden horizon rising gradually on the distant sea level. At the same time, above the abyss of the sea below the east gate of heaven, a gray mountain range gradually rose. Who is it? Who opened the magic circle and pulled up the sacred vine? Qingqiong's first reaction was that there was a traitor. So without waiting for his subordinates to answer, he opened the magic form in the angry man. Immediately, his body grew in the wind and turned into a golden giant spirit. The vast city wall on the east gate of heaven was like a large basin in the arms of this golden giant spirit. He is worthy of being the star of this Yun kingdom. If Moto, who appeared in the demon-subduing city that year, saw him, he would have to be as if he was facing a great enemy and be very careful. After Qingqiong lifted up his body, he stretched out his hand to press the god vine, as if he wanted to press the god vine down. The god vine, which was like a vast mountain range, looked much larger than his body. But Qingqiong seemed to have the power to move mountains. He pressed the god vine so hard that it creaked, as if it was about to break. But the strange thing was that under this huge force, the god vine did not fall but rose instead. It just paused for a moment, and then slowly rose towards the clouds. In shock and anger, Qingqiong felt that the power of the god vine was getting stronger and stronger, as if it had the power to hold up the sky. Then, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a golden giant under the god vine, holding up the god vine. The golden giant had scales on it, like a huge monster snake. Suddenly, Qingqiong realized something. He raised his head in a daze, looked at the sky above his head, and saw 2 dragon eyes like the sun in the clouds, frowning at him. It turned out that the golden monster snake that looked like a mountain range was the tail of the dragon god. The golden horizon in the distance before was the wings of God that he spread out when he just rose. The horns on the head of this dragon god are shaped like a dragon nest, but his body is mixed with the breath of ancient gods and the North Sea. It seems that the King of the South Sea has given her a cheat again, which makes her have the power to hold up the sky, not to mention lifting the divine vine. Even if the sky of Dongshanmen collapses, she can still hold it up for a few hours. In front of the majestic and vast dragon god, Qingqiong is like a little child. It is indeed a child. In front of the dragon nest, how can Qingqiong not be a child? The sacred vine gradually rose, and a river that reached the sky appeared between the sky and the clouds. Then, the majestic dragon god in the clouds disappeared. The army outside the city did not move, and retreated 10 miles. However, the ship that had been waiting on the sea for 2 hours sailed into the clouds. Seeing that the South Sea King team did not move, only the ship flew up. Qingqiong looked in the direction where the dragon god disappeared with a pale face, and ordered people to open the door. On the other side, Louis on the bow saw the door open, and put down the magic pen in his hand, and threw the magic jade tablet to the foreign wife beside him. Am I still bringing a 1,000,000-strong army now? Louis believed that the 100,000 heavenly soldiers of King Ling outside the south gate of heaven would stay outside the city honestly. Otherwise, the 1,000,000-strong army of King Nanhai would enter the city. Order someone to report it to the Mingbao. Looking at the ship gradually entering the gate, Qingqiong pursed his lips. He saw the person on the bow. The one with a 9-headed dragon embroidered on his dragon robe was the Thief King. And there was a mixed-race woman next to him who was suspected to be a descendant of the dragon nest. Qingqiong's face looked a little ugly. But a eunuch beside him smiled when he saw the two people. Looking carefully, this eunuch turned out to be the eunuch named Wei, who had met Louis at the gate of Jianfu Gate the day before. He didn't know why. He had never seen the king of Nanhai. But he felt relieved when he saw him. What a great show of power. Eunuch Wei, how can you still smile? The Thief King has brought foreigners to bully us now. He gave the inheritance of the Dragon Nest Master to the foreigners. General, you are wrong. Who are the foreigners? That is the princess of the east region of our king of the South Sea. She is not an outsider. When the princess gives birth to a little prince, wouldn't the inheritance also belong to the little prince? So the king of the South Sea has brought the things of the east to our family. Not only the inheritance, but also the people. The world will eventually be a harmonious society. Eunuch Wei seemed to be in a particularly relaxed mood now, and he actually chatted with Qingqiong and others about these gossips. This made the people around him not know how to respond. It already this time, how can you still be in the mood to talk about this? But after a pause, many people suddenly frowned again, and Qingqiong fell into deep thought. Eunuch Wei came here today to supervise the army. He is the confidant of the Holy Queen, and is the eyes and mouthpiece of the Queen. Therefore, every word that Eunuch Wei said would naturally make people ponder, especially when he understood the word family. Qingqiong's face became a little strange. He couldn't help but secretly glance at Eunuch Wei, seeing that the king of Nanhai had already arrived outside the city gate with 1,000,000 troops. The people in the palace were not in a hurry at all. Instead, he seemed relieved. It was as if the person who came was not an ambitious vassal king, but one of his own. Could it be that this Thief King, who was regarded as a serious threat by the Holy Queen, was actually on the same side as the Queen? Thinking of this, Qingqiong's heart was slightly moved, and he could not help but look at the man on the bow again. At this time, Louis was also looking up at the heavenly soldiers and generals on the city wall. Seeing Qingqiong looking at him in doubt, he could not help but smile slightly and blinked at Qingqiong. Qingqiong did not attend the banquet that day, nor did he recognize that this man was in Lushan. But his brows were furrowed even deeper. Chapter 708 Returning Home. I am a big star. If we ask who is the most remarkable prince in the hearts of the people of Yun, the king of Nanhai is probably not on the list. But if we ask which prince is the most famous, little Jiolong is definitely on the list. The experience of this little Jiolong prince studying abroad in the east is already quite a topic. Ever since the foreign dwarfs opened the first God of War hammer store in this capital, people have been very curious about the little prince, who rides a tricycle on the poster at the door of the store, and smashes the foreign dragons of the east with a meteor hammer. The Prince of Yun State actually spoke for the foreign dwarfs. This was very controversial in the hearts of the Yun people who valued feudal ethics. Since then, many people have started to pay attention to this young prince who studied abroad. So, the Belafa family took the opportunity to open another newspaper in Yun State. After that, there were more and more news about the young prince of Kowloon. Various newspapers were also sold hotly. Later, many experiences of this young prince did not disappoint those reporters who made up stories. Whether it was Silent Harbor forcing the ancient gods to save the world, Dragon Nest City killing the Dragon Prince, making a big fuss in the underworld and killing the foreign king of hell to set up a new stove, or the kiss with the foreign queen in the Four Flowers country. All the papers sold at a high price in Beijing, especially in the past 2 years. This young prince helped the Eastland Kingdom defeat the Sun Kingdom twice in the Demon City and the Great Hollow, which can be regarded as winning glory for the country and making the prestige of our great cloud spread abroad. It can be said that many of the legendary news about this young prince of Jiolong are well known in the cloud country. But if it were just these deeds, I am afraid it would not be enough to make the streets of the capital empty today. Indeed, many of the legendary experiences of the young prince of Jiolong are worthy of praise. But compared to those legendary adventure stories, people are most concerned about his scandals. I heard that the queen, and the princess of the East country are all engaged to him. The goblins exaggerated and wrote about Isabella, making people mistakenly think she was the queen of the East country, and it seems that there is more than one princess and queen. And according to some rumors, this handsome and elegant young prince is the lover of the female emperor of the Sun Country. If Louis read the news of the Cloud Country, he would be very angry. As for what the female emperor of the Sun Country looks like, the people of our Cloud Country may not see her today, but how beautiful those foreign queens and foreign princesses are. We can see them today. Right? He really didn't disappoint us ordinary people. The foreign wives he brought back were more beautiful than each other. Although we couldn't tell which one was the queen and which one was the princess, they all looked more beautiful than the ink paintings on the peripherals. It were selling so many things. There are indeed peripherals around the peripherals. These foreign dwarfs are really good at doing business. They knew that today was the first meeting between the top stars of Yunhui and their fans, so they did a lot of publicity work in advance. And many of their factories also processed a lot of fireworks and firecrackers, glow sticks, foreign balloons, banners, posters, peripherals, and so on overnight, in order to make the peripherals of this fan meeting sell well. The foreign dwarfs also made up some prophecies, and made the big star Louis the most anticipated star king by the people. The fact that he has so many foreign wives is proof of this. Under this kind of propaganda offensive, the fact that the king of Nanhai brought back a foreign wife is well known to everyone. Therefore, when the king of Nanhai entered the city today, not only was it grand, but the people lined the streets to welcome him, and everyone held glow sticks, and there were many people setting off fireworks on the road. It is really what the people want. You finally know why the heavenly fate dragon talisman chose you. Has Louis ever seen the news about Yun Country? I thought it was his great achievements overseas, which made the world famous. And judging from the way many people were dressed, it seemed that many people had come from other places to welcome him. He looked at the noisy and cheering people on the road, and couldn't help but look up and stand tall, with his face flushed with excitement. And the messengers and girlfriends around him also cast admiring eyes on Louis. I really didn't expect that. Our boss is so famous and prestigious in his hometown. What made Louis even more excited was that, when they passed by certain streets, large groups of balloons floated out from the crowd. Looking up, there were hot air balloons with banners hanging in the sky. How romantic. Louis, Xiaoyou, Isabella and others had stars in their eyes, and they felt that they were about to faint from happiness at this moment. Louis said that one day he would bring everyone to Yunhui to hold a grand wedding. Now that he has just returned, Louis's hometown people welcome him so much. The future wedding is so exciting. Besides, Louis is a prince. Maybe the Queen of Yun Kingdom can host a wedding for everyone. Look at those balloons. Louis, what messages did the people of Yun Kingdom write to us? Read them to us? Message? Someone wrote a message to me? When Louis heard this, he was excited and nervous. We know that we are the king man, and we have the demeanor of a king. But is our prince a little too popular? This is a little disrespectful, ahem. It a little bit not good, ahem. With trepidation, Louis looked up at the balloons and sky lanterns. There were a lot of things written on those colorful balloons and sky lanterns. All kinds of messages. Such as asking the 9-dragon star god to give me a wife, asking the 9-dragon lord to tie a red string, asking the 9-dragon god to help me propose marriage successfully, asking the 9-happy red god to give my wife a smooth birth, and many children and blessings, etc. Wait a minute. Why are you writing this for me? I'm not the matchmaker. Who is this 9-joys red god? It sounds like he is Yu Lao. By the way, is our festival today the same as Yun Nation Yu Lao's? These messages seem hard to pronounce. The people are probably too excited. Let's find other messages. Louis searched for a while, and found that there were many large hot air balloons and large calming lanterns in the sky. They were all red, and they were covered with various red talismans for blessing. The messages on the talismans were even stranger. They were all like, "Young lady, I want to grow old with you," and so on. It looks just like the marriage tree. Looking closely, the message on the big red banner hanging under the hot air balloon makes people dizzy. Welcome the red god of 9 happiness to return home. Louis? In the second year of Emperor Shenwu, just after 3 years of the war broke out again. The 8th prince took advantage of the chaos in the Sun Country to recruit soldiers again. The people were living in misery, and 9 out of 10 households had no men. The young emperor felt sorry for the suffering of the people, and issued an order to all the vassal states, saying, "Those who are married can postpone their military service for 3 months, those who have a pregnant wife can postpone their military service for 3 months, and..." The 8th prince obeyed the emperor's will, but secretly made trouble, arrested matchmakers, and threw thousands of midwives, and there were no matchmakers among the people, so marriage was not allowed. Without a midwife, I dare not bring good luck. The people and the young emperor have been in sorrow for a long time, hoping that a matchmaker and a midwife will be born, to help Yunwa break the rebellion of the 8 kings. The king of the 9 dragons returned home soon. His accompanying weapons and armor were crude, far inferior to the 8 kings, but he was like a stunning birth, and all the people supported him. The people of various states heard the news and welcomed the king back, saying, "Welcome the red god of 9 joys back home." Lewis. The common people of Yunwa could not tell the depth of the members of the delegation. They only felt that the weapons and armor were crude, each dressed like a servant, like a garrison. Only the 100 heavenly generals were somewhat impressive, but they could not compare with the 8 kings. But the princes and many officials and generals in the court were all shocked when they saw the soldiers and servants wearing shoddy armor. A man dressed as a servant ran towards Wang Fujing at a high speed. At the same time, another eunuch dressed as a commoner also stumbled towards the palace. No wonder. When the 8 princes entered the city, the personal soldiers around them were all very high profile, and they wanted to dress the servants in the divine costumes of the gods. But there were only a few who could really fight. After Hua Qiong came over, he was stunned. However, the king of the 9 dragons guarding did the opposite. He wanted to dress up all the stars under his command as servants, and the gods of war as grooms. Who is the treacherous king who is ready to do evil? Who is the most frightening rebel? It is obvious. Chapter 709 Brother. You scared us all. Zishu Palace. A woman was sitting in front of a desk, looking at a memorial in her hand. If Lewis stood here, he would be very surprised to see her stunning face. This woman now looks elegant and graceful. She doesn't look like the country woman who was carrying a load and repairing tiles a few days ago. As the real ruler of Yun country, the woman has an unusual calm demeanor. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of her, it would probably be difficult for her to frown. But today, her brows were furrowed. She had read the few short sentences in the memorial several times. Lu Zongwan. Is what is written in this memorial true? Madam. It is absolutely true. Lu Gongdong swallowed his dry throat. His face was a little solemn. The military force outside the East Heaven Gate is probably true. Hearing this, the woman frowned even more. But this is not surprising, from the information she has in her hands. Although the king of Nanhai is powerful, the situation of the military force outside the city is really a bit exaggerated. But judging from the situation of the Nanhai envoys who just entered the city, the strength of the king of Nanhai is indeed beyond people's imagination. If the king of Nanhai did not have a terrible foundation, he would not be able to put together such an envoy. After a pause, the woman asked, "How many people did Aozhua bring this time?" Eunuch Lu helped his master review. If it is the case of King Guanglu and Duan, his envoys have 6-star generals, 100 dragon generals, 400 personal guards, 100 civil servants, and 400 miscellaneous servants. As he said this, Eunuch Lu changed the subject. However, 2 of the 6-star generals have been killed by Hua Qiong. Although the 100 dragon generals are all wearing the standard armor of the generals, there are only 76 real generals. Among the civil officials, there are 17 celestial beings, and the remaining dozens are earthly beings. Eunuch Lu did not mention the situation of the guards and servants just now, because those guards are real soldiers. As for the servants, they are a little special. They are also the guards of the palace, who can be 10 celestial soldiers. After listening to what Eunuch Lu said, Holy Queen nodded. She didn't say a word for a long time. Other princes are just pretending to be rich, but the king of the South Sea is hiding it. Look at that delegation. The leaders are 3-star lords, who are 1 step away from being a god lord. The king of the South Sea, the queen of the dragon nest, the lord of the moon court of the east, and 3 other star lords with good strength. The other 3 foreign queen wives of the king of the South Sea, and one of them is the star lord of the abyss, Shao Dai. And those dressed as heavenly generals are actually stars. There are 101 in total. And the one who is the king of pain and desire of the abyss kingdom. The 400 personal soldiers are actually dragon heavenly generals, and the 400 servants are actually heavenly immortals, who are more powerful than heavenly generals. Only the 100 civil servants are trash. And they are all earthly immortals, who are only 1 step away from being heavenly immortals. This lineup, the more the woman thought about it, the more frightened she felt. The entire abyss kingdom only has 76 stars in total. The demon generals and demon fairies added together, Only 800. And this is probably just the tip of the iceberg under the command of the King of the South Sea. Outside the city, there are still millions of troops. The number of the fierce generals, under the command of the King of the South Sea, is probably thousands. And the number of counselors is countless. All the heroes in the world are caught in his trap. It is obvious who is the traitor who hides his strength and bides his time. What does he want to do by secretly bringing these people in today? There is no such thing as the 8 Kings Rebellion now. If he really has second thoughts, the court and kings of Yun Kingdom will all be dealt with by him today. The Holy Queen made a prompt decision and ordered the summoning of the 8 princes. But after waiting for a long time, the news sent back made the Holy Queen feel cold. After the King of Nanhai settled down, he went straight to the Prince Duan mansion. Now, the 6 princes are welcoming the 10th brother. Hearing this news, the Holy Queen heart skipped a beat. It over. The thief king has actually colluded with the 6 princes. These 6 idiots. Do they really think that the King of Nanhai came for his cousin? He is just like the King of Zhenyuan, who has long regarded the thief as his mother. The Holy Queen could not help but feel great regret. If she had told the 8th prince about the secret letter from the Demon Emperor earlier, today events might have been different. But it was hard to say, because she and the 8th prince did not trust each other. And it was hard to say how much they could trust her. It was too late now. At this time, Eunuch Wei suddenly came back from the East Gate, and he'd brought a letter with him. It turned out that when Louis passed the East Gate, he secretly gave the letter to Eunuch Wei under Qingxiong's nose. After opening it, it was the handwriting of the King of Nanhai. The content of the letter was straightforward, telling the Holy Queen that he went to the Prince Duan mansion only to appease the kings, and then explained the corresponding plan to the Holy Queen, asking her to cooperate with the plan and summarize it at that time, which was, "Madam, just trust me. I will catch you at the bottom of the cliff. So, madam, just take off your clothes and jump into my fire pit without worry," and so on. There was also such a paragraph at the end of the letter. And Lushan has told me the truth. The matter of Dayun will be decided by the King of Nanhai. Whether the King of Nanhai is loyal or treacherous, we will know when the time comes. This sentence can also be translated: after you finish jumping, you will know how good I am. After seeing this letter, the face of the Holy Queen was extremely wonderful. Look at what was in her heart. And we will know when the time comes. Do you think you are a fool? It is so despicable. Shameless. To be honest, the 3 words in Lushan did make the Holy Queen feel a little relieved. It also confirmed that in Lushan was the confidant of the King of Nanhai. But a confidant is a confidant, and the master is the master. Although the Holy Queen believed in Lushan righteousness, she believed that he could distinguish right from wrong, and put aside his selfishness for the future of the world. But what about the King of Nanhai? Even the Demon Emperor is more trustworthy than him. If the Holy Queen said what she thought in her heart now, it would be just one sentence: "Big brother, who are you? I don't trust you." However, what does the Thief King look like? After Louis settled down, he went straight to the Prince Duan mansion to meet his brothers. To be honest, the kings were a little nervous during this meeting. "You are hiding too well, aren't you? You scared us with your strength. Okay. You are much scarier than the Holy Queen now. Okay. If you really turn against us, you will kill us and the Holy Queen at the same time." However, Louis calmed down his brothers during this meeting. What he said was very right. If I had bad intentions, you would be finished now. Does my army have to retreat to give you peace of mind? This is indeed true. Based on the millions of heavenly soldiers outside the Nanhai King, this Dongshinman is really not worth mentioning. The Divine Vine was easily dealt with, and Dongshinman will definitely not last a day. So there is no need to chat with everyone here. In addition, the Holy Queen is the one who killed my cousin, so she will definitely not get along with the Nanhai King, so everyone's goal is the same: to depose the Queen. As for what to do after deposing the Queen, several brothers also expressed their opinions on the spot, and this expression is somewhat different from the previous few days. No one mentioned whether my cousin would be the regent or not, and they all said that they would follow the 10th brother lead. At worst, you can push your uncle to the throne first. Right? Then let your 10th brother be the crown prince. Right? In this way, there will be no treason. Because if your uncle becomes the divine emperor, his legitimacy is undisputed. So the King of Nanhai is not robbing his nephew, but inheriting the legitimacy from his uncle. Look how thoughtful these brothers are. Louis laughed when he heard it. You idiots really don't know what the country of Yun has become. If you don't bring your divine jades, you will use your dragon tendons to repair the sky. Even if I become the emperor, I will hang myself in front of the crooked tree in the backyard of the temple in a few years. Besides, is it so easy to be the emperor of Yun? If you don't have the resolution to fill the hole in the sky with yourself, you will have to watch the great Yun perish. Our little body can't fill the hole in the sky, and we don't have the resolution to do so. Being an emperor, how can it be more comfortable than being a free and easy prince? Today, all the brothers feel that they have expressed what they should have expressed today. From now on, you will be the boss. Then is there any need for the 10th brother to turn against everyone? The only request from everyone is that you don't reduce the power of the vassal in the future, and we can all get along well. Louis also felt that he had expressed everything he should have expressed today, with his strength of 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. After becoming the emperor, why would he need to reduce the power of the vassal states? He wished that his brothers were stronger, so that he could serve as the general Pingyuan and unify the three realms. In the harmony among the brothers spoke their true feelings in a heart-to-heart talk, which made the 10th brother happy, and he could rest assured. Louis also opened his heart and told all the lies he had prepared, which was considered to have appeased his brothers, and he could rest assured. But who knew that such a mistake would happen during the court meeting? Oh, I forgot to ask before leaving, patting forehead. Forget it. Anyway, everyone has a sacred jade tablet, and they all have to hold it when they go to court. If I don't bring it, it will seem like I am a maverick. Well, although the court meeting is about to start in the afternoon, but everyone is here, it can be considered as going to court. This is my first time to attend court, so I have to be serious. If the queen finds out that I didn't bring my tablet to court, it will leave a bad impression. By the way, what does the queen look like? I heard she is one of the 4 beauties of Yun country. While talking about the Holy Queen, Louis couldn't help but think of the princess' stunning face and her proud and loyal figure. He wondered if she would also attend court. Chapter 710. Looking back. All beasts are startled. After returning, Louis held another meeting with everyone. After the corresponding plans and deployments were arranged, he handed the dragon talisman to Dongfeng and other soldiers who were ready to do bad things. Then he took a bath and changed his clothes leisurely, put on his own python robe, got on the sedan chair, and rushed to the court leisurely. The Vermilion Bird Gate. This is the gate that all officials of the Yun Kingdom go through when they go to court. To be precise, they go through the small gate next to the Vermilion Bird Gate to enter the court. Because of the incident of the King of the South Sea today, people inside and outside the court were a little restless. So the officials who were going to attend the afternoon court meeting came early to wait. So at noon, the front of the Suzaka gate was bustling with people. Later, the gate was opened in advance, and the officials were let in advance. It seems that today, both the officials and the Holy Queen were a little panicked. When Louis came here leisurely, eating grapes, and was carried in like a big boss, the Suzaka gate was already deserted. Looking up, there were several times more dragon guards on the red wall than usual. They looked solemn and dignified. There was no noontime bustle. Louis thought he was early. Fortunately, the guards at the gate recognized the 9 Dragon Kings' presence and opened the door quickly, reminding the old man. Otherwise, Louis would have to finish eating all the grapes on the plate before getting off the sedan chair and entering the court. After asking, Louis learned that, except for him, the 8th king was the last to arrive, half an hour earlier than him. Fuck. Spitting out the grape skins, Louis left his entourage behind, got off the sedan chair and entered the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Louis heard the eunuch's high-pitched singing in the distance. This voice sang all the way. When he arrived at the Danby platform in front of the Jinluan Palace, he realized that the eunuchs were singing his name. He didn't know whether the palace people saw him enter the palace and shouted, or whether the emperor just happened to summon him. The prince who had not arrived yet. After adjusting his dragon robe, pulling out the divine jade tablet from his sleeve, Louis climbed the high steps beside the Danby and stepped towards the palace step by step. When he was walking up the stairs, Louis heard the noisy noise inside, and also heard the 7th prince sneer and the shouting and cursing of the ministers. It seemed that the few remaining loyal ministers of Dayun were criticizing the prince, and the ministers who had already surrendered to the prince were cursing with the loyal ministers. Faintly, he could hear the voice of a certain eunuch shouting for silence. However, no matter how the eunuch asked His Majesty to maintain order, the noise inside the court did not stop at all, but became more and more intense. When Louis walked up the last few steps, the court was already like a market. It seemed that people were throwing things. The emperor of Yun Kingdom guarded the country gates. The country loved martial arts. The immortals were stubborn and bad-tempered. In addition, the prestige of the Holy Queen and the young emperor was not enough. So there were always some troubles during the court session. Louis had heard from King Tan before that there were fights during the court session. Now, after hearing the excitement inside, Louis couldn't help but become more curious. He was a person who liked to join in the fun. And this was his first time attending court. So he was a little excited, thinking that today he would be able to see the grand scene that King Tan had described. As a result, when he stepped onto the first step and showed his face outside the hall, the eunuch at the door shouted the name of the king of the Sea of Nine Dragons. And the hall suddenly became quiet. For a moment, the name of the king of the Sea of Nine Dragons changed the noisy hall. You could hear a pin drop in the hall. All the officials, generals, and princes turned their heads, and their eyes stared at him. Just in time to meet Louis's eyes when he stepped onto the last step. Those thousands of eyes were all inexplicably pale. It really like that. Snoring in the deep mountain stirs the wind and clouds. And when I look up, all the beasts are startled. The officials are pale when they see the big tiger. And the big tiger is pale when he sees the officials staring at him. You said you should talk. You should quarrel. I sneaked in late and stood at the back. Isn't it good? Now everyone is staring at me walking in alone. What going on? He originally looked up in the direction of His Majesty, which is a very taboo behavior. Now all the officials turned their heads to look at him again. So he lowered his head, lifted the divine jade tablet like all the officials did when they entered the court, and entered the court in a low-key manner. After entering the court, Louis saw that the surroundings were extremely quiet, and thought to himself, according to this atmosphere, I really want to say something, but I don't know what the court is discussing. Louis couldn't help but secretly look at several princes, thinking about asking them to convey a message to remind him. But he found that all the kings held dragon-tooth tablets, staring blankly at the divine jade tablets in their hands. Louis? Seeing Louis looking at him in bewilderment, Prince Duan Aljwa gave Louis a thumbs up, and started a group chat with Louis and his brothers. Look at the 10th brother. Openly provoking. Look at you cowards, you keep saying you want to depose the queen, but no one dares to bring this thing to court. The 3rd prince. The 4th brother is right. The 5th prince. The 10th brother is mighty. The 6th brother, 6. Louis, you. Without time to curse, Louis raised his tablet and bowed, and said loudly, King of Nanhai pays respects. But before he finished speaking, a loud rebuke suddenly rang out in the quiet hall. King of Nanhai, the emperor summoned you to the capital, but you led your troops to break through. Now you openly bring the divine jade to the court to offend the emperor. Do you really think that there is no one in the heavenly court? You deserve to be killed. Louis looked carefully, and found that the speaker was actually a civil servant in the crowd. He pointed at the divine jade tablet in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair stood on end with anger. And his beard was blown up with anger. After thinking about it, I seem to have seen this man named Lu when I was wandering around with King Tan. I couldn't remember what official he was. Lord Lu is wrong. I led the troops here to Luoyang. After arriving in Beijing, I saw that the foreign enemy had retreated. So I immediately retreated. How could I break through the barrier? This made Lord Lu laugh. But just as he snorted coldly, and was about to speak again, His Majesty baby voice came, and interrupted him. Master, please don't blame the Emperor Uncle anymore. He has said that he is here to force the prince. As for the divine jade, the Emperor Uncle only has this tablet. If he is not allowed to bring it, he will have nothing to bring to the court. I don't blame him. The thief king has already openly challenged the Emperor. But the Emperor is still speaking for him. This is simply the joy of the enemy, and the sorrow of the relatives. The kings looked at the little Emperor and almost laughed. This little aide being is really a tyrant, who cannot be helped. He pretended to be in Lushan to play with you for a few days some time ago. And you regarded him as your real father. Your Majesty. Lord Lu even knelt on the ground, almost burst into tears. It already this time. How can you still not tell right from wrong? Today he came alone, and the kings did not bring their own soldiers into the court, so this can be said to be the only chance. Although the army of the King of the South Sea is just outside the city, your Majesty has no choice but to make a firm statement, to capture the king first, and then to get the Xuanwu god to come forward, then your Majesty will have a glimmer of hope. But now your Majesty has made such a statement, how do you let those civil and military officials, who are already at a loss, decide? No one expected His Majesty to say such a thing. And so did Louis. No matter what the little emperor meant, His words really touched Louis's heart. "We are here to stop the king today. Your uncle really supported you." He looked at the dragon throne, and saw the little kid looking at him with stars in his eyes. His eyes were full of security and joy. Suddenly, Louis found that the child looked very familiar. He was indeed a cousin. She looks exactly like the little kid from the princess family. The woman behind the curtain who looked at this side with a dull face also looks like the princess. She is worthy of being the sister-in-law. She looks like her sister-in-law. "Hey! Hey!" After staring at each other for a while, seeing Louis's mouth open, Yang Yue turned her head woodenly, pretending not to know him. But her mind was buzzing, and her eyes were full of disbelief. That Lushan turned out to be the thief king. She still hasn't recovered. Louis was stunned for 2 seconds, and then realized that the princess and the Holy Queen were only separated by a thin window paper. He had suspected it many times before, but the princess was too different from the rumored Holy Queen, plus Lu Gonggong, the goddess Sist and a Bing, the little liar, so Louis was always confused every time he suspected. Now thinking about it, many things have become reasonable. I was actually coaxed by an old man and a little kid for so long. I am such a fool. But this can be regarded as a blessing from fate. If there were no such coincidences, the conflict between me and the Holy Queen would not be so natural. The 8th prince also suspected that he had hooked up with the Holy Queen. Chapter 711 Madam. Just believe me when Louis and Yang Yue exchanged glances. The court was already in chaos with quarrels and curses. It seemed that someone was still attacking Louis. But the 6th prince stood up with his own people. And the words he spoke were also directed at the Holy Queen. He did not name her. But he used the killing of the godly lord as a prelude. And his intention of making indirect accusations was already very obvious. It seemed that the kings wanted to stand up for justice before they really took action. The loyal ministers would rather die than leave some truth in history. But in the eyes of some sober people, these things are meaningless, because the exact situation is still unknown, and the key lies in one person. Your Majesty, the court has been discussing the matter of repairing the sky for many days, and the adults have expressed their opinions. The king of Nanhai has come all the way here today, and he may have a good plan, so we should first listen to the king of Nanhai's suggestions on the matter of repairing the sky. In the chaos, a civil servant walked out from among the officials. Louis took a closer look and found that it was Lord Li who had been to the South China Sea before. The 3 words King of the South China Sea made the chaotic hall quiet again. Whether it was the officials, the Holy Queen, or the 8 kings, they all looked at Louis at this moment. Indeed, your mouth is like honey. You coax us all day long. And now we are about to tear each other apart. What do you mean? You should express it in public. Right? Louis could not help but fall into deep thought. When the officials were arguing just now, he also listened. Many civil officials did advocate cutting off the feet to mend the sky. And those who said these words were all loyal officials. It seems that although the Holy Queen did not make a clear statement, in order to trick the 8 kings into coming to the capital, she secretly had people throw a lot of dirty water on her, deliberately letting rumors say that she wanted to kill her cousin. And in order to act realistically, she did not explain the truth to the officials. So many people guessed the Holy Queen's intention, and thought that the Holy Queen wanted her officials to charge into battle. So many civil officials have been advocating cutting off the feet to mend the sky, and some civil officials even directly shouted that the God King should sacrifice himself for the country. This made the Holy Queen trapped in the quagmire of great injustice, unable to get out. Today, my statement was very important. If the 8 kings became suspicious, they might just slip away. But if I didn't weigh my words well, it would be a heavy blow to the Holy Queen who was trapped in the quagmire, and make her completely determined. Even if she judged the 8 kings' rebellion, her reputation would be completely ruined in history. Maybe for the future of this world. She didn't care how much stigma she would be stained with. But this was what Louis didn't want to see. Therefore, Louis knew that his speech today was indeed crucial. Uncle, are you going to kill my grandfather too? Hearing this, the eyes of the Saint Queen dimmed a little. Even her own children had misunderstood her. Your Majesty, Louis's words were decisive. Those who talk about killing the godly lord, their hearts can be killed. Rumble. Rumble. The woman behind the curtain shook slightly. But Louis's next words made her open her mouth wide. The 8th king was the same. How can you, a mere mortal, speak nonsense? Louis pointed at his nose. If you want to kill me, I will do it. The whole hall was shocked. And you could hear a pin drop in the hall. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky. And then a rumbling sound resounded throughout the hall. It seemed that the god of Dayun Kingdom heard this, and was about to be mad at his own unworthy descendants. The thunder broke the silence in the hall, and for a moment, some officials in the hall turned pale with fear, and some were so angry that they trembled all over. Although many people agree with cutting off the feet to mend the sky, they all use the excuse that the god is disbanded. Moreover, officials may agree with cutting off the feet to mend the sky, but descendants cannot. Even the 8 kings who know that the cousin is the only way out dare not mention this matter, but pretend to be filial sons first, and wait for the cousin to be disbanded and pass on the throne after rescuing him. During the whole process, the 8th prince would cry and beg his cousin not to fill the hole, and then he would inherit the throne with a smile. Who would say directly like the king of Nanhai, "You all get out of the way. Let me do it, plus I am qualified to kill my ancestors." Therefore, the king of Nanhai is simply a traitor, betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. There is no king in the world who is more bastard and more evil than him. After Louis said this, some people were shocked and angry, and the prince gave Louis a thumbs up woodenly. Only the Holy Queen had a complicated look on her face, because she knew that after Louis said this, Yan Wei, the unfilial daughter-in-law who acquiesced to the official's proposal to cut off her feet to mend the sky, was insignificant compared to the treacherous and evil king of the South Sea. Whether the king of the South Sea killed the god or not, today's court meeting will leave a heavy mark in the history books. When future generations read this history over and over again, there are only 2 words in the book, Louis. In contrast, Yan Wei, who had been silent in the court meeting, has become a bystander. The so-called great injustice naturally does not exist at all. Sure enough, even those loyalists who had originally proposed that the god king be released from the heavenly arms began to criticize the king of the South Sea in a rage. This time, even Aozhua and others did not dare to speak for Louis. Only Lord Li, who had just proposed that the king of the South Sea speak, smiled in anger. He said in a cold voice, "King of the South Sea, you said you have the qualifications to kill the god king? Of course, I have the qualifications. Am I the only one in the world who has the qualifications? Or are you qualified? Are Dalinji, Erlinjai, Silinjai qualified?" Louis sneered and pointed at the loyal ministers, who advocated Fontianbingjia, and read out the names one by one. Whoever he read out became silent. When he pointed his finger at several princes, Aozhua and others were so scared that they hurriedly shook their hands and said, "Brother, you are awesome. Come on. Don't fucking involve me." Of course, no fool would say it should be Xintian later. Seeing this, Louis laughed out loud. "Lord Li, you saw it. If it really comes to the point where it is absolutely necessary, I will be the one who helps the God King to be freed from the battlefield." Louis's words struck everyone heart word by word, and made all the immortals and saints speechless. Indeed, if it really comes to the point where it is absolutely necessary, who will take the lead? Who will bear the eternal infamy? And then let the God King and the Sky Repairer live forever? Especially those who had previously advocated the God King battle of the heavens. Now they have figured it out. And they are all cowardly and weak. And they don't even say a word. In the final analysis, those guys who had previously hinted to the Holy Queen to kill the God King all wanted the Holy Queen to take the blame. And then they would make a name for themselves in the future, and leave a good reputation for advocating justice for the country and being loyal to the emperor. Now that the matter has fallen on their heads, they all tried to avoid it, and shouted, "The water is too cold." At this time, Louis's words and actions had already made the 8th prince dumbfounded. They were shocked and confused, and they didn't understand what Louis was doing here. "Brother, are you still going to be the emperor? Or are you suddenly merciful and planning to take the blame and stand aside, and let us take the throne?" Not only the 8th prince was confused, but the Saint Queen faction was also confused. "Where did you say you would help me? Where did you say you would not kill my cousin? Where did you say you would give me a good plan?" Seeing the person behind the curtain staring at him in a daze, Louis gave her a look in return. "Oh madam, just believe me." As a result, he raised his head, and began to force the emperor to usurp the throne. Chapter 712 Your Majesty, let me be the emperor for a while. Amid the noise in the hall, a woman voice came from behind the jade curtain of Her Majesty. King of the South Sea. The Holy Queen finally couldn't help but speak. She looked at His Highness Louis with a complicated expression and said, "You came here this time to help the God King with the military liberation?" Holy Queen. Louis raised the court board and said, If the God King wants to surrender the military liberation, there must be someone to help the God King. But all the civil and military officials in the hall are fools, and they are not useful. The young emperor is too young to take on this important task. Therefore, I must be the one to do this. The words of the king of Nanhai were arrogant and insolent. Not only were all the officials a bunch of trash in his eyes, but even the emperor and the empress had to stand aside. But the civil and military immortals in the hall didn't say a word. Okay. We are idiots. You are awesome. You can do it. Right? But what the immortals didn't expect was that the king of Nanhai had even more arrogant words to say later. Therefore, I must be the one to do this. Louis changed the subject and said, however, in my humble opinion, this god does not need to be killed. I have a good plan that can make the world peaceful for 100 generations. If the Holy Queen does not want to, we can discuss it later. The Holy Queen's eyes moved slightly when she heard this. And she remembered the arrogant words Louis said to her, and the god in front of the heavenly jade. She was overjoyed. And it seemed that my wise king was going to show his true colors now. However, in the 8 gates of the imperial palace, I don't know how many confidants were planted by the 8 kings. And most of the many star kings and gods in the palace were also their people. So the 8th king can escape. Therefore, even if the king of the South Sea can send troops directly to the city as stated in the letter, he can't wipe out all the 8th kings in this palace without leaving a single one. Besides, didn't the letter also say that his people would arrive at night? So he asked her to first catch those hidden 8th kings, people from the Sun Country, and spies from the outer gods? Thinking of this, the Holy Queen couldn't help but feel a little confused. But Louis was about to offer a suggestion at this time, so she had to frown and asked curiously, just listen to the details. The king of the South Sea laughed out loud, and said arrogantly, with my millions of heavenly soldiers and generals, if there are 8 kings and the queen troops to help, why should I fear the collapse of the sky? Just let it collapse. Before the foreign enemies invade, the world will be peaceful. So please, Queen, Your Majesty, God, please think twice, and lend me the divine jade tablet and the dragon talisman of destiny. Louis's words can be summed up in just a few words. I want to be the emperor. The jade curtain swayed a few times with a rumble, and eunuch Lu outside the curtain quickly entered the curtain and supported the queen. The immortals in the court, the saint also had a flash of thunder in his mind, recalling what the king of the South Sea just said. Only I am qualified to kill the god. The king of the South Sea now has made it clear. If you don't use my good plan, if you don't lend me the dragon talisman, then I will naturally have to kill the god. The 8th king also understood, and was overjoyed in his heart. Why did we say that before? It turns out that you have something to say here. Little brother, you finally showed your true colors. The words of the king of the South Sea shocked and angered all the officials in the hall. However, before anyone could come out to rebuke him, the court and the public began to shout, Your Majesty, please think twice. The officials looked carefully and found that Prince Duan and others stood up one by one. Please, Queen, Your Majesty, please think twice. Please lend the king of the South Sea the divine jade tablet and the heavenly mandate dragon talisman. Then, more and more people stood up, and the hall was gradually filled with shouts one after another. For a moment, some people in the court and the public stood there trembling, but more people knelt on the ground and stood up with the loud shouts of the king of Nanhai and the 8th king. In a blink of an eye, the shouts became as loud as thunder and deafening. The king of Nanhai saw that there was no answer from behind the jade curtain. So Louis clasped his hands in front of everyone and bowed to his majesty and the queen behind the jade curtain, and shouted loudly, Please, Queen, Your Majesty, God, please think twice. Lend me the divine jade tablet and the heavenly mandate dragon talisman. After saying that, he gave the Holy Queen a look. Madam, just believe me, there was still no answer behind the curtain. With the help of Lu Gonggong and other eunuchs, the Holy Queen left in panic. After a while, Lu Gonggong came back and said 2 sentences. The first sentence meant that the Holy Queen, Your Majesty, please think twice. The other sentence meant that the emperor said that he would invite all officials to a banquet. Please invite all officials to the back garden to attend the banquet and wait for a reply. The meaning of these 2 sentences was obvious. The Holy Queen had no choice but to delay. For a moment, the kings in the palace were overjoyed, and the officials were celebrating. However, King Tan was so scared that he ran away and followed eunuch Lu. Then came the few people who did not kneel down. They were sweating, and their legs were weak. They chased after Eunuch Lu as if they were fleeing. Only King Ling was left standing there with a pale face, staring blankly at Louis, who was praised by the kings. He finally recognized who this person was. It was the little guest without a title whom he looked down upon. No, he had recognized this person a long time ago. But it was hard for him to associate the show-off in Lushan with the king of the South Sea, because the treasure this person had bought today was really huge. So huge that the sky of the Yuan kingdom was about to collapse. But King Ling could not say to his brothers today, "Since you only value a guest, I will take my leave." He didn't know whether he should go or stay. The Holy Queen does not trust him now, and his brothers all dislike him. So he is in a very awkward situation now. And he is also very panicked and terrified. King Ling is not worried about his life, because the generals in the palace today, the kings and the Holy Queen each account for half. And among the generals on the side of the Holy Queen, more than half are his old subordinates. So if his brothers really go crazy and intend to attack him on the spot, then even if the king of the South Sea is strong, as long as he is determined to escape, he still has a chance to get away. Therefore, although King Ling knew how powerful the king of Nanhai was, he was not worried about his own life, but about his family. His family was just outside the city. 100,000 elite soldiers. Now these 100,000 elite soldiers were in a dilemma just like himself. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. The wolf was the army of the 6 kings that was about to arrive in Beijing. The tiger was the million-strong Nanhai army behind him in the direction of Dongshinmen. Therefore, even if he escaped now, it would be too late, because it would take less than a day for the million-strong army to capture Dongshinmen. So after a day, his troops would either be intercepted by the 6 kings or caught up and destroyed by the king of Nanhai. There are only 2 options left for him now. One is to turn around and head for the abyss immediately to join his 9th brother, King Jinyuan, and recognize the emperor of the Sun country as his godmother. Or he hopes that Yanwei, this lady, will wake up quickly and let his troops enter the city. If it is a battle to defend the city, 100,000 elite troops can really do a lot. This capital is already indestructible, and there are countless skilled craftsmen in the city, and the food and grass are abundant, so the food and military supplies are enough for the 100,000 troops and the millions of people in the city to eat for several years. Besides, the 7 kings were doing the unjust act, and I was protecting the country and the people. If they attacked the city, the people of the whole city, and I would be on the same boat. If I pulled them, the army of 100,000 would become 200,000 or 300,000. On the other hand, although the armies of the kings were powerful, it was very difficult to supply them. If 1/10 of the food and grass was delivered to the army, we should be thankful. So even if the thief king and his brothers gathered all the wealth in the world, how long could they burn for the millions of troops? The more people there are in a war, the more powerful it is. I have fought with the previous emperor for many years, and there are many examples of defeating the enemy with fewer troops. What more? This is a battle to defend the city? What more? The 7 kings are not united? In less than 3 months, the kings will retreat without being attacked. If the Abyss Kingdom is willing to help, the kings will collapse. At that time, I will hold the emperor hostage, claim for justice, and there will be heroes who will respond to the attack on the kings. The offensive and defensive positions will change, and heroes will compete for supremacy in the Central Plains. And in this chaos, the king of the South Sea, who has a million-strong army, is no longer the chosen one by heaven. It is still unknown who will win the throne. The future is promising, but this expectation requires the trust of the Holy Queen and the young emperor. Otherwise, all fantasies are just illusions. It is better to go to the 9th brother. But if I become the godson of a female prisoner of the Sun country, wouldn't I become the shame of the world for the divine emperor guarding the gate of heaven and the iron-willed Dayun, who blocked the eyes of the earth? Or can I fight for time with the king of the South Sea? The South Gate of Heaven has its own people, and can be easily taken down. But the East Gate of Heaven will defend the army of the king of the South Sea to the death. Even if the divine vine is opened, it will take at least a day to take it down. So as long as I enter the city in half a day, and send troops to support the East Gate, there will be a chance to defend the city. But forcing the entrance is like burning the boats. If the Holy Queen sees that I have forced my way into the South Gate, she will open the East Gate. That will be a disaster. I really think the same as Louis. Prince Ling/Prince Shannon. So did the Queen/Madam understand? Did she understand that I am actually a loyal minister? In this chaotic hall, Prince Ling thought about it. His face changed for a long time, but he could not make up his mind. Until he suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. Ling Wang looked back and saw Eunuch Wei standing at the door of the side hall, calling him anxiously. Ling Wang was as if pardoned, and hurriedly took his people there. It seems that the Holy Queen is still very sober. Ling Wang breathed a sigh of relief. So did Louis. It seems that Madame must have understood. Otherwise, with Yang Wei character, she would rather obey Louis today, and then hug her son and accompany her cousin to jump into the sky hole, and would not let Ling Wang troops enter the city and cause chaos in the world. But then again, now that Madame is going to hold Ling Wang back, she has also entrusted her life and property to this person. It seems that Madame has finally obeyed me. There will be a good show at the banquet later. Chapter 713 Brother. You won't be angry with me, will you? After Lu Gongdong said, let your majesty think twice. Please go to the back garden to attend the banquet and wait for the reply. The eunuchs led the ministers to the Linda Hall. Generally speaking, when the emperors of Yun Kingdom entertained their ministers, they would hold banquets in several special halls, and the Linda Hall was one of them. Moreover, this hall is very close to the royal garden, which is the place where the Tianhe River falls into the water. Louis's 8,000 elite soldiers came from the Tianhe River, and right below them was the fairy pond outside the royal garden. Turning a corner during the fall was the backyard of the Linda Hall. Those guarding the palace couldn't even see the shadow of a person, and this house was robbed. The Holy Queen was caught by robbers outside the backyard of her own house, royal garden, so she naturally knew where Louis' soldiers would appear directly. So after Louis heard the name of this palace, he was sure that the Holy Queen was giving him a secret signal. The kings were entertaining the ministers. How could they not know that the Holy Queen wanted to delay time, but they were willing to delay it? Because as long as the troops of the King of the South Sea did not attack the East Gate of Heaven, then it would be better to delay it until tomorrow. After all, their troops are rushing to the capital. Calculating the time, the troops will be able to reach the South Gate of Heaven before dawn tomorrow. As for the troops of King Ling, if King Nanhai really attacks the East Gate of Heaven, then they will have to rely on the troops of the second brother to enter the city to defend it. The more muddy the water, the better. Otherwise, when the troops of the 10th brother enter the city, how can we talk to the 10th brother? As for being the emperor, it must be the 10th brother, but we have to talk about it. Right? Therefore, this time, the kings planned to use King Ling as a gun to put some pressure on the 10th brother. So when the kings dragged Louis to the Linda Palace, they did not look impatient at all. Seeing Louis frowning all the time, they comforted their good brother. It seems that the brothers are playing tricks on their brother, but they don't know that their good brother seems anxious. But in fact, he is also playing tricks on them. Louis is indeed not anxious, because he has seen the news in the storybook that the Holy Queen has gathered a group of people waiting for the King of Ling to come over to discuss matters. And the old cousin is also waiting for the King of Ling to come over. As for the others, he was rushing over there with a smile on his face. He was thinking about how to trick his cousin and the Holy Queen in a while, and he had no intention of running away. This was the news a few minutes ago, and in these few minutes, there was no more text in the narration, which meant that the cousin had no time to write. The troops of this guy, King Ling, will never be able to enter the city in this lifetime, because he has probably been captured by the Holy Queen now. Brothers, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Louis said anxiously. Didn't you see how the second brother left in a hurry just now? He must have persuaded the Holy Queen to open the south gate to let his troops into the city. Hey, don't panic, my dear brother. Aoshua patted Louis's arm with his big fat hand and comforted him. The second brother will never accomplish anything in his life, even if he is allowed into the city. What does it matter? The demon queen will never let him in through the gate of the palace. Don't worry, 10th brother. The other princes also laughed leisurely, and the always talkative old six said meaningfully, not to mention the palace. Even the south gate is not that easy to enter. Aoshua coughed and changed the subject. But Louis suddenly understood. After seeing those nobles in Prince Duan mansion that day, Louis guessed something. And the situation was exactly as he expected. The kings planned to let the troops enter the city from the south gate. So how could they not have arranged troops at the south gate? And Prince Ling troops were just outside the south gate. So how could they not be on guard? So the people at the south gate had probably been instigated by Prince Duan and his men. Indeed, some of the guards at the south gate of heaven were indeed the people of the King of Ling. But now it seems that the second brother, who often lost to the fourth brother, has lost to the fourth brother again. They do hope that the King of Ling can enter the city. But they will not let the King of Ling troops come in so quickly. As long as the east gate of heaven is safe, Aozhua and others will never open the south gate of heaven. If the east gate of heaven is in danger, the south gate of heaven will naturally open. Louis thought to himself, brothers, you are going to miscalculate. The King of Ling has been captured. Even if his troops come in, they will be commanded by the people of the Holy Queen of Heaven, with the King of Ling Jiaofu and the Divine Jade Tablet. They will kill your people at the south gate of heaven as soon as possible, and guard the south gate of heaven to prevent your troops from entering the city later. Louis thought so in his heart. But he said, I won't play with you anymore. He bowed and said, my dear brothers, you are really generous. You can play here slowly. I won't accompany you anymore. With that, Louis walked away with his sleeves swung. Hey! 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 Where are you going? My dear brother? Prince Duan was frightened by his brother's behavior, and he grabbed his good brother. The brothers also rushed over and tried to persuade Louis to stay here. Where else could he go? They must be sending troops to attack the city. Louis struggled several times, but he couldn't break free. He thought to himself, damn it! These guys are really powerful. If it weren't for my people coming from Tianhe, I would not be able to keep them all here by myself. The competition between the brothers and the younger brother made the younger brother really angry, and his anger looked more and more real. 10th brother, listen to me. If any of the 7 of us leave today, the second brother will be desperate. Let me go! Why are we still attending the banquet now? If we waste any more time here, the 7 of us will be surrounded by the second brother men. I'd better go into the city first. It's safer to go into the city first. What a fool. Old 10. When the other brothers heard this, they were so anxious that they said, you attack the east gate, and the second brother will attack the south gate. The capital will be devastated. Amidst the quarrels, the 7 brothers started to quarrel on the road, which stunned the ministers around them. Those who belonged to the 6 kings also came to persuade them after seeing this. However, they didn't know that the man they persuaded to stay was a bad guy. If he really didn't leave, the 6th prince would be finished today. But the 6th prince didn't know that he had been sold and helped his younger brother count the money. They actually held his younger brother up. This almost made Louis's nose smoke. He wanted to stay just for show. But now, he couldn't leave. Originally, Louis was most afraid that his brothers would run away. But now it's the other way around. The brothers said they would not leave no matter what. And they wouldn't let their younger brother leave. Fortunately, the Holy Queen was not here. Otherwise he would be dumbfounded. Prince Duan Aozhua held Louis and said kindly, the second brother troops have been stationed at Nanchunmen for several days. How could we not have a countermeasure? Our delegation just rushed to Nanchunmen. Prince Duan's words were very interesting. Nanchunmen was originally in his hands, but he said that his people just rushed to capture the city. The other brothers also said, 10th brother, don't worry. We can definitely defend Nanchunmen. At least it will be no problem to defend it for a day. But if you leave, the Holy Queen will have to open the gate immediately. The brothers were trying to trick their younger brother. If the Holy Queen could open the south gate and let the King of Ling enter the city, they would have nothing to do. But one prince's next words were very sincere. Opening the gate or not is secondary. If you leave, not only the Holy Queen, but we will be scared to death. Let go. Let go. I go with you. I go with you. Louis rubbed his face, glanced at the narrator, and found that his soldiers had begun to quietly come down from the Milky Way. According to the momentum of his brothers fighting with him, the soldiers might reach the Linda Palace first. Louis simply folded a paper crane and sent a message, telling them that they didn't need to go anywhere else, and just waited for them in Linda Hall. 10th brother. Who are you sending the message to? My envoy. Damn. Since you said you would send the envoy over to increase manpower, then our envoy will go together. All the brothers exclaimed, oh. Envoy. Your sister? Do you think we are fools? You are sending a message to the army outside the city. So the brothers also secretly sent the letter on the road, notifying the Nanchunmen to be ready to open the door at any time. Then he forcibly dragged his 10th brother to the Linda Hall. Everyone around him was almost gone. How could he not be anxious? Louis was also very anxious. My people had arrived at the Linda Hall. They had been waiting for a long time. On the other side, after being beaten up by his uncle at the St. Queen place, King Ling was completely convinced. He handed over all his things obediently and wrote a handwritten letter. which he asked the Saint Queen people to take to his confidence. He originally planned to write this letter. After all, he planned to send troops into the city to defend it. However, he originally planned to defend the entire city. But now he only wanted to defend the city in the south. He also wanted to get rid of the envoys of the 8 kings. As for the city in the east, he didn't need to defend it at all, because he, the king of the South Sea, and the Holy Queen were all his own people. Since the throne was completely out of the question, it would be better to rely on the 10th brother as the second brother than to rely on the 9th brother as the godson of the sun god. Right? As for the other 6 princes, it would be soon. After wasting a few sticks of incense on the road, they finally carried their good brother and entered the Linda Hall. As a result, when he entered the door, it was full of soldiers from the South China Sea and officials, who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands under the shouts of the big soldiers. The kings? After a pause, the kings looked at the little brother they were holding. Brother, you won't be angry with me, right? Louis hesitated for a few times, looking embarrassed. Chapter 714, Releasing Military Power with a Cup of Wine. After entering the room, the kings were dumbfounded to see the hall full of South Sea sergeants. It seemed that the sergeants had just entered the room not long ago, and more sergeants continued to pour in from the side halls. At the shouts of their superiors, they counted the number of soldiers and armor, formed a square formation, and made a look ready to go. For a moment, the whole hall was filled with the shouts of soldiers, and the Linda Hall, which the emperor used to entertain his ministers, became the venue for the military parade. The ministers in the palace saw the sergeants of the South Sea Army coming and going around them, and they were already scared to death when they saw the weapons passing by. After a closer look, they found that many of the soldiers were the demons who had caused trouble in the heavenly palace in the past. Seeing this group of guys, the ministers knew what was going on. Many of them turned around and wanted to escape. But how could the little saints under the king of the South Sea be easy to deal with? They threw out a piece of immortal chains and pressed them to the ground. Various immortal weapons in the hands of the immortals of the South Sea flew all over the sky. At a glance, those immortal weapons were also the things used to suppress demons in the demon suppression tower of the North Sea in the past. For a moment, no one could defeat the king of the South Sea. Many people squatted on the ground in fear when they saw that there were soldiers outside the palace rushing into the palace. No need to think. The king of the South Sea's soldiers and horses have probably entered the city. Even if they haven't entered the city, they will definitely come in, because now the palace is full of soldiers and generals from the South Sea, and they surrounded the place in a few moments. I don't know if there are thousands or tens of thousands, with so many people, and they are all elite, not to mention the ministers in the palace. They can even sweep the entire palace. Ao Dong, how can you treat the court officials like this? The king of Nanhai shouted angrily, and personally untied several ministers. 10th brother, what do you mean? Ah, brothers and adults, don't be alarmed. Louis smiled amiably. The king of Ling is making trouble outside the city, making the people of the imperial city panic. So I called some guards to protect the brothers and adults. Hearing this, the faces of the ministers in the palace became even uglier. It is you who is making the people of the imperial city panic. Come! 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 Take a seat. Well, good. Everyone is here. After greeting everyone, Louis sat down on his own, waved to the trembling fairies and band in the hall and said, "Keep playing the music. Keep dancing, hey. 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 Everyone. Take a seat. Don't just stand there." Seeing that everyone was still standing there, the soldiers glared at them and raised their weapons. At this moment, everyone in the hall obeyed. The sound of stringed instruments rang out in the hall. The fairies began to dance, and the maids began to serve the dishes. The officials, who looked ashen, also sat down under the guidance of the soldiers. If we ignore the officers and soldiers from the South China Sea who kept pouring in and out of the hall, the whole hall looks quite harmonious. 10th brother, where are your soldiers going? Ao Shua asked when he saw the South China Sea general leading the officers and soldiers out of the hall. Oh, 4th brother, as I said, my soldiers are here to protect everyone, so they naturally have to guard the gates of the palace, so that we can clean up all the villains hiding in the palace. Seeing that his brothers' faces were getting uglier, Louis comforted them again. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Come and sit down. My soldiers are here to protect the emperor, and will not attack loyal ministers. Brothers are all loyal ministers. Right? Of course. Of course. The princes looked at the crowd of soldiers outside the palace, and smiled and sat down. Oh, by the way, my brothers. Louis patted his forehead and said, my people are going to the palace gates now. Brothers, give me your tokens to avoid hurting our own people. Hearing this, the kings could not understand that they were being asked to surrender. If they were unwilling, they were definitely unwilling. After all, if the palace gate was taken away, there would be no chance to escape. But if they said no now, the king of Nanhai would hurt his own people. The faces of the kings changed for a long time, and they all looked at the fourth master. Aozhua was also straightforward. He smiled and threw the Lin Fu on his waist to his brother. That right. Don't hurt your own people. Seeing that the four kings were so straightforward, several brothers also took out their tokens with grim expressions. But who knew that after Louis picked them up, he actually took a look and threw them on the table. Then he smiled and stretched out his hand to his brothers, and said, Fourth brother, don't tease me. How can these unicorn symbols be considered tokens? The unicorn symbols are used to command troops. If the general gets this thing, he can directly lead the boss soldiers away. So if this thing is not a token, what else can be considered a token? So the younger brother words made all the brothers frown, not knowing what he meant. Looking again, the younger brother eyes seemed to be looking at the divine jade tablets on the brothers' bodies, and the faces of the kings became very ugly. Ha! So they are waiting for us here? You said to the Holy Queen before that if you want peace in the world, you have to borrow the divine jade tablet and the heavenly fate dragon talisman. I thought at that time, would you also borrow our divine jade in the future? As expected, you come to borrow it now. To be honest, the world will be yours from now on, and the divine jade will definitely belong to you sooner or later. But you are too rude. Old 10. We are our own people after all. Do you really need to mobilize so many troops? They said they would give you the throne. Do you really need to do this? Humph. Old 10, we 7 brothers are our own family, so it is naturally easy to borrow things. But there are more than just our own people in this imperial city. Our people can recognize that the king of the South Sea is our own family. I am afraid that the Holy Queen, the godly lord, and the king of Ling will not recognize you. The brothers threw the divine jade over and said. No wonder they were angry. After all, the overall situation has not been decided yet, and you are thinking about attacking your own people first. When the troops of King Ling rush into the city, let's see if you can handle it alone. Old 10. Prince Duan Aljua has always been very shrewd, but he is also a little angry now. He said, since you are the one who makes the decision today, the brothers naturally have nothing to say. But you are so anxious before the queen arrives, I am afraid it will ruin the overall situation. Prince Duan's words were clear. The Holy Queen has not arrived yet, and you have already drawn your knife. Aren't you afraid of scaring her away? With such a big commotion here, it would be strange if she didn't run away. You are simply forcing the Holy Queen to follow Prince Ling to the Abyss Kingdom. If the Holy Queen runs away with the Emperor, can you keep your throne? This Yun Kingdom has lost its legitimacy. Is it still the Yun Kingdom? It is simply a disaster for thousands of years. It can be said that Prince Duan was not only a little angry, but also a little depressed. I thought that the 10th brother was a man who could accomplish great things, but I didn't expect him to be so confused. Brother, you are right. However, I only care about the queen affairs. You brothers don't need to worry about it. As he said that, Louis collected the tablets of the kings, and then threw their tokens to the non-commissioned officers. Then he invited everyone to drink. Not long after, the officers and soldiers in the hall took away the magic tools of the hundreds of immortals and saints, and rushed to the gates of the imperial city. Only more than 500 people were left outside the hall to guard. But the people inside and outside the imperial city were in chaos, and there were faint shouts and scolding. But it did not cause much trouble. It was unknown whether the Nanhai King troops were too strong, or the tokens of the other kings were too useful, or whether the queen had already run away with her people. As a result, there were not many people in the palace who resisted. The kings and officials also knew that the situation was over, so they all sat there obediently, staring at the dancing fairies in the audience. Only the Nanhai King was contented while listening to the fairy music. Seeing that their younger brother could sit still, the brothers all smiled and drank wine. Louis saw that his brothers were all unhappy drinking, and he couldn't help but smile and comfort them. However, the princes didn't treat his younger brother well, and regarded Louis as a stupid teammate. It no wonder. Although everyone originally came to compete for the throne, Before the court meeting, everyone had made it clear. Right? The throne is for you. And the brothers will help you. And we will bring peace and prosperity to the world. But who knew that after all the twists and turns, everyone turned to such a stupid teammate who only cared about stabbing his own people in the back. Now, the person who should be dealt with has already run away. But he is still here to persuade others to drink. How can this not be annoying? No wonder the brothers are sneering at their younger brother. Louis knew that he had let his brothers down. So he, who was in the wrong, accepted his brothers' cold faces and hot ridicule with a smile. Amidst the sneering, the eunuch outside the palace sang the emperor has arrived. Then the Holy Queen led the little emperor and a group of people in. Just as the kings were stunned and rubbed their eyes hard, the Holy Queen had already passed by the king of the South Sea. She didn't say anything, but directly took 3 items, and then sat on the chief seat without looking back. At a glance, wasn't it the divine jade and the dragon talisman? It seems that one of them is Ling Wang. The kings raised their heads woodenly, looked at the bruised Ling Wang in the crowd, and then looked at the Holy Queen at the head. She was winking at the king of Nanhai. Holy Queen, I have fulfilled my mission. No one escaped from my side. Where is Ling Wang? The kings and ministers. Erlang was taken to the temple by his uncle to repair the tiles. When will we go there? The kings and ministers. Then don't stand there. Gentlemen, it seems that the Holy Queen and His Majesty have thought it over. Now that all these things are ready. Let go. As he said this, Louis stood up, greeted the approaching Holy Queen, and then kissed her hand with a foreign etiquette. Then he helped the Holy Queen to leave. At this moment, the kings and ministers stared at the backs of the couple in a daze, and couldn't help but think of the words that everyone shouted out in the Golden Palace an hour ago. Please, Holy Queen, Your Majesty, God, please think twice. Lend me the divine jade tablet and the heavenly mandate dragon talisman. Old 10. I'm knocking on you. Chapter 715 Flying Star. From the time Louis and his companions entered the Linda Hall, to the time when the Holy Queen appeared, it had been from dusk to midnight, and several hours had passed. During this time, Louis played dirty tricks with his brothers at the banquet, stalling for time, and the Holy Queen was also making arrangements outside. So when the Holy Queen appeared, Louis knew that the Nanchaman was already stable. The overall situation was settled. So he called his brothers and said that he was going to the Temple of Heaven to pay homage to his ancestor, cousin. Ancestor worship and sky repair? What is the 10th brother up to? 4th brother, is that brat really going to attack the ancestors? Who knows? This couple is either going to attack the ancestors, or we. Anyway, with the 10th brother cunning mind, it definitely not a good thing. On the way to the Temple of Heaven, several princes looked at the couple walking in front, and they hated them so much, but they could do nothing about it. Indeed, but now we are at the mercy of others, and we can only go to pay respect to our ancestors under the escort of the South China Sea Guards. It is depressing to say that when the kings were at the banquet, they had already received news from the army that half an hour ago, the army of the kings was already 80 miles away from the capital. 80 miles, such a large army, if placed in this ancient time, even if they threw away the baggage and marched hard, it would take a day to walk. But the troops of Yun Kingdom are not ordinary troops. They are heavenly soldiers and generals who can fly in the clouds. Therefore, even the bloated and huge troops of the kings can reach the south gate of heaven in a few incense sticks. So, the troops of the kings are already close at hand. But they failed. The brothers all know at this time that the tokens of the big guys are probably sent to the army together with the emperor edict. Even if the soldiers do not obey the order and still rush to the south gate of heaven, there is no hope. Even the palace is now guarded by the people of the king of Nanhai. The king of Ling surrendered earlier, so the situation of the south gate of heaven is already obvious. So, the current Nanchaman is no longer the Nanchaman before the banquet, but a gate guarded by 100,000 heavenly soldiers. During this meal, the situation was reversed. Oh no! It should be said that the situation was settled from the moment when the king of the South Sea led his army to the capital in advance. Thinking back, it seems that when the Holy Queen summoned the kings to the capital to discuss the matter of repairing the sky a few months ago, everyone began to be led by the nose. The kings knew that this was an open conspiracy, and they also thought that they would have the last laugh. But in the end, they were still one step behind. He was not as strong as his younger brother, and his chess skills were not as good as the Demon Queen. So although the brothers were very angry, they had nothing to say. The only thing that made them complain was that they were a little confused about the next move of the 10th old man. They really didn't understand. After all, the most urgent thing now was to send troops into the city to stabilize the overall situation and bring peace to the world. Right? But now there was no movement at the East Heaven Gate. Moreover, the cooperation between the Holy Queen and the 10th old man was also confusing to the brothers. If the Holy Queen agreed to her son giving up the throne, no one would believe it. If you say that the 10th master has been busy for so long, not to become the emperor, no one would believe it. 1,000,000 troops traveled thousands of miles back and forth, just to secure the throne for his nephew? What the point of him? I don't know what these two people are up to. Maybe we can only see it clearly after we meet the ancestor. Speaking of which, since the death of the previous emperor, no one has been to the Temple of Heaven to worship for many years. As for what the ancestor has been doing in the Temple of Heaven, everyone is also very puzzled. You can't say that he has been waiting there to be beheaded. Right? So when everyone followed Louis to the Temple of Heaven, they were very curious. And the cunning princes like Aoshua were also thinking about it. The 10th prince might be planning to punish everyone in front of the ancestors, and then reasonably reduce the power of the vassal. Looking at the frown on the 10th prince's face, he was probably thinking about something bad. Everyone didn't know that Louis was actually thinking about something else. And he was not on the same channel with them at all. I just think that the next lawsuit must be fought well. After all, if it is not fought well, let alone military power, the title and life may be lost. With this in mind, someone must come out to take the blame for the 10th brother. Sorry, 4th brother. The brothers are thinking about how to let 4th brother take the blame. And 4th brother is also thinking about how to get out of the predicament. The princes are all very smart people, so they have thought of various countermeasures. It can be said that at the moment of walking up to the Temple of Heaven, everyone's brains were spinning. Indeed, they had thought of many clever plans. But when everyone stepped into the land of destiny from the Temple of Heaven and saw the scene inside, everything in their hearts was thrown behind their heads. They stared with wide eyes, their mouths wide open, and were as stunned as a goose. They wondered if they had come to the wrong place. They finally understood why Lao Shi was not in a hurry to let the soldiers do this, but was in a hurry to bring everyone here. Lao Shi, why didn't you tell me about this situation earlier? My father tablet is still standing here. Prince Duan Aoju and others looked at the scene in front of them, and were so anxious that they jumped up and down. But they found that the 10th old man was also standing there with his eyes wide open. At this time, the Holy Queen also walked in from the back. She looked up and found that the temple, which had been able to hold up before, was now like half a cake that had been left for a week, and had collapsed in half. The old man, with a crooked mouth who was originally repairing tiles on the roof, was squatting on the steps covered with rubble outside the door, smoking silently. With a loud rumble, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. And then everyone suddenly realized that there was already a strong wind in the Temple of Heaven, and a storm was coming. Seeing this scene, Yang Yui's head buzzed, and she almost fainted. I should not have let my cousin leave for such a while. At this time, a eunuch suddenly stumbled in from outside the clouds. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Empress! Empress! The sky outside the city collapsed and the ground sank. A flying star suddenly arrived. The moon and stars are dim. I see. Louis and the Holy Queen nodded at the same time. Then, they slowly looked up at the sky. Where is the hole in the sky? The whole sky is gone. The clouds and mist, the moon and stars are gone, only one flying star. Obviously, while Louis was closing the net, the foreign emperor of the Sun Kingdom was not idle either. He is about to open half an eye. A stick of incense before, 30 miles outside the city, the vassal king army, the central army. In a certain tent, a divine and mighty general in dragon armor was sitting at the head of the group, playing with the token carried by his foster father Aoshua. He frowned, looking outside the tent. The generals around him stood on both sides of the tent, discussing with serious expressions. Suddenly, there was another sound of dragon roaring outside, followed by a loud shout from far away. Report! The holy envoy has brought the tokens of the kings to issue an edict. Order our army to stop immediately, and wait for the king order. Which one is this? Zhang Tian, the general of heaven, frowned and asked his left and right. A general said in doubt, report to the Star Lord. This is the 5th edict. Zhang Tian frowned. 5 of the 6 kings' tokens have already arrived. There must be a big change in the capital. No need to wait any longer. Pass my order, The three armies will set out immediately and march to Nanchunman. All the generals listened to the order and went out of their tents. Zhang Tian stood up and picked up the long spear beside him, preparing to go out of the tent to attack the dragon. At this moment, the night outside the tent suddenly became brighter, and for a moment, the stars and the moon dimmed. In doubt, all the generals looked up at the sky and saw a flying star flashing in the night sky. The flying star got closer in the blink of an eye, like a small sun. In a blink of an eye, the clouds around the flying star were illuminated red. The light fell on the soldiers, and they actually felt a little burning. In just a short while, the night gradually turned into day. The white frost on the chariots melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the grass on the ground began to wither. This scene was like the end of the world. Before they could react, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in their ears. Then, the army suddenly felt a shaking under their feet. Suddenly, they saw the mountains in the distance like waves, bouncing and surging in silence. In a moment, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. But the rubble that collapsed from the mountains did not fall down, but floated upward. Looking again, the Milky Way in the distance had begun to flow backwards and fly toward the sky at some point. At this time, there were no stars or moons in the sky. There was only a flying star left. In a few breaths, the flying star moved a little closer. And then, the clouds thousands of miles below the flying star also began to rotate. It looks like a red vortex, or a big hole. Zhang Tian looked solemn. The sky finally collapsed. The rubble on the ground and the river in the sky flew higher and higher, and had already flown into the clouds. When the river and the clouds were connected, people found that the red clouds gradually turned golden. No, that was not the color of the clouds, but countless winged people. They wore golden armor, 6 wings, human-shaped, holding divine weapons such as light spears or war hammers. And while flying, thunder fell from the sky. It lay Jinzi from the Sun Country. Fight! Chapter 716, I really didn't mean it. Empress! Empress! The sky outside the city collapsed and the ground sank. A flying star suddenly appeared. The stars and the moon dimmed. Needless to say, everyone had already noticed the situation in the sky. Or rather, the whole sky was gone, replaced by a twinkling flying star. Its existence made the clouds, the stars and the moon in the sky gradually rotate, looking like a Van Gogh painting. As the sky rotated, the temple of heaven also began to move wildly. Suddenly, a loud thunder roared. And then, a wall somewhere in the dilapidated temple collapsed in half in the strong wind. For a moment, the crooked-mouthed old man squatting at the door of the dilapidated temple was covered in dust and looked sad. The scene in front of them made everyone tremble all over, and their faces turned pale. In their impression, there was never any wind here. It was a holy place that was almost absolutely still and unchanged for thousands of years. After all, the heavenly mandate monument was used to suppress the world. If it couldn't even suppress the wind and rain in the temple of heaven, what good would it do? But now, not only is the temple of heaven in a state of great storm, there is also such a sign in the sky. This means that the monument of heaven destiny is now almost useless. The monument in front of us and the country of Dayun Kingdom are about to collapse completely. Just as the queen and the kings were in shock, a very discordant teasing voice came from not far away. Everyone looked up and found that Louis had run to his uncle's side without knowing when. I say, Uncle, how did you build this house? After working hard for half a year, there was a little wind, and half of the house collapsed. The queen and the kings were almost mad at Louis's words. What time is it now? You are still talking nonsense? The old cousin was almost mad at his nephew's words, but there were more annoying words to come. If you ask me, you don't know how to repair a house. Hearing this, the old cousin couldn't help but give Louis a fierce look. Come on! Louis raised his eyebrows, and came directly to the ruined temple without saying a word. Seeing the king of the South Sea react like this, the faces of the kings were greatly surprised. This kid seemed very confident. The Holy Queen's face also showed excitement. She couldn't help but think of Louis' wild words at the beginning. Maybe he really has a way. Even the true martial god couldn't help but stand up at this moment. He stared at Louis. Now the old god has not woken up completely. If this kid really has a way, then maybe there is really a chance. At this moment, everyone seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. They stared at Louis's every move with wide eyes, as if this could help him. You feel the power brought by this gaze. Under these pairs of gazes, Louis turned around and smiled at everyone, signaling everyone to stay calm. This indifference made everyone's tense heartstrings calm down a little. Then, Louis rolled up his sleeves and gently patted the last load-bearing wall of the ruined temple. Then, the house collapsed. A strong wind blew. The dust was gone, and there was a dead silence all around. Everyone. After a pause, the Holy Queen shook violently, and it took her a long time to recover. Seeing that Louis still had a calm smile on his face, a little stiff, the Holy Queen had a last glimmer of hope in her heart. Maybe his method was a little special? The Holy Queen couldn't help but ask carefully, "Lou, Mr. Lou, you did it on purpose?" Ahem. I really didn't mean it. The Holy Queen's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Uncle. Louis secretly glanced at his cousin, and then at the half wall left in front of him, and said cautiously, "How about you come to save the situation?" The cousin's face was livid, and he nodded deeply, and then he turned around and left without saying anything. After seeing the cousin's response, Louis smiled and said to everyone, "Ha ha, Holy Queen, brothers, don't panic. My uncle has gone to rescue. Help." At this moment, thousands of divine beasts are running through the hearts of all the princes, and they just want to crawl in this ruins where their ancestors are worshipped and cry. I thought this kid would pull out a trump card and act as a savior or something, but he turned out to be a fool. The queen is looking at the ruins in front of her at this moment, and her heart is burning with despair. Although this temple has collapsed for the most part, if it can be supported a little, it can still block the rain. Right? In other words, this dilapidated temple is the last refuge of Yun country. As long as it is still there, the divine jade will not be disturbed by external forces, and Yun country will be protected. The sun god can only stare in the sky, not daring to come over. Therefore, it is the last hope of Yun country to win this battle. But now it is useless to say anything. This last glimmer of hope has been shattered, and everything is ruined. The Holy Queen thinks that perhaps the only way to do it is to break the jar. Look! Mr. Lou has already started to break the jar. It was indeed a desperate situation. Louis was seen holding a log, wandering around in the ruins. He would hit or kick any place that had not collapsed completely. When the king saw this scene, they stopped crying in the ruins and stood there in a daze, all dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. 10th brother. I just remembered that, brothers. There is really no need to panic. Old 10 did it on purpose. Prince Duan Aljou wiped the cold sweat from his head, and felt that today was just a false alarm. He glanced at Louis with a slight complaint, and said, "You really scared us to death today. Old 10. Stop playing, and make your move." Huh? Louis, who had already made his move, blinked. I didn't understand. But Prince Duan laughed. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, he said calmly, "Outside the East Heaven Gate, there are millions of heavenly troops of the King of the South Sea. So why fear the collapse of the sky?" Prince Duan's words revealed the secret, which enlightened the Holy Queen and the brothers. This also made everyone complain. Yes, we must win today. So this kid did it on purpose. He destroyed the temple on purpose just to tease everyone. Ahem, the million heavenly troops are fake, Louis said while busying himself. This made all the brothers shake their heads and laugh. You kid is still joking. Don't tease us anymore, Mr. Lou. At this time, the Holy Queen recovered. She glared at Louis angrily and said, "If you don't have a million heavenly troops, why do you destroy this temple?" I've already said I didn't mean it. The army only has 30,000 soldiers. Now the divine jade has cracked, and the magic I tampered with has also been broken. You can see the truth from the divine jade. Saying this, Louis walked to the half wall and gave it a couple of blows. Then, he looked at the group of people who were staring at the water mirror in a daze, and said, "So today we have to rely on you." As Louis spoke, the crowd looked at the picture of the East Heaven Gate reflected on the divine jade, and their heads were buzzing. But, don't blame me today. Anyway, even if I don't do it, the temple will definitely collapse. Louis kicked down the last half of the wall, patted the dust in his hands, and said to the queen and the brothers, "Why not let it collapse? So that we can work better." Rumble. With the collapse of the last half of the wall, the temple collapsed completely. The divine jade was revealed, facing the omen of heaven, and the 18 states of Yumeng. This sealed land also showed its true full appearance. Chapter 717, Stealing the Sky and Replacing the Day. Boom boom, with the collapse of the last half of the wall, the temple collapsed completely. The divine jade was revealed, facing the omen of heaven. The light of the flying star shone on the divine jade, and the divine jade cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone knew that, without the protection of the temple, the divine jade could be affected by the power of the sun god. It all over. Yes, it all over. It all in vain. The Holy Queen looked at the flying star in the sky, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She felt a little powerless, and also a little relieved. All the efforts she had made for so many years, and the dark clouds that had been weighing on her head for so many years, just like the clouds around the temple of heaven at this moment, gradually dissipated. The big sleeve suddenly waved in front of her eyes, and the clouds in the temple of heaven dissipated faster. The Holy Queen came back to her senses, and found that it was Louis's sleeves. As the clouds dissipated, this place also revealed its true appearance. The temple of heaven was no longer the temple of heaven, but a piece of Shinjo floating above the abyss. Around the Shinjo, there were 17 pieces of Shinjo floating. These 18 pieces of Shinjo are like a pyramid, or a fountain divided into multiple layers. The clouds and the sky river are like waterfalls, falling from the edge of the top Shinjo under everyone's feet, and flowing into other Shinjos. They connect the lands of various Shinjos together, and also gather the power of various Shinjos together, and gather them in the Shinju erected in the center of the top Shinjo. If these 18 pieces of Shinjo are the foundation of Shinju, then the sky rivers connecting Shinjo are the arteries of Shinju. If you look more closely, the 18 pieces of Shinjo look like locks, and the celestial rivers connecting the Shinjo look like chains. When all of these are combined together, they become the seal of the great abyss. The big cracks that keep opening between the two worlds of the east and the west are therefore locked by the Yun kingdom. However, at this time, 12 of the celestial rivers connecting the various Shinjos have dried up. The remaining ones are almost dry, and can only barely connect the 18 pieces of Shinjo together. They look like rusty jade locks that are about to break. Now, the earth is collapsing again due to the flying stars, and the nearly dried up Tianhe is being baked by the scorching sun. This makes the remaining Tianhe almost dry up, and the 18 pieces of Shinjo are about to separate and fall into the abyss. But these 18 pieces of Shinjo, which are about to fall, can't be separated. It seems that there is a creature that is so huge that it is hard to imagine, and it is using its own power to hold up the 18 pieces of Shinjo. Holy Queen, my brothers, don't panic. Don't panic. My uncle's spirit has gone to save the situation. It can at least delay for an hour or so. Louis looked at the 9 dragon head phantoms faintly visible on the edge of the world of the 18 states of Yuming, and then picked up a divine jade tablet, and hid it in the direction of the divine jade. I'm here to save the situation too. As soon as the words fell, the divine jade tablet was completed in a small part, while Louis was muttering. The fragmented land of Shinjo was also stabilized a little. Seeing this scene, everyone's brains buzzed, and their faces showed unbelievable expressions. This divine jade is an alien object, and it was originally broken. It was broken after giving birth to the full moon princess. After that, the 5 gods spent tens of thousands of years to forge it into such a complete piece. Therefore, it is more difficult to repair the divine jade than to repair the sky. Even if the 5 gods were still alive, it would probably take hundreds of years to make the divine jade whole again. Therefore, the temple that protects the divine jade has become so important, because only with the existence of this temple, everyone will have time to repair the divine jade bit by bit. As for this time, the Holy Queen has an expectation in her heart. It was 3,000 years, but this man just threw it casually, and repaired 1/12 of the divine jade. At this speed, he might not need 3 minutes to put the divine jade back together. Mr. Liu, you? Holy Queen, I have studied abroad after all. Although I can't repair our own golden house, I still know more about these foreign gadgets than my uncles. After all, I am a person who has obtained a foreign classification certificate, Forbidden University Scholar. If I can't even assemble a computer, my cousin's education would be in vain. Right? As soon as the voice fell, Louis waved his sleeves, and the earth suddenly came with a rumbling sound, like thousands of horses galloping, like surging waves. Everyone looked up suddenly, and saw a jade-colored river falling from the sky. Then another divine jade tablet was hit into the heavenly monument. As more divine jades were hit into the heavenly monument, the originally fragmented heavenly monument gradually became complete. Rivers of the sky also continued to fall from the sky, and they poured into the rivers of the sky that had originally been cut off, like jade bridges or jade locks, connecting the various divine lands together again. The raging flood fell from the sky, filling up the rivers of the sky everywhere. But one river of the sky was still dry, and was about to be cut off under the baking of the flying stars. And the Shinjo that was supposed to be connected by the Tianhe was about to be torn apart by the flying stars. As this Shinjo collapsed, other Shinjos also had a chain reaction and began to struggle. And those Tianhe that just connected the Shinjos were like stretched noodles, about to break. The Holy Queen heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but look at the Shinyu suddenly. She found that although the Shinyu had been filled up completely, it was still missing a corner. The missing corner made it impossible for the divine jade to be restored. It also prevented the cracks on the divine jade from disappearing. It seemed that as long as the flying star was closer, the divine jade would be shattered like the broken rocks and soil in the distant mountains. Mr. Liu, the flying star is getting closer. Hurry up and fill the last piece. The Holy Queen looked at Louis in a hurry, but she saw that Louis's hands were empty. Suddenly, the Holy Queen head buzzed, and she remembered something. Louis did not collect all 12 pieces of the divine jade. Only 11. It turned out to be just a false joy. Old Tin, do you have to play us to death today to be happy? The faces of the kings turned pale, and their voices became weak. To be honest, Old Tin has played tricks on everyone several times today. Forget it. The queen shook her head and said. She looked at the flying stars getting closer and closer in the sky, and she was completely disappointed. After all, Mr. Liu never said that he could really fix this thing, he only said that this was an attempt. To be honest, if the demon had woken up later, these 11 fragments would indeed be enough. It would be enough for the divine jade to exert its power, to reduce the hole in the sky to its limit, and then, the sky would be repaired by the Saint Queen, and there would be no need for my uncle to repair the hole in the sky. But now, this hole in the sky is no longer something that can be repaired by anyone. Even if my uncle sacrificed himself, it would be useless. Because the hole in the sky has now been repaired by the demon, and he is about to come out from the place that has suppressed him for tens of thousands of years. Yang Yue couldn't ask Louis to do something that even the ancestors couldn't do. It's not over yet. As soon as the words fell, Louis tapped on the divine jade. Then he grabbed the sky. Then, there was another rumbling sound of thousands of horses galloping in the sky. But this sound of the rolling celestial river was not heard overhead, but came from far away. Everyone was shocked and suddenly looked in the direction of the source of the sound. They saw a brilliant galaxy in the sky in the far east of the cloud country, which was slowly flying towards the last place of Shenzhou. That was the Milky Way that Louis had walked through when he came here from the South China Sea. It was simply a work of art that surpassed the heavens. And it was a perfect match. Although it could not complete the divine jade, it could relock and complete the magic sealing array that was missing a jade chain. At this moment, everyone went from despair to great joy. But Louis, who had been indifferent before, looked at the flying stars in the sky with a solemn expression. Like Louis, the 9 dragon heads on the edge of the world of the 18 states of Yuming also looked up at the sky at this moment. In this world, there is only one living being who has seen his true appearance in the true sense. He knows that the real duel has just begun. And this time, what Louis has to face is no longer the trace of regret that sneaked into the Holy Land while sleeping. Because he has woken up, Louis will see his true appearance. Saw a true God. He has slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 7:18 Ants. After Louis collected the galaxy and locked the last piece of Shenzhou, everyone showed a look of surprise. But Louis's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked at the flying stars in the sky with a serious face. At this time, the kings also suddenly noticed something strange, and they all looked up at the sky, and then, everyone's face became very ugly. With a click, the divine jade that had just been stable suddenly cracked with several cracks. This made everyone's face even uglier. Everyone, I be honest, I originally wanted to use your dragon tendons to stabilize the divine jade. But now it seems that dragon tendons alone may not be enough. Now, you have to be willing to do it. After saying that, Louis suddenly bowed to everyone, and said solemnly, My brothers, I still need a helping hand. At this moment, the faces of the brothers couldn't help but become very interesting, and they cursed in their hearts. They knew that this guy had bad intentions. Old Ten, you finally confessed. But a few dragon tendons may not be enough. If we win today, we can all survive. If we lose, we will all die. After Aozhua finished speaking, he left a dragon robe on the spot, and his body turned into a red dragon, flying towards the divine jade. Then the red dragon turned into a dragon statue, and merged with the divine jade. At the same time, there was another dragon in the Tianhe River. In an instant, the water of the Tianhe River began to surge. The river became wider and bigger, and the land of Shinzhou became more stable. Outside the south gate of heaven, Zenmazao, Lei Jinzi of the Sun Country never thought that the army would encounter a head-on attack by 300,000 heavenly soldiers and generals of the Cloud Country as soon as they set out. The timing of the Yun Kingdom heavenly army was really good. The feathered people had just flown out of the sky hole and had not yet integrated the army. The feathered people stepped out of the sky hole first and were disrupted by the vanguard of the Yun Kingdom army and were defeated in one go. After that, the Yun Kingdom army was like a nail, blocking the sky hole tightly, making it difficult for the feathered people army to break out of the cave. One man guarding the pass is impossible for 10,000 men to break through. At this time, the sky hole became a sky gate, and no matter how many feathered people troops there were, they could not play a numerical advantage. On the other hand, the Yun Kingdom army, with the support of the power of the divine jade, had an endless supply of immortal power. The immortal swords were overwhelming, turning the sky cave into a meat grinder, killing the feathered people who tried to rush out of the cave. It really deserves to be the Yun Kingdom heaven that has suppressed the Sun Kingdom for tens of thousands of years. If it weren't for the advantage of the flying star, the feathered people would have been beaten back to the sky hole, or even killed back to the abyss. The situation faced by the feathered people was extremely serious, but the faces of the Yun Kingdom immortal generals were very solemn, because they know that, as time goes by, the power of the divine jade will become weaker and weaker, and the power of the flying star will become stronger and stronger. No, it won't take long. Right now, the heavenly army feels more and more pressure, and when the Doomsday Shura, who is suppressed under the abyss of the sky, opens his eyes, how long can the heavenly army hold on? Star-Lord, the sky hole is getting bigger and bigger, and the divine jade may have been broken. The demon suppression state is about to be separated from the 18 states. A long battle here will be extremely disadvantageous to our army. Commander Zhang Tian knew what the generals meant. He frowned and looked at the land under the clouds. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and countless boulders were separating from the earth and flying into the sky like meteors. The ground under his feet was already in pieces, with cracks everywhere. Under the power of this omen, the armor on the heavenly army had been burned red, and with the collapse of the 18 states, the heavenly army felt that the immortal power coming from the Cloud Country was getting weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the feathered people felt the blessing of great power under the blazing sun, and the sun god fire had already ignited on their wings. This battle reminded Zhang Tian of the difficulties he had experienced when he followed the previous emperor to fight in the abyss. But this is the Cloud Kingdom. However, after a while, this may no longer be the Cloud Kingdom, because the world is about to split apart. By then, the immortal power supporting the heavenly army will be completely cut off, like the dried-up river water. Zenmazao will also be separated from the Cloud Kingdom. It will be difficult for them to return to the South Heaven Gate, and they will become an isolated army without supplies. Retreating now is indeed the best strategy, but if we leave now, the feathered people will pour out of the sky cave. After their army is fully prepared, the area outside the South Heaven Gate will all belong to the Sun Country. The enemy will be unstoppable, and will wreak havoc in the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Cloud Country. Star-Lord, the South Heaven Gate is almost gone from sight. It is hopeless to recast the divine jade, so we can't fight anymore. Star-Lord, the best strategy is to retreat to the South Heaven Gate. Amid the shouts of the generals, Zhang Tian looked up at the empty hole in the sky, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. That all. Zhang Tian raised his halberd, turned around and got on Chi-Chilin, ordered his men to pass on the message, prepared to retreat to Nantian Pass to defend. At this moment, the sound of thousands of horses galloping came from far away, like the endless torrent of river water. Everyone looked up and saw the stars in the sky flying towards this place rapidly, falling into the distant horizon. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in the distance, as if a group of dragons were dancing in the clouds. Before everyone could react, the dark clouds came in the blink of an eye, covering the fire clouds where the feathered people and the heavenly soldiers were fighting. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, lightning and thunder roared, and the divine fire on the feathered people was extinguished, while the heavenly army was like a dragon in water. The almost dried up immortal power on everyone's body suddenly became full of energy. The feathered people were like drowned rats. In an instant, The morale of the heavenly army was greatly boosted, and the morale of the feathered people was in chaos. Everyone looked carefully, and saw that the enemy army in the distance was in a bad state. A flag of the Central Army was exposed in Zhangtian field of vision. It was the place where the enemy commander was. What are you waiting for? Follow me and kill into the abyss. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Zhangtian raised his eyebrows, pulled the reins vigorously, and ran straight to the enemy with a long halberd in his hand. Suddenly, he was unstoppable. The feather army was like waves. Zhangtian threw his personal soldiers away and rushed straight to the enemy flag. The war god of the feather people was ordering the three armies to regroup, when suddenly a red unicorn came towards them like a fire meteor. He was picked up by a halberd. The surrounding Sun Country guards were about to step forward, but they saw Zhangtian eyes wide open, and with a loud shout, thunder rolled around. The blinding lightning was so dazzling that the gods of the Sun Kingdom could not help but look away. When they looked at the banner again, they saw that within a few miles of the banner, there were no winged people. There were only the remaining purple lightning and the flying ashes in the sky. Zhangtian was like a god descending from heaven. He killed the nameless man known as the god of war with one move, and wiped out all the winged people around him. For a moment, the generals and soldiers of the Sun Kingdom were terrified. Their hearts and galls were broken, and there was chaos without fighting. The heavenly army rode on the rolling thunderclouds and rushed to the place where the heavenly cave was. They fought vigorously and defeated the enemy troops. However, as the heavenly army advanced, the heavenly generals encountered a very strange thing. The feathered people had obviously thrown away their armor and were in disarray, but they did not seem to retreat towards the heavenly cave. Instead, they fled to both sides in panic. Some even ran towards this side in panic. Zhangtian looked ahead and found that the dark clouds and fire clouds in front of him collided with each other, forming a cloud mountain. It seemed that behind the cloud mountain, there was a great and terrifying thing that frightened the feathered people. Without hesitation, Zhangtian continued to lead his troops forward. Gradually, the troops passed through the fleeing feathered army, and slowly stepped onto the Yunshan mountain where dark clouds and fire clouds intertwined. But behind this Yunshan mountain, there were no flying stars or sky holes, nor were there pieces of fire clouds as everyone imagined. But there were no clouds for thousands of miles. It turned out that the so-called place where fire clouds and dark clouds intertwined did not exist at all. The reason why the back door of Yunshan Mountain was red was because there was a huge golden arc on the horizon. This arc is so big that it is almost endless, occupying 1/3 of the earth. It shines brightly, illuminating the world with golden red. It disperses the clouds and makes the sky clear. But this morning sun seems to never rise. But the arc that appears from the horizon is gradually getting bigger. It turns out that it is the flying star, and it has been getting closer and closer without knowing it. It stays on the edge of the horizon, like a giant eye of God that slowly opens, overlooking the world in a half-asleep and half-awake state. People finally saw his true appearance. The gods who worshipped him, and those who called themselves the sun angels, fled in fear in front of this true God. The Lord watched all this silently, just like watching a group of ants on the ground. Those so-called gods and angels explained all this by saying that the Lord had not woken up yet, so he accidentally hurt them, so they had to hide. But they didn't know that. They had never understood the Lord's thoughts. He had no malice, nor good intentions. He just accidentally stepped on a group of ants who worshipped him. Chapter 7:19, Heaven Will. The blazing light, like the raging fire of doomsday, fell on the earth. Rivers of lava gushed out from cracks like blood vessels, covering the earth. Then, along with the rocks that kept rising into the air, flew to the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the distant world had been shattered. There was no place for mortals to settle. The sky was full of burning rubble, and the winged people were running around. In this doomsday scene, everything was an ant. Even the gods and angels who worshipped the sun, like ants about to be burned to ashes, ran away from the terrifying thing in tears. The fleeing angels, like a flood, passed through Zhangtian two sides. Zhangtian looked at the soldiers behind him, climbed on his horse, and said the last farewell words lightly. Soldiers, after this farewell, there will be no day to return home. Those who have no brothers at home, but are old and young, can return to Nantian Pass. Father and son go to the battlefield. At this moment, while listening to the general words, the soldiers looked at the burning giant eye of God in the distance, and they had fear and despair in their hearts, but in the end, They all turned into determination. The army paused in the tide of the enemy rout, and then moved forward again. Just like a group of retrogrades, they bravely moved forward alone in the tide. No one retreated back to Nantangwin. Yes, Nantangwin was behind them, but they had no place to retreat. Where the Monument of Destiny is located. Lewis looked at the sky, with no sadness or joy on his face. The flying stars in the distance are getting closer and closer. The demon-suppressing state, the farthest point in the cloud country, has already shattered into its star ring. At some point, the 8 princes have turned into dragon statues, and are tightly entwined on the divine jade heavenly monument, which has prevented the divine jade from completely breaking apart. And their spirits are struggling to wander in the various celestial rivers, which have not yet stopped flowing. But these dragon gods, who can call the wind and rain, are like loaches splashing in the mud under the sun. It won't be long before they will be dried up along with the mud. Even my uncle, in front of him, was just a slightly larger turtle. Lewis finally knew what the true form of the old god was. He was born in the center of the earth, and his body was as hot as the sun. Tens of thousands of years ago, he reached adulthood, broke out of his shell, and the world was shattered. However, he was pushed back by a group of foreign little guys. The price was that only one of the 5 kings and all their people survived. Now, he has woken up again, and just opened one eye. Or it can be said that it was just a projection. But it was so amazing. If he rises and goes to heaven, then the 3 acres of land in the east and west will probably all become nutrients for his rise. No, there is no need to go to heaven. Even now, everyone is helpless, because the hole in the sky can no longer be blocked. This great god is blocking the hole in the sky. Unless he is beaten back, how can we talk about mending the sky? The Holy Queen withdrew her gaze without sadness or joy, and looked at the various Shinjos in the distance. The Tianhe River was evaporating rapidly, and Shinjo was gradually collapsing. The 8 dragons were still fighting desperately, but it was meaningless. Indeed, even the God King was powerless. He couldn't even try, because his soul had merged with the 18 states. As long as he moved, he would lose. Mr. Liu, we failed in the end. Now that the female Shura has opened her eyes, no one can match her anymore. Everything is over. Holy Queen, don't panic, it's not over yet. Lewis picked up the Destiny Dragon Talisman in his hand, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Follow the destiny of heaven. He finally knew what destiny he should obey, and what destiny he should accept. Who said that no one in the world can match her? Maybe there is still one person. In an instant, Lewis and the Destiny Dragon Talisman ignited the fierce divine fire at the same time, and he actually broke through the divine realm at this moment. Then, Lewis's python robe turned into a dragon robe in the flames. And on the first place of the Heavenly Mandate Monument, a name suddenly appeared. The new emperor commands the power of the world, and forces it to focus on himself. The easternmost countries, the westernmost divine land, the netherworld, the abyss of purgatory. The 3 realms all respect the emperor orders, and the spiritual energy of the world comes here to obey his orders. Note, the field body cannot bear the weight. If you force the command of the 3 realms, you will become the shortest-lived emperor in the world. Zhang Tian and others, who were going away by the sun, suddenly felt something, and suddenly raised their heads. At the same time, the princess and people of the North Sea Kingdom, the dragons of the Dragon Nest Kingdom, the Moon Court, the 12 Witch Kingdoms, and even the Netherworld Mithras, and the Demon Emperor of the Abyss were all surprised and suddenly looked up at the sky. They saw the changing wind and clouds in the sky, as if the power of heaven and earth was rolling in a certain direction. These forces gathered in the sky above Yunhui in an instant. The vast purple air covered the sky, making the originally clear sky become windy and cloudy. Indeed, there is another person in the world who can match him. And there is no one in the world who can use spiritual energy, magic power, better than him. As long as he does not care about his life, he can have endless magic power in a short time, thus severely injuring Sun Shura, repairing the sky and saving the world, giving this world a glimmer of opportunity. You know that his true body is too far away from here. And you also know that this attack cannot completely kill him. But this is enough. He will not wake up within 3,000 years. Let the future generations do the rest. Mr. Liu, as Yang Hui shouted. Lewis' eyebrows showed a trace of determination. He suddenly raised his head, drew the Qinghuan sword from his waist, and said, Holy Queen, please tell the Emperor that his uncle is looking forward to his growing up. After 3,000 years, The boy will surely grow up to be very big, and will surely be able to carry the power of the world and destroy the demon Yang. Huh? Before he finished speaking, Louis suddenly blinked his eyes, and found that there was another name in front of his name on the divine monument. Then, there were several more names. In a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of emperors above the head of the new Emperor Louis VI. The spiritual energy of the world that had just been mobilized, at this moment, was transferred from Louis to the name, with the first number on the divine monument. Then, Louis felt an invisible force pushing him suddenly, and then, he and the Holy Queen saw a green light from the divine jade, rushing towards the red sun in the sky. At the same time, a dragon statue in the ruins of the temple was also reduced to dust, and completely shattered. Get out of the way, kid. It's not your turn to fill the hole in the sky yet. The green light was just a remnant soul, but it carried the power of heaven and earth. Although it was unable to exert much power due to its own fragility, it was still very powerful. When it hit the god eye, the giant eye in the sky actually showed a trace of pain at this moment. And then a small black spot appeared on the sun. Then, there was another green light. 2. 3. It turned out that they were the gods, who still guarded the temple after death. They woke up at the moment when Louis was entrusted with the destiny of heaven. Thousands of green lights at this moment, carrying the power of all living beings in the world, kept flying towards the eyes of the gods in the sky. And the sunspots in the sun became more and more. The red sun that occupied 1/3 of the sky gradually dimmed, and it was covered with sunspots. In the end, only a small area that was almost invisible was left, still struggling there, unwilling to fail. Now it's your turn. He stared at the sky for a long time, then, a weak sword beam shot into the sky, leaving the last sunspot on the sun. The sun finally went out, leaving only a huge hole in the sky. Countless smoke and dust flew from the ruins of the temple to the sky. They condensed into clouds in the sky, temporarily covering the hole in the sky. A woman wiped her tears, flew into the sky, collected clouds. She knew that those clouds and mists were the last efforts made by her husband and ancestors for everyone. On this day, outside the temple of heaven, in every corner of the 18 states, the shadow of the goddess was seen flying into the sky, gathering clouds to mend the sky. Louis stood in the temple of heaven, where only the divine jade was left, staring at the sky in a daze, with mixed feelings in his heart. He saw the last words the emperor said to him. He knew that this was the last blessing and hope left by his ancestors for him. The efforts made by our ancestors cannot bring peace to the world for 3,000 years, nor can they severely damage the female Shura. Perhaps they can only bring peace to the world for 3 years. But the people entrusted by the previous emperors will shoulder their trust. The road ahead is still long. Louis looked into the direction of the abyss. Let wait and see. Chapter 720. Carved my name that day, Yun Country Luotian Palace. Luotian Palace, also known as Yuetian Palace. This has always been a very special place in Yun Country. It is located at the easternmost part of the capital, opposite to the Shirwan Mansion in the Xi district, and the entire mansion is built according to the specifications of a prince mansion. It is rumored that this is the residence of the most mysterious princess of Yun Country. The people of Yun Country have never seen the appearance of this princess, but everyone knows her name, because this princess is the real princess of Yun State. When Yun State was still ruled by 5 god emperors, she lived here as the daughter of the god emperor. So even if the little emperor saw her, he had to call her aunt. Since this princess is a Sinu, and her fiefdom is the entire east, the Sinu subjects in the vassal states of Yun State in the east all admire her. 3,000 years ago, they all regarded her as their monarch. Although she violated the heavenly law, her fiefdom was revoked. But her position as the eldest princess, and many myths she left behind are still there. This also makes many Yun people like to name their daughters Yue, Yuchan, etc. The most famous one is Yang Guifei, who also has some Sinu blood. Yang Yue. Recently, because the king of the South China Sea brought many vassal states to visit, the low prices near the Moon Palace have soared a lot. The Moon Palace, which was originally deserted, has become lively again, although the eldest princess has been reincarnated. Since the foreign priests who serve the eldest princess in the East Earth Moon Court have come here, it is natural to clean up the place. And the female officials who serve the eldest princess have naturally settled down in the Moon Palace. Before, when the Doomsday Flying Star appeared in the sky, everyone saw it. Many people inside and outside the Moon Palace who still worship the full Moon Princess also knelt down and prayed for a long time. Indeed, If the full moon princess was still there, how could the sun Shura be so arrogant? After all, the sun Ashura was defeated by the full moon princess. This bright moon fairy, who was raised by the gods, was a perfect APC. Fortunately, although the eldest princess was reincarnated, the king of the South Sea helped the Jinwu god to take up the responsibility and summoned the souls of the gods of all generations to beat the exposed eyes of the sun Ashura black and blue. Otherwise, the full moon princess would be exposed. Seeing the eyes in the sky shrink back, the woman in red in the moon palace, who was looking at the sky, slowly withdrew her gaze. Fool, you actually plan to sacrifice yourself by self-immolation. Even if the spirits of the previous emperors are gone, it is not time to waste your trump card. My dear daughter, do you feel the strange breath on him? At some point, a frail old man with a crooked mouth stood beside the woman. He looked at the remaining sunset in the sky, and a strange look appeared on his face. The woman in red nodded, and a solemn look appeared on her face. She finally knew how her defeated general survived. He used the same method as herself. However, she finally gave up on devouring the underworld and being reborn, so her strength could not be restored, and only about 20% of it was left. But she succeeded. Although this method has great consequences, it can restore 70% to 80%. Abyss. The dark sky suddenly became bright. A rising sun slowly rose on the horizon. Looking closely, there was a divine bird flying in the rising sun. It looked like a bird that had just woken up from its eggshell. As the sun rose, inside a temple on the ground, hundreds of black phoenixes flew up and worshipped the sun. The leader of the group of phoenixes was a dragon-shaped phoenix-feathered divine beast. He was extremely excited at this moment. His mother had gone through thousands of lives and finally killed the remaining soul of the old god and was reborn in nirvana. This meant that the center of the earth was forever solid, and the Jinyuan clan, who had completed their mission, could finally leave this painful abyss purgatory. The sky suddenly brightened, and the divine bird broke through the sun. Then, in the midst of the cries of hundreds of phoenixes, it gradually transformed into a woman and fell into the palace of the gods. At first glance, the woman was only about 16 or 17 years old, as if she had just reached adulthood. But the black phoenixes called her mother. If my uncle were here, he would certainly stare in astonishment when he saw this woman. Because, although the woman's face was very different from that of his cousin, the aura of the god was real and could not be faked. It was the Lingguang god Lord Yuzaku. It is said that all phoenixes in the world are born from the vermilion bird, so it is no wonder that the Jinyuan clan regards her as their mother. It seems that the question of King Jinyuan recognizing a thief as his mother has been solved. You can't help but raise your eyebrows while flipping through the storybook in the distance. It seems that Sister Moon really guessed it right. In fact, the old gods only have the origin, but no spiritual body, and can only show their thoughts to people. But this woman is flesh and blood, and has a real spiritual body. This seems to verify Miss Manwick's guess that he indeed reborn in nirvana. However, she looked a little weak now. Moreover, when she walked into the palace, she kept covering one eye, avoiding the black phoenixes that kept chasing her. At this time, the dragon-shaped phoenix-feathered beast fell from the sky and turned into a man. After he landed, he hurriedly chased after him. He asked with concern, "Mother, when your soul traveled to the Cloud Kingdom, did you see the true martial god? Is he safe and sound?" The king of the South Sea has teamed up with the Moon Girl and the other kings to lock the true martial god in the demon suppression formation, making him a tool to suppress us. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get away. Now that Louis is here, he will definitely scold this woman for lying. But King Jinyuan has great trust in his godmother. After hearing about this, he was deeply saddened and indignant. "Traitor! My great Yun kingdom will change its surname to Yang." Change surname to Yang. King Jinyuan should be referring to the Holy Queen Yang Yui, but Zhu Ke had mentioned Yunu before. The Holy Queen and Yunu obviously have nothing to do with each other, so this conversation is irrelevant. But the King of Jinyuan and Zhu Ke continued to talk about this topic, as if the Holy Queen and the Moon God were the same person. Listen to the conversation between the two again. You suddenly realize that, in the eyes of the Jinyuan clan, the Holy Queen is the reincarnation of the Moon God. This must be the result of Zhu Ke brainwashing of the Jinyuan clan. When the Moon God disguised herself as the Sun God, even the Sun God believers could not tell the difference. Now, she has reincarnated as Yang Wei, and naturally she is even more flawless. It is really a piece of cake to trick the kings and ministers. So, In the eyes of the Jinyuan clan, the moon goddess reincarnated as Yang Yue, and then the matter of bringing disaster to the country and the people is already a foregone conclusion. You finally understand why the Jinyuan clan rebelled so thoroughly. The king of the South Sea and the moon girl secretly colluded, trying to reproduce the starry era. In the eyes of the king of Jinyuan, the moon goddess is a scourge raised by the Yun kingdom, so the Jinyuan clan has the responsibility to clean up the mess. In addition, the old gods are now completely destroyed, and only the moon god is left. Therefore, the Jinyuan clan naturally has to take it as their responsibility to eliminate this disaster. Speaking of which, although King Jinyuan regarded the moon girl as a disaster that must be eradicated, he did not take her seriously in his heart, because although she had the strength comparable to the old gods when she was the god, dominated the court and the country, and dominated the world. But now that she has experienced 9 reincarnations, she is no longer the same as she was back then. Moreover, although the moon goddess restrained the sun god, her tactics were not so effective against the Jinyuan clan. However, the mother regarded her as a serious threat, which made King Jinyuan somewhat dissatisfied. Of course, King Jinyuan could still understand his mother's thoughts. After all, in his mother era, this traitor who was raised had left a lot of shadows on his mother and others. But there was one thing King Jinyuan could not understand. In his mother heart, the moon goddess could only rank second. And the first was that useless King Nanhai. Indeed, the king of the South Sea was able to coax the vassal kings to get the fragments of the divine jade, which was considered to be a bit smart. But this only meant that the 8th king was dumber than him. As for strength, King Jinyuan felt that the king of the South Sea was even less capable than him. Even to deal with Garlock, the lackey, he had to rely on the demon lord of the abyss. Wasn't his wife a gigolo? Wasn't she really a gigolo? Was it necessary to take it too seriously? But every time he mentioned the king of the South Sea, his mother gritted her teeth and even had some lingering fear. I don't know what sinister special means the king of Nanhai has, and I don't want my mother to talk about it. The doubts in King Jinyuan's heart were finally solved today. After sending my mother into the palace, my mother took the fragment of the divine jade handed over by Tyluan, and sat there with gritted teeth to apply pressure on her eyes. Looking closely, the eyes seemed to be injured by both the divine jade and the sword energy. The wound left by the divine jade was very serious, and it was left on the eyeball. The pupils were all white. If it weren't for the mother ability to recover, which was comparable to that of the old gods, this I would have been blinded. As for the sword wound, it was very minor. It mainly stayed on the eye socket. But the strange thing was that the serious wound on the eyeball was recovering rapidly. Although the hidden wound left by the divine jade would remain on the origin of the gods for a long time as a lock, the obvious wound left behind could disappear after 3 to 5 days. After a few days, there was no abnormality in the appearance. But the sword wound on the eye socket does not mean anything good at all. The situation of the sword wound is the opposite. It does not have enough spiritual energy to leave a hidden injury in the origin of the god, but this slight blow is extremely deep, and its sword energy will not disappear for 3 to 5 months. There are mainly 2 words engraved on it, Lu Yi. When the power gathered by the divine jade was consumed by the divine emperors, and only a trace was left, it was able to leave such a profound lesson to him, which just shows that Lu Yi is far superior to many previous divine emperors. No wonder the sun god is so afraid of him. Looking at his mother gritting teeth, King Jinyuan opened his mouth wide, and was stunned for a long time. He finally knew why he hated the guy so much at the moment. He was really mean.